For the first time, you place your hand on the scrap, following the impulse that pops into your head, and silently chant Omni-Cleanse. The next second, it feels as if your stomach has been ripped right out. That strange mana surges from your fingertips, and all around the beat-up mountain bike before you the dust, rust, and grime seem to come alive, peeling away from the frame and falling to the ground to form a small pile of black ash. 3 seconds later, a pristine grade bike stands before you. Before you can even marvel at it, a surge of intense stamina hits you like a wave. Your legs give way, and you nearly fall, dizzy and disoriented, a metallic taste of blood rising in your mouth. A thought explodes in your mind: Omni-Cleanse, energy conservation. It turns out this system skill doesn't burn electricity, it burns your life. Chapter 1: How did this junk bike get brand new? Lin stared at the mountain bike in front of him, frozen in place. 3 minutes ago, it had been a rusty, beat-up bike. The frame was filthy, the chain was rusty, and the tires were cracked. He bought it from Juan, the scrap dealer, for $50. Now, the frame's paint was so fresh it gleamed, the chain was shiny, the tire treads were sharp, and even the leather on the seat had regained its suppleness. It looked like it had just rolled out of a specialty store. What did I just do? Lin raised his hands. The strange sensation of mana from moments ago still lingered at his fingertips. He had simply followed the sudden impulse that popped into his head, placed his hands on the handlebars, and thought, Omni-Cleanse. Then, the dust, rust, and grime surrounding the bike seemed to come alive, peeling away from the frame on their own and falling to the ground to form a small pile of black ash. 3 seconds, and a pristine grade bike. Holy crap, this. Before he could finish speaking, a surge of intense stamina hit him. Lin's legs gave way, and he nearly fell, barely managing to steady himself by grabbing the metal frame of the Donggang studio. His stomach felt hollow, his head spun, his limbs went limp, and a metallic taste of blood rose in his mouth. What's going on? I clearly ate 2 steamed buns this morning. He staggered over to the corner, fished out half a leftover flatbread from yesterday's plastic bag, and shoved it into his mouth, wolfing it down. The dry, hard crumbs got stuck in his throat, but he didn't care. He grabbed the bottle of cold water beside him and downed half of it. 5 minutes later, the stamina finally eased slightly. Lin sat down against the wall, gasping for breath, his mind in chaos. I've regressed. He'd been repeating that phrase to himself for 2 days, yet it still felt absurd. 2 days ago, or, to be precise, on April 15, 2026, he'd been in a car accident on the provincial highway while returning home. A large truck had lost control. He hadn't even had time to hit the brakes before everything went black, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, it was April 15, 2023, at 5 in the morning, inside the tin-roofed shedded Donggang studio. The date on his phone screen was so jarring it made him think he'd gone mad. But everything around him proved it. He had truly returned to 3 years ago. The old wall calendar his father had left was still hanging on the wall, a pile of unsold old newspapers sat in the corner, and the locust tree in the yard had just begun to bud. Most crucially, the events from his past life, the ones that had driven him to the brink of madness with regret, hadn't happened yet. Wei hadn't approached him about partnering to open an auto repair shop. He hadn't been swindled out of those 500,000 yuan. The car dealership hadn't been mortgaged. He hadn't been publicly berated in the village, with people pointing their fingers at him and calling him a good-for-nothing. This time, I won't trust anyone. Lin clenched his fists so tight his knuckles turned white. In his past life, he had been too stupid and naive. Wei, a middle school classmate he hadn't spoken to in ages, had come knocking on his door, saying he was opening an auto repair shop in the county seat and needed a partner. At the time, he happened to have 200,000 yuan in compensation money left by his parents. Adding that to the savings he'd accumulated over the years and the money he borrowed from Lily and De Yong, he scraped together 500,000 yuan to invest. And what happened? Wei took the money and ran, even mortgaging the garage to loan sharks. When the creditors came knocking, he realized that even the shareholder agreement was fake. 500,000 yuan, every last penny lost. He had no choice but to slink back to the village and eke out a living tending to the dilapidated Donggang studio his father had left behind. Whenever the villagers saw him, they either shook their heads and sighed or hurled scornful remarks at him. Is this the best the Lin family has to offer? Gone in a flash? Is he out of his mind? If you ask me, it's a good thing his parents passed away early. They were spared from seeing this good for nothing. Those words cut deeper than a knife. Lin gritted his teeth and endured for 3 years, only to die on the road back to the village. But things are different now. He stood up, staring at the brand new giant mountain bike. Regression Day 1, he thought it was just a second chance from the heavens. Regression Day 2, he discovered strange thoughts creeping into his mind whenever he touched an object. He could see the stains, rust, and wear on its surface. Regression Day 3, today he tried working his magic on that beat-up mountain bike. And then, his system skill awakened. Omni Cleanse. Lin murmured the word that had popped into his head. He didn't know where this system skill came from, but he knew this was his chance to turn his life around. All that junk piled up in Donggang Studio, old appliances, broken furniture, rusty tools, as long as it wasn't completely broken, he could clean it up to pristine grade. Buy it at scrap prices, sell it at second-hand prices. The difference in price was pure profit. But I've got to be careful with it. Lin rubbed his stomach, which was still throbbing. Those 3 seconds had completely drained all the stamina from the 2 steamed buns he'd eaten that morning. If Omni Cleanse had been used on something larger, he wasn't sure if he would have passed out on the spot. I need to eat more meat, more high stamina food. He gave a wry smile. In his past life, he'd been too poor to even afford meat. In this life, it seemed he'd have to fill his stomach first before he could use his system skill to make money. Just as he was thinking this, footsteps sounded outside the yard. Lin? Are you there? It was Lily's voice. Lin quickly pushed the mountain bike into a corner, covered it with a rag, and turned to walk out of the tin shack. Lily stood at the doorway holding a thermos. When she saw him, a smile immediately lit up her face. I made some pork rib soup and brought you some. Lily, keep it for yourself. I'm not hungry. Lin said this, but his stomach unhelpfully growled. Lily glared at him. You say you're not hungry? Look how skinny you are, you'd fall over if the wind blew. She shoved the thermos into Lin's hands and pulled 2 meat buns out of her bag. I steamed these this morning. Have these to tide you over. Lin felt a lump in his throat. In his past life, Lily had always been like this. Even though her own family wasn't well off, she was always thinking of bringing him food. Back then, he hadn't understood. He'd always felt embarrassed, and sometimes even resented her nagging. Thinking back now, he was such a jerk. Why be so formal with Lily? Lily smiled and patted his shoulder, then lowered her voice. By the way, someone was asking about you at the village entrance earlier. They said they want to buy your Donggang studio. Lin's heart sank. Who was it? I don't know him. He was driving a black sedan and looked pretty wealthy. Lily frowned. From the way he spoke, it didn't sound like he was there to negotiate, more like he was there to deliver a message. Lin, don't agree to anything rash. This Donggang studio was left to us by Dad, we can't just sell it off. Lin gripped the thermos tightly, alarm bells ringing in his head. In his past life, it was at this very moment that someone had set their sights on Donggang studio. The man was Wei's cousin, Jiangwo, who ran a building materials business in the county seat. He wasn't interested in Donggang studio itself, but in the land right by the road, in a prime location, perfect for a supermarket or a restaurant. In his past life, Lin had sold Donggang studio to Jiangwo at a low price to raise money for an auto repair shop in the county seat. In the end, the auto repair shop went under, Donggang studio was gone, and he didn't even have a place to stay. Lily, I get it, Lin took a deep breath. I'm not selling Donggang studio. Lily let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Young has the day off tomorrow, I'll have him come over to keep an eye on things for you. No need to bother Young. I can handle it myself. Like you can handle a damn thing, Lily said irritably, poking him on the forehead. With your honest nature, they have you wrapped around their finger in 3 sentences. Be a good boy and let Young come. Lin didn't argue further. He knew that Lily and Young truly had his best interests at heart. In his past life, he hadn't understood. In this one, he would protect them. After watching Lily leave, Lin returned to the tin shack and opened the thermos. Steaming pork rib soup, with a few droplets of oil floating on top. He picked up the bowl and drank it in big gulps. The warm soup slid down his throat into his stomach, and his body finally regained some strength. After finishing the soup, Lin stared at the mountain bike covered with a cloth in the corner, his gaze gradually hardening. "Jangwo, if you're coming, then come," he muttered to himself, a cold smile curving his lips. "This time, I won't let anyone take what's mine." Chapter 2. Where did you get that crappy bike? Early the next morning, Lin was roused by the shrill blare of a car horn. Stepping out of the tin shack, he saw a black Audi parked at the entrance to Donggang Studio. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a polo shirt stepped out. Jangwo. Lin recognized him instantly. In his past life, it was this very man who had bought his Donggang studio for 200,000 yuan. Not at the time, desperate for cash, he thought 200,000 yuan was a decent sum. Only after signing the contract did he learn that Jangwo had immediately subleased the property to a supermarket chain for 150,000 yuan a year. He'd been swindled out of everything he had. "You're Lin?" Jangwo sized him up, his tone as casual as if speaking to a child. "I'm Jangwo. I heard you're looking to sell this Donggang studio?" Lin remained expressionless. "Who told you that?" "I have no intention of selling." Jangwo paused, then smiled. "Young man, don't be so quick to judge. I'm here to talk business at LLB to your advantage. No deal. Don't be so quick to refuse." Jangwo didn't seem annoyed. He pulled a pack of soft Zhonghua from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and offered it to Lin, who didn't take it. Jangwo didn't seem embarrassed. He lit it himself, took a deep drag, and said with a smile, "Little Lin, I passed by your Donggang studio a couple of days ago and took a look. The location is great, but running it all by yourself, how much can you make in a year? 30,000? 50,000? At most. I'll give you 80,000. Sell me the place, take the money, and find a steady job in the county seat. A steady income, no matter the weather. Isn't that better than holing up in this dump?" Lin scoffed. 80,000? Do you think I'm stupid? Jangwo raised an eyebrow, but didn't get angry. Instead, he leaned in a step closer, his tone turning confiding. "Alright, 80,000 is a bit low. I was just testing your bottom line. How about this, 100,000 yuan, brother? Take it to the county seat, put down a down payment, get yourself a wife. Wouldn't that get your life on track?" "I'm not selling." 120,000. Jangwo held up two fingers. "Your Donggang studio isn't worth that much, even at the very top end. I'm giving you a little extra because you're young." Lin still shook his head. Jangwo took another drag on his cigarette, blew out a string of smoke rings, and narrowed his eyes as he sized up Lin, as if re-evaluating the young man. After a few seconds, he held out his palm, fingers spread wide. 150,000. That's my best offer. If you know what's good for you, we'll sign the contract right now, and the money will be in your account today." "I said I'm not selling." Lin's tone was flat. He didn't say a word more. Jangwo's smile finally faded. He flicked his cigarette butt onto the ground and crushed it with his leather shoe. His voice dropped, taking on a menacing edge. "Kid, I'll bump it up to 180,000. That's an astronomical price. No one but me would pay that much for this dump." Lin didn't budge. Jangwo's expression darkened completely. He took a step forward, coming face to face with Lin, and whispered in a low, menacing voice, 200,000. That's my final offer. I, Jangwo, have been doing business in this area for over a decade. I treat those who show me respect with courtesy. But those who don't. He paused, a meaningful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You're just a young upstart running Donggang studio. You've got no connections, no influence. If the fire department comes to inspect you once, the Environmental Protection Bureau comes once, and the urban management comes once, do you think you can handle it? Lin's heart sank. In his previous life, he'd been crushed by this very combination of tactics. First, the fire department claimed his storage of flammable materials was non-compliant. Next, the Environmental Protection Bureau accused him of polluting the environment. Finally, the urban management officer showed up in person to post a rectification notice. After those 3 blows, he didn't even have the strength to resist and obediently signed the transfer contract. But in this life, he knew full well these were merely Jiang Wo's tactics. Mr. Liu, Lin raised his head, meeting the other man's gaze. His voice was quiet but unwavering. Are you done? Jiang Wo's pupils contracted slightly. My answer is simple, I won't sell. Not today, not tomorrow, and not for any price. Go ahead and investigate if you want, I'm not afraid. Jiang Wo stared at him for a full 5 seconds, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching. Fine, you've got guts. He got into his car, slammed the gas pedal, and kicked up a cloud of dust. Lin stood at the doorway, watching the car drive away, his fists clenched. In his past life, he'd been a coward, intimidated by Jiang Wo with just 3 sentences. In this life, he wouldn't back down. But tough talk alone wasn't enough, he needed money and clout to hold on to this land. I've got to sell that mountain bike right away. Lin returned to the tin shack, pulled back the cloth, and stared at the brand new mountain bike. The original price was at least over 2,000 given its current condition, selling it for 1,200 wouldn't be unreasonable. But the problem was, how to sell it. If he took it straight to the second-hand market, people would definitely ask, where did you get this? A beat-up bike collected by Donggang Studio suddenly turning into pristine grade at wouldn't make sense. I need to find a reliable channel. Lin thought for a moment, pulled out his phone, opened a second-hand marketplace app, registered an account, snapped a few photos, and posted the listing. Title: Personal mountain bike for sale, 90% new, price 1,200, local pickup only. Posted. Then, he began rummaging through the other items at Donggang Studio. An old-fashioned radio, the casing worn but still functional. A pair of rusty pliers, the jaws still functional. An old wooden crate, moldy on the surface but structurally sound. Lin took a deep breath, went to the corner to wolf down 2 meat buns, and chugged half a bottle of sugar water to make sure his stomach was full before he dared to get started. He placed his hand on the radio and silently chanted OmniCleanse in his mind. The familiar manna surged forth. A faint warmth spread through his fingertips, as if warm water were seeping into the palm of his hand. The surface of the radio was the first to change. The thick layer of grime seemed to be gently brushed away by an invisible hand, flaking off in a rustling shower, like dried mud crusts scattered by the wind. Immediately afterward, the oil stains of varying shades on the casing began to seep out, coalesce, and drip, as if something were squeezing them bit by bit from the pores of the plastic. They gathered into a few drops of murky, yellowish-brown liquid, trickling down the body of the radio and falling onto the dusty ground. Then came the oxidation layer. On the once dusty, sallow-hued plastic casing, that lifeless layer of oxidation seemed to be meticulously sanded away by an invisible sheet of sandpaper, peeling back inch by inch, starting from the edges. It revealed the beige body beneath smooth and pristine, as if it had just been taken off a store shelf. The black grime lodged in the crevices of the buttons was forced out, and tiny particles fell away with a rustling sound. The rust spots on the antenna peeled away layer by layer, revealing the silvery white metallic sheen once more, pointing straight up at the sky. In a matter of seconds, the radio's casing had regained its original beige hue, the buttons were smooth and clean, and the antenna stood straight. Lin rummaged through the drawers in the house and found 2 AA batteries. After inserting them and flipping the switch, a crackling sound gave way to the clear voice of the radio. Next, local news: our county is gradually expanding its rural community service centers. It worked. Lin stepped out of that strange, magical state, still immersed in it. But immediately afterward, stamina struck again. He quickly devoured another steamed bun to suppress the wave of weakness. This system skill really eats the hell out of my rations. Lin gave a wry smile. He set the radio aside and let his gaze fall on the rusty pair of pliers. The pliers were quite large, at least a foot long, and the jaws could still close, but the entire surface was so covered in rust that the original color was unrecognizable. The joints were mostly seized up, creaking as they moved. Lin took another bite of his bun, making sure he still had some food left in his stomach, before gripping the handle of the pliers with one hand and silently chanting OmniCleanse in his mind. Mana surged from his palm once more. This time, the sensation was different from when he used it on the radio. Metal rust was far more stubborn than plastic grime. He could feel the mana struggling against the rust on the pliers' surface. First, the surface rust on the handle began to loosen. Flakes of rust lifted like fish scales, peeling away from the metal surface with a faint rustling sound, fluttering to the ground and forming a thin layer of reddish-brown powder. Next came the jaws, where the rust layer was thickest at least a millimeter deep. The mana seeped into the crevices between the iron and the rust, peeling away the corrosion layer by layer. Lin could see the serrated teeth of the jaws gradually reappearing. The once blurred biting patterns became sharp and distinct. Finally, it was the hinge joint, where over a decade's worth of rust had nearly fused the two pliers' arms together. Mana lingered there the longest. He could feel the temperature of his palm rise noticeably, and a faint click-clack came from the joint as chunks of rust cracked and fell away one by one. Suddenly, with a click, the joint loosened completely, and the jaws opened and closed freely, as smoothly as if they'd just been oiled. Lin held the OmniCleanse treated pliers up to his eyes. The entire tool was a silvery gray, with a lustrous metallic sheen, and the jaws closed tightly. It looked even better than a brand new pair from a hardware store. Setting the pliers down, a wave of stamina hit him again. He quickly downed a few gulps of sugar water and stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth before regaining his strength. This stuff takes a heavier toll on metal. Lin silently noted this pattern. Chapter 3: Offline Transactions. After catching his breath, he crouched down in front of the old wooden crate again. The crate was about 1.5 feet square. It was actually quite well made, featuring a mortise and tenon joint and crafted from old cedar, but after sitting in some damp corner for who knows how many years, its surface was covered in gray-green mold spots, and in some places, the wood grain had been corroded by the fungus until it turned black and soft. The brass fasteners on the lid had turned a dull green, and the lock's nose was crooked. The entire box gave off a musty, stale odor, pungent and unpleasant. Lin placed her hand on it and silently chanted OmniCleanse. This time, the transformation began with the mold spots. The gray-green fungal threads, as if struck by the frost of a blazing sun, rapidly shriveled, withered, and crumbled. Forced out from the cracks in the wood grain, they turned into a layer of grayish powder that scattered at the slightest breeze. Next came the deeper signs of decay. The blackened, softened wood fibers seemed to be realigned and compacted under the influence of mana. Their color gradually lightened from a decayed gray-black to a deep brown, and then to the warm, yellowish brown of the cedar itself. The wood grain became clear again, stripe by stripe, like the textures in a landscape painting. The surface of the chest became dry and smooth, offering a solid, woody feel to the touch. The patina on the brass fasteners began to flake away, revealing the dark golden brass beneath. The lock nose automatically realigned itself, snapping into place with a perfect fit. Finally, the musty odor vanished completely, as if sucked away by some invisible force, replaced by a faint, fresh scent of cedar. Lin let go, and the wooden box before him looked as good as new. The cedar had a warm, smooth texture, and the brass fasteners were simple yet elegant. The entire box exuded a charm unique to old objects. It didn't look new, but it had more character than anything brand new. In this condition, if he took it out and claimed he'd found it at an antique shop, people would believe him. But the cost was very real. Lin felt his legs go weak, and his stomach churned as if it had been emptied. He plopped down on the floor, shoved the last remaining bun into his mouth, and downed the rest of the sweet syrup in one gulp before regaining a modicum of strength. By noon, a row of pristine great items was laid out before him. His phone suddenly rang. Someone messaged him, "Boss, is the mountain bike still available? I'm in the county seat. Can I come by this afternoon to check it out?" Lin's eyes lit up, and he replied immediately, "It's still here. 3 o'clock this afternoon. I'll send you the address." Lin sent over the address for Donggang Studio. At 2:30 p.m., a van pulled up in front of Donggang Studio. A young man in his 20s got out, wearing glasses and looking quite refined. "Hello, I'm here to see the mountain bike. We've been in touch online." Lin wheeled the bike out. In the sunlight, the mountain bike seemed to glow. The aluminum alloy frame was flawless, not a single scratch in sight, and the silver-gray paint shimmered with a soft metallic sheen under the sun. The tire treads were deep and crisp, as if they never touched the pavement. The shift levers gleamed, the chain was jet black and well oiled, and every gear was spotless, reflecting flecks of light. The rubber grips on the handlebars still retained their factory fresh matte texture, and the saddle was plump and firm, without a single sign of sagging. The young man's eyes widened the moment he saw the bike. He let out an involuntary whoa, strode forward, and crouched down to inspect the frame's welds first. His fingers slid along the tubes, finding no dents whatsoever. He squeezed the brakes, the pads bit down firmly, with a crisp rebound. He stood up, gripped the handlebars, and gave the bike a gentle shake. The front suspension worked smoothly without a single creak. Finally, unable to resist, he hopped on and rode a lap around the entrance of Donggang Studio. The derailleur clicked cleanly through the gears, and the whole bike felt as light and nimble as if it were gliding. When the young man rode back, his face was already lit up with unmasked excitement, and he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, though he still cleared his throat to feign composure. He nodded in satisfaction. "How did you maintain this?" "It's so new, it looks like it's never been ridden." "It's in great condition." "By the way, 1,200, right?" "Right." "Boss, can you knock a little off the price?" "How about 1,000? Lin shook his head. "No haggling. 1,200, not a penny less." The young man hesitated for a moment, but finally pulled out his phone. "All right, I'll transfer it to you." The WeChat payment notification sounded. 1,200 yuan had been received. Lin looked at the number on his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first money he'd earned since his regression. The young man loaded the bike into his van. Just before leaving, he asked, "Boss, do you have anything else? That radio looks pretty new." Lin's interest was piqued. "You want it?" "I run a second-hand shop and collect old stuff like this." The young man pointed at the radio. "How much is this?" 200. 150. 180. 160. Deal. Lin made another 160 yuan. The young man took the radio, looked over the other items, and finally bought the pliers and the wooden crate as well, handing Lin a total of 300 yuan. "Boss, if you have any more vintage items in this kind of good condition, feel free to contact me anytime. My name is Wanquan." The young man gave him his WeChat ID. "I'm always looking to buy." Lin added him on WeChat and watched the van drive away. He clutched his phone, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. The 1,500 yuan balance on the screen was particularly glaring. Lin stared intently at the numbers, the corners of his mouth curling upward involuntarily as uncontrollable elation welled up from deep within. In his previous life, running Donggang Studio, he'd work himself to the bone for 2,000 or 3,000 a month. Now, he'd made 1,500 yuan in just half a day. This system skill is fucking awesome. Lin returned to his tin shack, dug out a bag of noodles from the corner, boiled a huge bowl, cracked 3 eggs into it, sliced half a sausage, and wolfed it all down. Only after eating his fill did he have the energy to keep working. He stared at the pile of junk in Donggang Studio, his mind already calculating. What could be cleaned, what could be sold, and what could make him a fortune? Just as he was thinking, his phone rang again. It was Lily. "Lin, come over for dinner tonight. Yong will be there too. We need to talk to you." Lin's heart skipped a beat. "What's up?" "You'll find out when you get here." After hanging up, Lin furrowed his brow. In his past life, Yong had always treated him with a frustrated parent attitude, thinking he was wasting his potential by clinging to Donggang Studio. But every time he got into trouble, Yong would bail him out. What did Yong want to say this time? He felt inexplicably anxious, just like the panic he used to feel when seeing his homeroom teacher back in school. Lin tidied up, locked the door to Donggang Studio, and headed toward Lily's house. Passing by the village convenience store, he saw a few villagers gathered together chatting. "Have you heard? Someone wants to buy Lin's Donggang Studio." "Who wants to buy it?" "Seems like Boss Lu from the county seat he is offering a decent price." If that kid Lin sells it and takes the money to find a job in the county seat, that D be something. What is he capable of? With that timid attitude of his, he'll probably just get taken advantage of again. Lin stopped in his tracks and clenched his fists. In his past life, it was precisely these words that had provoked him into losing his senses. In his eagerness to prove himself, he had believed Wei's lies. In this life, he would not let such idle gossip influence him again. He took a deep breath and continued on his way. When he arrived at Lily's house, she had already prepared a sumptuous spread. Yang and his nephew Chinchen were sitting at the table. Seeing Lin enter, Yang nodded and greeted him. "You're here? Have a seat." Lin sat down as instructed, gazing at the steaming braised pork, stir-fried greens, and chicken soup on the table. A wave of warmth welled up inside him. "Lin, I heard from Lily that someone wants to buy Donggang Studio?" Yang cut straight to the chase. "Yeah. What do you think?" Lin looked up at Yang's serious expression and spoke slowly. "I'm not selling it." Yang was taken aback. "Why?" "Because it's what our dad left us," Lin said calmly but firmly. "Besides, I can make money with it." Yang frowned. "Make money? How much can you really make from scrap?" "Yang, trust me," Lin said, looking at him. "Give me 3 months, and I'll show you the results." Yang stared at him for a few seconds before finally sighing. "All right, I trust you. But if you run into any trouble, let me know right away." "Okay." Lily smiled as she served herself some food from the side. All right, enough of that. Let us eat." "Lin, eat more meat, look how skinny you are." Lin lowered his head to eat, but his mind was already racing. Jangwo wouldn't let this go. He had to get Donggang Studio up and running as soon as possible. Only with money would he have the confidence to stand his ground. Chapter 4, Stocking Up. On the way back, Lin didn't head straight to Donggang Studio. Instead, he took a detour toward Old North Street. With 1,500 yuan sitting in his phone, he didn't feel the slightest pang of regret spending it. No, wait, he had to spend it, he absolutely had to. System skills were a great thing, but they required sustenance. They didn't run on air. In his previous life, he'd been terrified of poverty and couldn't bring himself to buy anything he'd make do with 2 steamed buns and pickles for a meal. That wouldn't do in this life. If he didn't eat his fill, the system skill would be nothing but a useless ornament. North Street wasn't long, just about 200 meters from end to end, with old shopfronts lining both sides. Tofu vendors, flatbread bakers, and sesame oil grinders stood side by side, their cooking fumes mingling with the savory aroma of various sauces, filling the entire street. Lin's destination was in the middle of the street, leaning toward the East Joe's braised meat. The aroma hit him before he even turned the corner. The scent of the braising spices was so thick it was almost suffocating. The rich, dark sauce simmered with star anise, cinnamon, and dark soy sauce was enough to steal half a person's soul. Joe's braised pork has been in town for 40 years. Old Joe's father started the business back in the day, beginning with a single large iron pot set up against the wall at the northern end of the street, selling braised pork head in trotters. Back then, it cost 1.2 yuan per pound, and the line of customers stretched from the street corner all the way to the grain station. Later, old Joe took over the business, turning the street stall into a shopfront. He swapped the iron pot for 3 large vats, one for braised pork, one for braised pig trotters, and one for braised offal. They say the braising broth has been simmering continuously for 40 years. Built on the original stock, it grows richer with every passing day. People from all over the county swear by this flavor. People from the county seat bought it, and even those from other parts of the county drove over to get it. During holidays, if you didn't call ahead to reserve, you'd never get any. Even on regular days, you had to wait in line. When Lin arrived, the line had already snaked 7 or 8 meters from the counter, with a dozen or so people haphazardly lined up. "Oh man," Lin muttered under his breath, then obediently took his place at the back of the line. An older woman in front of him, carrying a vegetable basket, glanced back at him. "Young man, you're late. There might not be any pig's feet left. How many batches did you make today?" "I heard just 2. They started braising at 5:30 this morning, and the first batch sold out by 7 o'clock. The woman pursed her lips. I got here at 6:30 and have been waiting in line for nearly an hour. Lin leaned forward to take a look. Behind the counter, old Joe's son, Joe Lay, was slicing meat. He was in his 30s, with bulging muscles on his arms. He wielded the meat cleaver like he was chopping firewood, a few swift chops, and the pork jowl was sliced into thin strips, which he tossed onto the scale. 3 Jean and 2 Liang, 67. Next. The line moved forward by one person. Lin idly scrolled through his phone, occasionally glancing up to see how many people were left in front of him. After waiting a good 20 minutes, it was finally his turn. Joe Lay, his hands slick with grease, looked up at him. What LL you have? Do you still have any pork trotters? Yeah, not much left. How many pounds do you want? 5 pounds of pork trotters, 5 pounds of braised pork. Joe Lay didn't ask any questions. He pulled out a braised pig's trotter, its skin a glossy, dark red, coated with a layer of gelatinous fat so smooth and shiny that you could tell just by looking at it that it had been stewed to perfection. He picked it up and placed it on the cutting board, tapped it with the back of his knife, and with a crisp snap, the joint broke. He tore the skin and connective tissue apart, revealing the tender, fall-off-the-bone lean meat inside. Lin swallowed hard. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten Joe's pork trotters in his previous life. It must have been after Wei had ripped him off. He hadn't been able to bring himself to come back since. Joe Lay worked with nimble hands. He chopped the pig's feet, bagged them, and weighed them, then sliced 5 pounds of braised pork marbled hind leg meat with a bright red cut surface, juices oozing out. 35 per pound for the pig's feet, 28 per pound for the pork. Total. Joe Lay tapped the calculator, 315. Lin didn't haggle. He scanned the QR code and paid. Carrying the bag, Lin left Joe's and walked toward the main street of the county town. Turning at the intersection, he spotted a halal beef shop on the east side of the road. It had been open for years. The store was small, and the letters on the sign had faded, but the aroma of the braised beef, fresh from the pot every afternoon, could be smelled all the way down the street. As he walked in, the owner was arranging freshly sliced beef on the counter, stacking the slices neatly one by one. The meat was a deep, rich brown, with a faint hint of charred aroma along the edges. Ma'am, how much is the braised beef per pound? 58. Lin sucked in a sharp breath. The beef was really expensive. But thinking of the consumption method for system skill, he gritted his teeth. I'll take 3 pounds. Sure thing. The shopkeeper deftly sliced the meat and packed it into a bag, and Lin swiped another 174 yuan. Leaving the butcher shop, he turned into the nearby Haozai Lai supermarket, grabbed a shopping cart, and started loading it up: a case of Master Kong braised beef noodles, 2 cartons of fresh milk, 4 bags of steamed buns, 2 boxes of Snickers, a case of hardtack, 2 bags of salted duck eggs. After a moment's thought, he added a large bucket of peanut oil and a 5-kilogram bag of rice. The young cashier scanned the items and announced the total, 347. After paying, Lin set off toward Donggang Studio, carrying 3 or 4 bags in each hand and a box of instant noodles slung over his shoulder, looking as if he were moving house. On the way, he ran into Aunt Wang from next door, who was sorting vegetables at her doorstep. Seeing him laden with bags, Aunt Wang curled her lip. Hey, Lin, struck it rich? Buying all this stuff? Not at all, just some food. Lin didn't stop walking. Aunt Wang muttered something behind him, but he didn't catch it and didn't care to. By the time he got back to Donggang Studio, dusk had fallen. Lin carried everything into the tin-roofed shed. He sorted the braised pork and beef, putting some in the small, still functional fridge and leaving the rest outside for his evening meal. Snickers bars, hardtack, and milk were piled next to the workbench, within easy reach. He tore open a Snickers bar and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing as he scanned the supplies in the large courtyard. There was still quite a pile of stuff in the corner. Lin pulled out 2 braised pig's trotters, gnawed them clean with half a steamed bun, and scraped every last shred of meat off the bones. He downed a carton of milk, patted his stomach, and let out a satisfied belch. His stomach felt heavy, his whole body warm, and his strength had returned. He stood up, flexed his wrists, and walked over to the pile of junk waiting to be refurbished. Chapter 5: The Watson Floor Fan. Lin crouched in front of the pile of junk in the northwest corner of the courtyard. After rummaging through it for a while, his fingers brushed against a cold metal pipe. He tugged at it, but it wouldn't budge. It was buried deep beneath the pile. After moving aside 2 ragged cardboard boxes and a rolled-up straw mat, a floor fan came into view. It was covered in dust, the protective grill was crooked, the blades were caked with a layer of sticky, black grime, and the metal base was rusted solid like a lump of earth. But Lin spotted the brand name right in the center of the grill at a glance: Hua Shang. His hand froze. Hua Shang. To him, those 3 characters were more than just a brand name. Looking back, the brand was made in Shanghai during the Republic of China era, China's first electric fan, older than many people's grandfathers. It was exported to Southeast Asia before the liberation, and in the 1950s and 1960s, it was the flagship product of state-owned factories. Having a Hua Shang fan at home back then was the equivalent of having a big color TV in the living room later on. But looking closer, Lin crouched there, staring at the faded logo, and a vivid image suddenly popped into his mind. Summer, the kind of summer so hot it made your head spin. He was 6 or 7 years old, lying on a bamboo mat in the main hall, with a dark green Hwasong floor fan standing right beside him. The blades hummed as they spun. The breeze wasn't too strong, but it was steady, circling round and round, drying the sweat on the mat. His father sat in a bamboo chair, bare-chested, watching TV, a palm leaf fan clutched in his hand, though he wasn't actually fanning himself. With the electric fan running, the palm leaf fan was just for show, something to hold for the feel of it. That fan had been bought when his father got married. His mother had once mentioned that it had cost 120 yuan back then, roughly 2 months' worth of his father's salary. On the day they brought it home, his father was overjoyed. He went out of his way to wipe the fan down from top to bottom with a damp towel, leaving not a single fingerprint on the base. The fan lasted over a decade, its blades spinning a bit crooked by the end, yet his father still couldn't bear to throw it away. It wasn't until the motor burned out and there was nowhere to get it repaired that his father sighed and moved it to a corner of the storage room. Later, his father passed away, and then his mother did too. He didn't know when the fan was finally disposed of. He didn't even get a chance to see it one last time. Lin wiped his nose with the back of his hand. The fan in front of him wasn't the one from his family home. His family's fan was dark green. This one had a gray-white base and a different model number. It must have been an early 80s model, which meant it was over 40 years old. But the craftsmanship was truly solid: a cast iron base, an all-metal grill, and aluminum alloy blades. Things from that era were just honest. They didn't skimp on materials. He reached out and gave the blades a turn. They moved freely, not seized up. He inspected the motor housing as well. Though heavily rusted, there were no cracks, so the copper coils inside should still be intact. Old-timer, whether you can still breathe depends on your own luck. Lin carried the floor fan out to the open space in the middle of the yard, spread an old newspaper underneath to catch the dust, then gripped the stand with both hands, closed his eyes, and silently chanted, "Omni Cleanse." The moment the mana surged from his palms, he knew this would be more powerful than any of the previous attempts. The mana spread along the stand toward both ends, flowing downward first, straight toward the base. The cast iron base was the most severely corroded part of the entire fan. Over 40 years, having endured countless humid summers, the rust on its surface was no longer a single layer but layer upon layer, pressed firmly onto the iron like a milfai. The color deepened from the outside in pale red, deep red, and finally a dark brown, progressing layer by layer. When mana reached the base, the outermost layer of surface rust began to loosen first. It didn't fall off in flakes, but rather curled outward in complete rings, as if someone were scraping beneath it with a putty knife. The rust began to peel away from the edges, emitting a dense, rapid series of faint crackling sounds as pieces fell onto the newspaper, scattering reddish-brown debris across the page. Once the surface rust was stripped away, the second layer beneath was exposed. This layer was denser, almost fused with the iron surface. Mana paused on this layer for 2 or 3 seconds. Lin could feel the heat rising in the palm of her hand, her knuckles growing hot. Then this layer of rust could no longer hold, cracks began to appear in the center, spreading rapidly like a parched riverbed, cracking open, shattering into pieces and falling away. The rust on the innermost layer of the chassis had turned black, clinging most tenaciously to the iron itself. Mana spent the longest time here, and Lin could feel his stamina visibly dropping in his stomach as the pork knuckle and hardtack he'd just eaten were being rapidly depleted. Crack! With a sharp snap, the final layer of black rust peeled away in one piece, thudding onto the newspaper and shattering into several fragments. The base revealed its true form, the bluish gray of cast iron, with a smooth surface where one could even make out the fine grain left from its original casting. The rubber feet on the base regained their elasticity, transforming from dry, cracked, and hardened back into soft, black rubber. Mana continued moving upward. The support pole was a chrome-plated steel tube. Most of the chrome coating had already peeled away, exposing the carbon steel beneath, pitted and rusted. Wherever mana passed, the rust receded like an ebbing tide, revealing the metal surface underneath. But removing the rust wasn't enough. Under Mana's influence, the remaining chrome plating was also smoothed out. On the once mottled chrome surface, the peeling edges began to become flat and smooth. Although new plating couldn't magically grow from thin air, once the surface oxidation and corrosion were thoroughly removed, the remaining chrome layer regained its metallic luster, shiny and silver, as if it had just rolled off the assembly line and been wiped down by a worker with a cotton cloth. The adjustment knob in the middle of the pole was so rusted it wouldn't turn. Mana lingered there for a few seconds, and a creaking sound could be heard as old rust was squeezed out from the threads of the knob, and reddish-brown powder trickled down. Then the knob loosened. Lin gave it a turn. It moved as smoothly as if it were brand new. Moving further up to the fan head, the most intricate part. The mesh guard was the first to change. The layer of rust and grease caked onto the metal wires. That sticky, black grime was peeled away strand by strand from the surface, as if someone were using an extremely fine brush to clean each one individually. With each wire cleaned, it regained its original silvery white hue, glistening in the setting sun. Dozens of wires, one after another. The flaking grime mixed with rust congealed into clumps of dark brown goo, trickling down the mesh guard, dripping onto the newspaper, and quickly hardening into lumps. Once the grill was cleaned, the fan blades were exposed. The 3 aluminum alloy blades were covered in a thick layer of caked-on grime dust, grease, and oxidation which, over the years, had compressed into a hard crust. As mana reached the surface of the blades, this crust first began to peel away at the edges, then flaked off in large pieces, falling onto the inside of the grill before sliding down through the aluminum alloy body beneath the fan blades gradually came into view, its silver-gray metal surface so clean it reflected light. Finally, the motor. This was the part that made Lin the most nervous. After the rust on the motor housing was removed, he could hear a faint rustling sound coming from inside. That was the dust and carbon residue inside the motor being cleared away. He didn't know if the system still could penetrate deep into the motor, but that mana was indeed seeping into the layers of oxidation, carbon deposits, and dust that had accumulated on the copper coils over decades were being stripped away bit by bit. From the ventilation holes in the motor casing, a steady stream of fine, grayish-black powder was being forced out, like a miniature volcano spewing ash. The process lasted nearly 10 seconds longer than all the previous components combined. Lin felt his legs trembling. The sense of fullness in his stomach had already been depleted by 7 or 8 tenths, his temples throbbing, and that familiar metallic taste rising in his mouth. Hang in there, he gritted his teeth, his grip unrelenting. The last wisp of mana seeped from his palm, and the final patch of rust peeled away from the motor housing. Lin released his grip and took a step back. No, he stumbled. His legs gave way, and he nearly lost his balance, only regaining his footing by grabbing the metal frame beside him. But the sight before him made him forget all his discomfort. A brand new Watson floor fan stood in the setting sun. The cast iron base was a deep, steady gray, and the 4 rubber feet were jet black and glossy. The chrome-plated pole shimmered silver, and the adjustment knob turned smoothly. The grill was perfectly round and symmetrical, with each metal wire clearly defined. The Watson logo in the center was clearly visible, the words Watson in white on a red background. 40 years had passed, yet the colors remained vivid. The 3 aluminum alloy blades are so clean they reflect a person's image. Their curves are elegant, with the tips slightly upturned, a classic design of the old Hwaseng, delivering a gentle breeze without a harsh draft. The oscillation mechanism is in perfect working order. He pushed the fan head with his hand. It swung freely from side to side, the gears meshing with a fine, crisp sound. A large pile of debris lay on the old newspaper, rust flakes, hardened grease, and grayish-black powder, all mixed together, weighing at least 2 or 3 pounds. 40 years' worth of grime had been completely cleared out. Lin gathered the newspaper and tossed it into the trash can, then fetched an extension cord from the corner and plugged it in. His finger hovered over the switch for a second. What if the motor burned out? What if the copper coil snapped? Then that meal of pig-ass trotters would have been for nothing. Click. He pressed it down. A low hum. The sound of the motor starting was steady and deep, not the shrill screech of a cheap motor, but the low-frequency hum characteristic of an old-fashioned copper core motor. The blade spun faster and faster, and a breeze emerged from the grill, blowing against Lin's face. It was cool and steady. It was exactly the kind of breeze he felt as a child, lying on a bamboo mat. Not fierce or hurried, but circling steadily, sweeping over him evenly. He flicked the speed control switch first, second, third, and the change in airflow was distinct at each setting. The motor ran smoothly, with no strange noises or vibrations. The oscillation function worked perfectly too. The fan head swung back and forth at a steady pace, with precise angles. It was an old piece of equipment, nearly 40 years old, yet this old washing fan still turned. Lin crouched in front of the fan, letting the breeze wash over him, lost in thought for a long while. "Old buddy, you've got more staying power than I do." He stood up, rummaged through the tin roof shed for a clean rag, and wiped the fan down from top to bottom. Though it didn't really need cleaning system skill, it already washed it cleaner than he could ever wipe it. But he just wanted to give it a wipe. After finishing, he took over a dozen photos from different angles. The setting sun hit the chrome-plated stand, casting a warm yellow glow, and the Huasheng logo on the mesh guard was crystal clear. He snapped a few more close-ups: the cast iron texture of the base, the curve of the fan blades, the speed settings on the dial, and the factory information on the motor nameplate. The nameplate read, Shanghai Huasheng Electrical Appliance Factory, Model FS40, rated power 65W, manufactured June 1982. 1982, something from exactly 40 years ago. Lin opened the second-hand marketplace app and created a new listing. He thought for a moment about the title, then typed 1982 Shanghai Huasheng FS40 floor fan, fully original, powers on and works normally, in pristine condition. In the description field, he kept it brief. Vintage item, produced 40 years ago by the Shanghai Huasheng Electrical Appliance Factory, all metal body, copper core motor, 3-speed control, oscillation works normally. Powered on and tested, all functions are in perfect working order. Condition is shown in the photos, see for yourself. Serious buyers only, no haggling. In the price field, he entered 2,600. This figure wasn't plucked out of thin air. While cooling off, he just searched the platform for the market price of similar floor fans. Those in poor condition or missing parts were listed between 800 and 1,500. For ones in good condition and fully functional, the starting price was 2,000. Given the condition of his unit unmatched anywhere on the platform, 2,600 wasn't too steep. Collectors of vintage items, or film and TV production crews, would be willing to pay 3,000 if they took a liking to it. Post. Lin put down his phone, carried the fan back into the tin shack, and covered it with a clean sheet. Then he plopped down on a wooden stool, tore open a Snickers bar, wolfed it down in 3 bites, chugged a carton of milk, and finally gnawed on the remaining half of a hardtack. His stomach finally felt a little fuller. "This business is worth doing," he said, chewing on the crumbs as he tallied up today's earnings. Mountain bike, 1,200. Radio, 160. Pliers and wooden crate, 300. Total, 1,680. Subtract the cost of goods. The mountain bike was 50, and the radio, pliers, and wooden crate were all scavenged from the scrap heap, so their cost was practically zero. Then subtract what he hadn't eaten today. Net profit, over 1,400. And if he managed to sell that washing fan, that would bring in another 2,600. Lin swallowed the last sip of milk, crumpled the empty carton, tossed it in the trash, and brushed the cookie crumbs off his hands. There was still a huge pile of stuff waiting for him in the courtyard. Chapter 6, The Shanghai Sewing Machine. It was late at night. The bright light from the outdoor lamp in the courtyard cast long shadows across the pile of junk. Lin finished the last piece of braised pork, wiped his hands, and dove back into the pile of junk to rummage through it. His fingers brushed against a cold piece of cast iron with a familiar shape. He pushed aside the old quilt and several bundles of cardboard, pressing down on it, revealing a black, rusty lump of metal. A sewing machine. Not the kind of electric model with a plastic casing sold in stores today, but an old-fashioned one with a foot pedal and a drive belt. The machine head was cast iron. Most of the black paint had peeled off, exposing the gray, weathered metal beneath. Thread scraps and dust were tangled around the flywheel. The needle plate was rusted black. The presser foot was crooked. Even the bobbin cover was warped. But Lin recognized the oval nameplate on the side of the machine head at a glance. Shanghai. The lettering was blurred, and the gold embossing was reduced to a faint trace, but that oval shape was all too familiar. He crouched down, resting his hand on the machine head, in no hurry to use his system skill. What came to mind wasn't how much the sewing machine was worth, but a single needle. It was summer when he was 7, and the cicadas were chirping so loudly it gave him a headache. His mother was in the main room, pedaling the sewing machine, hemming pants for people to earn a little pocket money. That sewing machine was much like the one before him, now also a Shanghai brand, with a black lacquered head and a cast iron base. The pedal made a clack-clack sound as he pressed it, causing the whole room to shake. He and Lily played nearby. His mother had told them countless times not to touch the sewing machine, but what 7-year-old boy would listen? His mother had been sewing all morning and was tired, so she went into the back room to lie down and rest. Before leaving, she pointed at the two of them and said, "Watch your brother. Don't let him mess with it." Lily promised he would. But while Lily was away getting a drink of water, he climbed onto a stool and, imitating his mother, started turning the handwheel. The handwheel moved the needle bar, and the needle tip went up and down. He thought it was fun and reached his hand under the needle plate to catch it. Kids, after all, want to try everything. When the needle pierced his skin, he froze for a moment, not even feeling the pain at first. Looking down, he saw that the sewing machine needle had pierced the nail bed of his left index finger, with the tip protruding from the pad of his finger, and a drop of blood trickling down the needle shaft. Then the pain hit him. It's a kind of pain he still remembers, even after more than 20 years. It wasn't the sharp, clean pain of a knife cut. It was like a thin needle lodged between flesh and bone, painful whether he moved or stayed still, a dull, throbbing ache that made his whole body shake. His mouth was open, but he couldn't cry out. Lily came back holding a glass of water and dropped it right on the floor. "Mom! Mom!" Lily turned pale with fright. She rushed over, grabbed his hand, and tried to pull the needle out. She was only 11 at the time, panicking terribly as she tugged on the needleless shaft. The needle wouldn't come out. Because sewing machine needles have barbs, pulling it out forcefully from the direction it entered only tears the flesh further. The harder Lily pulled, the deeper the needle went. The blood beneath his fingernail turned from a single drop into a stream, flowing down his finger onto the sewing machine's needle plate, leaving streaks of red and black. He finally cried out, wailing so loudly the whole courtyard could hear him. His mother rushed out from the inner room, her hair disheveled. Seeing the scene, she first yelled at Lily, "What the hell were you doing? I told you to watch your little brother. Did you even do that?" Lily stood there, his hands covered in his brother's blood, his lips trembling, tears streaming down his face, unable to utter a word. His mother, being an adult, didn't panic. She held his arm down with one hand to keep him from moving, while the other turned the dial not clockwise, but counterclockwise. The needle shaft rose, and the tip retracted from the pad of his finger, pulling out inch by inch. The process of pulling the needle out hurt even more than when it went in. He could feel the needle tip being pulled back inch by inch through his flesh, his fingernail lifting up as blood oozed from the puncture hole. Finally, the needle was completely out. His mom disinfected the wound with iodine, and the pain made him howl again. Then he got a beating. It wasn't hard, but his mom cursed as she hit him, her voice so loud that the neighbors came over to see what was going on. Lily got scolded too. Even worse than him, his mom said, "You're Lily, if you don't watch him, who will?" That night, he lay face down on the bed, afraid to touch his left hand. His fingers were swollen like little radishes. Lily sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes swollen as walnuts, blowing on his fingers while sniffling. "Does it hurt anymore?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. In reality, it hurt like hell. Will you dare to touch it again?" "I won't." Lily sniffed again, her voice muffled. "Mom yelled at me." Lin didn't know what to say, so he reached out with his right hand and squeezed Lily's hand. He had never mentioned what happened that night to anyone. Not even in his past life. But on the nail of his left index finger, there had always been a faint vertical line, running from the base to the tip, one that wouldn't wash off. Lin glanced down at his left index finger. The line was still there. He withdrew his hand, took a deep breath, and began to examine the sewing machine in front of him. The machine head was the core component of the sewing machine. Its cast iron casing was heavy, he could barely lift it with both hands. There was no base or tabletop, the wooden surface had likely rotted away long ago when the machine was scrapped, leaving only the machine head and a rusted solid flywheel. Fortunately, the structure of the machine head itself was intact. He tried turning the flywheel by hand, it was stiff, but it moved. The internal linkage mechanism and hook system should still be there, though they were heavily rusted. He carried the head out to the open space in the middle of the yard, laying down a layer of old newspapers underneath as usual. He munched on 2 Snickers bars and downed half a carton of milk, making sure his stomach was stocked up. Holding the machine head's casing with both hands, he silently chanted Omni Cleanse. The moment the mana surged forth, he knew this sewing machine wouldn't be easy to handle. The cast iron casing was even more corroded than those pliers. Left unused and unpolished for over 40 years, tucked away in some forgotten corner, it had been subjected to a relentless assault of moisture, dust, and grease, which had corroded layer upon layer of rust onto the iron surface. The first to react was the residual black paint on the surface. That layer of paint had long since failed, cracked, warped, and flaking off in patches, and what remained was so intermingled with the rust that it was impossible to tell one from the other. Where the mana struck, the remnants of paint and surface rust began to loosen together. It didn't fall off evenly, but rather started at the edges, peeling up in small patches like a snake shedding its skin. Beneath the flakes of black paint lay a layer of reddish-brown rust. The 2 layers came off together, clattering onto the newspaper. Lin glanced down. The newspaper was already covered with a layer of debris, black, red, and brown, all mixed together. Once the paint and surface rust were cleared away, the cast iron body was exposed. It was a dull gray, pitted and uneven, but the shape of the iron shell finally came into view with smooth curves and clean lines. The craftsmanship of the old Shanghai brand molds was indeed meticulous. Traces of the grinding on the cast surface were still faintly visible. Mana continued to seep deeper. Hidden within the fine pits and rust-corroded hollows on the cast iron surface lay even more stubborn oxides. These were barely visible to the naked eye, but he could feel the mana was wrestling with each hollow one by one, as if using a fine needle to pick out the grime. With each one cleared, his palm drained a little more strength. It was only then that the nameplate on the side of the machine head came into view. As the rust flaked away, an oval copper nameplate was revealed, not simply affixed, but embedded into the cast iron casing. The rust and verdigris on the nameplate also peeled away under Mana's influence, and the gold-stamped characters emerged one by one: Shanghai Sewing Machine Factory, Shanghai brand, model JA21. A classic model from the late 1970s to early 1980s. Back in the day, the 1 rotary in the 3 rotary appliances and 1 sound wedding set referred to this very thing. Chapter 7, Exhausting All Strength. With the casing finished, mana began to seep into the machine head's interior. This was the truly arduous part. The internal structure of a sewing machine is far more complex than that of a fan motor: crankshafts, connecting rods, thread take-up levers, feed dogs, rotary shuttles, presser foot springs. More than a dozen metal parts mesh and operate within a space no bigger than a fist. In the gaps between these parts, over 40 years of oil sludge, dust, and rust had mixed into a paste of an indescribable color, caking the entire drive mechanism into a solid mass. As the mana seeped in, Lin could feel the sludge being squeezed out bit by bit. First, from the bobbin case beneath the needle plate, a stream of dark brown, viscous liquid slowly oozed out, trickling down the seam at the base of the machine head, spreading into a pool on the newspaper and emitting a musty, stale smell of machine oil. Next came the joints of the thread-picking rod and connecting rod. Under Mana's influence, the rust-seized pins emitted a faint creak, and rust dust emerged from the joints, sending a small cloud of yellowish-brown powder into the air. Then the pins loosened, and he could feel the drive mechanism inside the machine head gradually regaining its mobility. Cleaning the feed dogs took a long time. The 4 rows of fine teeth were packed with a mixture of compacted thread scraps and grease, hardened to the consistency of cement. Nana swept back and forth between the teeth, forcing the debris out row by row. The hardened clumps first softened, then crumbled, falling out of the grooves in the needle plate and landing on the newspaper with a soft tap-tap. The rust on the presser foot spring was also removed. The spring regained its elasticity, and the presser foot snapped back into place with a click, sitting perfectly straight. The flywheel was the last major component to be cleaned. The cast iron flywheel was covered in a thick layer of rust, and the shaft was so corroded it was nearly welded shut. As Mana concentrated on the spindle, Lin felt the temperature in his palm rise sharply. His fingertips grew scorching hot, and the stamina in his stomach seemed to pour out like water from an open gate, draining rapidly. Hold on. He clenched his back teeth and didn't let go. A series of sharp clicks rang out from the shaft as chunks of rust burst from the bearing gaps, bouncing twice on the newspaper. The flywheel wobbled, then it turned. Lin gave it a gentle nudge. The flywheel spun at a steady pace, driving the internal connecting rod up and down, with the needle rod rising and falling in sync. The entire drive system was alive again. He finally let go. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the floor. His stomach felt hollow and unsettling, his temples throbbed violently, and that metallic taste of blood returned to his mouth. He reached for the Snickers bar beside him. His hand shook so much he nearly dropped it. He tore open the wrapper and shoved it into his mouth, swallowing the whole bar without even chewing, then downed an entire carton of milk before he could finally suppress the wave of dizziness threatening to overwhelm him. After catching his breath for a while, he finally got to his feet to inspect the results. The head of a glossy black Shanghai brand sewing machine lay nestled in the center of the newspaper. The cast iron body had a deep, bluish-gray hue, not a glaringly bright sheen, but the matte texture characteristic of aged cast iron. It felt heavy in his hands at a glance. It was clearly a fine piece with years of history. The curves on the casing were smooth and clean, the edges sharp and defined. On the side, a gold-lettered oval nameplate bore the words Shanghai brand, which glowed with a dull golden sheen under the light. The flywheel turned smoothly. The connecting rod, needle bar, and thread take-up lever worked together with precision. The presser foot opened and closed crisply, and the feed dog teeth were sharp. He found a piece of thread and threaded it through the eye, then stepped down, but there was no pedal. He turned the flywheel by hand. The needle bar drove the needle into a scrap of old fabric, the bobbin thread catching the top thread. He pulled it out to inspect. The stitches were even and fine. "This old thing is tougher than I am." A clump of grime lay piled on the newspaper. Rust, oil sludge, flaking paint, and thread scraps, all jumbled together into a big, black mass weighing at least 3 pounds. Over 40 years of grime, all right here. He cleared away the filth, then took a rag and wiped the machine head inside and out. He took photos, snapping about 20 shots from every angle. Close-ups of the nameplate, details of the flywheel, the needle plate's teeth, the interior of the rotary shuttle. He captured it all. He opened the second-hand marketplace and listed a new item. Title: Shanghai brand JA21 sewing machine head, produced in the late 1970s, all original parts, fully functional, in pristine condition. Description: a vintage piece from the 3 revolutions in 1 sound era, produced by the Shanghai Sewing Machine Factory. Cast iron head, all metal internal components, smooth transmission, sews perfectly. No base or table included, head only. Serious buyers only, no haggling. Price. He browsed the market prices for the same model on the platform. The JA21 model has a loyal following in the vintage collector's circle. Nostalgic enthusiasts, folklore collectors, and production crews filming period dramas all recognize this model. A complete set with the original table and base in good condition can fetch 3,000 or 4,000. For just the machine head, depending on its condition, prices range from a few hundred to 2,000. The condition of his unit was absolutely top tier on the platform. Price: 1,800. Post. Lin put down his phone, carried the sewing machine head into the tin shed, and covered it with a clean cloth. Then he slumped down on a stool, drank the rest of the milk, and munched on 2 hardtack biscuits. It was almost 10 o'clock. Insects were chirping merrily in the yard, and faint dog barks could be heard in the distance. He ran through today's earnings on his fingers. Mountain bike, 1,200. Radio, pliers, wooden crate, $460. The Watson fan is still listed but not sold yet, priced at $2,600. The sewing machine is listed too, $1,800. Just the cash ED taken in today came to $1,606. Add the two items still on display, and the potential income was $4,400. In a single day. In his past life, he spent a month at Donggang Studio, exposed to the elements, weighing old cardboard by the pound and picking up aluminum cans one by one until his back ached so badly he could barely stand straight, all for 3,000 yuan. He looked down at his hands. A faint warmth lingered at his fingertips, and the vertical line on his left index finger stood out clearly in the light. Mom and Dad, if you were still here, would you still scold me if you saw your son like this? No one answered. The wind outside the tin shack made the door creak. Lin swallowed the last bite of his biscuit and tried to push himself up, but his arms went limp and his legs felt like they were filled with lead. He fell heavily back to the ground, his butt landing with a thud on the floor. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, as if he'd been hauling sandbags all day and his body had been completely drained, every bone aching with fatigue. Crumbs of biscuit still lingered in his mouth. Though his stomach was now full, it hadn't restored even a shred of strength. Instead, drowsiness washed over him, and wave after wave, his eyelids as heavy as lead weights gritting his teeth, he dug his fingers into the edge of the bed and shuffled his knees across the floor, forcing himself like a fish out of water to drag himself onto the bed with great difficulty. The moment his face touched the pillow, his consciousness had already faded by more than half. Just before his eyes closed, his phone screen lit up on the second-hand marketplace. Someone had left a comment under the listing for the washing fan. "Hey, is the fan still available?" Lin's lips twitched slightly as he typed two words. Still available. He'd already passed out before he could even hit send. Chapter 8, Clothes as Good as New. He slept straight through until his phone vibrated. Lin was woken by his alarm. It was 6:30 a.m. A sliver of white light seeped into the tin-roofed shack, and the birds outside were chirping so loudly it made his head ache. He rolled over, his whole body aching as if he'd been beaten with a stick. Even lifting his arm was a struggle. He hadn't fully recovered from last night's system skill drain, yet his head felt like it was stuffed with cotton, all foggy and heavy. After lying there for 2 minutes, he suddenly remembered something. He sat up with a jolt and grabbed the phone by his pillow. The screen lit up, and in the message box on the second-hand marketplace, that comment was still there. "Hey, is the fan still available?" The timestamp read 10:03 last night. Scrolling down, he saw 2 characters in his reply box: still available, but they hadn't been sent. He'd passed out the moment his face hit the pillow last night, and his fingers hadn't even had time to tap send. Lin quickly hit send on those 2 words, then added another message: "It's still here, it's still here. See if you're still interested?" After sending the message, he stared at the screen for a few seconds. It was 6:30 in the morning. The other person was probably still asleep. He tossed the phone back beside the pillow and got ready to get up and tidy up. He looked down and froze. The sheets were a mess. Rust stains, black grease marks, and grayish sweat stains were smeared all over them in every direction. There was also a greasy stain on the pillow rubbed in by his head after lying on it all night. He looked down at himself. His t-shirt had a rust red streak across the front, a large patch of salt-stained sweat on the back, and the collar was yellowed and stiff. His pants were even worse, black marks on both knees from kneeling in the scrap pile, and rust flakes from the base of the washing fan stuck to the legs. His socks were a mess of gray, black, and brown, their original colors long since lost. He spent the whole day yesterday digging through the scrap heap, rummaging through fans and sewing machines, his hands caked in grease, mud, and rust, his whole body filthy as if he'd crawled out of a mine shaft, and then he'd just plopped himself onto the bed and slept the night away. All right. Lin stripped off his t-shirt, pulled down his pants, and yanked off his socks. He yanked the sheets off the bed and ripped the pillowcases off too. A pile of stuff lay scattered on the floor, gray, yellow, and black, heaped together like it had just been dragged out of a mud pit. He didn't spare the pair of canvas work boots by the door either, grabbing them and tossing them onto the pile. The grime on the uppers was thick enough to scrape off in sheets, and the seams of the soles were packed with dried mud. Lin first dug out another pair of shorts from the corner and put them on, broke off a piece of cold steamed bun, popped it in his mouth, and took a couple of bites to tide him over, then crouched down in front of the pile of dirty clothes. He pressed both hands against it. Omni cleanse. His palms grew warm as the mana seeped into the fabric. It was different from cleaning metal. Rust on metal peeled away layer by layer, a direct, physical struggle. The grime in fabric was more scattered. Sweat stains seeped into the gaps between fibers, grease and dust clung to the yarn, and rust particles lodged at the intersections of the warp and weft. The mana had to seep into the fibers like water, forcing these impurities out bit by bit. The t-shirt reacted first. The rust-red stain on the front began to shrink as the iron oxide particles within were drawn out from between the cotton fibers, visibly gathering toward the center of the garment. Those tiny reddish-brown particles gathered together, growing larger and larger until they formed a small, soybean-sized bump protruding from the fabric. The yellowed sweat stains around the collar were also changing. Sweat salts and sebum were being squeezed out of the fibers, crawling across the fabric toward the bump, grayish yellow and sticky, like the trail left by a snail. In the space of a dozen seconds, all the stains on the t-shirt had concentrated at that single point on the chest, solidifying into a hard, grayish-brown lump the size of a peanut. The lump broke free from the fabric, dropped to the floor with a thud, and rolled halfway across the concrete floor. The t-shirt's whiteness returned. It wasn't the grayish white you get from laundry detergent, but the pristine white of the day it was first bought and the tag was removed. The cotton fabric felt fluffy and soft. The pants took a little longer to treat. Denim is thicker than pure cotton, with denser fibers, so the black mud and oil stains embedded in the fabric were forced out at a slower pace. The black marks on both knees began to fade from the outer edges, retreating in concentric circles toward the center, until they finally condensed into two small black balls that rolled off the pant legs. The pants regained their deep blue color, and even the seams were straight again. The socks took less than 2 seconds. That layer of grime, its color impossible to define, peeled right off the surface, like shedding a shell, revealing the pure white beneath. The bedsheet was the largest surface area. As mana spread it out, Lynn could feel the energy drain accelerating, not the intense depletion felt when Omni Cleanse processed cast iron, but the reserves in his stomach were definitely dwindling. The rust stains, sweat marks, and grease left on the sheets last night converged from all sides toward the center, piling up into a gray, fluffy mass right in the middle. The grease stain on the pillowcase did the same, eventually shrinking into a small ball and falling off. The canvas shoes were last. He grabbed one in each hand, and mana poured into his palms. The layer of grime on the uppers cracked, curled, and peeled away, revealing the deep blue canvas beneath. Dried mud squeezed out from the seams of the soles, falling with a plop, plop and crumbling into fine debris. The grayish-yellow hue of the rubber soles faded, revealing their original white. Even the shoelaces transformed from stiff, gray cords back into soft white cotton. He let go. A pile of debris lay scattered on the floor, grime extracted from the clothes and sheets. There were hard grains, clumps of lint, and bits of mud, gray, black, and brown, strewn haphazardly across a small patch. Unlike the rust chunks from the Omni Cleanse metal, which weighed several pounds, these probably totaled no more than 2 or 3 ounces, but they looked utterly revolting. Lynn grabbed a broom, swept everything into a pile, and shoveled it into the trash can. She remade the bed, slipped on the pillowcases. It looked as good as new. She folded the clothes and placed them by the bed, and set her shoes by the door. The whole process took only 2 or 3 minutes, and his stamina dropped by about 10%. The Omni Cleanse fabric required far less detergent than the metal. After all, it didn't have to battle through layer upon layer of 40-year-old rust. That said, if he washed clothes like this every day, he'd really save money on detergent. This is probably the most expensive washing machine in the whole county. Lynn sat down at the table to have a proper breakfast. He split open 2 steamed buns, stuffed them with braised pork, and ate 3 of them with salted duck eggs, then downed a carton of milk. He scrolled through his phone while eating. At 7:20, a notification from the second-hand marketplace popped up. The buyer had replied, "I've looked at the item, it really is beautiful. This kind of condition is rare." Just as Lynn was about to reply, "Right," the next message came in immediately. "But I took a closer look at the photos you sent. I zoomed in, and there's a small chip in the paint near the mounting clip at the bottom of the mesh cover, isn't there? The exposed metal surface, take a look and see if you can spot it." Lynn pulled up the photos he'd taken yesterday, pinched to zoom in, and flipped through them one by one. When he got to the 11th photo, he saw it. Toward the left side of the bottom of the grill, near where it connects to the clip, there was a small patch of missing paint. It wasn't too large, about the size of a pinky fingernail, and the silvery metal underneath was exposed. When he'd taken the photos yesterday, his angle had been slightly elevated, so neither the front nor the side shots had captured that spot, but there was one shot taken from above where the edge of the chip was faintly visible. The buyer really had a keen eye. Lynn had actually noticed this issue yesterday while using OmniCleanse. The paint hadn't been chipped off by rust, it was missing to begin with, likely from some knock or bump over the past 40 years. He replied honestly, "You have a keen eye. There is indeed a small chip in the paint. I didn't capture that angle in my photos yesterday, I wasn't trying to hide it. It's purely a cosmetic flaw and doesn't affect any functionality." Buyer, I understand, I know it doesn't affect usability. But your listing says mint condition. Strictly speaking, any chipped paint means it's not mint. Lynn didn't take the bait. He waited for the buyer's next move. Sure enough. Can we negotiate the price? $2,600 is a bit steep. Here we go. Lynn knew this routine all too well. In the second-hand market, buyers always haggle this way: first they praise the item, then they pick out a flaw, and finally use that flaw as leverage to drive the price down. It's hard to say who is right or wrong, it's just business, and everyone plays by their own rules. He replied, "Bro, go search the platform for the same model, the washing FS40 from 1982, in full working order. If you find one in better condition than mine, I'll even cover the shipping costs myself. It's just a tiny bit of chipped paint, not even big enough to cover with your palm, and it doesn't affect the overall condition. But they're selling for $400 or $500. Your asking price is a bit high. Are you buying this to use or to collect? If you're using it, I'd suggest getting a smart fan. If you're collecting, you won't find one in this good condition." The buyer was silent for about 2 minutes. 2,000. Lynn typed, 2003. Buyer, don't be like that, boss. I really want to buy this. I thought it was in perfect condition at first. 2,000, that's really the absolute limit of my budget. Lynn leaned back in his chair and thought it over. The cost of this fan dug out of a scrap heap was just a few bucks. The food OmniCleanse consumed, when calculated, was $20 at most. Even if he sold it for 2,000, he'd make a net profit of $1,980. Haggling back and forth with this guy for half an hour to squeeze out those $200 or $300, would that even cover the cost of OmniCleanse processing his next piece of scrap? Time is more valuable than a few bucks. He typed, 2,000, that's my absolute bottom line. Cash on delivery, and I can ship it out today. Make up your mind quickly, I've got other people interested. That last part was just bluffing. Aside from this guy, no one else had shown interest. But business is all about playing the game between truth and fiction. The buyer's reply came quickly. All right, 2,000. Deal. After Lynn saw the payment go through, he hauled the Watson fan out of the tin shed and removed the bedsheet cover. Looking at it again in the sunlight, the old thing really was a beauty. The cast iron base was solid, the chrome pole gleamed, and the blades were so clean they reflected light. Aside from a small patch of chipped paint at the bottom of the guard and a few chips on the base, he couldn't find a single flaw. He dug out a large cardboard box from the corner of the yard, a box from an old appliance he'd saved from his scrap collecting days, and it was the perfect size. He disassembled the fan into 3 parts, the base, the pole, and the fan head. He wrapped each piece in 2 or 3 layers of old clothes and newspapers, packed them into the box, filled the gaps, and sealed it shut. He wrote "fragile handle with care" on the outside of the box with a marker. Once the job was done, he glanced at his phone. 7:58 a.m. The shipping station opened at 8 o'clock, and it was only a few minutes' walk away. Lynn hoisted the box onto his electric tricycle, rode out of the Donggang studio gate, and headed toward the county town. The sun had already risen. It was a mild mid-April morning, neither cold nor hot. The locust trees by the roadside had just sprouted tender leaves, and the air carried the scent of fresh grass. The concrete road in front of Donggang Studio was nearly deserted, with only the occasional tricycle passing by, its motor humming. As he rode the tricycle, he ran the numbers in his head. Cash received yesterday, 1,200 for the mountain bike, 160 for the radio, 300 for the pliers and wooden box, a total of 1,660. Subtract the 836 spent on food yesterday, 315 for braised pork, 174 for beef, and 347 at the supermarket. Net cash received yesterday, 830. The sewing machine is listed at 1,800, but no one has asked about it yet. Total revenue for the past 2 days, 3,406. Subtract all expenses, and the net profit is just over 2,600. 2 days. In his previous life, he spent a whole month at Donggang Studio, working from dawn till dusk, collecting cardboard, bottles, and old appliances, haggling over every ounce and pound, only to take home 3,000 for the month. Now he done in 2 days what took him a whole month in his past life. And he barely scratched the surface of that pile of junk in the yard. Lin drove up to the shipping station and set the box on the counter. The courier, Young, scanned the label, weighed it, and quoted the shipping fee 60 yuan. After paying, Lin shoved his hands in his pockets and headed back. The sewing machine post had been up all night, and no one had asked about it yet. No rush, that item has a narrower audience. People who collect vintage items will come around once they see it. But he couldn't just sit around waiting. There was still a huge pile of stuff in the yard that hadn't been sorted through. He had to go through each item one by one to see which ones could be washed and which couldn't. The ones that could be washed needed to be washed and listed right away. Every extra thread meant extra income. He didn't know when Jiangwo would make a move, whether it was the fire department, environmental protection, or urban management. No matter which one came after him, he need cash on hand to weather the storm. When he reached the entrance to Donggang Studio, he paused and glanced back toward the town. The sun hung on the eastern horizon, bathing the entire road in a blinding white light. 2,600 yuan, he muttered the figure to himself, pushed open the iron gate, and walked inside. That pile of junk in the courtyard was still piled up in the corner, waiting for him. Chapter 9, The Old Kettle. Lin returned to Donggang Studio, parked his electric tricycle, and headed straight for the pile of junk in the northwest corner of the courtyard. Yesterday he dug out a washing fan and a sewing machine, but he only scratched the surface of that pile. There was still plenty of stuff buried underneath. He crouched down, using both hands to sift through a pile of tattered plastic bags and broken bricks, tossing out 7 or 8 useless items: 2 cracked plastic buckets, a broken off section of water pipe, half a roll of moldy twine, and an enamel bowl missing its handle. He picked up the enamel bowl and examined it. There was a large chip in the bottom. The enamel had chipped away, exposing the black iron base. Reaching deeper, his hand brushed against a cylindrical object cold to the touch, with a metallic feel. He pulled it out and saw it was a kettle. It was made of stainless steel, with a capacity of about 2 liters. The body was round and bulging, and the spout was a short, straight tube. The outside was coated with a layer of red paint, the kind of bright red commonly seen in factory canteens in the 1970s and 1980s, strikingly vivid. But the red paint was long gone. Large patches had peeled off the middle of the body, exposing the stainless steel beneath, which had lost its shine and was now covered in a layer of grayish scale. The lid, however, still had quite a bit of red paint left, patches here and there, with the edges peeling back. The inside of the spout was coated with a thick layer of yellowish-brown scale. He ran his finger along it. It felt as rough as sandpaper. There was a stamped mark on the bottom of the kettle. He flipped it over to take a look. Red flag brand, 2L. He weighed it in his hands. It was quite heavy, with thick walls. These days, stainless steel kettles sell for a few dozen yuan on second-hand platforms, but an old kettle like this with a sense of history, if it's in good condition, could easily fetch 100 or 2 if sold to collectors of vintage knickknacks. Let us wash it first and see. Lin set the kettle down on the open ground in the middle of the yard, laying an old newspaper underneath. He gripped the handle with his left hand and cupped the body with his right, then closed his eyes. Omni cleanse. Mana surged from the palm of his hand, spreading outward along the kettle's walls. The spout was the first to show signs of movement. The thick layer of limescale began peeling away from the inner wall, not in one solid piece, but cracking in concentric circles from the rim inward. The hard, yellowish-brown crust shattered into small fragments, tumbling out through the spout with a tap-tap-tap as they landed on the newspaper, forming a small pile of powdery debris. The inside of the kettle was being cleaned as well. He could hear a faint rustling sound coming from within, the sound of the scale being peeled away from the stainless steel surface. The scale was thickest at the bottom of the kettle, so mana lingered there for 2 or 3 extra seconds. Then, a single piece of scale, as large as a bowl, came loose with a click and bounced once inside the kettle. He shook the kettle, it clattered inside, filled with broken-up scale. The changes on the outer surface were happening simultaneously. That layer of grayish scale and grime was swept away by mana, revealing the stainless steel beneath. Then came the problem. The residual red paint on the kettle, covering perhaps 30 or 40% of the surface, in irregular patches here and there, clung to the walls, far from peeling off as mana passed over them. These patches of red paint had actually been scrubbed spotless, now gleaming like polished metal. The once dull, faded red paint had been restored to its factory fresh crimson hue by the System Skill OmniCleanse, so vivid it was almost blinding. Lin let go and looked down at the result. He was silent for 3 seconds. What the hell is this? The kettle before him was half the natural, gleaming silver of stainless steel and half a vivid, blood-red lacquer. The red and silver jostled together, their edges jagged and uneven, as if someone had casually flung a few strokes of red paint across it. To put it nicely, this was called a color-blocking design. To put it bluntly, it was just a garish, mismatched monstrosity. If listed on a second-hand marketplace, buyers would swipe past it at a glance, without even the slightest urge to click on it. Lin spun the kettle around. The red paint on the lid was in the same condition, scrubbed to a mirror-like shine, looking as if it had just been applied, but now reduced to a few scattered patches, surrounded by bare stainless steel. He understood. System Skill S OmniCleanse targets grime. The paint itself isn't grime, it's a man-made coating that is part of the item. So when System Skill processed it, it treated limescale, dust, and grease as dirt to be removed, while the red paint, which was original wasn't just left untouched, it actually got an OmniCleanse treatment. Now that's awkward. A solid red kettle would sell. A solid silver stainless steel kettle would sell too. But a mottled kettle with patches of red and silver? Unless you're a performance artist, nobody would want that. Lin crouched in front of the kettle, his brow furrowed. He hadn't encountered this problem before. Mountain bikes, fans, sewing machines, while the paint on those items had chipped in places, most of it remained intact. A quick run through System Skill actually improved their overall appearance. An occasional small chip didn't affect the big picture. But this kettle was different. The area where the paint had peeled off was too large, and the remaining paint had become a hindrance. He stared at the patches of red paint on the kettle, his mind racing. It won't wash off. Sand it down? Not only would that be a hassle, but the scratches would look terrible. Use paint stripper? Donggang Studio didn't have any, and buying it would cost money. Plus, chemical stripping left the surface dull and would require polishing afterward. All that work for a water bottle that sells for a few dozen yuan? It just wasn't worth it. Unless... He looked back at the vivid red lacquer on the kettle and narrowed his eyes. System Skill had determined that this layer of lacquer was part of the item itself, which is why it hadn't been washed off. So, could he change that determination? Last time he cleaned the mountain bike, the rust had peeled off automatically. He hadn't deliberately directed mana along any specific path. The same was true when he cleaned the fan. The System Skill had determined on its own what was dirt and what was the base material, and he'd only been responsible for channeling the energy. But this time was different. The remaining lacquer was functionally useless. Clinging to the kettle's surface actually lowered its market value. From the perspective of making this kettle sellable, this layer of lacquer was superfluous. Should it be removed? Yes, Lin decided inwardly. He gripped the kettle again, his left hand on the handle and his right cupping the body, his palm pressed against the largest patch of red paint. This time, he didn't rush to recite the incantation. First, he visualized a scene in his mind: a spotless stainless steel kettle, gleaming silver, with not a trace of paint. Then he focused his attention on the red paint beneath his palm. This is superfluous. He stared at the patch of paint, his mind filled with a single thought: this layer of red paint did not belong on this kettle, it was superfluous and needed to be removed. Omni cleanse. The moment the mana surged forth, he sensed a difference. Compared to the last time, the flow of mana had changed. Instead of spreading evenly in all directions, it concentrated on the spot directly beneath his palm where the red paint was. Like a water hose with a narrowed nozzle, the pressure was actually greater. A faint hissing sound came from beneath his palm. He looked down, the edges of the red paint were beginning to peel up. It wasn't peeling off in small patches, but rather spreading evenly outward from the exact point beneath his palm, with the entire surface lifting in unison, revealing the silvery white stainless steel beneath. The way the red paint peeled away was completely different from how he removed rust earlier. Rust had been scraped off layer by layer with a crisp crackling sound, but the peeling of this layer of paint was almost silent. The surface separated smoothly from the metal, leaving no residue behind, and the stainless steel beneath was as smooth as a mirror. The entire piece of paint fell off, intact. A patch of red paint the size of a palm, thin and with neat edges, its back bearing a layer of grayish-white primer. It landed on the newspaper, light as a feather, with almost no weight. Lyn's breath caught for a moment. She turned the teapot, moving her palm to the second patch of red paint. The same thought: excess. Remove it. Mana struck the paint surface with precision. A hissing sound lasted less than 2 seconds, and the second patch of paint peeled off in one piece. The third. The fourth. She didn't spare the lid either. Each patch yielded the same result: the mana struck, the paint curled, and the entire section peeled away. Clean and crisp, not a trace of paint or adhesive residue remained on the kettle's surface. As the final patch peeled away from the base of the spout, Lyn released her grip and held the kettle up before her. A spotless stainless steel kettle. Silver white all over, with smooth walls and an interior spout so clean it could reflect a person's face. The steel stamp on the bottom, Red Flag brand 2L, was crystal clear. No limescale, no grease, no red lacquer. Just a stainless steel kettle, 2-liter capacity, with thick walls and solid craftsmanship. Scattered across the newspaper were 7 or 8 pieces of red paint flaking, varying in size with neat edges, their backs revealing a layer of grayish-white primer. Beside them lay fragments of limescale that had previously fallen from the spout. Lyn set the kettle down and stared at the palm of his right hand. During the previous Omni cleanse, the system skill had automatically classified the red paint as part of the object itself, so it had cleaned the dirt but left the paint intact. But the second time, he explicitly designated in his mind that this layer of paint is superfluous, and the system skill accepted that judgment, treating the paint as grime and removing it. In other words, the scope of the system skill's Omni cleanse isn't rigidly fixed, it can be controlled by his subjective intent. Whatever he wants to clean, he can clean. What should be left and what should be removed, he decides. The significance of this discovery far exceeds the mere value of a kettle. Going back to those earlier examples, take the chipped paint on the bottom of the Watson fan grill. If he'd known he could control it with his mind, could he have washed away all the paint on the entire grill, restoring it to its original bare metal color? Then there would be no issue of chipped paint affecting the appearance, and he might even have sold it for a few $100s more. Think even further ahead. In the future, when he comes across a metal object that has been painted but has a badly damaged finish, he won't have to waste time wondering, can this paint be removed? He'll simply make a mental decision: the paint is superfluous. One use of Omni cleanse, and the metal is restored to its original state. The reverse is also true. If an object's paint finish is still intact and he doesn't want to touch it, he can simply keep the default mental setting, and the system skill will apply Omni cleanse to the surface without stripping it. It's a switch, and the key is in his mind. Lyn snapped a few photos of the kettle. The stainless steel surface was so clean it gleamed, shimmering silver in the sunlight. The kettle was in decent condition, but it was just a kettle after all, not worth much. He listed it on a second-hand marketplace for 45 yuan if it sold. Great, if not, no big deal. What really excited him wasn't the 45 yuan deal. Mind control. He rubbed his fingers together. The warmth from the Omni cleanse still lingered in his palms. He crouched back down in front of the junk pile, digging through it twice as fast as before. He unearthed a rusty tin pencil case. The cartoon stickers on the outside had crumbled away, and the tin was mottled with patches of red and green where rust and flaking paint mingled. Holding the pencil case in one hand, he thought to himself, strip away all the paint and rust, leaving only the bare tin. Omni cleanse. A few flakes of paint and a pinch of rust dust fell through his fingers. The pencil case in his hand transformed into a silver-gray tin box, with sharp edges and a clean, bare surface. Done. He casually tossed the pencil case aside. It wasn't worth much, but it proved one thing: his mind control was stable and reproducible, not just a fluke like with the water bottle earlier. Lin stood up and stretched his legs, which had gone numb from crouching. He still had more than half of his stamina left. The kettle and pencil case were small items that didn't drain much energy. While he still had some left, he needed to hurry and find a couple more decent items. He dug deeper into the pile of junk and his hand brushed against something hard. He moved aside a bundle of scrap wire and 2 broken basins that were piled on top. What was revealed beneath made him stop. The foot pedal base of a sewing machine. Cast iron, with a pedal and a drive wheel, the same model as the Shanghai brand sewing machine head he found last night. Lin froze for 2 seconds, then let out a chuckle. Hey, it's been waiting right here for me. Chapter 10, The Sewing Machine Base. Lin crouched in front of the base, brushed the dust off the top with his hand, and took a good look around. The base was a combination of a wooden tabletop and a cast iron frame. The tabletop was solid wood judging by the grain. It was a mixed hardwood, not top quality, but the board was thick, at least 3 centimeters. After more than 40 years, the wood had turned black and gray, with a few small chips chipped off the edges. There was a ring of water stains on the left side, near where the machine head would be mounted. The cast iron stand was the real star of the show. It consisted of 2 curved cast iron legs with rubber pads on the bottom, connected by a crossbar, with the footrest suspended beneath it. The design of the stand was quite interesting. The cast iron legs were adorned with patterns, the kind of industrial ornamentation typical of that era, scrollwork, symmetrical on the left and right, with smooth, rounded lines. Back in the day, having this piece in the home meant it was a major piece of furniture, so its design had to be refined. Now, however, the patterns are completely buried beneath the rust. The rust layer on the surface of the cast iron legs is thick and dense. A reddish-brown crust has filled in the patterns so that the lines are no longer visible, and to the touch, it feels entirely rough and grainy. The pedals are even worse. The 2 cast iron pedals, hinged in the middle, have had their anti-slip grooves long since rusted into a solid mass. The drive wheel, that large iron wheel connected to the pedals, is rusted so tightly to its axle that when I tried to push it by hand, it wouldn't budge an inch. The screws securing the tabletop and frame are all rusted as well. The cross slots on the screw heads are completely filled with rust, making it impossible to even insert a screwdriver. What gave Lin the biggest headache was the drive belt. The rubber belt connecting the drive pulley to the flywheel on the motorhead was still hanging on the pulley, but it could no longer be called a belt. The rubber had completely deteriorated, its surface covered in cracks. When he squeezed it, it snapped right in 2, scattering black debris all over the floor. This belt is shot. Lin brushed the broken remnants of the belt aside and tossed them to the side, then turned back to examine the base as a whole. The frame was intact. The cast iron legs weren't cracked, the pins at the pedal hinges were still there, the crossbar hadn't snapped, and though the wooden tabletop was old, the board itself was in one piece. The problem was rust, grime, and wear. Rust and grime, system skill could handle. As for the worn-out rubber belt, he'd have to replace it with a new one. First, he went inside and gnawed on half a braised pork knuckle, chewed through 2 Snickers bars, and downed half a carton of milk. Last night, the deep cleaning Omni cleanse for the sewing machine head had really taken it out of him, and he used a bit more this morning while doing laundry, plus he cleaned the kettle and his pencil case in between. He needed to replenish his stomach's reserves. He gnawed the pork trotter clean, spitting the bone aside. Wiping his mouth, he walked back to the base. First, he tackled the cast iron stand. He pressed both hands against the right cast iron leg, his palms against the cold, rusty surface. Omni cleanse. As soon as the mana flowed out, he sensed that the extent of rust on this base was similar to that of last night's engine block. Both had been neglected for over 40 years. The rust crust on the surface of the cast iron leg was thick. Once the mana seeped in, the outermost layer of surface rust reacted first, and reddish-brown rust powder rained down, piling up at the base of the cast iron leg. The pattern emerged bit by bit. The rust crust began peeling away from the peaks of the raised patterns, first revealing the outlines of the scrollwork, then causing the rust in the grooves to loosen, crack, and fall away. The entire pattern emerged inch by inch from beneath the rust layer, from top to bottom. The texture of the cast iron was just like that of a sewing machine head, a bluish-gray, matte finish with a heavy, substantial feel. The lines of the pattern are crisp and clean, and the scrollwork curves with fluid grace. This decorative pattern, cast from an old mold, possesses a character that modern machines simply cannot replicate. After cleaning the right leg, I moved on to the left. The same process, the same result. The two cast iron legs stood symmetrically, their patterns identical and spotless. The crossbar was quicker to clean, just a single cast iron tube with no complex structure. The surface rust wiped away in an instant. The pedals took a bit more effort. The anti-slip grooves on both pedals were quite fine, with rust lodged deep within the grooves, requiring them to be cleaned one by one. As Mana swept her hand through the grooves, Lynn could feel the heat in her palm rise noticeably compared to when cleaning flat surfaces. The more detail, the greater the energy expenditure. He pressed down on the pedals. The movement at the hinges returned, and they moved up and down smoothly, without any sticking. The drive pulley was the toughest nut to crack. This pulley was about 30 centimeters in diameter, made of cast iron, with a groove around the rim to hold the belt. The axle was completely rusted solid. Previously, he hadn't even been able to budge it. Lynn gripped both sides of the rim with both hands, while Mana focused her energy on the axle. A crackling sound came from the axle as rust flakes were forced out of the gaps in the bore, a fine, yellowish-brown dust covering his face. He turned his head to the side, closing one eye as he continued to bear the strain. The rusted chunks on the axle cracked off one by one, the sound shifting from crackling to creaking, and then the drive wheel wobbled and turned. He released one hand and gave the rim a push with the heel of his palm. The drive wheel spun at a steady pace, causing the pedal to rise and fall. The entire drive mechanism was back in action. The cast iron parts were done. Next up was the wooden tabletop. Unlike metal, the tabletop didn't have rust, but 40 years of dust, water stains, mold spots, and grease had all seeped into the wood fibers. Lynn flipped the tabletop over and placed it face down on the ground, starting with the underside. He pressed both hands against it and applied Omni Cleanse. The sensation of Omni Cleanse on wood was different from that on metal or fabric. As the mana seeped into the wood fibers, he could feel that the grime was soaked into the wood, not just sitting on the surface, but seeping in layer by layer. Dust was on the outermost layer, water stains had seeped deeper, and mold spots were lodged in the crevices of the fibers. The dust came out first. A layer of grayish-white powder rose to the surface of the wood. A simple swipe of his finger was enough to remove it. Next came the water stains. The mineral-rich water that had seeped into the wood was forced out, condensing into concentric rings of white salt deposits on the surface. Once dry, they crumbled to dust with a light flick of his finger. The mold spots took the longest. The fungal hyphae had burrowed into the crevices of the wood fibers, and Mana had to peel them away from the fibers one by one. As she worked, a musty, damp odor wafted from the wood, and gray-green mold was squeezed out, forming a thin, powdery layer on the surface. Lynn wiped away the powder with a cloth, then flipped the board over to treat the front. The front was in better condition. After clearing away the large patches of dust and grime, the wood revealed its true color, a pale yellow tinged with brown with clear, naturally spaced grain patterns. Though not a particularly rare or valuable wood, solid wood is solid wood, and its texture is far superior to today's veneered panels. There were also 4 screw holes on the tabletop, used to secure the machine head. The holes aligned with those on the bottom of the Shanghai brand motor unit from last night. The sizes should match. Then there were the screws. 6 screws, 4 connecting the tabletop to the stand, and 2 securing the drive pulley guard. They were completely rusted solid. The cross slots on the screw heads were clogged with hard, red rust. A screwdriver wound even fit in, and forcing it would definitely strip the threads. Lynn had originally planned to use a pair of pliers to pry it open, but after a moment's hesitation, he tossed the pliers back into the toolbox. Why waste all that effort when he had a ready-made system skill at his disposal? Instead, he simply crouched down and placed his palm directly over the rusty screw that was firmly embedded in the edge of the tabletop. Omni Cleanse. He released a burst of mana from his palm, which seeped through the cracks in the wood and burrowed deep into the threads. A faint hissing sound could be heard as the thick layer of red rust on the nut's surface began to flake and crack. Immediately after, deep within the hole, the rust and old grease that had become firmly embedded in the wood fibers were forcibly squeezed out by the mana. Yellowish-brown powder oozed out through the threads, trickling downward and leaving a small pile of debris on the floor. In a matter of seconds, the iron lump which had looked as if it had been kneaded from mud shed its rusty shell right where it stood. The Phillips head was spotless, revealing the silver bright metal beneath. Lin released his grip and moved on to the next hole, repeating the process. In less than a minute, all 6 screws had been restored to their factory fresh luster. He picked up a Phillips screwdriver, inserted it into the slot of the nut, and applied a little pressure. Squeak! With a crisp sound, the screw, which had been rusted as solid as if it were welded in place, began to turn smoothly, without a hint of resistance. It turned effortlessly, with perfect ease. He let go. His stomach growled. He looked down to check his stamina had dropped by about 30%. The Omni Cleanse consumption for the wooden base was slightly lower than for pure metal parts, but given its large surface area and numerous components, the total consumption was still significant. He went inside and ate another bowl of braised pork and a flatbread, half a compressed biscuit, and drank half a carton of milk. He sat on a stool and rested for 5 minutes. Then he stared at the rubber belt, now reduced to crumbs, for a while. Time for a replacement. No other way around it. System skill can clean off grime and rust and restore elasticity to aged rubber, but this belt has already shattered physical damage. He pulled out his phone and searched for sewing machine foot pedal belt. They were available, costing just a few yuan each. But even with the fastest shipping, it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow or the day after. The farmer's market. The farmer's market on the east side of Linzi County had everything: shoe repair stalls, key cutting stalls, hardware and sundry stalls. A sewing machine belt like this should be readily available at a hardware and sundry stall. Lin changed into a clean outfit the one system skill had washed that morning, a white t-shirt so bright it was almost blinding, and crisp, deep blue jeans. Slipped on his Omni Cleanse canvas shoes, locked the door to Donggang Studio, and hopped on his electric scooter to head into town. Donggang Studio was in Chengbian Village, just over a kilometer from the county seat. It took about 10 minutes to get there by scooter. Chapter 11, Assembly. The farmer's market was located in the middle of the county town's old quarter, right next to Cross Street. Lin parked his scooter by the roadside and walked inside. It was just past 9 in the morning, and the market was bustling with activity. Vendors selling vegetables, fish, tofu, and prepared foods called out to customers in a constant chorus. The aisles between the stalls were so narrow that 2 people could barely walk side by side. The ground was wet, littered with vegetable scraps and fish scales. Lin skirted around the fresh meat stall, turned into the alleyway at the back, and found the hardware and sundries stall. The stall owner was an old man in his 50s named He. Everyone called him Old He. The stall wasn't large, but 2 folding tables were piled high with all sorts of small hardware: screws and nuts, wire and nails, hinges, faucet washers, plus a few locks, several boxes of tape, and a few rolls of electrical tape. Several cardboard boxes were crammed under the tables, filled with even more odds and ends. "Mr. He, do you have any sewing machine belts?" Old He was crouched on the ground sorting through a box of doorstops. He looked up at him. "Sewing machine belts? The old-fashioned foot-powered kind?" "Yes, the drive belt, the one connecting the foot pedal flywheel to the machine head flywheel." Old He stood up, rummaged around under the table for a moment, and pulled a few black rubber bands of varying lengths and thicknesses out of a plastic bag. "Did you measure it? How long is it?" Lin had measured the distance from the drive pulley shaft to the head pulley shaft with a tape measure yesterday when he was taking apart the base, so he recalled the number. "The distance is about 45 centimeters. Do you have anything that fits?" He sorted through them and pulled one out. "Try this one. It's a universal size. It's stretchy enough. If it's too long, you can cut it and glue it back together." Lin took it and gave it a tug. The rubber was quite elastic, and the thickness was just right. "How much is it?" 5 yuan. Lin fished some change out of his pocket and handed it over. Old, he took the money and asked, "Fixing an old sewing machine?" "Yeah, I dug up an old base and thought I'd try fitting it with a belt." Old, he nodded. "Not many people mess with these anymore, young folks all use electric ones. But the old machines are solid. My wife's SB brand machine lasted 30 years, she only retired it a couple of years ago." Lin smiled, didn't he linger, and walked away with the belt. He turned to a nearby stall and spent 3 yuan on a small bottle of sewing machine oil, that yellow, transparent lubricant used to grease screws and bearings. Leaving the farmer's market, he passed a steamed bun shop and bought 6 meat buns. 1 yuan each, piping hot, filled with pork and scallions. He rode his bike back to Donggang Studio, munching on 3 of the buns along the way. Once inside the courtyard, he set the remaining 3 buns on the table before starting to unload his things. The sewing machine head had been packed up last night and was covered with a cloth inside the tin-roofed shed. Lin removed the cloth, carried it out, and placed it in the middle of the courtyard. The base was also brought over, tabletop facing up, with the 4 legs of the stand touching the ground just as it would be in normal use. First, we aligned the parts. There were 4 screw holes on the bottom of the machine head and 4 pre-drilled holes on the tabletop. We lined them up one by one, and the dimensions matched perfectly. He placed the machine head on the tabletop, adjusted its position, and aligned the screw holes. He took out the 4 OmniCleanse screws and screwed them in. The first 2 went smoothly. The screws drove into the wood, gripping the embedded nuts on the underside of the tabletop, and tightened securely. The third one was a bit stiff. There was a squeak as the threads engaged with the nut. Lin took out the motor oil he'd just bought, dripped 2 drops onto the screw, turned it a few times, and it slid in smoothly. He tightened it. The 4th one went in. The machine head was securely fastened to the tabletop. He gave it a shake with his hand. It didn't budge an inch. The joint between the cast iron machine head and the solid wood tabletop was a perfect fit. The screws were tightened firmly, with no play. Next up was the drive belt. Lin crouched down and crawled under the tabletop to check the position of the drive pulley. The drive pulley was on the right side of the base, connected to the pedals via the crank. The groove around the rim of the drive pulley is designed to hold the belt. The flywheel protruding from the right side of the headstock also has a similar groove. The belt is looped between these 2 pulleys. Stepping on the pedal turns the drive pulley, which, via the belt, drives the flywheel on the headstock. The flywheel, in turn, drives the internal connecting rod, causing the needle bar to move up and down. He took out the new belt and compared its length. These universal belts are made slightly longer. The advantage is their wide compatibility, but the downside is that you have to adjust them yourself. He first slipped the belt into the grooves on the drive pulley, then pulled it upward until it reached the grooves on the head flywheel. He gave it a tug. It was just a bit too short, about 1 or 2 centimeters short. If the belt was too tight, forcing it on would not only cause slippage but also make pedaling difficult. He took the belt off and flipped it over to inspect it. The cross-section was trapezoidal, a standard V-belt with the right width and thickness, but the length was just a tiny bit off. After thinking it over, he slipped the belt back onto the drive pulley. This time, instead of forcing it from above, he manually rotated the engine flywheel to a specific position, the angle where the belt took the shortest path from the drive pulley to the flywheel. After a couple of adjustments, he found the right angle. The belt settled into the flywheel groove with perfect tension, neither too loose nor too tight. When he pressed down on the middle of the belt with his finger, it gave about a centimeter textbook perfect tension. He tightened the 2 screws on the drive pulley cover, applied a drop of oil, and secured them. He climbed out and used system skill to remove the dust from his pants. Next came lubrication. He took the bottle of oil and applied a drop to every possible spot: the drive wheel axle, the pedal hinges, the crank connection points, the flywheel shaft at the head, the needle bar guide, the thread take-up lever joints, and the rotary hook shaft. He applied 2 or 3 drops to each spot, turned it by hand to loosen it up, and let the oil seep in. The machine oil had a faint scent, somewhat reminiscent of the smell of sewing machines he'd encountered as a child. After oiling it, he stood in front of the base and placed both feet on the pedals. He pressed down once. The pedal sank, the crank turned the drive wheel halfway, the belt followed suit, the bobbin case flywheel rotated, and the needle bar plunged downward. He pressed down again. This time it was smooth. The pedal, drive wheel, belt, flywheel, connecting rod, and needle bar, the entire drive chain came to life, emitting a steady click-clack sound. Once the rhythm was steady, Lin increased the pace of his pedaling. Click-clack, 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 click-clack. The needle bar moved the needle rapidly up and down, the thread take-up lever swung in sync, and the feed dogs moved back and forth in the slots of the needle plate. The entire sewing machine came to life beneath his feet, emitting the same sounds heard in the workshop 40 years ago. The wooden tabletop vibrated slightly, the cast iron frame stood firm, and the drive belt ran at a steady speed between the two pulleys. No slippage, no strange noises. He found a scrap of old fabric to place under the needle plate, threaded the machine, and pressed down with his foot. The needle pierced the fabric, the bobbin thread caught the top thread, and the fabric passed beneath the feed dogs, leaving a straight, even stitch. He picked it up to examine it. The stitches were even and fine, each one spaced uniformly, the seam smooth and straight. Lin tossed the scrap of fabric aside and stood up from the sewing machine. Chapter 12, Donggang Studio's Transformation. A complete Shanghai JA21 sewing machine, including the machine head and foot pedal base, the full set. The cast iron machine head had a matte, bluish-gray finish, and the gold-lettered nameplate gleamed. The solid wood tabletop had a clear grain that would bore the marks of years of use. It was clean and tidy. The scroll work on the cast iron stand was exquisite and beautiful, the anti-slip grooves on the foot pedal were distinct, and the drive wheel turned smoothly. Apart from a slight discoloration left by a water stain on the left side of the tabletop and a few small nicks on the corners of the machine head, the entire machine was in impeccable condition. Fully functional, in excellent condition. He went back inside to grab his phone and took over 30 photos from every angle. Panoramic shots, side views, close-ups of the machine head, the nameplate, the scrollwork, the pedal details, the drivewheel details, and the stitching effect on the needle plate. He captured it all. He opened the second-hand marketplace app and found the listing he deposted last night for the sewing machine head. Delisted. Create a new listing. Title: Complete Shanghai JA21 Sewing Machine Set, late 1970s, head plus original foot pedal base, fully functional, excellent condition. Description: a vintage piece from the three revolutions in one sound era, manufactured by the Shanghai Sewing Machine Factory. Cast iron head plus solid wood tabletop plus cast iron foot pedal base, complete set, cast iron patterns intact, smooth operation, sews perfectly. See stitching photos. Drive belt recently replaced. A complete set with base in pristine condition. You won't find another like this online. Serious buyers only, no haggling. Price: he listed the machine head alone for $1,800. But with the original base, tabletop, foot pedal, and drive system included, this is in a whole different league. On the platform, a complete JA21 set with a base in good condition goes for $3,000 or $4,000. This one's condition blows the others out of the water, and it's a genuine, original matching set, not a later assembled hodgepodge. Input: 3,800. Post. Lin put down his phone, grabbed the remaining 3 buns from the table, and sat on the stool next to the sewing machine to eat. The buns had gone cold, the meat filling no longer scalding his mouth, and the dough felt a bit tough as he chewed. But he savored every bite. After finishing 2, he counted the money he made today on his fingers: $2,000 for the washing fan, minus $60 for shipping, leaving him with $1,940. This morning he spent 5 yuan on a belt, 3 yuan on motor oil, and 15 yuan on buns, for a total of 23 yuan. Current total assets. Cash on hand, 1,606 plus 1,904, totaling 3,560. Minus 2 days' worth of food and miscellaneous expenses, 836 plus 23, totaling 859. Net earnings, 2,701. Items listed for sale: complete sewing machine set for 3,800, stainless steel kettle for 45. Potential total income, 6,546. 3 days. Lin stuffed the last bun into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out, and mumbled indistinctly, "In 3 days, I've earned what I made in 2 months in my past life." The sound of an engine sputtering came from the entrance. Someone was here. Lin stood up and glanced toward the main gate. A farm tricycle turned into the yard, its cargo bed piled high with tightly packed scrap cardboard, bundled 3 or 4 layers deep. The driver was a lean, dark-skinned middle-aged man wearing dusty work clothes. His face was deeply lined, clearly someone who'd spent years on the road. Lin recognized him. Old Zhao Dajuan was one of the small-time scrap collectors from the surrounding villages who came here to sell their haul, stopping by 2 or 3 times a month. He dealt with him in his previous life. It was a familiar face. "Gang, you're here." Dajuan cut the engine, hopped down, and brushed the dust off his clothes. "Brother Lin, busy?" "Not busy. What VE you brought today?" "Scrap cardboard. I've been saving it up for about half a month. Got some scrap metal too. Come take a look." Lin walked over, climbed into the truck bed, and rummaged through the load. The cardboard was packed pretty tightly, tied with nylon rope, about 4 or 5 bundles. In the corner sat a bag of scrap metal, broken iron pipes, warped barbed wire, a few rusted metal drums, a jumble of odds and ends. "How much for the cardboard?" "Just weigh it." Lin rolled out the floor scale from the corner of the yard, and the two of them worked together to unload the bundles of cardboard one by one to weigh them. The first bundle, 32 Gene. The second, 28 Gene. The third, 35 Gene. The fourth, 31 Gene. The fifth, 26 Gene. Total, 152 Gene. The current purchase price for scrap cardboard is 45 cents per gene, so Lin paid him that rate. 152 multiplied by 0.45, 68.4 yuan. 68.5 yuan, let us round it up, Lin said. Dajuan nodded, all right. He weighed the bag of scrap metal again, 43 Gene. The purchase price for scrap iron depends on the type. Pure iron parts are 1.20 yuan per gene, while mixed scrap is 0.80 yuan. Dajuan's bag contained a mix of everything: iron pipes, barbed wire, and broken buckets, so Lin classified it as mixed scrap. 43 multiplied by 0.80, 34.40 yuan. 34.50 yuan. All right. The two items together came to 103 yuan. Lin counted out the money from his pocket and handed it over. Dajuan took it, counted it, and tucked it into his own pocket. Brother Lin, you've kept this yard pretty tidy. Dajuan looked around, his gaze lingering on the sewing machine in the middle of the yard. Whoa, did you just pick up this sewing machine? It looks brand new, doesn't it? It's old. I gave it a good wash. You washed it? Dajuan walked over, bent down to take a closer look, and ran his hand over the patterns on the cast iron legs. What did you use to wash it? To get the cast iron looking like this, I've been collecting junk for years, and I've never seen an old sewing machine in this kind of condition. Lin smiled, specialized cleaner imported. Pretty pricey. Dajuan straightened up and smacked his lips, impressive. You selling it? It's listed online for 3,800. Dajuan gasped, 3,800? For a sewing machine? It's a complete set, a Shanghai brand from the late 70s. Go search the platform you want to find another one in this condition. Dajuan shook his head, you young folks know how to have fun. I don't get this stuff. An old sewing machine selling for 3,800? I've got one sitting in my backyard that is so rusted it's a sight to behold. Bring it over sometime. I'll take it. That one looks even worse than yours. I doubt it's worth much. No problem. Bring it over and I'll take a look. Oh, right, Lin suddenly remembered something and called out to him. From now on, I want to be collecting old appliances, motorcycles, cardboard boxes, scrap metal, or glass bottles anymore. I'll pay you a high price for them. Dajuan was taken aback. Why? Are cardboard boxes not worth anything anymore? No, never mind. Just don't worry about it, I'll pay you a good price. Though puzzled, Dajuan nodded, hopped on his tricycle, and rode off. Lin carried the scrap cardboard over to the warehouse and sorted it by type. He dumped the scrap metal into the pile next to the tin-roofed shed. There was no point in collecting these non-recyclable items that couldn't be processed by OmniCleanse. The profit margin was too low. The sun climbed higher, and the courtyard grew hot. He went back inside, took a gulp of cold water, sat down to rest, and pulled out his phone to check the second-hand marketplace. The listing for the complete sewing machine set had been up for just 20 minutes, and 2 people had already bookmarked it. The kettle listed at 45 yuan. Hadn't he gotten any views yet? He put down his phone, stood up, and stretched his back a bit. He sent a few photos to Wenquan on WeChat. "Buddy, are you interested in this sewing machine and kettle?" There was still quite a bit left to go through in that pile of junk in the northwest corner of the yard. After all, he couldn't remember exactly what was in there from 3 years ago. He was feeling pretty good today, and he managed to conserve his system skill better than yesterday, maybe because he used it so much. His body was slowly adapting. He still had some energy left, enough to clean 2 or 3 small items at least. Time to get back to it. He walked over to the pile of junk and bent down to start rummaging through it. Chapter 13, Collaboration. Lin had just finished stacking the scrap cardboard in the yard when his phone rang. It wasn't a call, it was a private message notification from a certain marketplace app. Ding ding ding. It rang several times in a row. He pulled out his phone and saw that the comments section under the post for the complete sewing machine set had exploded. First DM, boss, is the sewing machine still available? Can you knock 380 off the 3000? Second, is this JA21 the original base? Can I see if there's a serial number on the bottom? The third was short and to the point, 3000 with free shipping, deal or no deal? The fourth was the most interesting. The sender started by sending a photo of a Butterfly brand sewing machine in terrible condition, with the caption, "Compared to yours, mine looks like a disaster zone. How on earth do you maintain yours?" Lin replied to each one. To the one asking if the price could be lowered, he replied, "Just listed, not in a rush to sell." To the one asking for the serial number, he flipped the machine over, snapped a photo of the bottom, and sent it. To the one asking about 3000 yuan with free shipping, he replied, "No free shipping, cash on delivery is negotiable." He ignored the one who sent the photo. That person was just looking for attention. Just as he was scrolling through the messages, his phone rang. It was Wenquan. "Bro, I saw that sewing machine photo you posted on WeChat, is that the full set?" Wenquan's voice on the other end was half a notch higher than usual. "Full set, the machine head plus the original foot pedal base. Just put it together today. How much did you list it for?" 3,800. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. "I'll come take a look. Don't sell it to anyone else, hold it for me." "Alright, come on over." After hanging up, Lin checked the time, 10:10 a.m. At the speed Wenquan had driven over last time, it would take him 10 minutes at most. He slipped his phone into his pocket, walked over to the sewing machine, crouched down, and inspected every part. He wiped the nameplate on the machine head. There wasn't much dust, but he just done it on autopilot. He ran his fingers along the patterns on the cast iron stand. There were no burrs. The discoloration from the water stain on the tabletop was still there. The system skill couldn't fix it. The color had seeped into the wood fibers, so it wasn't considered dirt. After waiting about 15 minutes, the sound of an engine reached him from the courtyard gate. A white van turned in, even more abruptly than last time, its wheels kicking up a cloud of dust on the dirt road. Wenquan cut the engine and jumped out, walking toward the sewing machine before he even closed the door properly. His eyes reached the machine before he did. "Damn, Lin." He circled the sewing machine, crouched down to examine the patterns on the base, stood up to feel the tabletop, then bent over to inspect the drive pulley. "These patterns on the cast iron legs, did you polish them out?" "Yeah." "Scrollwork, symmetrical, not a single chip." Wenquan crouched down and traced the lines of the pattern with his finger. The precision of that mold, foundries can't make that kind of work these days. He crawled under the table again to inspect the belt and drive pulley. "Did you just replace the belt?" "The old one had aged and cracked, so I swapped it out for a standard replacement." "What about the drive pulley? Does the shaft turn smoothly? Try stepping on it yourself." Wenquan stepped up to the foot pedals, placed both feet on them, and pressed down tentatively a couple of times. The pedals drove the pulley, the belt began to move, and the flywheel at the machine head spun along with it. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. He picked up the pace. The needle bar moved rapidly up and down, and the entire machine ran smoothly. Wenquan stopped after 7 or 8 strokes, took a couple of steps back, and surveyed the machine. 3,800? 3,800. Bro, I'll be honest with you. Wonkwon rubbed his hands together. This machine is definitely the best condition JA21 I've ever seen, no question about it. But here it comes. Lin folded his arms and waited for him to continue. But I'm not taking it home to play with myself, I'll have to mark it up to sell it. If I take your price, my profit margin will be too thin. How much are you offering? 3,000. Lin didn't say a word. Wonkwon added, "There's that water stain and color variation on the surface, right? I'll have to fix it up once I get it back, sand it down and apply some wood wax oil. That's going to cost me a bit in labor." 3,200. Lin held up two fingers. 3,100. 3,200. That's a fair price for you. Lin patted the tabletop. Go search the platform U1T, find a single complete JA21 set in this condition at this price. I've listed it online and had several people ask about it. If someone actually offered 3,003 or 3,005, I'd ship it, but that cost another 60 or 70 in shipping. You come pick it up in person, it's less hassle for me, and you save on the shipping difference. Wonkwon stood there pondering for a few seconds, then held out his hand. 3,002 it is. Deal. The two shook hands. Wonkwon fetched a large woven bag and a roll of bubble wrap from his car. Together, they dismantled the sewing machine into the head and base, wrapped them in bubble wrap, and stuffed them into the back of his van. The transfer went through. 3,200 yuan hit his account. Lin stared at the number on his phone, his lips twitching slightly. 3,200 yuan for a piece of junk dug out of a scrap heap. The cost was just that 5 yuan belt and 3 yuan worth of motor oil. Oh, right. He turned and went into the tin shed, pulled out the stainless steel thermos, and handed it over. See if you'll take this. Wonkwon took the kettle, turned it over and over in his hands, and ran his finger along the side. Hongqi brand? He examined the steel stamp on the bottom, then looked at the body of the kettle, his brow furrowing slightly. What happened to the paint on this? It's scraped off. Scraped off? Wonkwon held the kettle up to the sunlight, tilting his head to watch the reflection on the surface. His expression was a bit strange. That doesn't add up, brother Lin. You say you scraped it off, but I'd been in the second-hand business for years. Scraping paint like that would leave at least a scratch on the kettle's surface, or even sandpaper marks. What did you use to scrape it off? Lin's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained impassive. I soaked it in chemical paint stripper. After soaking, I just wiped it off with a rag. Wonkwon ran his fingers over the kettle's surface again. Soak it in paint stripper, huh? He nodded half-heartedly, his expression still reading, I think you're pulling my leg, but I can't prove it. But this kettle, Wonkwon set the kettle down. The stainless steel is pretty shiny, but the paint is gone. The appeal of these old kettles on the second-hand market is all about that vintage red lacquered look. If you strip the lacquer off, you're left with a bare stainless steel kettle at 1T sell well at a retro stall. I'd have to take it back and get it repainted, and just the labor for one coat of paint and baking it dry would cost at least 20 or 30 yuan. So how much will you offer? 20. 20. Lin felt a twinge of frustration. He delisted this kettle on the platform for 45, and hadn't even had a single inquiry. Wonkwon was offering 20, though it stung to hear. He understood the logic. The paint was scratched, and without that layer of red lacquer, the vintage appeal was effectively zero. When he used his system skill to strip the paint, he'd only been focused on fixing the stain issue, without considering market preferences. Chapter 14, The Deal. Alright, 20 it is. Wonkwon transferred another 20. The two transactions together came to 3,220. Wonkwon shoved the kettle into his car, came back, leaned against the door, and pulled out a cigarette for Lin. Lin waved it off, so Wonkwon popped it into his own mouth and lit it. Brother Lin, I'll be blunt. He exhaled a puff of smoke. The stuff you've sold me these past couple of days, the mountain bike, the radio, the pliers, the wooden crate, the sewing machine, they all have one thing in common. What's that? They're too clean. Wonquan tapped the ash from his cigarette. I've been in the second-hand business for 4 or 5 years now, and I've bought thousands of used items. The stuff Donggang Studio digs up, even if it's been washed, still has that indelible grime to it, oil and mud in the crevices, rust stains around the screw holes, that layer of oxidation on the cast iron parts that you just can't wipe off no matter how hard you try. But your stuff? One item is cleaner than the next. It's so clean it doesn't look like salvage junk at all, it looks more like stock items just unboxed from a warehouse. He glanced at Lin. What on earth did you use to clean them? Lin knew this question was bound to come sooner or later. Ever since the mountain bike sold, he'd been thinking about how to make this story add up. Washing 1 or 2 pieces, he could say hand-washed, but washing 5 or 6 and still claiming hand-washed people aren't stupid. A cleaning solution I mixed myself, he said, unflinching. You mixed it yourself? Back when I was working away from home, I spent half a year at a chemical plant. I watched the foreman mix industrial cleaning solutions and jotted down a rough formula. When I came back, I bought a few ingredients and experimented with the mix. It works pretty well. So that's your secret formula, then? The formula itself isn't anything special. There are plenty of industrial rust and grease removers on the market. The key is the proportions and the process. Most people don't have the patience to figure it out. Wonquan took another drag on his cigarette. Your skills are worth a lot. He stubbed out the cigarette and stomped on it twice. Do you know how much second-hand stuff my shop takes in every month? Just furniture alone, dozens of pieces, not to mention old appliances, hardware tools, and farm machinery parts. It fills half the warehouse. Some items are just a hair's breadth away from being in good condition. The casing is too dirty, or the rust is too heavy. Customers see they don't look presentable and turn on their heels. If I had your skills, I could wash those items before putting them back on the shelves and sell at least 30% more. Lin got the picture. Wonquan wasn't just talking, he was genuinely considering turning Lin's cleaning skills into a competitive advantage for his supply chain. You mean you want me to clean the goods for you? It's a partnership, Wonquan said, sitting up straight. You have the skills, I have the inventory. I'll bring over the items that need cleaning, you'll get them ready, and I'll take them back to sell. We'll settle the Omni-Cleanse fees separately, either by the piece or by weight, whichever works. Lin didn't rush to reply. It wasn't as if he hadn't considered this path before, relying solely on the limited stock in his Donggang Studio. There was only so much he could refurbish. And once he'd gone through it all? Would he just sit around and let his resources run dry? Wonquan's second-hand shop was a steady source of supply. Hundreds of used items passed through his store every month. Even if only 1/10 of them required deep cleaning, that would still amount to dozens of items a month. Charging a cleaning fee of a few dozen to a few hundred per item made the numbers work. But there were risks. If the volume of items he was cleaning for Wonquan got too big, Wonquan would eventually get suspicious. The homemade cleaning solution excuse might work for a while, but over time, Wonquan would surely want to know the formula or even start doing it himself. But that was all for the future. Right now, what he needed was cash flow. All right, Lin nodded. But I have a few conditions. Go ahead. First, you bring the items to me to be cleaned, and once they're done, you come pick them up. I won't do the work at your shop. Wonquan nodded. All right, no problem. Second, we'll charge by the item, with different rates for small and large items. Small items, tools, cookware, small appliances range from 30 to 50 per item, depending on how dirty they are. Large items, furniture, major appliances, farm machinery parts start at 100 per item, depending on the workload. Isn't that a bit pricey? If you take an old electric fan to a cleaning company, the labor alone would cost more than that. And you've seen the results they produce. Lin pointed to the sewing machine wrapped in bubble wrap in the back of the van. You won't find a single flaw in the condition of the items I clean. Wonquan thought it over and didn't haggle any further. Third, Lin held up his third finger, you're not allowed to watch the cleaning process. When he heard this, Wenquan paused for a moment. It involves proprietary formulas and techniques you'll understand. Wenquan chuckled and waved his hand. Got it, got it. Trade secrets I1T look. Just drop the stuff off and leave. Call me when it's done. That's a fair deal. So, is that settled? Settled. Wenquan walked over and patted Lin on the shoulder. I'll bring over a batch of the lower quality stuff first so you can test the waters. We'll work out the kinks. All right. Wenquan got into the van, started the engine, rolled down the window, and poked his head out again. Oh, by the way, Lin, that cleaning agent of yours, are you really not selling the formula? No. All right, then I'm off. The van sputtered and sputtered as it rolled out the gate and turned onto the concrete road. Lin stood in the middle of the yard, watching the trail of dust gradually dissipate. He looked down and calculated his earnings so far today. The complete sewing machine set was 3,200 yuan, the kettle was 20 yuan, and he spent 103 yuan on scrap collection. Today's net income was 3,117 yuan. Adding that to his savings from the previous 2 days, he now had over 5,800 yuan in cash on hand. In less than 5 days. He rubbed his fingers together, the palms of his hands still carried the scent of smoke from shaking hands with Wenquan just moments ago. If this cleaning subcontracting venture took off, his income wouldn't rely entirely on sorting through scrap himself anymore. Washing others' goods for a service fee would provide a steady income, rain or shine. He could continue listing the high-quality items unearthed by his Donggang studio on the platform for top dollar, a two-pronged approach. The key was pacing himself. Washing too much in a single day would take a toll on his body. If his stamina runs out, his system skill is useless. Plus, cleaning too much too fast will only make Wenquan more suspicious. What kind of cleaner in this world can restore 40-year-old cast iron to factory new condition? The chemical plant formula excuse will hold up for a month or two at most. Sooner or later, he'll have to come up with a more credible cover story. But that's a problem for a month or two down the line. The most urgent task right now was to rummage through the remaining junk in his yard before Wenquan delivered the job. Who knows what treasures might be buried beneath that pile? Lin slipped his phone back into his pocket and walked toward the pile of junk in the northwest corner of the yard that he hadn't finished sorting through yet. He bent down and used both hands to push aside the top layer of broken wooden planks. His fingers touched something cold and heavy. Chapter 15, The Projector. The object his fingers touched was cold and heavy. Lin moved aside the debris one by one, the broken wooden planks, half a roll of rusted barbed wire, and 2 broken bricks. It wasn't buried very deep, just under 2 layers of junk, but it was in a tricky spot, wedged between the shell of a broken washing machine and a bundle of scrap rebar. He gripped the edge with both hands and gave it a tug. It didn't budge. It was too heavy. The weight of this thing felt off. It wasn't just an ordinary hunk of iron. Lin shifted his stance, crouching slightly, bracing his back, and hoisting it upward with both hands. With a muffled grunt, the object lifted off the ground. He caught it in his arms, took 2 steps back, and set it down on the open ground. A machine. To be precise, an old-fashioned movie projector. It was covered in a thick layer of grime mixed with oil and mud, its original color impossible to discern. Gray, black, and rust-brown stains had all blended together. The body was a cast aluminum alloy casing with 2 spools, one above and one below, designed to hold film reels. The lens barrel protruded from the front of the body, about 15 centimeters long. The barrel-less opening was caked with a layer of hardened grime, completely obscuring the lens. On the side of the body, where a nameplate should have been, the area was completely covered in grease. Lin rubbed it hard with his thumb a couple of times, scraping off a patch of leathery grime to reveal a short stretch of text beneath. Changjiang. He rubbed it a couple more times, and the rest of the text came into view. Changjiang Model 16-4. Lin crouched there, staring at those words for several seconds. A Changjiang 16mm film projector. He'd seen one of these before. Not in a scrap heap, but when he was a child, a very, very young child. Back then he was 5 or 6 years old, in the 1990s. Watching movies in the countryside back then was a completely different experience from going to the cinema today. There was no air conditioning, no seats, no popcorn, not even a proper shelter. It was just the threshing floor at the village entrance. 2 bamboo poles were erected, a white screen was strung up, and the projectionist would arrive on a 28-inch bicycle, carrying the projector and the film reel. Back then, there were hardly any TVs in the whole village, let alone cable channels. If a family had a 14-inch black and white TV, a line of people would gather at their doorstep come evening. So whenever word got out that there'd be a movie that night, it was like a holiday. News spread faster than a phone call. At lunchtime, someone would shout out no one knew who started it, there's a movie tonight. Within half an hour, all 3 villages knew. Lynn remembers it clearly. His mom would prepare dinner early, starting the pot at 4:30. His dad would come back from the fields, wash his face, grab a bowl, and squat on the doorstep to wolf down a couple of mouthfuls. Then he'd toss his chopsticks aside and say, "Let us go claim our spots." Claiming a spot was a skill in itself. If you went too early, the sun was still high in the sky and the heat was unbearable. If you went too late, the front rows were all taken, and you'd have to stand in the back on tiptoes to see. So the best strategy was to send the kids first. Lynn was the one who got sent. His dad gave him a small folding stool. He carried it to the threshing floor, plopped it down in the prime spot 5 or 6 meters directly in front of the screen, sat down, and claimed the spot. Gradually, a group of kids around his age gathered around him, all advanced scouts sent by their families to stake out spots. None of them were looking at the screen, it hadn't even been hung up yet. Instead, they ran wild across the threshing floor, playing in the mud and having stick fights. The real excitement came at dusk. The sun had set, but the summer heat hadn't fully dissipated. Villagers, carrying bowls, hauling stools, and cradling children, began trickling into the threshing yard in small groups. Old women fanned themselves with palm leaf fans, scolding their unruly grandchildren. The men squatted in a row, each with a cigarette hanging from their lips, chatting about this year's wheat harvest, whether fertilizer prices had gone up, and whose piglets had diarrhea. The young wives gather in a group to crack sunflower seeds, spitting the shells all over the ground, a sight that would have the old man in charge of cleaning the threshing floor cursing all morning the next day. There are also snack vendors. A peddler arrives on a tricycle, his cart laden with popsicles, soda, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and cotton candy. The popsicles cost 2 mao each, mung bean flavor, so sweet they make your throat burn. Sometimes Lynn's dad would splurge and shell out 50 cents for 2, one for him and one for Lily. Lily would always lick hers very slowly, saying it made it last longer. Then the projectionist arrived. The projectionist was quite a character. Hundreds of people in the crowd were waiting just for him. He rode his bike up to the edge of the threshing floor, with the projector strapped to the left side of the back seat and 2 metal film canisters tied to the right. After getting off, he didn't rush. He stood there smoking a cigarette and chatting with the village officials, carrying himself with even more authority than the village party secretary. He set up the screen. 2 bamboo poles were propped up, the white screen unfurled, and the 4 corners were secured with ropes. The moment the screen was unfurled, the crowd fell silent, not a true silence, but an excited hush, with everyone murmuring, "What movie are they showing tonight?" The projector was set up on a table. It was exactly the kind of machine. Lynn had before him a heavy cast aluminum body, 2 film reels stacked one on top of the other, the lens aimed at the screen. The projectionist unscrewed the bulb compartment, checked the bulb, loaded the film, threaded it through the gate, and adjusted the focus. His movements were as smooth as an assembly line. While his hands were busy, he still chatted idly with the person next to him. The moment the light came on, the entire room fell truly silent. First, a blinding white light filled the screen, followed by a flickering image. A countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the screen flickered, and there it was, the red star logo of the August 1st Film Studio, or the sculpture of workers, peasants, and soldiers from the Shanghai Film Studio. A buzz of murmurs rose from the audience, only to be silenced by the adults' shoo. Lynn can't quite remember what movies they showed. The ones that left the deepest impression were war films: Tunnel War, Marching North and South, Railway Guerrillas, and Shaolin Temple. When Shaolin Temple was screened, the whole theater erupted. A teenager in the back row climbed onto a chair to get a better view. One of them lost his balance and fell flat on his face, sending the crowd into fits of laughter. The projector made noise while it was running. It wasn't the sound from the movie, but the sound of the machine itself, the clack-clack of gears meshing, the rustle of film passing through the gate, and the hum of the cooling fan. These sounds blended together, creating a unique background hum that ran throughout the entire film. Later, every household got a TV, and people bought VCD and DVD players one after another. Then came the internet and smartphones. The open-air movie screenings came to an end, the projectionists stopped coming, and the threshing floor was leveled to make way for new buildings. The clack-clack of that projector, and those summer nights when the whole town crowded together to watch the screen, were all left behind in the 1990s. Lin snapped back to reality and looked down at the grimy, dusty Changjiang 16-4 at his feet. How had it ended up at Donggang Studio? When his father was alive, he decollected quite a few pieces of old equipment discarded by various organizations: typewriters, mimeograph machines, hand crank calculators, and this projector must have been acquired back then. Weighed by the pound as scrap metal, it had been tossed into a corner and left to gather dust. He crouched down and flipped the machine over to examine the underside. The cast aluminum base had 4 rubber feet. The rubber was as hard as stone, leaving a white mark wherever he pressed. There was also a nameplate on the bottom, slightly larger than the one on the side: Nanjing Film Machinery Factory, Changjiang 16 for model 16mm film projector. Below that, in smaller print, were the serial number and date of manufacture, obscured by dust and impossible to make out. He turned the machine right side up and began inspecting the condition of each part. Chapter 16: The OmniClens Projector. Film spools. There were 2, one on top and one on the bottom, used to hold the feed reel and take up reel. The metal spools were blackened with oxidation, but the shafts were straight. He turned them by hand. They moved, though they felt stiff. Lens barrel. This is one of the most valuable components of the projector. The barrel is made of aluminum alloy, wrapped in a black rubber focusing grip. The rubber had aged and hardened, with a few cracks but no breaks. The lens at the barrel's opening, Lin wiped it twice with his sleeve, removing the surface dust. The lens beneath was hazy, covered in a white film, like an elderly person's cataract. This haze was caused by the aging of the lens coating combined with moisture damage. Its optical performance was essentially ruined. Film gate assembly. This is the channel through which the film passes, containing the film pressure plate, film window, and light shield. Lin wiggled the spring on the film pressure plate with his fingers. The spring still had some springiness. It hadn't snapped. A layer of black, caked grease had accumulated on the film window, residue from lubricant that had dried up decades ago. The gear set. This is the most complex part of the entire machine. The projector's film transport mechanism is driven by a set of precision gears: intermittent gears, drive gears, and take-up gears. 7 or 8 gears of various sizes mesh together, powered by an electric motor. Lin peered inside through the side inspection window. The gear surfaces were covered in dried grease and a layer of oxidation, and the spaces between the teeth were packed with hard, grayish-brown clumps. He poked at one with his finger. It was as hard as cement. He tried turning the exposed part of the main gear by hand. It wouldn't budge. The entire gear set was locked in place by grease and rust. The motor. Through the ventilation holes at the rear of the unit, he could see the motor's copper coils. Their surfaces had turned green copper patina. The motor shaft was rusted solid as well. The bulb compartment. He opened the cover to find it empty. The bulb was gone. The reflector, the parabolic bowl behind the bulb, was still there, made of aluminum, its surface oxidized and whitish, greatly reducing its reflectivity. Lin circled the machine 3 times, getting a rough idea of the situation. There were many issues. The gear set was seized, the motor shaft was rusted in place, the reflector was fogged, the lubrication system was completely dried out, the rubber parts were aged, and the bulb was missing. But the core structure was intact. The cast aluminum body wasn't cracked, the gears hadn't broken, the reflector wasn't shattered, and the motor windings weren't burned out. All the problems were caused by rust, dirt, sludge, and oxidation. Isn't this exactly system skill's specialty? The bulb was gone, a physical loss, so a replacement would have to be sourced. But aside from the bulb, every other problem could theoretically be cleaned out. The problem was this machine was more complex than everything he'd ever cleaned combined. A sewing machine's drive mechanism is pretty complex, right? A cam linkage system, a rotary shuttle, a few gear shafts. A projector S gear train is more than 10 times as complex as a sewing machine S. Just the intermittent film feed mechanism alone is a set of precision Geneva gears, with clearance tolerances down to the micron level. If the sludge isn't cleaned thoroughly, a single jammed tooth will ruin the whole thing. Then there are the lenses. The haze on optical lenses isn't ordinary dust, it's a combination of degradation products from the coating itself and condensed moisture from the air. Can system skill precisely remove only the haze layer without damaging the optical coating beneath? A couple of days ago, while cleaning the paint on his water bottle, he had already verified that system skill could be controlled by his thoughts. So with the lens, it should work too, treating the haze layer as dirt to be washed away. But the precision required for this operation was far greater than that needed for the water bottle's paint. The coating was just a thin layer. If he washed it away, the lens's anti-reflective and anti-glare properties would be completely ruined. He had to be careful. Lin decided not to rush into it. He walked back to the tin shack, ate the last cold bun, munched on 3 Snickers bars, and downed an entire carton of milk. While chewing the Snickers, he pulled out his phone and searched for Changjiang 16.4 projector used prices. The results made him pause mid-bite. On second-hand marketplaces, a Changjiang 16.4 in average condition was priced between 2 and 4,000 yuan. Those in good condition with a complete body, functioning gears, and clear lenses commanded 6 to 8,000. One listed as museum quality was priced at 12,000, with a line of people in the comments section asking, "Is it still available?" 12,000. In certain circles, this thing was hard currency. Film enthusiasts, vintage photography studios, artsy cafes, and movie-themed ghosthouses. The demand for old projectors in these places is very real. It's not just about buying them as decorations, some people actually intend to use them to screen film. A fully functional Changjiang 16.4, paired with 16mm film, produces an image with a graininess and color texture that digital equipment simply cannot replicate. That is, provided it works properly. Lin locked his phone and slipped it back into his pocket. He dragged his stool into the middle of the yard and placed the projector on it. He cleared a space around it to catch any debris that might fall later. He went back inside to grab a few old newspapers and spread them under the stool. Standing in front of the projector, he flexed his fingers a couple of times. He'd start with the outer casing. He pressed both hands against the left side of the cast aluminum body, his palms touching the cool metal. Omni cleanse. The moment the mana surged forth, he sensed something different from before. The dirt on this machine was layered. The outermost layer was dust, a very thin layer that drifted away at the slightest touch of mana. Grayish-white powder rose from the machine's surface and settled on the newspapers. The second layer was sludge. This substance was far more stubborn than dust. Mechanical lubricant from decades ago had seeped out of the gearbox crevices, mixed with dust in the air, and, over time, solidified into a hard crust. Mana met with noticeable resistance when it touched the grease layer. Like water hitting a rock, it had to work its way around it. Lin applied a bit more pressure, and mana began to chip away at the grease layer piece by piece. Dark brown, hardened flakes lifted from the machinist's body, cracked, and fell, clattering onto the newspaper. The third layer was oxidation. The oxide film on the cast aluminum surface was grayish-white, not particularly thick but covering a large area, shrouding the entire body. After mana swept over it, the oxide layer turned into a layer of extremely fine white powder clinging to the surface, which could be wiped away with a single swipe of the hand. With all 3 layers cleared, the left side of the body revealed the true nature of the cast aluminum: silver gray, with a fine casting texture and an excellent metallic finish. The nameplate was also fully exposed. The 6 characters "Nanjing Film Machinery Factory" were printed in white on a red background, flanked by the factory emblem. The characters Changjiang combined with a gear and a film reel. The nameplate was etched aluminum, embedded into the body, and after the Omni Cleanse treatment, the lettering was clear and sharp. Date of manufacture, August 1975. Almost 50 years. Lin moved to the right side and continued. The same 3-layer structure, the same Omni Cleanse process. The dirt that had fallen off was piled on the newspaper. There was already a small handful, gray, black, and white, all mixed together, looking disgusting. The top and bottom of the chassis were cleaned as well. The 4 rubber feet on the bottom after system skill seeped in had their hardened surfaces regain a bit of elasticity. They now spring back when pressed, though the internal deterioration was too severe for a full recovery. It's simply better than before. After cleaning the entire casing, Lynn stepped back to take a look. The silver-gray cast aluminum chassis was spotless, and the nameplate gleamed. The 2 platter spindles gleamed, made of stainless steel. They reflected light after being cleaned. The grid patterns on the cooling vents were crisp and clear. It looked good. Really good. A 1970s industrial design, with sharp edges and bold lines, without a single superfluous ornament. Every shape served a function, yet when combined, they created a sense of simple beauty. His stamina had dropped by about 20%. Just cleaning the outer casing had taken that much out of him. The real work was still to come. He lifted the machine and carried it into the tin-roofed shed to the workbench. The room was dim, so he unrolled an extension cord and clamped a desk lamp to the edge of the workbench. Chapter 17: The Refurbished Projector. Under the light, he unscrewed the access panel on the side of the gearbox. A pungent smell of burnt oil wafted out, making him turn his head away. The scene inside the gearbox was shocking. 7 or 8 gears of varying sizes were arranged in a meshing sequence starting from the drive shaft, each tooth surface caked with black, hardened sludge. The gaps between the teeth were completely filled with sludge, as if someone had poured black cement into every single crevice. This was why the projector wouldn't turn. With no clearance between the gears, how could it possibly turn? Lynn set the access panel aside and reached both hands into the gearbox, pressing his palms against the largest drive gear. Omni Cleanse. Mana's first reaction upon contact with the sludge was to penetrate it. The sludge was too hard and dense for Mana to simply brush it away like dust. Instead, it had to burrow into the microscopic pores of the sludge and break down its structure from within. The process was much slower than cleaning the outer shell. Lynn could feel Mana advancing inch by inch along the gear teeth, the sludge beginning to loosen from the layer closest to the metal surface. The first to fall off was the sludge on the tooth tips. A hard, black chunk cracked with a click, shattering into 3 or 4 pieces that fell to the bottom of the gearbox. Next came the sludge on the sides of the teeth, peeling off in flakes. The hardest part was the gaps between the teeth. The sludge packed between the teeth was pressed down extremely tightly, clinging to the metal like sticky rice cake. Mana had to break down the bond between it and the metal bit by bit. During this process, Lynn could feel the temperature in the palm of her hand steadily rising. It was much hotter than when she was cleaning the outer casing. After cleaning the drive gear, she moved on to the adjacent idler gear. This gear was smaller, with finer, denser teeth, but the sludge was just as thick. The gaps between the teeth on the small gear were narrower, leaving Mana little room to maneuver, further slowing her progress. Cleaning 1 gear at a time. The 3rd. The 4th. The 5th. By the time he reached the 5th gear, Lynn's fingers began to tremble slightly. It wasn't nervousness, but a spontaneous muscular reaction. His blood sugar was dropping. The veins in his temples were throbbing, their rhythm slightly faster than his normal heart rate. He released his grip and stepped back. He looked down at his stamina gauge. It was down to about 40%. He wasn't even done yet. He'd only cleaned half the gears. There were still the motor, the lens, the reflector bowl, and the film feed mechanism to go, all delicate work. Lynn walked over to the table, tore open a packet of hardtack, broke off a large piece, and shoved it into his mouth to chew dry. Hardtack tasted much like cardboard, but it was highly concentrated in stamina. A single piece was equivalent to several bowls of rice. It took him a while to chew it down, and he downed most of a carton of milk to wash away the dry crumbs in his throat. After waiting a few minutes, the food in his stomach began to digest, and his body regained some strength. Back to work. Once the remaining 3 gears were clean, the entire gear set looked brand new. The silver-white gear surfaces gleamed, the gaps between the teeth were clean and sharp, and the tooth profiles were crisp and clear. He nudged the drive gear with his finger. The gear turned, driving the adjacent idler gear, which in turn drove the next stage, and the entire gear train clicked into motion. No stuttering, no strange noises. The clearance between the gears was precise, and as they turned, they had the feel of a fine timepiece. The machining precision from 50 years ago, the surface finish of the gear teeth is still this high today, is something small workshops simply can't achieve nowadays. Next was the motor. Lynn pressed both hands against the exposed copper windings of the motor. Cleaning the verdigris copper oxide wasn't too complicated. A quick swipe with mana sent the green powder rustling down, revealing the underlying purplish-red copper beneath. Removing the rust from the motor shaft took a bit more effort. The rust debris between the shaft and the bearing was gradually forced out, and finally, with a click, the shaft loosened. With a gentle nudge, the motor rotor began to spin. After this round, stamina dropped by another 10% or so. About 25% remained. Any further drop would put him in the danger zone. He ate another braised pig-s trotter. A whole one, gnawing it clean, even sucking the shreds of meat from between the bones. After finishing, he wiped his hands with a paper towel and took a sip of water. The final main event, the lenses. There were 2 sets of lenses inside the projector's lens barrel. Lynn carefully unscrewed the retaining ring at the front of the barrel and removed the first set of lenses. A biconvex lens, about 5 centimeters in diameter and less than a centimeter thick. Holding it up to the light, he saw that the interior of the lens was transparent, with no cracks or bubbles. But the coating on both sides was covered by a uniform white haze, as if veiled by a gauze. This white haze was the fogging layer. Lynn cradled the lens in the palm of his left hand, resting his right index and middle fingers lightly on the lens surface. Intention first. He solidified a concept in his mind. The haze on the lens surface was dirt, while the anti-reflective coating beneath was the object itself. He had verified this logic when polishing the kettle's finish system. Skill could recognize the user's subjective distinction between dirty and clean. Omni cleanse. Mana seeped out from his fingertips in an extremely light, thin layer, spreading across the mirror's surface. This was the lightest effort he'd ever exerted using system skill, not because he didn't want to use more force, but because he dared not. The coating was just a thin layer, tightly bonded to the foggy layer, with no clear physical boundary between them. If the mana penetrated the foggy layer and touched the coating, it might strip the coating away as well. He controlled the mana so it remained only on the very surface of the mirror, not penetrating deeper. The white haze on the mirror was shrinking. Starting from the edges, the haze retreated toward the center in concentric circles, as if being erased by an eraser. The exposed mirror surface shimmered with a faint blue-purple hue under the light, the color of the anti-reflective coating. The coating was still there. Lynn breathed a sigh of relief and continued pushing toward the center. The control over his fingertips was precise down to the micrometer level. He could even feel the thickness of mana on the mirror's surface, a layer as thin as a few sheets of paper. Once the white haze had completely faded, the lens was as transparent as a drop of water under the light. The blue-violet anti-reflective coating was uniform and intact, with no signs of damage. The second set of lenses, same procedure. Slower, more careful. Once both sets of lenses were cleaned, he reinserted them into the lens barrel and tightened the retaining ring. The reflector bowl was relatively simple to handle. He just needed to wash off the oxidation layer from the aluminum reflective surface. It didn't involve any precision coatings. A single pass with the mana removed a layer of white oxidation powder, revealing the gleaming aluminum surface beneath, and the reflectivity visibly returned. Finally, the film transport mechanism, the film pressure plate, film window, and feed claws. The grease and rust stains on these small parts were all removed. The springs regained their elasticity, and the feed claws moved crisply and smoothly. All done. As Lynn straightened up from the workbench, his vision went dark for a moment. He leaned against the edge of the table for 2 seconds, waiting for his vision to clear. The metallic taste of blood returned to his mouth. His legs felt weak, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. Stamina less than 10%. Chapter 18, Selling the Projector. He staggered over to the table, grabbed the packet of hardtack, and poured it into his mouth. Only crumbs remained inside. There was one Snickers bar left. He tore open the wrapper and shoved it straight into his mouth, swallowing it after barely a few chews. There was a little less than half a carton of milk left. He downed it in one gulp. He sat on the stool, gasping for breath for several minutes before his vision finally stabilized. This projector had really drained him. With its precision gear sets and optical lenses, the OmniCleanse unit wasn't particularly large, but the precision requirements were so high that it consumed 2 or 3 times the energy of a sewing machine. He rested for a moment, then stood up and walked back to the workbench. Under the light, the Changjiang 16:4 movie projector sat there quietly. Its silver-gray cast aluminum body was sharply angular. The nameplate, with white letters on a red background, gleamed. The 2 film spindles reflected the light. The blue-violet coating on the lens at the front of the barrel shimmered in the glow. The inspection hatch of the gearbox was still open, revealing a gleaming silver gear train that looked like the mechanism of a precision watch. Beautiful. He replaced the inspection cover and tightened the screws. Now only 2 things were missing, the bulb and the film. The bulb is the projector's light source. Without it, no image will appear. The Changjiang 16:4 uses a specialized halogen bulb with unique specifications. Lin searched for it on his phone. They sell replacement models online for 30 or 40 yuan each. The film is for testing the projection quality. There is no need to buy a full reel of film. Short test reels are available online for just over 10 yuan a roll. He could just order these 2 items online. They'd arrive in a day or 2. Until they arrived, he could test all the projector's mechanical functions first. He dripped sewing machine oil, the same bottle he bought that morning, onto the gear shafts and moving parts. It worked as a universal lubricant. Then he found a piece of wire and connected the motor's 2 terminals to a plug with a switch. He plugged it in. He flipped the switch. The motor hummed, and the rotor began to turn. The sound a steady hum, no static, no stuttering. The motor drove the gear train drove the film feed mechanism, and the transport claws began their rhythmic up and down motion. The entire machine vibrated slightly on the workbench, emitting a click 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 as the gears meshed. That sound. It was that sound. A threshing floor on a summer evening, a white screen, a palm leaf fan, 50-cent popsicles, his father carrying a stool to sit beside him. Click 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 click. The projector ran under the lights. Everything was working properly. Lin turned off the power and unplugged it. He took out his phone and snapped over 40 photos from various angles. A full body shot, a close-up of the side label, a close-up of the gearbox interior, a close-up of the lens, details of the film spool shaft, details of the bottom rubber feet, and details of the film feed mechanism. He also recorded a 20-second video capturing the sight and sound of the gear train running after the motor was powered on. He opened a second-hand marketplace app and created a new listing. He typed the title, edited it, deleted it, and rewrote it. Finally, he settled on Changjiang 16:4 16mm film projector, manufactured in 1975 by Nanjing Film Machinery Factory. Smooth gear transmission, clear lenses, museum quality condition. Description: a 1970s era Changjiang 16:4 with an all-metal cast aluminum body. Complete with original gear set, lens, condenser bowl, and film transport mechanism. The motor spins immediately upon powering on, with precise gear meshing and no abnormal noises. Video included. The anti-reflective coating on the lens is intact, with clear, fog-free projection. Bulb not included, compatible with standard halogen bulbs. This is the only 16:4 in this condition available online. Old-school film projection enthusiasts know exactly what I'm talking about. No need for further explanation. Price as follows: serious inquiries only. Price. He checked the pricing of similar items on the platform. Average condition units go for 2,000 to 3,000. Good condition ones, 6,000 to 8,000. The museum quality one was listed at 12,000. The condition of his unit, it's only going to be better than that 12,000 yuan one, not worse. But how long had that 12,000 yuan one been listed? He checked the posting date 2 months ago. It hadn't sold in 2 months. Either the seller wasn't in a hurry, or the price was indeed a bit too high. He didn't dare list it for 12,000. Price it too high and scare off buyers, price it too low and lose money. Final price, 8,800. Listed. Lin put down his phone and leaned back in his chair. 8,800. A beat-up projector dug out of a scrap heap. Cost: half a braised pork knuckle, a few hardtack biscuits, a Snickers bar, half a carton of milk, and a few drops of motor oil. Add that to the sewing machine, the fan, and the small items from before, and he had a little over 5,800 in cash on hand, plus the 8,800 projectors still listed on the platform. Potential total assets, over 14,000. 5 days. He thought back to the day Jangwo showed up in his Audi, offering 200,000 to buy this plot of land. 200,000, ha! He pulled it out and saw a private message on the second-hand marketplace. It was about the projector listing he deposted it less than 20 minutes ago. The message contained just one sentence. "Hey, is that 16.4 still available? Can we negotiate the price? I'm waiting online." Chapter 19, Dinner at Lily S. Linzi County, Xinghuayuan Residential Complex. By the time Lin arrived, the dishes were already on the table. A plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes, a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of seaweed and egg drop soup. Wearing an apron, Lily brought out the last dish from the kitchen: stir-fried pork with garlic chives. The pork was sliced thin, the garlic chives were bright green, and the dish was steaming on the table. "Wash your hands, and let us eat." Lin didn't hesitate. He rinsed his hands at the sink, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and popped a piece of the twice-cooked pork into his mouth. The pork was belly meat, a perfect balance of fat and lean. It had been stir-fried in the wok until the edges were slightly charred, and it was incredibly flavorful. He devoured 4 or 5 pieces in a row and polished off more than half a bowl of rice. Seeing how heartily he was eating, Lily went back to the kitchen, scooped him a bowl of soup, and brought it over. Chenchen sat across from him, shoveling rice into his mouth, his eyes occasionally glancing at the screen of Lin's phone. "I'm dead tired today." Lily sat down beside him, picked up a forkful of shredded potatoes, and said, "That duplex in the north of the city, I did the initial cleaning. It was 130 square meters, and I worked on it all day by myself." "How much did you make?" 260. Lin paused mid-chew. 260 for a 130 square meter deep clean, done by one person in a whole day. He decleaned a single projector today, and the going rate was 8,800. And that range hood in the kitchen, when I took it apart, it was caked with grease inside. I scrubbed it with a steel wool pad for nearly an hour. I can't even lift my arms now. Lily rubbed her right wrist. There were 2 bathrooms, too. The grout between the tiles was so black I had to kneel on the floor and scrub every single line with a brush. Lin looked down at his rice, preparing to respond. His phone vibrated. He put down his chopsticks and pulled it out to check a private message on the second-hand marketplace, from the buyer who asked about the projector. The user's nickname was Gangprops, and their profile picture was a work shot from a film set, with a jumble of lighting stands and reflectors piled together. The last message was one Lin had replied to before writing over, "It's available. The price is negotiable. Take a look at the photos and videos." The buyer replied with a long message. "I've seen the photos and the video. The gears turn smoothly, and the sound is right. It's not one of those units that still gets stuck inside even after a good cleaning. The color on the lens surface is spot on. This condition is indeed rare. For our shoots, we need a machine that can actually run film, not just one for shooting empty shots." "Can yours actually run film?" Lin held his bowl in one hand and typed with the other. "The gear set and film transport mechanism are all working normally, and the transport claws are moving fine. It's missing a bulb, but I've already ordered one online. It should arrive in the next day or 2. Once it gets here, I can test it with actual film." He sent it off. The other person replied almost instantly, "You don't need to get a bulb. I have stock here, all kinds of models. I'm concerned about the mechanical parts." Another message, "Bro, are you in the same city? Your location shows you're in the county." "Yeah, Dongbianqing village. That's close. I'm in the city. It's a 40-minute drive. Here's the deal. Can you knock a little off the price? How about 8,500? Lin picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork, chewed a couple of times, and didn't rush to reply. "Who are you chatting with?" Lily leaned in to take a peek. "Oh, just a client." Lin tucked his phone closer to his chest. "What kind of client?" "Someone who buys used equipment." "So your Donggang studio has clients now?" Lily chuckled, a hint of teasing in her voice. Not bad, bro. You're making something of yourself. Lynn ignored her and went back to typing. 8005, that's too low. He knew exactly what condition this machine was in. He de-studied the photos of the gearbox on the platform, listing it for 12,000. The gear surfaces still had oil stains, and the lenses were yellowed. His unit, on the other hand, had been cleaned inside and out until it looked brand new. The coating was intact, and the gears meshed so precisely there wasn't even a hint of a squeak. He typed, 8501T. Cut it. You saw the video of the gear set. The meshing clearance shows almost zero wear, and the anti-reflective coating on the lenses is intact. Try finding another machine on the entire platform from this era that's in this kind of condition. Minimum 8,700. Local pickup only. You come inspect it in person, no payment if you're not satisfied. There was silence on the other end for half a minute. Lynn used that half minute to take 2 more bites of rice and finish the soup in his bowl. His phone buzzed again. 8,700 is fine. I'll drive over tomorrow morning to pick it up. Send me the address. If it's convenient, open up the gearbox so I can take a look. I'll bring my own light bulb to test it on the spot. It's a deal. Lynn stared at the message for 2 seconds, his face expressionless, but the chopsticks holding his food shifted direction. He reached into the plate of twice-cooked pork 3 times in a row, loading them with nothing but meat. 8,700. A hunk of scrap metal dug out of a junk pile. Factoring in the cost of the pig estrotters, Snickers bars, and hardtack he'd eaten, the total came to $50 or $60 at most. He sent the address and added, "What time in the morning works for you? I'll wait for you at the station. I'll be there around 10. All right." Lynn locked his screen and placed the phone face down on the table. Just as he picked up his chopsticks to eat, he looked up and saw Lily resting her chin on the back of her hand, smiling at him. He recognized that smile. It was the sign that Lily was about to start grilling him. "You've been staring at your phone the whole time, with a smirk on your face. You're chatting with a girlfriend, aren't you? Lily, you're seeing things." "I don't have a girlfriend." "If it's not a girlfriend, then why are you smiling? Can't I just be happy that I made some money today?" "Cut the crap." Lily didn't buy it for a second. "Tell Lily the truth. Are you seeing someone? Where is she from? What does she do?" "I really don't." Lynn shoved a big mouthful of rice into his mouth and mumbled, "Who do you want? Someone like me? I live in a tin shack. I'm a scrap collector. Even if I went out of my way, people still turn me down." "Then you should make the first move." Lily got fired up, slamming her chopsticks down on the table. If a guy doesn't take the initiative, is he waiting for a wife to fall from the sky? Look at Young. Back when he was chasing my sister-in-law, he had such thick skin, riding his bike to block the entrance of her factory every single day. Lily, you're getting off topic. I'm not going off on a tangent. You're 27 this year. How many people in our village are still single at this age? Aunt Lua's son next door is a year younger than you, and he already has a toddler. That's because they got married early. You're not exactly young yourself." Chenshin sat quietly shoveling rice at the side of the table, ears pricked up, a smile suppressed at the corner of his mouth. Lynn didn't want to get bogged down in this topic, so he quickly changed the subject. "Lily, when is my Lily's husband coming back?" It worked like a charm. Lily's attention was instantly diverted, and she frowned. "Who knows? I guess he'll be back next week after he finishes this trip." "That must be pretty exhausting." Lynn scooped up another half bowl of rice and cleared the last few slices of twice-cooked pork from her plate. She burned so many calories today that the little food in her stomach wasn't enough to fill her up, but she felt bad about eating too much at Lily's place. This meat and vegetables were bought with the money Lily had saved from her cleaning job. "By the way, Lily, could you be a bit more selective about your cleaning jobs in the future? Cleaning a 130 square meter place all by yourself is too exhausting." "Selective? I'm just grateful to have any work at all. Cleaning jobs are hard to come by these days." Lily cleared the dishes. "All right, don't worry about me. Just take care of your own crappy Donggang studio. Mm-hmm. Lin helped carry the dishes to the kitchen, but Lily Wun-Ti let him wash them and shoot him out. He stood in the courtyard for a moment, pulled out his phone, and glanced at the transaction notification again. 8,700. Add that to the 5,800 odd in cash he had on hand, and once he collected payment for the shipment tomorrow, his working capital would easily top 14,000. Just 5 days ago, he couldn't even scrape together 300 yuan. He said goodbye to Lily and hopped on his scooter to head back. The night breeze blew up his collar, carrying the damp scent of soil from the fields. Streetlights were spaced every few dozen meters, their yellowish glow casting a soft light on the concrete road. Tomorrow at 10, that guy surnamed Zhao would come to pick up the goods. Judging by the way he chatted, he wasn't just an ordinary second-hand dealer. His questions were all on point, first about the gears, then the lens coating, and finally whether it could actually project film. Most collectors only care about condition and vintage. They wouldn't ask about actual projection capability. Someone who asks about actual projection is someone who really intends to use it. Plus, the fact that he stocks various types of light bulbs suggests he owns more than one projector. He is someone who collects these things in bulk. It's hard to say exactly what he does, but one thing is certain: he can afford the price and knows his stuff. Buyers like this are much easier to deal with than second-hand dealers like Wenquan. Dealers make their money on the markup. Haggling is second nature to them. People who actually use the equipment care about whether it's the right fit. Price comes second. Lin rode his electric scooter through the iron gate of Donggang Studio, parked, and went inside. First, he dug out the clothes he'd wear tomorrow. The t-shirt and pants had been washed by System Skill that morning and were still crisp, draped over the back of a chair. Then he gave the projector a thorough check. He lifted the fabric cover, ran System Skill over the body again, tightened the inspection cover on the gearbox, and plugged the lens barrel with a clean cloth to keep out dust. Everything was ready. Lin lay down on the bed and plugged in his phone to charge. He glanced at the calendar. It was his 6th day at Donggang Studio. He turned off his phone and closed his eyes. He fell asleep in less than 3 seconds. Chapter 20, Gang Props. Lin woke up at 7 in the morning. The twice-cooked pork he'd eaten at Lily's house last night had filled him up about 70 or 80%, but after a night's sleep, his stomach was down to only 40 or 50%. He dug out the leftover beef shank from yesterday, cut off a few pieces, downed a carton of milk, and boosted his stamina to about 60%. He didn't dare eat too much. Just in case he needed to use System Skill to patch a leak during the inspection later, he had to leave some room. He tidied up the tin-roofed shed inside and out. He gathered the clutter on the workbench into a corner and swept all the grime off the newspapers, the oil-stained debris that had fallen off the projector while he was cleaning it yesterday, into the trash can. He pulled the projector out from under the cloth cover and placed it right in the center of the workbench, then pulled the desk lamp over to shine light on it. Under the light, the silver-gray cast aluminum body glowed with a cool metallic sheen. The words Nanjing Film Machinery Factory on the nameplate, white text on a red background, were as vivid as if they'd just been printed. Lin checked the tightness of the gearbox cover, the lens barrel clamp, and the film spool shaft one more time, confirming everything was in order. Then he changed his clothes. The gray t-shirt and dark blue work pants that System Skill had washed yesterday were clean and crisp. The canvas shoes on his feet had also been washed and were dazzlingly white. It seemed a bit out of place for a scrap collector to be dressed so neatly. But today he was meeting a client. He couldn't possibly entertain someone in clothes caked with grease and mud. At 9:40, he sat in the courtyard on an old wicker chair that had been treated with System Skill Omni Cleanse, flipping through his phone as he waited. Gang moving props on the platform sent a message: "We're on our way. Navigation says 45 minutes. Lin replied, "Got it." He used the downtime to open Xianyu and check the sewing machine listing. It had already been sold to Wenquan, but the post was still up. 2 people had commented below asking if it was still available. He edited the item status to sold and took it down. 5 minutes past 10, the roar of an engine echoed outside the courtyard gate. The sound was loud, much rougher than a sedan engine, like a tractor. But the rhythm was steady. It was the kind of diesel pickup that had clocked plenty of miles and been maintained reasonably well. Lin stood up and walked to the gate. A dark blue Jiangling Yuhu pickup truck turned in from the street. The vehicle wasn't exactly new. The paintwork bore several noticeable scratches. A metal rack was welded to the bed, with a few tripod tubes and 2 stacked reflectors strapped to it. The bed was also piled high with several metal toolboxes, tied down with rope, looking rather haphazard. The truck stopped at the entrance to Donggang Studio. The driver's door swung open, and a man stepped out. He was in his 40s, just over 5 feet 7 inches tall, wearing a military green work jacket faded from repeated washing. On the left breast pocket, the word props was scrawled in marker underneath. He wore a black crew neck t-shirt, which was stretched tight across his belly, a sizable belly, round and protruding forward as if he were carrying a small basketball. His face bore the marks of a life spent outdoors, dark, not from tanning, but from a mix of wind, sun, and sleepless nights. His jowls sagged, and he had deep bags under this casing. He looked up at Lin. OmniCleanse? Right. Not just repainted? Original finish, Lin said. This machine was cast in aluminum to begin with, no paint. I just stripped off the grime and oxidation. Gang said nothing, lowering his head again to examine the nameplate. His finger traced the words Nanjing Film Machinery Factory, then paused on the production date, August 1975. 1975, he muttered to himself. Then he stood up, shifting his gaze to the film spools. Both spools were gleaming. He spun the top one with his finger. It turned smoothly, without a hint of resistance. He spun the bottom one. It was the same. I oiled the spools, Lin said from the side. Gang nodded once, his attention already on the lens barrel. He removed the clean cloth blocking the lens barrel's opening and peered inside, tilting his head. The light from the desk lamp shone in from the side, casting a faint blue-purple hue over the lens. Fuck! Gang let out a curse. Is this the original film surface? Original. Never touched. You sure? I've bought 7 or 8 16mm projectors, and not a single one had a lens surface in this condition. Yours. He leaned in even closer, his left eye almost pressed against the lens barrel opening. The light transmission on this is almost as good as a new lens. Usually, machines from this era have lenses that are at least a little foggy. I treated it with OmniCleanse. There was a layer of haze on the surface. I removed it, but the coating underneath is undamaged. Gang fell silent, straightened up, and stared at the projector for a few more seconds, breathing heavily. Can I open up the gearbox to take a look? Sure. The access panel is on the side. Just unscrew it yourself. Gang pulled a Phillips screwdriver from his tool bag. His movements were swift. He unzipped the bag, reached inside, felt around, and pulled it out without looking. The handle was wrapped in a coil of electrical tape. It had seen many years of use. He unscrewed the 4 screws and removed the cover. The gear train was exposed to the light. Gang's hand hovered over the gearbox, not touching it, just staring. 7 or 8 gears of varying sizes, their silvery white surfaces reflecting the light. The gaps between the teeth were spotless, without a trace of oil residue. The Geneva gear train of the idler gear was tightly packed, its tooth profiles sharp and distinct. Fuck, he said, letting out his second curse. The tone was different this time. The last time, when he looked at the lens, it was surprise. This time, there was an extra layer to his voice. Lin couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it was probably confusion. Chapter 21, priced at $8,700. These gears, how did you clean them? Gang asked. Soaked in a chemical solution, then cleaned by hand. Lin had this line prepared long ago. What kind of solution is that? It's amazing. A friend of mine works at a chemical plant. He mixed it for me. I can't really explain the exact ingredients, but it works great for degreasing and removing rust. Gang pursed his lips and didn't ask any further. But his expression made it clear he didn't quite believe it. The owner of Donggang Studio using chemical agents to clean a gear set to this level? There wasn't a single trace of dark brown residue left in the gaps between the teeth, and the surface finish was as smooth as a freshly molded blank that had just been polished. He didn't dwell on that, however, and instead asked a more practical question. What about the film feed mechanism? Do the gripper claws move? They do. Plug it in and give it a try. Lin handed him the power cord with the switch he'd wired up yesterday. Gang plugged it in and flipped the switch. The motor hummed to life, the gears meshed and turned, and a click 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 echoed through the tin-roofed shed. The feed claw performed precise, rhythmic up and down movements at the film door position, with every stroke perfectly consistent in amplitude and rhythm. Gang crouched there for a dozen seconds before turning off the power. All right. He stood up and brushed the dust off his knees. The mechanical parts are fine, I'll test the light bulb. He walked. Lynn glanced again at the handwritten word props on his work jacket pocket. Can you make this room dark? Gang asked. Sure. Lynn walked over and blocked the tin shed's window, just a small one with a piece of old cardboard, then turned off the desk lamp. The room went dark, with only a sliver of light seeping in from the doorway. Close the door too. Lynn pulled the metal door shut, leaving a small gap open for ventilation. The room was almost completely dark. Use that wall across from us as the screen, Gang said, adjusting the angle of the projector on the workbench so the lens was aimed at the white wall 2 meters away. It's on. He plugged it in and flipped the switch. The motor started up, and the clack-clack of the gears turning was particularly clear in the darkness. The light came on inside the lamp housing the reflector bowl, concentrated the light from the 150-watt halogen bulb into a beam, which passed through the film gate, struck the film, and was projected outward through the lens assembly. A rectangular patch of light appeared on the white wall. First, pure white light, the leader of the film. Then the image flickered, revealing colored stripes. Red, yellow, blue, and green, arranged in vertical columns, the standard color test chart. The colors were vivid, the edges sharp. In the center of the frame was a set of gray scale blocks, transitioning from pure white to pure black, with the boundaries between each shade clearly defined. The anti-reflective coating on the optical lenses was intact, and the image quality was exceptional. The image was in perfect focus, with no chromatic aberration. The gear-driven film feed was steady, and the picture didn't T-shake. Click 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 click. That sound. Lynn stood in the darkness listening to it, and a summer night at the threshing floor flashed through his mind in an instant. The white screen on the bamboo poles, the hot breeze stirred by the palm fan, the half-eaten mung bean popsicle his father had handed him. He didn't speak, just stood by the door. Gang didn't speak either. He stared at the image on the wall for about 10 seconds, then turned off the power. The light went out, and the room fell dark again. After 2 or 3 seconds, Gang spoke. That's it. Just 2 words. Lynn pushed the door open, and light flooded in. He walked over, removed the cardboard from the window, and turned on the desk lamp. Gang was already taking the film out. He rewound it onto the film spool, removed it, and put it back in the metal case. He also took out the light bulb and wrapped it up again in bubble wrap. His hands moved quickly as he disassembled and reassembled the parts, and as he worked, he spoke up. I'll take this machine. 8,700, right? Yeah. Bank transfer or cash? Bank transfer is fine. Gang pulled out his phone, scanned Lynn's payment code, entered 8,700, and tapped pay. Lynn's phone beeped as the payment went through. Gang slipped his phone back into his pocket. Instead of rushing to move the machine, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a lighter. He lit another cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled the smoke through his nostrils. Leaning against the workbench with one foot propped on a stool leg, he looked completely at ease. Do you specialize in scrap recycling? He asked. Yeah, it's the shop my old man left me. I'm just keeping it going. Just you? Just me. Gang grunted, took another drag, and made a muffled sound in his throat, as if pondering something. Where do you learn your craft? I didn't learn it from anyone. I'd been in this business long enough to have seen every kind of grime out there. I just figured it out over time. That OmniCleanse stuff of yours, Gang flicked some ash off his cigarette, is it really that effective? I've been in the business for over a decade. I've tried at least 10 different rust-removing agents for metal, but not a single one has ever cleaned off grease and grime to this extent. My formula is a bit special. Then your friend must be pretty impressive too. Gang's tone was flat as he said this, showing no intention of pressing further, but his gaze lingered on Lynn's face for a moment longer. Lin didn't respond. Gang didn't press the issue either and changed the subject. I want to tell you something. I make props for short videos in the city, you know, those short dramas you see on your phone, like Regression, the 80s, the CEO's Comeback, Regression, the Heiress, or period drama time travel stuff. The ones that are 1 minute per episode, you've seen them, right? I've come across them. Right, exactly that stuff. Each series has 50 or 60 episodes, each lasting 1 to 3 minutes. They're quick to shoot, but the demand for props is insane today. We're filming a Republican-era scene, so we need vintage items from that time. Tomorrow we're shooting a 70s or 80s scene, so we have to find stuff from that era. Sewing machines, radios, old phones, vintage fans, enamel mugs, military canteens, all sorts of things. Chapter 22, Want to team up? Gang exhaled a puff of smoke. I've set up a prop warehouse in the city. I've collected 300 or 400 vintage items, big and small. I actually bought this projector specifically for a project on the educated youth movement. But you know what the biggest headache with these things is? Dirt. 9 out of 10 old items I acquire are filthy, covered in grease, rust, and mold spots. Some even smell. When shooting close-ups, the director wants that old but clean look. You want it to look like an antique, but not so grimy that it ruins the shot. You know what I mean? I get it. Old is old, but it's gotta look presentable. Exactly. That's exactly it. Gang twirled his cigarette butt in the air. You have to preserve that patina of an antique, but remove the grime from the surface. It's a tricky job. If you scrub too hard, you wash away all that sense of age, and it looks brand new. That's a continuity error. If you don't scrub hard enough, it looks filthy on camera, which is no good either. Lin listened, mulling it over in his mind. His system skill was OmniCleanse. Once it was done, the item was restored to factory condition, with no patina to speak of. But the requirement Gang was describing was essentially still OmniCleanse. It just required controlling the intensity of the OmniCleanse. When he decleaned the red flag water bottle before, he tried using his mind to control the scope of OmniCleanse, selectively removing some things while preserving others. Theoretically, he could also control the depth of OmniCleanse, removing grime and rust stains while preserving the natural patina formed by surface oxidation. He just hadn't tried this yet and wasn't sure if it was possible. You cleaned this projector way too thoroughly. I'll have to have the art department re-age it for filming. Gang chuckled. But the mechanical performance is flawless. The gears mesh perfectly, and the film feed is smooth. It saved me a lot of trouble. The last projector I bought looked decent enough, but as soon as I plugged it in, the motor burned out. The coils were already charred, and the seller never mentioned it. Did you return it? Like hell I did. The seller had already vanished. That's how it goes with buying vintage gear online. 3 out of 10 have hidden defects you can't spot from the photos. That's exactly why I'm willing to make the trip to inspect it in person. I've been burned too many times buying online. I've learned my lesson. Gang stubbed out his cigarette on the leg of a stool, rubbed it out, and tucked the butt into his pocket, a rather meticulous gesture, proving he'd spent enough time on various film sets to develop the habit of not littering. Mr. Lin, honestly, your OmniCleanse work is the best I've ever seen, he said. It's not just about cleanliness. Look at the smoothness of the gear teeth, the clarity of the lens. You didn't just clean the surface, you took care of the details inside, too. It just takes a lot of time, Lin said. Time isn't an issue as long as the results are good. Let me put it this way, I've got quite a few old pieces in my prop warehouse that need refurbishing, and I've been unable to find the right person for the job. The OmniCleanse shops out there are fine for cleaning a range hood, but if you ask them to clean the gearbox of an old grandfather clock, they'll soak it in a vat of oxalic acid, and the gear surfaces will come out all rough and pitted. Lin remained silent, waiting for him to finish. If you have the time, would you be willing to handle some of these for me in the future? I'll pay by the piece 100 for small items, and we can negotiate for larger ones. I'll bring the items over, and I'll pick them up once you're done. How does that sound? It was similar to the partnership model Wenquan had proposed. But Gang's rates were higher. Wenquan charged 30 to 50 for small items and 100 or more for large ones, while Gang started at 100 for small items. More importantly, clients from professional prop channels like Gang.s had a wide variety of vintage items that turned over quickly. Today they might need a gramophone, tomorrow a hand-cranked telephone, and the day after that a set of Republican-era furniture. The volume of demand is nothing a single second-hand shop like Onequan.s could ever match. But Lin didn't agree right away. "Gang, I can take this job, but I have a few conditions." "Go ahead." "First, you deliver the items and you pick them up. I'm not responsible for transportation." "No problem. My pickup truck's south on the road every day anyway." "Second, my restoration methods are trade secrets. You're not allowed in my workshop during this time." Gang raised an eyebrow, then smiled. "Fair enough. It's only right that you keep your craft a secret. Our crew's gaffer does the same, he never lets anyone see his lighting setups. We're in the same line of work, so I get it. Third, we'll negotiate the price per item, not by the hour. Different levels of complexity mean different prices." "Fair enough. You'll give me a quote when the time comes. If I think it's reasonable, I'll go ahead. If not, we'll negotiate. No pressure." "Fair enough?" Lin glanced at him. This guy really was efficient. No beating around the bush, no empty talk. He agreed to every condition within 3 seconds, without any of that "I'll think about it" attitude. "Alright, it's a deal, just message me on WeChat when you have stuff to clear out," Lin said. The two added each other on WeChat. Gang's WeChat ID was also Gang Moose Props, and his Moments cover photo showed a cluttered warehouse filled with old furniture, appliances, and signs from various eras, some labeled with tags, others wrapped in plastic wrap. At a glance, there were easily hundreds of items. Gang began moving the projector. He took an old cotton quilt from the back of the pickup truck and spread it over a cleared space in the bed, then he and Lin lifted the projector onto it. They set the machine on the quilt and wedged it in place with toolboxes to prevent it from sliding. Gang then took a rope and tied the machine to the metal frame of the truck bed, wrapping it around twice and tying a tight knot. All set. He brushed the dust off his hands. He walked around to the driver's side, opened the door, and stepped inside. He paused, then turned back to look at Lin. "Mr. Lin, what should I call you?" "Lin." "How old are you?" 27. 27. Gang's tone carried a hint of wistfulness. 27 and working in scrap recycling, with a skill like this, aren't you going to just stick with this Donggang studio from now on? "I'll focus on making ends meet first." Gang nodded. "My name is Gang. I'm older than you, so just call me Gang." With that, he got into the truck. The engine roared to life, and the pickup backed out of the yard, turned onto the road, and drove off toward the city. The rumble of the diesel engine gradually faded, and the yard fell silent once more. Lin stood at the gate, watching the pickup van disappear around the bend. He pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and glanced at the payment notification. 8,700. Combined with what he'd saved up before, his working capital was now over 14,500. 6 days ago, he started with a beat-up mountain bike he bought for $50. He locked his phone and slipped it back into his pocket, then turned and walked into the yard. More than half of the junk pile in the northwest corner remained untouched. Gang was gone, but the prop warehouse behind him, hundreds of old items, was waiting for OmniCleanse to refurbish them. This journey had only just begun. Lin dragged over a stool, sat down in front of the junk pile, and began sifting through the items. The sun hung high in the sky, shining down on the junk scattered across the floor of Donggang's studio, and on the corners of his mouth, which were slowly curving upward. Chapter 23, A Punch into Cotton. Gang's pickup truck had been gone for less than 20 minutes. Lin had just dug an old leather suitcase with a brass handle out of the pile of junk in the northwest corner. Before he had a chance to take a closer look, a commotion came from outside the courtyard gate. Judging by the commotion, a group of people had clearly arrived. The sound of chaotic footsteps mingled with the crackling static of walkie-talkies, and a booming male voice shouted, "This is the place, right here." Lin set the suitcase back on the pile of junk, brushed the dust off his hands, stood up, and walked toward the courtyard gate. Parked outside the gate was a white Iveco van with the words Comprehensive Administrative Law Enforcement spray painted in blue on the side. Following behind it was a silver-gray Wuling minivan bearing the same insignia. 4 men got out of the Iveco, all dressed in identical dark blue uniforms with full sets of arm patches. Leading the group was a short, stocky man in his early 40s, standing just over 5 feet 5 inches tall. His belt hung below his belly, his forehead was shiny, and his remaining hair was slicked back on both sides, glossy and smooth. His name tag read Deputy Captain Mogwachang. Behind him were 3 younger men in their 20s, each with a different expression, some with tense faces trying to look serious, others glancing around to take in the scene, and the one at the back even yawned. 2 more men got out of the Wuling minivan, wearing identical uniforms. One was carrying a folder, while the other held a body camera up to his chest. 6 men in total. Quite a show of force. Mogwachang led the way to the courtyard gate. With his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high, he let his eyes sweep the courtyard first. A pile of scrap, a tin shack, stacks of cardboard and sheet metal in the corner, and the hand-painted wooden scrap recycling sign leaning against the wall by the entrance. The red paint had faded from sun and wind, but the words were still legible. "Who is in charge here?" Mogwachang's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, delivered in a deliberately affected tone. "Me." Lin stepped out from the doorway, a smile on his face, the kind of polite, ingratiating smile that scrap collectors reserve for everyone. "What brings you here, officials?" Mogwachang gave him a once-over, his gaze lingering for a second on Lin's clean clothes and shoes, probably finding it odd for a scrap collector to be dressed so neatly. "Does this scrap collection station have a business license?" "Yes." Lin turned and went back inside, pulling a plastic folder from a desk drawer containing the business license and tax registration certificate, then handed it over. Mogwachang took it, opened it, and glanced through it. The license was in his father Lin Jianjun's name. The business scope was listed as recycling of renewable resources, and the registration date was 2018. "That's not your name on this license, is it?" Mogwachang looked up. "It's my dad's. He passed away, and I took over the business. I'm in the process of updating the paperwork." Mogwachang gave a non-committal closed the folder, and instead of handing it back, tucked it under his arm. "Shaolin, right? I need to talk to you about something." Mogwachang cleared his throat. "The higher-ups are coming for an inspection soon. The county has issued a notice all business premises in the town need to be brought up to code. Your Donggang studio." He turned and pointed to several bundles of cardboard and a pile of plastic bottles stacked against the wall by the courtyard gate. "Look, these things are piled up at the entrance. They're obstructing the walkway and affecting the town's appearance. You'll have to move them inside." Lin glanced in the direction he was pointing. Those bundles of cardboard had been delivered by Dajuan yesterday. He hadn't had time to move them into the courtyard yet. The plastic bottles had been collected the day before yesterday. They were in burlap sacks, leaning against the outside of the wall. "All right, I'll move them this afternoon," Lin replied readily. Mogwachang was taken aback. He brought 6 people with him, making quite a show of force, fully prepared for the other party to haggle or even slam the table. Instead, they simply said, "All right, I'll move them this afternoon," an attitude that was almost too cooperative. But he hadn't come today just for a few bundles of cardboard. "And this," Mogwachang walked over to the wall and pointed at the wooden scrap recycling sign. "This sign doesn't comply with regulations. It has to come down." "What regulations?" Lin asked. "The Linza County regulations on the installation of outdoor advertisements and signs. They came out last year. Signs for street-facing businesses must be standardized in size, material, and approval. Yours here." Mogwachang tapped the wooden board with his finger, making a thudding sound, handwritten, made of wood, and lacks an approval number. "It's non-compliant." Lin looked at the sign. It had been there since his father was alive for 5 or 6 years, and no one had ever said it was non-compliant. "Captain Ma, this sign has been here since my father was alive. No one ever said anything about it before. That was then, this is now. The policy has been updated, and we're here because we received a notice." Mogwachang spread his hands. There's nothing I can do. I'm just following orders. So I just take it down? Right. All right. Lin walked over, grabbed both ends of the wooden board, and gave it a tug. The board popped out of the nails holding it to the wall. He leaned it upright against the wall. Ma Guoqiang's mouth twitched. The young enforcement officers behind him exchanged glances, looking a bit at a loss. Before arriving, they discussed in the car how the people at Donggang Studio were usually difficult to deal with, rough-edged and prone to causing a scene. Yet this young man was even more cooperative than they were. If there's anything else that needs to be fixed, Captain Ma, just tell me all at once. I'll get it done in one go. Lin brushed the dust off his hands, his tone matter of fact. Ma Guoqiang hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He glanced back at the officer behind him carrying a folder. The officer quickly opened it to reveal a printed form inside. Ma Guoqiang skimmed it, took a few steps forward, and peered into the courtyard. All this junk piled up in your courtyard. He pointed at the heap of clutter. Is there a fire escape route? Do you have a fire extinguisher? Yes. Lin took 2 steps inward and pulled a red fire extinguisher from the corner by the entrance to the tin-roofed shed. He dug it out of the scrap pile a couple of days earlier. The pressure gauge was still in the green zone. Ma Guoqiang looked at the pressure gauge, then at the production date on the extinguisher's body. 2019, it's still within its validity period. Lin read it out for him. Ma Guoqiang said nothing. He took 2 more steps deeper into the yard and stood in front of the pile of junk. Do you have proper documentation for the source of this scrap iron and copper? I have purchase records, Lin said. Every transaction is recorded, who brought it in, how many pounds, and how much it cost, all written down in a notebook. If you want to see it, I'll get it for you. No need. Ma Guoqiang waved his hand. I'm just giving you a heads up. Make sure to keep your purchase ledgers safe from now on. The LL want to see them when the higher-ups come to inspect. Got it. Ma Guoqiang walked around the yard, looking here and there, but couldn't find anything to pick on. The cardboard shack by the entrance was supposed to be moved that afternoon. The sign had already been taken down on the spot. There was a fire extinguisher, purchase ledgers, and a business license. He walked back to the courtyard entrance, pulled the plastic folder from under his arm, and handed it back to Lin. There's one more thing. Ma Guoqiang's tone changed. He lowered his voice slightly, adopting a matter-of-fact tone. In accordance with instructions from higher-ups, Donggang Studio is to suspend operations for the time being to facilitate rectification. During this period, you are prohibited from purchasing, selling, or conducting any business operations. You may reopen only after the rectification has been inspected and approved. Here it comes. Lin knew exactly what was going on. All that stuff about cardboard blocking the sidewalk and non-compliant signage earlier was just the appetizer. This was the main course. Shut down for rectification. No mention of a timeline, no mention of inspection standards. In other words, they could keep him shut down for as long as they wanted, and let him reopen whenever they pleased. The leeway was boundless. Captain Ma. Lin's expression didn't change. He remained as polite as ever. Regarding this closure for rectification, is there a written notice? Ma Guoqiang's expression froze for a moment. A written one? Yes, the kind with an official seal. Lin smiled. It's not that I'm uncooperative. If I need to make corrections, I'll definitely do so, but as you know, this station is my livelihood. If I have to shut down, I need a proper explanation. What if things get messy later? How am I supposed to explain this to people? Give me a written notice, I'll sign it to confirm, and once the procedure is complete, we'll both have peace of mind. Chapter 24, The People Don't Fight the Authorities. Ma Guoqiang said nothing. The team member behind him, carrying a folder, shook his head slightly, meaning he hadn't brought one. Of course they hadn't. Because there was no such thing as a notice from higher-ups. Town-wide business rectification? Updated county policies? Those were just empty platitudes, generic excuses that could be used in any situation. If there were truly a town-wide campaign, the town government would have issued a formal document, villages would have posted notices, and every household would have been notified. It was impossible that they'd come specifically to Donggang Studio. Lin didn't call him out on it. Captain Ma, rest assured. I'll clear everything from the entrance this afternoon and take down the sign. As for the written notice, please help me fill it out when you get back so I have a copy on file. Once the official document arrives, I'll cooperate fully according to the regulations. From start to finish, his tone was just like a village convenience store owner chatting casually with a city enforcement officer, neither servile nor arrogant, yet not aggressive either. He spoke with reason and evidence, but never escalated the situation by pointing a finger and demanding, "What right do you have?" The principle that commoners shouldn't clash with officials was something Lin had understood since his last life. If you actually get into an argument with these people, they'll be only too happy to report back that you had a bad attitude and obstructed law enforcement. Next time they come, there won't be 6 of them, there might be 16. But if you cooperate flawlessly, keep your demands reasonable and within bounds, and stick strictly to the proper procedures at every step, they'll actually be at a loss. Ma Guoqiang clicked his tongue. All right, then. Clean up the entrance first. We'll let you know what to do next. Got it. Ma Guoqiang turned to walk out, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back to glance at him. Lin was still standing there, a polite smile on his face. Ma Guoqiang felt uneasy. He couldn't quite describe the sensation. It was like clenching your fist and punching a wad of cotton. The cotton would dent, but you'd feel no feedback at all. It didn't hurt, but it wasn't satisfying either. He climbed into the passenger seat of the Iveco and slammed the door shut as he sat down. Let us go. Xiao Chen, in the driver's seat, started the engine. A team member in the back, carrying a folder, leaned over and whispered, "Shan Yong, what are we supposed to do?" They cooperated with everything, and we didn't even have a written notice. I know, Ma Guoqiang cut him off. Don't worry about it. Just get the job done. We'll report back however we need to. The Iveco and the Wuling minivan drove out of the small road leading from the Donggang Studio entrance, one in front of the other, heading toward the town. Lin stood motionless at the gate. His gaze followed the 2 receding law enforcement vehicles, settling on a spot farther away across the street, at a junction leading toward the county seat. A black Audi S6 was parked there. The engine was still running. From 50 meters away, Lin could see white exhaust fumes billowing from the tailpipe. The windows were rolled up and tinted dark, making it impossible to see who was inside. But Lin didn't need to look. In his previous life, he sat in the passenger seat of that car no fewer than 20 times. Leather seats, a little sun-shaped ornament hanging from the rearview mirror, a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes on the center console. Zhangwo. The moment the law enforcement team left, he arrived. Or rather, he had been there all along. The Audi waited for 2 or 3 minutes. Perhaps it was observing Lin's reaction. Or perhaps it was waiting for Ma Guoqiang to call and report the results. Then, the car moved. The Audi slowly pulled out of the intersection, turned onto the dirt road leading to Donggang Studio, and stopped at the gate. The door opened. Zhang Wo got out. He was wearing a different outfit today, a light gray polo shirt tucked into black dress pants, with a dark brown leather belt around his waist. The buckle was a small Hermes H, though he wasn't sure if it was real. On his feet were a pair of black loafers, most likely genuine leather. His hair was combed immaculately, his sideburns neatly trimmed. Unlike his last visit, he now wore a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses perched on the bridge of his nose, completely shielding his eyes. As he stepped out of the car, his right hand hit the ground first, holding a cigarette, a soft Zhonghua with a long ash that hadn't been tapped off in ages. Hey, Lin. Zhang Wo took off his sunglasses and hooked them onto the collar of his polo shirt, revealing a pair of shrewd little eyes as he walked over with a smile. Busy? His tone was like a completely different person from last time. When Lin had turned him down before, his final words had carried a threat, something about the fire department, environmental protection, and city management taking turns showing up at the door. Today, however, he acted as if he were just dropping by to visit a neighbor. Lin leaned against the gate frame, watching him approach. Zhang Wo's here. He smiled and was polite, but didn't he invite him in? Jiang Wo stopped at the gate. His gaze swept around the yard, and he noticed the wooden scrap recycling sign that had just been taken down, leaning against the wall. Did someone come by just now? The town enforcement team, Lin said. They said the higher-ups are coming for an inspection and told me to tidy up the entrance. Oh? Jiang Wo feigned surprise. An inspection? What kind of inspection? He wasn't very good at acting. To play surprised, he should have paused for a moment before asking, but he jumped right in the second Lin finished speaking. The timing was too fast, as if he de-rehearsed his lines in advance. Lin couldn't be bothered to call him out on it. Not sure. They told me to clean up, so I did. Didn't that get in the way of your business? It was fine. Just moved the stuff piled at the entrance inside and took down the sign. Just going along with the cleanup. Jiang Wo tapped the ash off his cigarette, took a drag, and a wisp of smoke drifted from the corner of his mouth. Lin, let me give you some honest advice. He took a step forward and casually squatted down on the steps at the courtyard entrance. Your spot is in a great location, sure, but it's too hard for you to run it all by yourself. You've got one group of inspectors coming by today, another tomorrow. You haven't done anything wrong, but isn't it exhausting? It's manageable. Manageable? Jiang Wo shook his head. Today it was the law enforcement team, next time it might be the Environmental Protection Bureau. All that stuff piled up in your yard, scrap iron, scrap copper, old appliances. Do you know how the EPA classifies that? Improper storage of solid waste. You know how much the fine is, right? Up to 50,000 for individuals, and up to 200,000 for businesses. Lin didn't respond. Jiang Wo continued, then the fire department comes by. Your tin roof shack, your piles of cardboard, your wiring, they'll find fire hazards at every turn. By then, it won't be about fines anymore, they'll shut you down on the spot. As he spoke, his tone wasn't harsh, it even carried a hint of concern. But every word was a clear warning. I know all your weak spots. I have 100 ways to make your life impossible. Jiang Wo. Lin crouched down across from him, the two of them separated by a little over a meter. I understand everything you're saying. But I've told you before, this place was left to me by my father. I'm not selling it. Jiang Wo looked at him for a few seconds. Lin, don't get me wrong, I'm not forcing you. I just think you're young, 27, with plenty of options. Why stay cooped up here taking abuse? 200,000, take that money to the county seat, and it'll cover the down payment on a small apartment. Once you have a place, you can start dating, find a decent job. Wouldn't that be better than sitting here? The same old spiel. Exactly the same as last time. Different setting, different way of setting the stage, but the core message remained the same: sell it to me, and you'll have a different life. Lin didn't respond, nor did he argue. He looked down at the pair of canvas shoes on his feet, scrubbed spotless with system skill. Jiang Wo, did you come here today just to say all this? Jiang Wo smoked down to the filter, stubbed it out on the edge of the step, and instead of tossing the butt, tucked it into his pocket. The gesture was the same as Gang's, but the meaning was entirely different. For Gang, it was a habit. For Jiang Wo, it was putting on a show of respectability at someone else's doorstep. Nothing major. He stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Just stopped by to see you and catch up. If you ever come to your senses, give Uncle a call anytime. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it over. Lin took it. White background with black text, reading, Genda Trading Company, Limited, Qinghe City. Jiang Wo, General Manager. Phone number, WeChat QR code. Alright, I'll be on my way then. Jiang Wo opened the Audi's door, got in, and rolled the window down halfway. Lin, don't be stubborn, young man. There are some things you just can't handle, and I don't want to see it come to that. With that, he rolled the window back up. The Audi backed out of the dirt road, pulled onto the main road, and drove off toward the county seat. Lin stood at the gate, clutching the business card in his hand. He didn't tear it up. He slipped the business card into his pants pocket. In his previous life, he collapsed in less than 2 months under this kind of pressure. Jiang Wo was right, the law enforcement team came once, the Environmental Protection Bureau came once, the fire department came once. Every time, they nitpicked, every time it was fines, rectifications, deadlines, and reports. One person couldn't withstand this kind of relentless pressure. But that was his previous life. The Lin of his past life had no money, no connections, and no leverage. Donggang Studio, which made 2 or 3,000 yuan a month, had its cash flow cut off after just a few fines. This life is different. He glanced down at the wooden signboard leaning against the wall. Most of the red paint had chipped away, but the words "scrap recycling" were still legible. The sign could be taken down and put back up later. But he couldn't lose his turf. He turned and walked into the courtyard, sitting down again in front of the pile of junk in the northwest corner. He reached out and pulled over the old leather suitcase with the brass handle he'd just dug out. The brass clasp was rusted solid, the leather moldy and stiff, giving off a damp, musty scent. Jiang Wo wanted to wear him down with a relentless barrage. Fine. Let us see who wears whom down. Lin brushed the dust off the suitcase, carried it to the workbench, and turned on the desk lamp. The sun had shifted slightly westward, beating down on the tin roof and emitting a buzzing, hot hum. The courtyard was quiet, broken only by the rustling of rummaging through junk. Occasionally, a car passed by on the street, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin was bent over examining the suitcase when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to see it was his sister-in-law, Qin Xiaoyan. He answered, but before he could speak, she spoke first. "Third brother, are you busy?" His sister-in-law never beat around the bush. When she asked if he was busy, she wasn't really concerned about his schedule, she had something important to discuss. "Not busy, sis. What's up? I want to tell you about something. My colleague, Teacher Gong, has set you up with a potential partner, a Chinese language teacher." "Sis-in-law. Don't interrupt me just yet." Chen Xiaoyan raised her voice a half step. "I know what you're going to say. You're going to say you're a scrap collector and she won't look at you. Let me tell you, this young lady isn't the type to be all talk and no action. She dated." His sister-in-law asked him afterward how it went, and he said, "She's a nice person." His sister-in-law replied, "She said you're a nice person too, but she thinks your job isn't very stable." Not very stable, that was putting it politely. In other words, she looked down on him for being a scrap collector. The second time was just before the 2021 Spring Festival. A distant cousin of my sister-in-law's best friend had come back from Shenzhen for the holidays. She was 25 and worked as a quality inspector at a factory. My sister-in-law arranged for the two families to have dinner together. His sister-in-law even scolded him, telling him to be more generous and, if he needed more money, to just ask De Yong. The fourth time was in early 2022, and this one caused the biggest commotion. Through the parents' group chat, his sister-in-law met a relative of one of the students' parents, a 27-year-old woman who ran a nail salon in the county seat. She was pretty, wore makeup well, and on the day they met, she wore a light purple dress and high heels. Lin took one look and thought she really did have a nice aura about her. The two of them sat in a cafe in the county town for 2 hours, chatting about all sorts of things. His older sister-in-law was so furious she berated him over the phone for 15 minutes. When she was done, she sighed, "Third son, I'm not pressuring you, but can't you put some effort into this? You can't stay a bachelor forever, can you?" The fifth time was the one where he went wearing flip-flops. It was in the fall of 2022. The woman's surname was Zhao. She worked at a service counter in the county government service hall as a contract employee. The two of them ate noodles at a restaurant. But this life was different. Chapter 26, Setting Up a Blind Date. Lin looked down at the balance on his phone. Just over 14,500. 6 days. What does that figure mean in Lin's county? His sister-in-law teaches at a rural elementary school and takes home 3,700 a month. De Yong works at a government agency in town. With his salary, performance bonuses, and subsidies, he makes just over 4,000 a month. Lily works as a cleaner, earning a little over 200 a day, at most 5,000 a month. He earned in 6 days what they made in 3 or 4 months. Admittedly, most of that money came from the big deal selling the projector, so it couldn't be considered the norm. But with Gang's supply line for OmniCleanse props, Winquan's second-hand shop as a sort, and the pile of junk in his own yard that hadn't been fully sorted yet, as long as he managed the use of his system skill carefully, making at least $10,000 a month was a given. In a county town, that was a respectable sum. Not the kind of respectability that comes with driving luxury cars or living in mansions, but the kind where people say, this young man is down to earth, he can make a living, and he has got his life together. When looking for a partner in a small town, that is exactly what the woman and her family look for. Lynn stood up and walked over to the broken mirror by the entrance of the tin-roofed shack. The mirror had been dug out of a scrap heap. It was oval-shaped with a wooden frame. The surface had a few scratches, but it still reflected a clear image of the reflection in the mirror, 5'10", lean and muscular. Having eaten heavily these past few days to replenish the energy drained by his system skills, his face was slightly rounder than before, though his cheekbones remained prominent. His eyebrows were thick, his eye sockets deep, his nose straight, and his lips a bit dry. As the head of Donggang Studio, his lips were perpetually chapped. A layer of blue-gray stubble had sprung up on his chin. He hadn't shaved in 2 or 3 days. Taken individually, his features weren't bad, but put together, they formed a face that looked honest. Villagers called him Shaolin or Fingzi when they saw him, their tone carrying that casual dismissiveness reserved for honest folk, not out of contempt, but because they saw him as easy to talk to, easy to bully, and easy to brush off. In his past life, he certainly was. In this life, he'd have to keep up the act when necessary, but he'd have to stand his ground. Lin turned away from the mirror, picked up his phone, and sent a WeChat message to his sister-in-law. Sis, 3 o'clock tomorrow, got it? I'll get ready. She replied instantly with 3 words, you bet. A voice message followed. Lin tapped to play it. Do you have any decent clothes in your closet? If not, I'll have Yong bring you one of his shirts tomorrow. You two are about the same build, so it should fit. Don't wear that gray t-shirt of yours even though you've washed it well, the color is too faded. His sister-in-law even remembered what color t-shirt he wore. That level of observation would be good enough for a criminal investigator. Lin sent a voice message back, no need, I have my own clothes. He did, in fact. Among the clothes he washed with the system skill a couple of days ago was a dark blue polo shirt that De Jong had given him for the new year 2 years ago. At the time, he thought it was ridiculous for a scrap collector to wear a polo shirt, so he kept it tucked away at the bottom of his closet, unworn. Now was the perfect time to pull it out. After being washed with the system skill, that polo shirt looked just like new. All right. I'll go meet her tomorrow. Whether it works out or not, I can't let my sister-in-law's kindness go to waste. It's happened several times now. Every time things fell through, she was even more anxious than he was, but she never once said to give up. Lin remembers that thoughtfulness. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and refocused his attention on the leather suitcase with the brass handle sitting on the workbench. The brass latch had rusted a deep green, and the mold stains on the leather looked like an abstract painting, a patch of white here, a patch of gray-green there. The leather on the handle had hardened and cracked, but the brass rivets were still there. The suitcase wasn't large, about 50 centimeters long, a little over 30 wide, and 20 thick. It was quite heavy. There might be something inside. Lin tried to pry open the brass clasp. It was rusted solid, not budging an inch. He wasn't in a hurry to use his system skill. He'd already cleaned quite a few items today, and his stamina was down to about 40 or 50%, not enough. He'd deal with it tomorrow. He placed the leather suitcase in the corner of the workbench and covered it with a cloth. He stood up, stretched, and walked to the courtyard gate. The sun was already setting. The light of 4 or 5 o'clock slanted into Donggang Studio, casting long shadows from the piles of clutter. A farm tricycle rumbled past on the street, its bed loaded with garlic scapes, a sea of vibrant green. The Audi was gone from the intersection across the street. Jangwo had left. But the words he left behind, environmental protection, fire safety, station closure, weren't empty threats. That man was truly willing to invest heavily in his business. In his past life, he'd spent nearly half a year going through all sorts of trouble just to secure this plot of land. But that was his past life. In his past life, Lin was a good-for-nothing with no money, no connections, and no backbone. He believed whatever people told him and took whatever they offered. When Wei told him to sell the land, he sold it. Zhang Wo told him to invest, and he invested. 500,000 yuan went down the drain, his wife left him, and he ended up holed up alone in a rented room, getting drunk and crashing into a utility pole. This life. He has over 14,000 yuan in cash, a system skill that turns junk into money, 2 sales channels taking shape, and an older sister-in-law willing to set him up on dates time and time again. He glanced at the ground beneath his feet, dry, hard earth, cracked and crisscrossed with cracks, mixed with scrap metal shavings and dust. This plot of land belonged to his father, now it was his. He wouldn't sell it to anyone. Lin turned and walked into the tin shack, pulled out the dark blue polo shirt, and unfolded it to inspect it. The collar was smooth, the color true, not a single wrinkle in sight. Clothes washed by the system skill were simply different, they looked exactly like something fresh off the store shelf. He hung the shirt on a nail behind the shed door, saving it for tomorrow. Managing a customer base was something he hadn't understood in his past life, but he had to learn it in this one. He locked his phone. Outside the courtyard, the sky was growing dark. It was a mid-April evening, and there was still some light left past 6 o'clock. A gray cat, who appeared from nowhere, was perched on the tin roof, tilting its head to look at him. Lin picked up a piece of hardtack left over from lunch, crumbled it, and tossed it onto the windowsill. The gray cat hesitated for 2 seconds, then jumped down, sniffed it, and ran off with a piece in its mouth. 3 o'clock tomorrow. Just a meeting. He'd been on countless blind dates in his past life, he'd long since thickened his skin. He lay down on the bed and pulled the blanket up over his stomach. I wonder what this Ms. Gong looks like. My sister-in-law only said, she is good-looking, but Lin knew his sister-in-law's standards. Her definition of good-looking was pretty broad, from round faces to long faces, from 5'1" to 5'7", as long as someone had regular features and fair skin, she considered them good-looking. Oh well, I'll find out when I get there. Lin closed his eyes. She ran through today's events in her mind: Gang's inspection, the enforcement team's visit, Zhang Wo's second round of pressure, her sister-in-law's call, quite a lot to process. But she didn't feel anxious. That suffocating feeling from her past life, of being ground into the dirt by life, hadn't surfaced even once in this life so far. She had money in her pocket, work in her hands, and a girl waiting to see her tomorrow. Things were moving in the right direction. Outside the tin shack, the wind swept through the pile of junk, producing a faint clinking of metal. The gray cat leaped onto the roof again, its paws making a few soft clicks on the corrugated sheets. Lin rolled over and fell asleep almost immediately. Chapter 27, Got Some Skills. Lin woke up before 7 on Saturday morning. He'd gone to bed early last night, and since he'd had a peaceful night's sleep, he felt pretty good. His stamina was back to about 60%. Sleep itself doesn't generate energy, but the body burns fewer calories while resting, and some of the food he'd eaten the day before had been digested and absorbed, so his energy levels looked a bit better on paper than they had before bed. He got up and boiled 4 eggs, heated 2 meat buns, and made a bowl of instant noodles. After eating, his stamina rose to over 70%, enough he'd mixed the third item was large, an old-fashioned dressing table. It had a solid wood frame with an oval mirror, though the glass was so foggy it couldn't reflect a clear image of one's face. The tabletop had 3 drawers with brass pulls. The entire piece was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there were a few scuffs and chips in the paint along the edges, though the wood itself wasn't cracked, and the frame was still sturdy. Quan helped carry the items downstairs. The wicker chair was light, he could lift it with one hand. It took 2 of them to carry the dressing table into the courtyard, where they placed it on the empty spot next to the workbench. This table clock, the hands were still moving when I bought it, it was just dirty. Quan pushed his glasses up. Give it some Omni Cleanse. I have a client who specializes in collecting these kinds of old pieces. Sure. I picked up the wicker chair from a client who was moving $40. If you can get rid of those mold stains and restore the wicker to about 70 or 80% of its original color, I can list it for at least $250. Lin crouched down and inspected the underside of the chair. The wicker was tightly woven, with no loose or broken strands. It was worth cleaning. What about the dressing table? What I'm really after is the mirror. It's oval with a brass frame. Just give the whole thing a good wipe down, polish the brass frame, and make sure the mirror is clear. Don't worry about the chipped paint. Some people actually like that vintage look. Lynn nodded. All three items fell within System Skill's scope of work. No physical damage, just dirt, age, and mold. Will the price be as we agreed? Yeah. Wunquan leaned against the van door. The table clock is a small item, 40. The wicker chair is medium, 60. The dressing table is large, 100. Add one more for 200. All right. Lin replied and started walking toward the tin-roofed shack. Wunquan didn't move. Lin glanced back at him. Wunquan smiled, pushing his glasses up his nose. The gesture was subtle, but the message was clear. I'm in no hurry to leave today. Wunquan, is there something else? Nothing much. Wunquan strolled a few steps into the yard, hands in his pockets, his tone casual. I'll wait over here for a bit. You go ahead and get to work. Right. Lin got the picture. It was their first collaboration. After all, he was bound to want to see exactly how you did it. Back when it was the sewing machine, Wunquan had asked, how do you get this thing looking like it just came off the assembly line? He brushed it off with a formula from a friend at a chemical plant. But even though he stopped asking, the question mark in his mind remained. Today's door-to-door delivery was a chance to test the waters to see if Lin really had what it took, or if he was just pulling a fast one. Most people would be nervous in this situation. But Lin wasn't. He'd seen this coming a long time ago. Alright, Wunquan, make yourself at home. Lin pointed to a rickety stool in the yard. I'll get started right away. He turned and went into the tin shed, hauling out all the tools from the burlap sack and laying them out in a row on the empty space in front of the dressing table. 3 steel wool pads, one each of coarse, medium, and fine. 2 scouring pads, the green kind. A brass wire brush and 2 old toothbrushes. A spray bottle filled with water. 1 putty knife, 4 dry rags, and 2 wet rags. The bucket of deep blue Secret Omni Cleanse solution sat right in the center. Next to it stood the mineral water bottle labeled Solution Number 3. Wunquan's gaze swept over the row of tools, pausing briefly on the bucket of blue liquid. Lin didn't give him a chance to look any longer. He simply picked up the table clock and got to work. First, he wiped away the surface dust with a dry cloth. His movements were slow and meticulous. For the corners and crevices, he switched to a small toothbrush to scrape away the grime bit by bit. Then he sprayed a little water from the spray bottle and used a scouring pad dipped in the blue liquid to scrub the wooden case. As soon as the blue liquid touched the surface, a fine layer of foam formed on the wooden case, and a chemical odor wafted out. Wunquan instinctively took a half step back. What's that smell? It's so strong. The formula contains a few potent ingredients. The smell is a bit strong. Lin didn't even look up. Wunquan, stand back a bit. Don't let the fumes get to you. Wunquan actually took 2 steps back, but his eyes remained fixed on the scene. Lin dipped the scouring pad in the liquid and wiped the surface 2 or 3 times, though he wasn't really applying much pressure. A mixture of dish soap and toilet cleaner was practically useless against years of grime. But his movements were professional and meticulous. He crouched there scrubbing for several minutes. In between, he switched to a wire brush to scrub the grime embedded in the wood grain, brushing out a bit of grayish-black residue. This residue was actually brushed out at once thanks to a system skill. Some of the surface dust could indeed be removed physically. But the step that would truly make the table clock look brand new, that would have to wait until he was gone. Lin wiped for about 10 minutes, set the table clock aside, and began working on the wicker chair. First, he used a scraper to remove the thickest layer of grime from the armrests, then dipped a steel wool pad in the blue liquid to scrub the surface of the wicker. Since the wicker weave had many gaps, he switched to a small toothbrush to pick at them one by one, working with great precision. Dirt brushed loose littered the floor, and dark brown muddy water dripped from the rattan. Did you used to work in dry cleaning? Wunquan asked, unable to resist after watching his technique for cleaning the gaps. I learned it from Lily. She has been doing deep cleaning for years, and I've helped her out a few times. No wonder. Wonquan nodded. He'd been watching for over 10 minutes, his initial scrutiny giving way to mere observation. This young man certainly had a method to his work: dry before wet, rough before fine, changing tools frequently, hands never still, and few words spoken. Though he didn't know the exact formula of that bucket of blue liquid, judging by the way it was used, it must be some kind of custom blended OmniCleanse compound. It wasn't unusual for the chemical industry to produce such things. Many auto repair shops and refurbishment workshops had their own secret formulas. He checked the time. All right, Fingsy, I'm heading out. Wonquan brushed imaginary dust off his pants. I'll come by this afternoon to pick up the goods. Take care, Wonquan. Wonquan opened the van door, got in, then leaned back out and asked, around what time will you be done? Definitely before 5 p.m. All right. The wooling van sputtered away. Stood at the courtyard gate for about 10 seconds, making sure the van had turned onto the street and was out of sight. He waited another half-minute. There was no sign of it turning back. He went back into the courtyard and pushed the pile of makeshift tools to the side. After crouching for 15 minutes, his legs were a little sore. My turn. He walked up to the grandfather clock and cradled it in both hands. Chapter 28, Showing His Stuff. Lin used a dry cloth to wipe the blue liquid off the wooden case of the table clock, scrubbing it back and forth twice. He used an old toothbrush to dislodge the water droplets trapped in the crevices, then absorbed them with a dry cloth. The wicker chair was a bit more troublesome. The gaps in the woven rattan were numerous, and the blue liquid had seeped in. He filled a spray bottle with water, rinsed it twice, then used a dry cloth to wipe each strand of rattan one by one. Finishing these tasks took another 5 or 6 minutes. He stood up, stretched his legs to relieve the stiffness from crouching, walked over to the workbench, grabbed 2 Snickers bars, tore one open, and popped it into his mouth to chew. Stamina, just over 70%. 3 items: the table clock is the smallest, the wicker chair is medium-sized, and the dressing table is the largest. Based on previous experience, a small item like the table clock would consume no more than 0.5% of stamina at most. The wicker chair was larger. It had a considerable surface area but a simple structure, so about 10%. The dressing table, with its mirror, drawers, and brass pulls, was a complex piece. It might take 15% to 20%. All 3 combined would probably cost him about 30%. After cleaning them, he'd still have over 40% stamina left, enough to last until lunch. That's enough. He wiped his hands and walked over to the table clock. The table clock was a good inch larger than my palm and felt heavy in my hand. The wooden case was made of dark hardwood with a fine grain. Decades of grime and oil had coated it, giving it a sticky, rough texture to the touch. The dial was covered by a layer of glass. The glass wasn't cracked, but the paper beneath had yellowed severely, and the numbers and hour markers were all hazy. The hands were stopped at 3:17, though it was unclear which year the 3:17 belonged to. If he were to give this table clock a proper OmniCleanse, removing the back cover, taking out the movement, sanding and waxing the wooden case, carefully wiping the yellowed dial paper with a cotton swab dipped in alcohol since it couldn't be replaced, removing the glass cover, cleaning it with OmniCleanse, and putting it back on, then polishing the brass base with brass polish. He handled similar antique items when he used to help Lily with housekeeping. Going through the entire process, even for someone quick on their feet, would take at least 2 hours. And that's not counting accidents like dropping parts or stripping screws during disassembly and reassembly. Lin cradled the table clock in both hands. The moment his palms pressed against the wooden case, mana surged forth. That familiar warmth seeped from the palm of her hand into the surface of the wooden shell, as quickly and silently as water soaking into a dry sponge. Decades of accumulated grime, oil residue, and sweat stains, both visible and invisible to the naked eye, began to coalesce wherever Mana's touch passed. First came the surface dust. The fine particles of dust embedded in the crevices of the wood grain were squeezed out from the bottom of the cracks by Mana, emerging one by one like earthworms wriggling out of the soil, gathering on the surface of the wooden shell to form a thin layer of gray powder. Then came the grease film. That sticky, thin layer, a mixture of decades of kitchen grease and human sebum, lost its grip under Mana's influence. It peeled away from the wooden surface in patches, curling and flaking off to form rolls of yellowish-brown, waxy skin that rustled as it fell to the floor at his feet. Mana continued deeper. The old layer on the surface of the wooden shell that wasn't paint, it was a dark layer formed by the wood's own oxidation and discoloration over decades. Mana paused on this layer, as if discerning whether it was dirt or just the way it was meant to be. Lin's intention was clear: remove only the grime, preserving the wood's natural color. The dark layer remained intact, but the impurities obscuring the wood grain were pushed away layer by layer. The original grain of the dark hardwood emerged from the gloom, concentric rings of growth, as clear as if they'd just been sanded with fine grit sandpaper. The table clock in her hands felt lighter. It wasn't actually getting lighter, it was a psychological sensation. Once the grime was stripped away, the texture of the wooden case shifted from sticky and rough to dry and smooth, making it much more comfortable to hold. Mana slipped into the gap between the glass cover and the dial. The haze covering the dial paper, a condensation of dust and moisture that had seeped in over decades of poor sealing, was pushed out by Mana along the edges. Threads of grayish-white powder squeezed out from the edge of the cover and fell between his fingers. The numbers and markings on the dial paper became clear. Black Arabic numerals, red second-hand markings, a white background with a faint yellowish tint. That yellow was the undertone of time, not dirt. Finally, the copper base at the bottom. The oxidized, blackened copper regained its metallic luster as Mana's touch passed over it, not a glaring gold, but the deep, subdued golden brown unique to aged copper. He let go. He set the table clock down on the workbench. 14 seconds. A small pinch of grayish-brown powder and a few strands of waxy, greasy residue lay on the floor. The table clock stood on the workbench, its wooden case warm to the touch, the copper base faintly gleaming, the glass cover clear and pristine, the numbers on the dial inside perfectly legible. An hour and a half's work, 14 seconds. Stamina dropped by less than 5%. Lin didn't dwell on it. He swept the debris on the floor to one side, scooped it up with an iron dustpan and dumped it into the trash can, then crouched down in front of the wicker chair. The rattan chair was a more complicated problem than the table clock, not because of the material, but because of its structure. There were simply too many gaps in the rattan weave. The backrest used a herringbone weave, the armrests a spiral wrap, and the seat a grid pattern. 3 weaves, 3 different gap widths, each one stuffed with grime, grease, and mold. If she were to clean this chair the normal way, just using a toothbrush to scrape the grime out of every single gap, it would take at least 2 hours, even for someone with quick hands. After scraping, she'd have to soak it in disinfectant to kill the mold, then rinse it thoroughly with clean water, and finally let it air dry. Since rattan absorbs water, it would take most of the day to dry naturally. Add in the oiling and maintenance afterward, and by the time the whole process was finished, she'd be lucky to have it ready for delivery by tomorrow. Lin placed both hands on the armrests of the wicker chair. Mana's release worked differently from the table clock. With the clock, his palm had enveloped the entire object with mana, the energy seeped in from the outside. The wicker chair had a large surface area that his 2 hands couldn't fully cover, so mana radiated outward from his palms, spreading in all directions along the grain of the wicker. It was like dropping 2 pebbles into calm water. Ripples radiated outward from the 2 points of contact, converging and spreading to cover the entire surface. The dirt on the surface was the first to go. The dark, moldy spots on the armrests began to change the moment mana reached them. The fungal hyphae were pulled out one by one from the pores of the rattan fibers, not by melting, not by evaporating, but by physical separation. Those microscopic hyphae, invisible to the naked eye, were pushed by mana to the surface of the rattan, gathering into clumps of gray-green powder. The mold spots vanished. They weren't bleached away, they were truly gone. The rattan's natural color was revealed. Next came the grime in the seams. This process was the most visually striking. Mana moved along the herringbone weave's crevices, the gaps in the spiral twists, and the intersections of the grid pattern. Each seam seemed to be smoothed by an invisible finger, forcing out the plaster that had been packed inside for who knows how many years. The plaster was dry. As it emerged from the cracks, it came out in hard, granular clumps, just like the debris that falls when old wall plaster peels away, clattering down and making a soft, crackling sound as it hit the floor. Lin glanced down. A ring of grayish-brown debris had settled around the chair legs, and there was quite a bit of it. The grime packed into the cracks of this chair probably weighed a good 2 ounces in total. Mana kept moving. The deep brown on the surface of the rattan was peeling away layer by layer. Those age-old oil stains, sweat marks, and soot stains were being stripped away inch by inch as mana worked, revealing the natural color beneath. The natural color of the rattan was a pale yellow verging on off-white. It wasn't the bright yellow of a brand new piece, but a warm, aged off-white, like the color of straw that had been sun-dried. Lin had seen this shade before. The few well-preserved second-hand rattan chairs hanging in Wonquan's shop were exactly this color. He deliberately adjusted the intensity of the Omni Cleanse. He didn't want to make it look too new. With rattan chairs, buyers are after that aged look. If it's clean to look like it was just woven, it actually looks fake. Mana stopped when the color had been restored to about 70 or 80%. Finally, there was the mud on the chair legs. The mud caked onto the solid wood legs cracked and flaked off as Mana passed over them, revealing the wood grain beneath. There were a few signs of wear on the wood's surface. 18 seconds. Lin released her grip. The wicker chair stood there, a completely different piece from just a minute ago. The herringbone weave on the backrest was crisp and distinct, the spiral twists on the armrests were tight and full, and the grid pattern on the seat was clean and sharp. The entire chair exuded a sense of having been well maintained over the years. In a shop like Wonquan, a piece in this condition could easily fetch 300 or 400 yuan. After sweeping away the dust and mold spores from the floor, Lin stood up, stretched his wrists, and walked over to the dressing table. Chapter 29, The Omni Cleanse Dressing Table. This was today's big piece. The dressing table was about 1.2 meters tall and 80 centimeters wide, with a solid wood frame and 3 drawers. An oval mirror stood on the tabletop, framed in brass. The entire piece was covered in a thick layer of dust, and the color of the dust was uneven light gray dust on the tabletop, deep grayish-black, years-old grime in the crevices of the drawers, and a mixture of grayish-green verdigris and dust on the copper frame. The mirror surface was so foggy it looked like frosted glass. If I were to clean this vanity using the standard Omni Cleanse method, the process would break down as follows: wipe the tabletop and frame with a damp cloth, then with wood cleaner, and finally with a dry cloth. Pull out the 3 drawers and wipe them inside and out. Scrub the mold stains on the drawer bottoms bit by bit with alcohol-soaked cotton balls. Wipe the brass frame with specialized brass polish, then buff it with a soft cloth. The mirror was sprayed with glass cleaner, wiped, sprayed again, and wiped again repeatedly until it was clear enough to reflect a person's face. All told, it took a whole morning. Lin took a deep breath and pressed both hands against the vanity's surface. This time, the mana was significantly more intense than with the previous 2 items. The vanity was large and made of many materials: solid wood, brass, glass mirror surfaces, and the insides of the drawers, which might have been made of another type of wood or plywood, so the system skill automatically entered scan mode the moment it made contact. Mana radiated out from the palm of her hand, like someone slowly running a fine-toothed comb across the surface. First, the dust on the surface. This layer of dust was no trouble. As soon as the mana passed over it, it dispersed, turning into a fine powder that was pushed to the edge of the surface and trickled down along the edge. The wood's natural color was revealed, a deep walnut hue with a coarse grain and that distinctive, oiled sheen characteristic of antique furniture. Then the mana moved downward, seeping into the gaps between the 3 drawers. The drawers weren't pulled out, but that didn't matter. The mana didn't care about such details. It seeped in through the millimeter-wide gap between the drawer fronts and the frame, beginning its work inside the drawers. Lin could feel it. Below the palm of her hand, mana split into 3 streams, entering the top, middle, and bottom drawers respectively. Mold stains on the inner walls, debris and dust accumulated on the bottoms, and insect eggshells that had fallen into the corners at some unknown time. Mana pushed all these things out bit by bit from the pores of the wood grain and the microscopic pits in the panels. Faint sounds emanated simultaneously from all 3 drawers. Debris and dust particles rolled and gathered inside, pushed by mana in the same direction toward the inner side of the front panel at the very front of each drawer, where they formed 3 small piles. All she had to do was turn around, pull out the drawers, and empty out the debris. Mana continued on. The 4 legs of the frame, the crossbars, the back panel, years of grime were being stripped away layer by layer from every wooden surface. Where the paint had peeled, Mana walked around it, leaving it untouched. For a second-hand buyer, a decades-old oval mirror with a copper frame that clearly reflects the face with only a small corner of the mirror surface slightly darker. What do you call that? You call it excellent condition, with the patina of age. 23 seconds. Lynn let go of the mirror and took a step back. The dressing table stood in the courtyard, the afternoon sun slanting across its surface, the deep walnut wood grain glowing with a soft sheen. The brass pulls on the 3-drawer fronts shone with a dull gold luster. The oval mirror reflected the sky and the tin roof of the house. On the floor lay a ring of dusty powder, fragments of verdigris, and scattered debris that had seeped out from the cracks in the drawers. He pulled open the 3 drawers, dumped the accumulated debris into the trash can, and wiped down the insides of the drawers with a dry cloth. Not that it was really necessary, system skill had already performed an omni-cleanse. He was wiping away the fine residue that hadn't had time to settle and remained on the surfaces. His stamina dropped to 45%. All 3 items were taken care of. The table clock took 14 seconds. The wicker chair, 18 seconds. The dressing table, 23 seconds. Altogether, less than a minute. If calculated based on the standard omni-cleanse times an hour and a half for the table clock, over 2 hours for the wicker chair including drying, and 2.5 to 3 hours for the dressing table cleaning, all 3 items would have required working from 9 in the morning until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. 7 hours of work. He finished it in less than a few minutes. Lynn crouched in front of the workbench and inspected the condition of each piece one by one in the morning sunlight. The table clock was flawless just sitting there, it was a masterpiece. Kwan said he had clients who specifically hunted for antique pieces, and with a piece in this condition, there would be no room for haggling once it reached their hands. The rattan chair's color was well controlled, about 70 to 80% new, neither garish nor shabby. The 2 spots on the armrests where the mold had been worst were now perfectly matched to the surrounding rattan. There was no trace of the mold left. The dressing table was the standout of the 3. Once that oval copper-framed mirror was cleaned, the entire piece's quality was elevated, with its copper frame adorned with a lotus scroll pattern and a dark walnut top. If placed in Kwan's shop, it would be a loss to price it below $500. Lynn stood up and moved the 3 items into the tin-roofed shed, arranging them neatly against the wall. He swept the ash and dust from the courtyard and confiscated the bucket of blue liquid and tools that had been left behind as a pretense he couldn't keep them, they had to be saved. When Kwan came to pick up the goods that afternoon, it would make perfect sense for him to see the tools scattered about and the blue liquid reduced by a third. He poured some clean water into the bucket, lowering the liquid level to about 1/3 of its original volume. He dampened 2 scouring pads with clean water and tossed them onto the workbench, then deliberately rubbed a bit of plaster onto the steel wool pad to leave a smear. The scene was set. A scene of labor after a long day's work. Lynn leaned against the workbench and glanced down at his phone. 10:15. From the time he left Kwan's place until now, including the time spent wiping up the water earlier, it had been just over half an hour. He finished the job by 10:15. He told Kwan he'd deliver the goods before 1 p.m. That left him with over 2 hours to spare, enough time to eat a proper meal and get ready for his blind date at 3 p.m. Lynn slipped his phone back into his pocket, then picked up a hardtack from the table, broke it in half, and began munching on it. His stamina was at 45%. He'd need a proper meal at noon. Chewing on the hardtack, he took a couple of steps toward the courtyard gate. The sun had already risen higher in the sky. The April sunlight beat down on the tin roof, baking the galvanized sheet metal until it was slightly warm to the touch. The courtyard was quiet. 3 freshly laundered items were stacked against the wall inside the tin shed, waiting to be turned into cash this afternoon. A 200 yuan processing fee for half an hour's work, including the time spent putting on a show. Actual hands-on time, 2 minutes. With efficiency like that, it would be a miracle if he didn't strike it rich in this lifetime. Chapter 30, Looking for Trouble Again. Lynn had just finished stacking the 3 omni-cleanse treated items in the tin shed and was thinking about what to eat for lunch to replenish his stamina when his phone rang. It was his sister-in-law, Chen Xiaoyan. "Lynn, don't forget about 3 o'clock this afternoon. The girl went out of her way to reschedule her class, so don't be late." "Don't worry, sis. I've got it. What are you going to wear? Don't show up in that ragged t-shirt. I washed a white shirt yesterday, and I've got pants ready too." What about shoes? Canvas sneakers. I washed them, they're as good as new. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. All right. She seems like a nice girl. Don't start talking about your junk collecting business right off the bat, you hear me? Got it, sis. And don't be stingy. When you go to teacher Gong's place, remember to bring some Wang Lao Ji or Lulu, don't show up empty-handed. All right. 3 o'clock. Don't be late. Just past 2 in the afternoon, Lin had finished washing up and getting ready and was about to head out for the meeting. The sound of a car engine started up outside the courtyard gate. Lin glanced out the window of the tin-roofed shack. A white wooling pickup truck had pulled up in front of the Donggang studio entrance. Blue letters were spray-painted on the door, but they were too far away to make out clearly. Immediately afterward, 2 people got out of the vehicle. They were wearing dark blue uniforms. One was in his 40s, short and stocky, clutching a folder. The other was younger, in his early 30s, tall and slender, carrying a shoulder bag and taking photos with his phone. He was photographing the front of Donggang studio. Lin's heart sank. Judging by the style and color of the uniforms, they were from the Environmental Protection Bureau. When Jiang Wo left last time, he said, environmental protection, fire safety, and urban management, those 3 departments take turns coming around. You won't be able to hold them off. The last group had been led by Ma Guoqiang, the deputy captain of the urban management team, but Lin had sent them packing by citing his valid permits and procedural justice. How many days had passed? The second wave had already arrived. They'd come through a different channel. Lin glanced at his phone. 2:32 p.m. Anyone there? The stocky man at the courtyard gate called out. Lin didn't rush out. He first slipped a thin gray jacket over his white shirt. Then he took a deep breath, pushed open the door of the tin-roofed shed, and stepped out to meet them. Who's there? The stocky man flipped open a folder and gave him a quick glance. We're from the Linza County Comprehensive Ecological and Environmental Law Enforcement Brigade. My surname is Sunday. He pulled a piece of paper from the folder and waved it in front of him. Is this your scrap collection station? It is. What's the matter, Officer Sun? Lin hadn't managed to make out what was written on the paper, but his tone remained polite. We received a complaint from neighborhood residents stating that there is often a foul odor and black smoke from burning waste here, which is affecting the lives of nearby residents. We've come to verify the situation. Burning waste. Lin almost laughed. Since Donggang Studio opened, he hadn't even lit a cigarette in the yard, let alone burned anything. He didn't smoke. But he didn't laugh. He kept a cooperative expression and nodded. Officer Sun, please come in and take a look. I really haven't burned anything here. He pushed the gate open and let the 2 men in. The tall, thin man started taking photos as soon as he stepped inside. Holding his phone aloft, he swept from left to right, capturing the pile of scrap in the yard, the tin-roofed shed, and the few burlap sacks scattered across the open ground. The stocky Sun walked around the yard, looking down at the ground and then up at the chimney on the tin-roofed shed, a remnant left by the previous owner, connected to the base of a dismantled coal stove inside the shed. Now it was just an empty pipe, blocked off and useless. What was this chimney used for? It was for the coal stove we used for heating. The stove was taken apart ages ago, but we didn't get around to taking down the chimney. Sun took a photo of the chimney with his phone. Are there any burn marks on the ground? The tall, thin man asked. No, Lin pointed at the ground. Take a look for yourself. Where are the black burn marks? The tall, thin man crouched down to inspect it. There really weren't any. He had Lin to thank for that. He'd just cleaned up, removing all the ash and powder left behind by the system's skill OmniCleanse. Sun jotted a few notes on the folder, then changed the subject. We'll make a note of the burning incident and verify it back at the station. But he looked up, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the pile of scrap and the courtyard wall. There are a few issues with this site. Here we go. Lin knew this routine all too well. First, they used the complaint as an excuse to get inside, and once inside, they find other faults on the spot. It didn't matter if the complaint turned out to be unfounded, they always find something else to nitpick. That is exactly how Jangwo had operated in his previous life-changing tactics, departments, and pretexts, coming at you wave after wave until you had a nervous breakdown and begged for mercy. Go ahead, Lin replied, his tone steady despite his impatience. Sun Ke pointed his pen at the pile of scrap on the west side. First, this open-air storage area lacks fencing. With all this stuff out in the open, dust gets kicked up when the wind blows, that's not up to code. Lin didn't respond. Second, Sun Ke pointed to the open space in the middle of the yard. There are no sprinkler systems to suppress dust. This yard is all dirt in dry weather, vehicles coming and going will kick up dust. You need to install mobile sprinklers or mist cannons. Lin was seething inside. It was almost time for his appointment. Third, there are no dust-proof nets installed around the perimeter of the site. Sun Ke closed his folder. Based on these 3 points, in accordance with relevant regulations, we can fine you between 2,000 and 20,000 yuan and require you to make corrections within a specified time frame. 2,000 yuan. It wasn't a huge sum, but it wasn't small either. For Lin right now, it wasn't that he couldn't come up with the money. But the problem wasn't the money. The problem was this: you pay 2,000 today, then next week the fire department comes and fines you 3,000, and a few days after that, the urban management team drops by and slaps you with another 2,000. Round after round of bleeding you dry. Jangwo was determined to wear you down this way. That's exactly how he went under in his previous life. Each fine wasn't large, but every single one added insult to injury to a life already stretched to the limit. In the end, it wasn't a single fine that crushed him, it was the relentless mental drain that wore him down. Once his spirit was gone, he was finished. Not this time. Lin didn't panic, nor did he raise his voice to argue with the officer. He did one thing. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found the entry labeled De Yong. Sun Ke, I've noted down the points you mentioned. But there are a few things I'd like to confirm. Please hold on a moment while I make a call. Sun Ke furrowed his brow. What kind of call? I'm going to ask De Yong. He works in town and knows these policies better than I do. I'm afraid I might have misunderstood something and held you up. It was a clever way to put it. Not I'm pulling strings, not I have connections, but I'm afraid a misunderstanding might hold you up. It gave the other party a way out while buying himself some time. Sun Ke hesitated for a moment but didn't stop him. Lin walked to the entrance of the tin-roofed shed and dialed the number. Chapter 31, settled with a single call. After 3 rings, Yong picked up. Lin? What's up? Yong, people from the Environmental Protection Bureau are here. Lin kept his voice low, speaking quickly but clearly. They said they received a report that my place was burning trash and emitting black smoke. When they arrived on site, they couldn't find any evidence of burning. Then they said my site lacks fencing, sprinklers, and dust-proof netting, so they're fining me 2,000 yuan and demanding I make corrections within a set time frame. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Who reported it? Who else could it be? Yong didn't press further. He knew about the situation between Lin and Jangwo. After that incident with the urban management officers last time, he told Lin they might come back later. How many people showed up? 2. One surnamed Sun, in his 40s, who claimed to be from the Comprehensive Law Enforcement Brigade. The other was a young guy who started taking photos as soon as he walked in. Sun. The guy from the Environmental Protection Office named Sun. Yong paused on the other end of the line. Short and stocky? Right. Sun Guodong. That guy used to work at the sanitation station before getting transferred to the Environmental Protection Office. He is not a bad guy, just not very decisive. He just shows up whenever his superiors tell him to. Yong paused again. Did he show you his law enforcement ID? Lin thought back. No, he hadn't. No, he didn't. He just came in saying he received a complaint, then immediately told me to fix the problem. All right. Yong's voice steadied. Hand him the phone. I'll have a word with him. Lin walked back into the yard and gave Sun Ku a polite smile. Sun Ku, this is Yong. I'd like to have a quick chat with you. Could you take the call? Sun Ku's expression was a bit subtle as he took the phone. He often encountered people calling for someone while out on enforcement duty, but most were frantic, trying to pull strings, contact the media, or reach a lawyer. People like Lin, who handed over the phone politely and without a fuss, were few and far between. Hello? Old son? It's Yong. We met last year during the flood relief duty. Sun Guodong paused for a moment. Lin. Yong? Oh, Director Lin, I remember. Hello. Old son, you guys inspected my brother's Donggang studio today, right? Yes, we received a tip. My brother told me about the tip. Regarding the burning, did you find any evidence of it at the scene? We haven't found any traces of burning so far. Then can we rule out that part of the tip? Sun Guodong glanced at the lanky man, who shook his head slightly to confirm that no evidence of burning had been captured. We can basically rule it out. All right. As for the remaining 3 corrective measures, the fencing, the sprinkler system, and the dust-proof netting, I'd like to clarify something. Old son, which standard did you use to determine these requirements? Was it Article 20 of the Solid Waste Law, or the Provincial Implementation Rules? Sun Guodong remained silent. Yong continued, I've looked into it. For individual scrap collection stations in Linzhi County, the environmental requirements are based on the XXXX management standards issued by the city in 2019. According to those standards, for individual operators with an annual business volume of no more than 50 tons, fencing and sprinkler systems are not mandatory, they're merely recommended. If you're going to issue a fine, you need to rely on mandatory provisions. Recommendations don't constitute grounds for punishment, right? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Lin stood nearby, watching Sun Guodong's expression shift from strictly professional to slightly awkward. Director Lin, I'll go back and verify the specific provisions. Of course. Yong's tone remained calm and measured. Also, old son, there's a minor issue with your enforcement procedure. My brother said you didn't show your law enforcement credentials when you entered the site. According to Article 55 of the Administrative Penalties Law, if law enforcement officers fail to present their credentials, the parties involved have the right to refuse inspection. I'm not saying your work isn't up to standard, I'm just giving you a heads up. Pay attention to this when you get back so people don't have grounds to file a complaint. Don't you agree? Sun Guodong's expression had already turned grim. It wasn't anger, it was that he'd been hit where it hurt. The matter of presenting law enforcement credentials, to be honest, this step was often skipped during grassroots enforcement. Most ordinary people didn't understand the procedure. If you showed up in uniform, they assumed you were an official. But if this were formally complained about, it would indeed be a procedural flaw, and they might even end up being questioned by the Disciplinary Inspection Department. Director Lin is right. That was an oversight on our part. So that's how it is, old Sunday. We didn't find any evidence of burning at the scene of the complaint. You go back and help write that up accurately. As for the remaining rectification items, I'll have my brother get on them right away. By the barriers where needed, install the sprinklers where required. Just give them a reasonable deadline. As for the fine, since it's the first time, let us focus on education. Does that work for you? Every word Yong spoke stayed within the rules. No pleading, no threats, no backdoor requests to cut corners. His message was clear: your legal grounds aren't solid enough, your procedures have flaws. If my brother cooperates with the corrections, don't start by slapping on a fine. They were all part of the system. Hearing him put it that way, everyone knew exactly what to do. By the time Sun Guodong handed the phone back to Lin, his tone had softened noticeably. Little Lin, your site does indeed need some work. Take your time getting the barriers and dust nets set up, there's no rush. Let us give you a month. I'll go back and report this to the station, and we'll put the fine on hold for now. Thanks, Officer Sunday. We'll definitely make the necessary improvements. Lin took the phone with both hands, sounding very sincere. Sun Guodong nodded and motioned for the lanky man to head out. As they reached the gate, he turned back to look at him one last time. Which department do you work in around town? Not entirely sure, but I think it's the Comprehensive Governance Office. Oh. Sun Guodong said nothing more and got into his car. The white Wuling pickup truck sputtered away. Lin stood at the courtyard gate, watching the vehicle turn onto the road and disappear from view. 2:43 p.m. 17 minutes left. He pulled out his phone and sent Yong a WeChat message. Yong, they're gone. Yong replied instantly, next time, don't wait until they're at your door to call. Let me know in advance, and I'll help you sort out the paperwork. Got it. Go get to work. Your sister-in-law told me about the blind date, don't be late. Lin hung up and glanced. He rode his electric scooter to the location his sister-in-law had sent him. It was a 6-story walk-up building in the old part of the county town, with plenty of tiles missing from the exterior walls and the stairwell plastered with flyers for drain cleaning services. 3rd floor, 1st unit on the left. Lin freed one hand to smooth his hair, then glanced down at his white shirt, not a wrinkle in sight. His canvas shoes were spotless, 2 items washed by system skill were such a breeze. He knocked on the door. A woman in her 50s opened the door. She had permed hair and small curls, wore a floral print loungewear set, and had a round face when she smiled, her eyes narrowed into slits. Oh my, is that you, Lin? Come on in, come on in. Hello, Ms. Gong. I brought these for you. Lin handed her the Wang Lao Ji and Lulu. You're such a sweetie, you didn't have to bring anything. Ms. Gong said politely, but her hands were quick to accept the gifts. She turned and placed them next to the coffee table in the living room. Sit down, sit down. Have a drink first. The living room wasn't large, but it was tidy. The sofa was covered with a checkered cloth cushion, and a plate of washed strawberries and a few oranges sat on the coffee table. Teacher Gong poured a cup of tea and pushed it over, then sat across from him and began to chat. How old are you this year, Shaolin? 27. 27, a fine age. How many people are in your family? I live alone. I have an older brother named Yong and a younger sister named Lily. They're both married now. What about your parents? They passed away early. The smile on Teacher Gong's face faded for a moment, but quickly returned. So what do you do for a living? I work in recycling. Lin had learned from the pitfalls of his previous blind dates. If he said the words scrap collector, the other person's expression would change instantly. By phrasing it differently, he could at least buy himself another 2 minutes. Oh, renewable resources, the environmental sector. The government supports that these days. Ms. Gong nodded. It was clear she didn't really understand the industry, but she handled the small talk smoothly. Just as they were chatting, there was a knock at the door. Ms. Gong patted her knee and stood up. Coming. She scurried over to open the door. Lin heard the 2 people at the door exchange a few words. Their voices were low, and she couldn't make out what they were saying. Then footsteps came in. Lin stood up, her gaze falling on the young woman entering behind Ms. Gong. She was about 5'4", wearing a white cotton dress that fell just below her knees, with a waistline that was perfectly fitted, neither too tight nor too loose. Her hair was pulled back into a low ponytail, with a few stray strands framing her ears. She wore minimal makeup, just a touch of lipstick in a very light, nude pink shade that matched her natural lip color. Her face was oval-shaped, with a pointed but not sharp chin. Her skin was fair, and her arched eyebrows appeared largely untouched. Her eyes weren't particularly large but were bright, with dark irises that dominated her gaze, giving her a pure, innocent look when she looked at someone. Her nose was straight, her lips were of moderate thickness, and when she smiled, a faint dimple appeared on her left cheek. She was carrying a carton of Tialansu milk. Standing at the living room doorway, she was neither flashy nor shy. She gave Lin a confident once-over and nodded slightly. Lin's first thought was, this time, my sister-in-law has found someone reliable. The previous introductions had included a man so heavy the chair creaked, one who spent the entire time staring at his phone, another who asked right off the bat how many properties he owned, and yet another who, after chatting for half an hour, turned out to be in another province and was only video calling. Compared to the woman standing before him, they were no contest. Shaolin, this is Lu Shui. She teaches English at our county's number 2 high school. Teacher Gong took the young woman's hand and led her inside. Shui, this is Lin, the one I told you about. He's a really down-to-earth guy. Hello, Lu Shui smiled at him, her voice neither too high nor too low, with that characteristic composure of a teacher. Hello, Lin nodded in return. Teacher Gong exchanged a few more pleasantries, the usual niceties like Lu is a dedicated teacher and Lin is hardworking and capable, then changed the subject. You two young people chat. I'll go tidy up the kitchen. You can go sit in that room. With that, she nudged them toward the bedroom. The bedroom wasn't too large. A single bed stood against the wall, and a desk with 2 chairs was placed by the window. On the desk lay several junior high English workbooks and a laptop. The curtains were drawn back, and the afternoon sunlight streamed in at an angle, casting a pleasant glow. Lu Shui sat in one chair, and Lin in the other. They sat across from each other at the desk, neither too close nor too far apart. What is your relationship with Teacher Gong? Lin asked first. She was my homeroom teacher in middle school. She taught me for 3 years. Lu Shui set her phone down on the desk. And you? How do you know Teacher Gong? She is a relative on my sister-in-law's side. I haven't quite figured out the exact relationship, but we're related by generation. Lu Shui smiled. That kind of relationship is the most complicated. When we visit during the new year, I can never get the titles right. That is for sure. Even my sister-in-law can't figure it out herself. The atmosphere was decent. Lin felt a slight sense of relief. What grade do you teach? 8th grade. 2 classes. English, high English was my worst subject. Back in school, I'd just guess my way through the closed tests. I'd cycle through the 4 options, A, B, C, and D. Well, if you're lucky, you might get a quarter of them right. Exactly. I survived on that quarter. Lu Shui was amused when she laughed. The dimple on her left cheek reappeared. She didn't cover her mouth when she laughed. Her teeth were perfectly aligned, the kind of natural straightness you get without ever having worn braces. Do you usually live in the county seat or out in the countryside? She asked. Donggang Village, east of the county seat. It's about a 10-minute ride on an electric scooter. I know Donggang Village. I've been there for home visits before. There are a lot of recycling stations along the road. The conversation naturally turned to work. Lin was mentally prepared for this. In his previous 5 blind dates, the manner of his death varied each time, but the cause was always the same: work. What do you do for a living? Lu Shui asked casually, in the tone of a normal conversation. Lin paused. He considered brushing it off by saying recycling of renewable resources. It was fine to say that to Teacher Gong. She wouldn't press further. But Lu Shui was different. She was young and spent a lot of time online. She'd know right away that recycling of renewable resources was just a fancy way of saying scrap collection. Rather than make her think he was being evasive, he might as well be straightforward. A scrap yard. My dad left it to me, and I've taken over the business. The moment those words left his mouth, he watched Lu Shui's expression. The change was subtle. It wasn't disdain, not a roll of the eyes, not that kind of contempt that says, "So you're a junk collector." He'd seen all those reactions before, in every possible variation. Lu Shui's reaction was this. Her smile remained the same, but the spark in her eyes, that enthusiasm for chatting, had faded. It was like 2 people playing a lively game of badminton, hitting the shuttlecock back and forth, when suddenly one player's swing lost its power. The shuttlecock was still flying, but the rhythm had changed. That's great, being your own boss, Lu Shui said. There was nothing wrong with the statement itself, but Lin could tell it was just polite small talk. Earlier, when they'd been discussing English and fill-in-the-blank exercises, her tone had been forward-leaning, relaxed, and curious. Now, that's great felt like she'd taken a half step back. Lin didn't call her out on it, nor did he rush to explain that my business is actually doing pretty well or I plan to expand and grow it in the future. He tried that in his previous life. The more he explained, the more it sounded like he was trying to cover something up. The more he made promises, the more it sounded like empty talk. A 27-year-old man sitting across from a blind date, pounding his chest and swearing he'd make something of himself someday. That image was even more off-putting than the job of collecting scrap. They chatted for a few more minutes. Lu Shui asked about his family situation, and he answered honestly. She didn't press further about his income, but the conversation clearly began to drift towards safer topics: the weather, the new bubble tea shop that had recently opened in the county town, and whether the roads near Donggang village were easy to navigate. All of it was small talk that required no emotional investment. Lin went along with it, keeping the conversation flowing without forcing it. After about 10 minutes, Lu Shui glanced at her phone. I have an online class to prepare for at 4:30. Shall we wrap it up for today? Sure. Let us add each other on WeChat. They scanned the QR codes and added each other as friends. Lu Shui's WeChat profile picture was an orange cat lying on a book, and her nickname was Snow. When they stepped out of the bedroom, Teacher Gong was sitting in the living room, munching on sunflower seeds and watching TV. Seeing them come out, he smiled and asked, "How did the chat go?" "It went well, Teacher Gong," Lin replied with a polite smile. "I'll head home now, but I'll come visit you again another day." All right. Drive safely." Lu Shui left the building right after him. In the stairwell, they walked side by side for a few steps before Lu Shui spoke up. "Did you ride your bike here?" "An electric scooter." "Then you go ahead. I'm stopping by the supermarket on my way." "Sure, see you later." Lu Shui nodded and turned to head downstairs. The silhouette of her white dress swayed twice in the stairwell before disappearing around the corner. Lin stood in the third-floor hallway, leaning against the railing without moving. He pulled out his phone, opened his WeChat contacts, and tapped on Lu Shui's. It was square, about the size of 2 cardboard boxes stacked on top of each other, with a dusty, gray dust cover draped over the front. Lin ripped the cloth off, and the dust made him turn his head to the side. It was a pair of floor-standing speakers. The wooden cabinets had 2 speakers embedded in the front panel, a small tweeter on top and a large 12-inch woofer below. The speaker cones weren't torn, but they were caked with a thick layer of dust, and the rubber surrounds around the edges had hardened and turned yellow. The cabinet, which had originally been finished with a deep redwood grain veneer, now looked patchy and discolored, with a large white stain on the right side panel where water had once pooled and dried. The binding posts on the back were rusted into a solid mass, and the brand nameplate was smeared with grime, rendering the text illegible. Lin wiped the nameplate with his sleeve and could just make out 3 characters, Maizasheng. He recognized the brand. These were Chinese-made hi-fi speakers from the 90s. Back then, they were considered mid to high-end gear, selling for several hundred yuan a pair. In those days, having a pair of these in your living room was a status symbol in the village. He carried the speakers out to the open space in front of the tin-roofed shack and brushed the dust off his hands. The 2 cabinets weighed at least 40 or 50 pounds combined. His arms ached for a while after moving them. First, he cleaned the exterior with Omni Cleanse. Lin pressed the palm of his right hand against the side of the cabinet, and with a thought, mana surged forth. The dust was the first to go. A thick layer of loose dirt was forced out from the cracks in the wood grain veneer, sliding down the cabinet and piling up in a ring of gray powder on the ground. The white mineral deposits left by water stains were more stubborn. The mana lingered for an extra 2 seconds before peeling them away from the veneer fibers, revealing the pristine deep red wood grain beneath the white marks. The oil sludge was the most stubborn, especially the ring around the nameplate, which clung like asphalt. Mana had to wash it over 3 times before the entire piece peeled away, clattering to the floor hard as a rock, crunching underfoot. The nameplate was now clear. Voice of Beauty S880 floor standing speaker with a line of small print below reading rated power 120W. On the binding posts at the back, layers of verdigrease and oxidation peeled away, revealing the natural brass color. Stamina dropped by less than 10%, and cleaning the casing with Omni Cleanse wasn't too difficult. After treating both speakers with Omni Cleanse, the deep red wood grain veneer regained its luster beautifully. It felt smooth to the touch, and the seams showed no signs of peeling. The cabinets themselves had no dents or damage, though stored in poor conditions. The wooden structure remained intact. Just cleaning the outside isn't enough. With speakers, it's common for dust to get inside the cabinet. If the dust on the speaker cones isn't cleaned, it affects vibration, causing the sound to come out muffled and muddy. Even worse is the internal crossover. If that circuit board gets damp and oxidizes, the speakers will stop producing sound altogether. Lynn dug out a Phillips screwdriver from a corner of the tin roofed shed and crouched down to unscrew the back panel. Of the 8 screws, 6 were rusted. The first 2 still held a grip, but when he applied force to the third, the screwdriver slipped. The Phillips slot had been corroded almost flat. Lynn switched to a larger screwdriver head, gripped it tightly, and pressed down. After turning it halfway, it gave with a creak. He used the same method on the remaining screws. It took some effort, but he finally managed to remove them all. Once the back panel was off, the inside of the speaker was even dirtier than he had expected. The sound-absorbing foam lining the interior had turned yellow and brittle, crumbling to dust in some places. A layer of dust had settled over the crossover circuit board, and the tops of 2 capacitors were slightly bulging, not a good sign. The gaps in the speaker magnets were packed with dust and debris, as if insects had built a nest inside. Lynn reached inside the cabinet, pressed his palm against the crossover circuit board, and activated his system skill. Mana spread along the solder joints and traces of the circuit board, peeling away the dust fuzz strand by strand. The oxidation marks on the capacitor casings were scraped clean, revealing the original deep. The problem was most likely with the crossover. He noticed it earlier while using OmniCleanse. Those 2 capacitors were bulging. Capacitors are the core components of a crossover. If they fail, the signal can't pass through, so of course the speakers won't produce any sound. What's in that cleaning solution of yours, anyway? I've been in the second-hand business for 20 years, and I've never seen anything cleaned this well. Trade secret. Yeah. That's the answer I get every time. Wonquan muttered a laugh and bent down to lift the wicker chair. Let me tell you, that sewing machine from last time. The buyer took it home, snapped some photos, and posted them on WeChat Moments. Several people asked me where I got the goods. If word gets out about your craftsmanship, do you believe we'll line up at the village entrance just to hire you? Will you give me a referral fee if they line up at the village entrance? You wish. Wonquan made trip after trip loading the items into the car, while Lynn helped him wrap the 4 legs of the wicker chair in a burlap sack to protect them from bumps. Once all 3 items were loaded, Wonquan clapped his hands. I'll bring you the next batch in a day or 2. An old-fashioned electric fan, 2 chairs, and a grandfather clock from who knows what era. I'll snap some photos and send them to you first. Sure. Wonquan climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, then leaned out and added, "Oh, and the buyer for your sewing machine said he's looking for an old 5-drawer chest, one in good condition. Keep an eye out for one. I'll let you know if I find a good one." The van sputtered and roared out of the gate, turned onto the road, and drove off. Lynn closed the gate and went back to the tin shack to take a look at the pair of disassembled speakers. The capacitors would arrive tomorrow. Once they're in and soldered, this pair should fetch at least 700 or 800. He wrapped the crossover board in a plastic bag and set it on the table to keep the dust off. His phone vibrated. He looked down a shipping notification from Taobao. The capacitors had been shipped. He scrolled down a bit further. There were no new messages on WeChat. Lu Shui's chat window was quiet. The orange cat on her profile picture was lying on a book, completely still. He thought for a moment and sent her a message. "Are you free tomorrow? Want to grab a meal together?" Chapter 34, Fusioning Telescope. The chugging sound of a diesel tricycle came from outside the gate. Before it had even come to a complete stop, a voice called out. "Boss. Ready to take delivery?" Lynn put down his phone and got up to go outside. A farm tricycle was parked at the courtyard gate, its cargo bed piled high. The driver was a man in his 40s, tanned to a reddish brown, wearing a camouflage jacket whose original color was hard to make out. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and the mud and sweat on his arms were mixed together, making him look like a sweet potato just dug up from the ground. "What's the shipment?" Lynn walked over and glanced into the bed. There was quite a lot of stuff. A cruiser motorcycle lay horizontally at the bottom, its chain broken, the front wheel hub gouged with a large chip, and the fuel cap missing. Next to it stood a 26-inch bicycle, its rim warped and 7 or 8 spokes snapped. An old, bulky color TV sat on the motorcycle seat, its screen cracked. There was also a laser printer, its casing yellowed, with a half sheet of paper jammed in the output tray, clearly a piece of junk that had been written off due to paper jams. In the corner of the truck bed lay a pile of scrap metal, 2 chipped cast iron pots, a few rusty angle irons, and a roll of flattened sheet metal. There was scrap plastic too, a few broken water buckets and a stack of shattered plastic chair legs. The man jumped down from the driver's seat and brushed the dust off his pants. They're from the demolition of the old houses at the east end of Lou Village. These are all things people didn't want, and I hauled them all here in one trip. Lynn circled the tricycle once and already had a clear picture in his mind. The front wheel hub of the motorcycle had a gaping crack that was physical damage, and system skill couldn't fix it. The bicycle rim was warped and the spokes were snapped, same story. The TV screen was cracked, and the printer's paper jams were likely due to worn out internal gears or feed rollers. These were all broken parts. OmniCleanse wouldn't work on them either, they had no value for refurbishment. As for scrap metal and plastic, needless to say, they're sold by the pound, and the profit margin is as thin as paper. The motorcycle, bicycle, TV, and printer, I'll pay you scrap metal and plastic prices for these. If you're okay with that, go ahead and take them apart, Lynn said bluntly. The man rubbed his hands together. The motorcycle is still a vehicle, boss. Even if it's broken, you can't just count it as scrap metal, can you? The front hub's smashed, the chain's broken, and the fuel cap's missing. Just the parts to fix this thing would run you several $100, and even if you fixed it, it wouldn't be worth selling. Lynn crouched down to inspect the motorcycle's undercarriage. The exhaust pipe had a rusted-through hole. Go ask around at other places, you'll get about the same price. The man sighed and accepted the offer. Lynn pulled out his phone's calculator. He estimated the motorcycle frame and engine casing included at about 50 pounds of scrap metal, the bicycle at 20 or so pounds, the TV's metal and copper combined after stripping the casing, and the printer as plastic casing plus scrap metal plates. He weighed the scrap metal, pots, angle iron, and sheet metal on the scale, 63 pounds. The scrap plastic was calculated separately. He unzipped it to find a pair of binoculars inside. They were a decent size, with caps on both the eyepieces and the objective lenses, covered in a thick layer of dust. Lynn pulled the binoculars out of the bag. The body was covered in rubber, which was still mostly intact, with no crack. The more he searched, the more suspicious it seemed. The Fujinon FMT series, military-grade waterproof binoculars with an all-metal body, independent. The telescope sat on the table, its black nylon case open. Lynn placed his right hand over the telescope's body, his palm pressed against the rubberized casing, and activated it with his mind. The moment mana surged forth, the dried mud on the casing began to peel away, crackling as it fell onto the tabletop and crumbled into fine powder. The grime on the rubberized surface was forced out layer by layer, revealing the original black anti-slip texture. The focusing wheel was the second step. Mana seeped along the central axis, stripping away the oxidized layer of dried grease. Tiny particles of metal oxide were squeezed out of the rotating mechanism, falling onto the table as fine as grains of salt. Lynn tried turning the focusing wheel. The torque felt smooth, the damping was even, and the necessary friction was still there. Finally, the interior of the lens assembly. He slowed down for this step, focusing his attention on the multi-layered lenses of the objective group. Mana spread across the lens surfaces, gradually stripping away mineral deposits left by condensation, while dust particles were squeezed out from between the lens gaps. A few small pinches of grayish-white powder fell successively from the eyepiece and objective ports, mixed with a bit of dried, pale yellow water residue. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. His stamina dropped by less than 10%. Lynn picked up the binoculars, removed the objective lens cap, and glanced out the window. Crystal clear. On the corrugated iron roof in the courtyard, 3 rusty self-tapping screws were clearly visible. He could even count the rust particles embedded in the cross slots of the screw heads. Zooming out, the bark of the old locust tree across the street was cracked in distinct patterns, like a riverbed in the dry season. An ant was climbing up the deepest of the cracks, its 6 legs moving in alternating steps, clearly visible. Further still, the porcelain insulators atop the power pole glowed with the cold sheen of glaze, their iron caps rimmed with a ring of green rust. Two sparrows perched on the wire on the one on the right, the black spot on its breast was so distinct it resembled a crooked oak leaf. Its claws clung to the wire, and the tiny scales at the joints of its toes glinted in the sunlight. The one on the left was tilting its head to preen the down beneath its wings. It released a loose feather held at the tip of its beak, and the feather spun downward before being all irreparable damage. The system skill could only clean these items, it couldn't repair them, weld them, or conjure a new hub out of thin air. No matter how clean he scrubbed them, if they were broken, they remained broken. He ran his hand over where the motorcycle's fuel cap should have been. It was empty, not even a cap left. He shoved it toward the scrap metal pile. The metal scraped against the concrete floor with a clang. Standing up and brushing the rust dust off his hands, Lynn walked around the yard. He'd already turned the junk pile in the northwest corner upside down. Everything worth selling had been cleared out. What remained was nothing but broken bricks and rotten plastic barrels. Using system skill on them would be a complete waste. Even if he ran Omni Cleanse on them, they wouldn't fetch much. He'd also gone through the pile of old appliances on the east side, washing what needed washing and hanging up what needed hanging. That washing fan sold for $2,000, the sewing machine for $3,200, the projector for $8,700, and he'd offloaded a batch of odds and ends as well. Now all that was left at the station was genuine scrap, the kind weighed by the pound, sold for a small profit but in large volumes. He returned to the tin shack, sat down, and began counting on his fingers. Scrap iron was 1.2 yuan per pound, scrap paper 50 cents, and scrap plastic 40 cents. Even if he collected 500 pounds of scrap iron a day, that would only bring in 600 yuan in revenue. After deducting costs and shipping fees, making 300 yuan a day would be a stretch. That is exactly how Ed lived in his past life, working himself to the bone every month to earn 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, which wasn't even enough to cover one person's expenses. The system skill was his trump card for turning his life around, but you need a table to play your trump card. You need something worth dealing. Leaning against the wall, he stretched out his legs, his heels scraping against the concrete floor. He ran through his recent sales records and profit margins in his head. The more vintage an item was, the higher the markup after restoration. He bought a mountain bike for 50 and sold it for 1,200, a 20+ fold profit. He got a projector for free and sold it for 8,700. The profit was astronomical. The binoculars were practically a giveaway, and he marked them up to 2,600. The problem was, where was he going to find that many old items? Relying on individual suppliers was a gamble. Today, someone brought over a pile of stuff, but 9 out of 10 items were total junk. Only a single pair of binoculars was worth refurbishing. One Kwan's place does offer door-to-door delivery, but his inventory isn't always available, and you have to pay a processing fee for each item, which eats into the profit. Gang's propline hasn't really taken off yet. We agreed he'd contact us when he has work, but he doesn't shoot every day. Lin rubbed his face. Making money is too slow. It's not that he isn't earning much now, 14,000 every 2 days, which he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his previous life. But this pace relies on having inventory to work through at Donggang Studio. Once the stock runs out, the system skill becomes idle capacity. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through a certain marketplace. He'd just listed the binoculars, but no one had asked about them yet. Those Meiji speakers were still waiting for the capacitors to arrive. The earliest he could fix them was tomorrow. On his phone screen, the WeChat chat window sat quietly. Lu Shui's profile picture, an orange cat curled up on a book. Yesterday, he sent, "Are you free tomorrow? Let us grab a meal," and she replied, "Tomorrow is fine. Where should we go?" Lin sent a message back, "How about the park? We can take a walk and then find a place to eat." A few minutes passed, and she replied with a simple "okay," followed by a smiley face. He placed his phone face down on the table and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought for a moment. To be honest, he'd seen it coming the moment their first blind date ended. After Lu Shui found out he was a scrap collector, she remained polite, but the message that we're not really a good match was written all over her face. Yet she still agreed to meet him. Lin couldn't figure her out. Did she genuinely think it was worth a try, or was she just too polite to turn him down outright after their first blind date? If he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Besides, meeting up once wouldn't cost him anything. The park didn't charge admission. He locked the metal door to his shed, double-checked that the speaker crossover board was wrapped up, and made sure the plastic bag was tied tight before heading out. He tidied up the yard, sorting what needed sorting and stacking what needed stacking. After finishing, he used his system skill to take a shower. With his hair fresh and fluffy, he lay in bed staring at the ceiling. He rolled over and closed his eyes. The night passed without incident. At 7:40 a.m. on Sunday, Lynn woke up. It was stifling inside the tin shack, and his back was covered in a thin layer of sweat. He sat up, downed half a bottle of mineral water, and heated the 2 leftover meat buns from yesterday in an enamel bowl. He ate them with pickles and millet porridge. He wasn't working today, so he didn't need to keep much in stock. Just past 8, he dug out from under the cabinet the pair of canvas shoes that had been washed by system skill blindingly white, as if they'd just been unboxed. The white shirt he'd worn on his last blind date was also hanging on a hanger, unwrinkled, with a spotless collar. Lynn looked at himself in the only mirror in the tin shack that could actually reflect an image. The shirt was a bit too formal. He was just going for a stroll in the park, not attending a wedding. He changed into a gray-blue crew neck t-shirt, also washed with system skill earlier. The fabric had bounced back as if it were brand new, and the color was vibrant. He paired it with dark casual pants and the canvas shoes. The overall look was clean and sharp, but not overly contrived. All set. At 8:25, he wheeled out his electric scooter and locked the gate. The battery had been fully charged just a couple of days ago, more than enough for a round trip to the county seat. Donggang village was just over a kilometer from the county seat, a mere few minutes' ride on the scooter. He headed west out of the village entrance, onto the 2-lane asphalt road lined with vast stands of poplar trees, their leaves rustling in the morning breeze. The sun was already up, its warmth radiating on his arms. As he passed the intersection near the town health clinic, Lynn slowed down a bit. There were no traffic lights at this junction, and with so many large trucks around, he remembered clearly that he'd been in 2 accidents there in his past life. He glanced left and right, seeing no oncoming traffic. He sped up and crossed. As he neared the commercial street on the eastern edge of the county town, traffic ahead slowed to a crawl. A white minivan was parked at the roadside with its rear door wide open. 2 people were unloading boxes from the vehicle. Cardboard boxes were being stacked one by one on a blanket spread out on the ground by the roadside. Lynn rode his electric scooter past, glancing over casually. The boxes weren't large, about the size of a shoebox, with no printing on the outside and sealed tightly with packing tape. A dozen or so were already arranged on the blanket, and a cardboard sign stood upright beside them, though he couldn't make out the writing as he rode by too quickly. The 2 men carrying the boxes were dressed quite plainly. One wore a baseball cap, the other a black t-shirt. They looked to be in their 30s. The van's license plate was from out of town. Lynn gave it a second glance but didn't stop. It wasn't his business. There were plenty of street vendors lining the road. Maybe they were selling fruit, or perhaps some other kind of street goods. Still, setting up shop in this spot seemed a bit odd. This street wasn't exactly bustling. It was 2 alleys away from both the vegetable market and the pedestrian street, so foot traffic was light. Why go to the trouble of laying out a blanket and setting up boxes here? Never mind. He revved the engine and turned toward the park. Lynn's county wasn't very big, and there was only one park right next to the Qing River that ran through the town. The park isn't very large either, just a circular walking path, a few patches of grass, and a row of stone railings along the riverbank. Across the river stood a newly developed housing complex with several tower cranes dotting the skyline. The last time Lynn had been to this park was last winter. Last winter in his previous life, when he accompanied his sister-in-law and her son to fly a kite. He parked his electric scooter in the non-motorized vehicle area outside the park's east gate, locked it, and removed the key. It was 8:52 a.m., still early for their appointment. When Lu Shui replied last night, she hadn't specified a time, so he added, "How about 9:30? She replied, "That works." He still had nearly 40 minutes to kill. Lynn strolled slowly along the path. The park was already quite crowded this early in the morning, mostly with people doing their morning exercises. Groups of elderly men and women taking a stroll, an old man in a white silk robe practicing Tai Chi, with slow arrow music playing from a speaker nearby. A few middle-aged women had claimed an open space to dance to square dance music, the sounds of the music mingling with the birdsong. A young couple sat on a bench beside the path. The woman had her head resting on the man's shoulder as she scrolled through her phone, while he played a video game. Lynn found an empty bench and sat down, facing the river. The water of the Ching River wasn't exactly clean. It had a greenish tint, and every now and then a branch or a plastic bag would float by. The pile driver at the construction site on the opposite bank was rumbling. The sound carried across the river, muffled and rhythmic, thud after thud. He stretched out his legs and shoved his hands into his pants pockets. He pondered the scene from their meeting yesterday. That look of disdain had been fleeting, but he caught it. Logically, if she wasn't interested, she should have just turned him down. So why did she agree to meet him? He couldn't figure it out. Was she captivated by his charm? Lynn scratched the back of his head, still stumped. He looked down at his canvas sneakers. White and clean. The finish from System Skill made them look newer than brand new shoes from a store. The same went for his t-shirt. The gray-blue fabric lay smooth and snug after the System Skill had removed all detergent residue and water stains. Even the elasticity at the collar had returned. At least he looked sharp. Not like that slob from his past life, with engine oil caked under his fingernails. 9:10 a.m. Lynn took another stroll and bought 2 cups of milk tea from the nearby Mishui. At 9:20, he walked back to the path near the park's east gate and found a spot close to the entrance to wait. Just then, his phone vibrated. Lu Shui sent a WeChat message, "I'm here." "East gate, right?" Lin replied, "Right, I'm at the entrance." He looked up toward the gate. The east gate consisted of 2 stone pillars and a horizontal plaque bearing the 4 large green characters "Bin Park." The calligraphy was crooked and uneven, as if some official with a penchant for calligraphy had inscribed it. Several electric scooters and shared bikes were parked haphazardly at the entrance, creating a messy scene. In no time, a figure emerged from the right side of the stone pillars. Lin recognized her at a glance. Lu Shui. Chapter 36, Can System Skills Be Used This Way? Today, Lu Shui had her hair tied in a low ponytail, with stray strands falling by her ears, blown by the wind to cling in wisps against her cheeks. Her white crew neck t-shirt was tucked into high-waisted jeans, cinching tightly at the waist, and she wore a pair of white canvas sneakers. She walked with a slight sway, neither hurried nor slow. Her face was a slender oval, with a pointed but not sharp chin. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows naturally well-shaped though barely groomed, and her eyes not particularly large had narrow double eyelids that turned upward at the corners when she smiled. Her nose was straight, her lips thin and naturally rosy without lipstick, the kind of face that looked flawless even without makeup. She was about 5'5", nearly a head shorter than Lin. But Lin's attention was drawn to the thing beside her. A golden retriever. To be precise, a filthy golden retriever. The dog was quite large when it stood up, its head reached the crook of Lu Shui's thigh. Its coat should have been golden, but now it looked a dull, grayish mess, especially on its belly and all 4 legs, where the fur was matted with mud and grass clippings, and the tip of its tail was coated with some kind of sticky substance. Lu Shui held the leash, with the golden retriever leading the way. She was dragged along behind it for a few steps. "Didn't he tell you I was bringing a dog, did I?" Lu Shui stopped in front of Lin and gave a slightly sheepish smile. "Just picked it up from my best friend today, had nowhere to put it." "It's fine." Lin handed her a cup of milk tea. "What is its name?" "Dafu." Dafu caught a whiff of Lin's scent and came over to nudge his pant leg with his nose, his tail wagging like it had a motor. Lin crouched down and patted its head. The fur felt coarse, with fine sand mixed in. "Is he usually like this?" Lu Shui took the milk tea inside. "My best friend's boyfriend is looking after it for me. They have a yard. But that guy, he is a decent guy, but he is not very particular. Dafu is basically left to roam free at his place, running all over the yard, and he never bathes him. Every time I bring him back, he is in this state. Why is your dog staying at your best friend's boyfriend's place?" "My mom won't let me keep him. She doesn't like dogs. My mom says golden retrievers shed a lot. We just got a new sofa, and if it gets covered in fur, she'll nag about it for a week. Lu Shui crouched down and tugged at Defu's ear. So I have to board him there. Defu stuck out his tongue with an innocent look on his face, drool dripping from the tip of his tongue onto the park's paving stones. The two walked along the path toward the river. Defu frolicked ahead, pulling the leash taut. Lu Shui held the leash in one hand and a cup of milk tea in the other, making it a bit of a struggle to walk. Can I hold the leash? Lin took the leash. Defu glanced back at him, offered no resistance, and continued darting forward. Lin gripped the leash in his left hand, his right hand hanging loosely at his side. After a few steps, Defu suddenly slowed down, sniffed around the grass by the side of the path for a while, then squatted down to take a leak. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin crouched down, placed his right hand on Defu's back, and pretended to stroke his fur. He activated his mental command. The moment mana seeped out from the palm of his hand, Lin could feel the layer of mud and grease at the roots of the golden retriever's fur beginning to loosen. He controlled the pressure, applying far less force than when cleaning inanimate objects. Living creatures were different from inanimate ones, and he wasn't sure if using a system skill directly on an animal would cause any issues, so he started with only 20 to 30% of his power. Defu twitched his ears. No signs of discomfort. Lin increased the pressure slightly. Mana spread along the grain of the fur, and dust and dried mud began to emerge from Defu's back. Tiny particles were squeezed out from the roots and slid down the tips of the hairs onto the floor. Lin's other hand pretended to pat its back, but was actually flicking away the loose debris. Defu paused for a second, then flopped down onto his belly. Its four legs splayed out to the sides, its belly pressed against the floor tiles, its head resting on its front paws, and its tail wagging slowly. Defu? Lu Shui looked down. What are you doing? Get up and walk. Defu didn't move. Its tail wagged even more enthusiastically. Lin continued to stroke the fur, moving her right hand from its back to its sides. Mana enveloped him, and the tangled fur beneath his belly was cleaned from the inside by the system skill. Once the grease and grime were stripped away, the fur that had been matted together began to separate strand by strand. For a dog, this probably felt like getting a full body spa treatment. Defu rolled over, exposing his belly. What is he doing? Lu Shui crouched down, looking a bit bewildered. He has never rolled over to show his belly to a stranger before. Maybe my touch feels comfortable. Lin said, taking advantage of her gaze being fixed on the dog's face to quickly give Defu's legs and tail a final round of Omni Cleanse. Stamina dropped by about 0.5%, not much. Living creatures have a small surface area, so they don't get that dirty. It's much easier than cleaning a sewing machine. Defu scrambled to his feet and shook himself all over. His golden fur burst open in the sunlight, fluffy and smooth, with an even color from root to tip, a healthy light golden hue. The lump of sticky goo on his tail was gone, as were the bits of grass and mud on his four legs. The whole dog looked like he'd just come back from a grooming session at the pet store. Lu Shui froze for a moment. She stared at Defu for 2 seconds, then rubbed her eyes. Wait a minute, she said, reaching out to stroke Defu's back. How come his fur is clean now? He wasn't that dirty to begin with, Lin said, standing up casually. He probably just rubbed against the grass a bit and shook off the loose dirt. Lu Shui was skeptical, but she ran her hands over him a couple more times. The texture really was different. The fur felt smooth, without that rough, gritty feel it had before. But she couldn't come up with any other explanation, and since there was no dog washing station in the park, she had to chalk it up to a placebo effect. Fine, whatever. You've got away with him, anyway. Defu had now completely latched onto Lin. There was no need to pull on the leash. He walked right by Lin's side, occasionally nuzzling his hand with his head. Lu Shui watched from the side, saying nothing but with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. As a dog owner herself, she knew all too well the social instincts of golden retrievers. These dogs are friendly to everyone, but rolling over to show their bellies and actively seeking out someone's company are two entirely different things. Defu had been living at her best friend's boyfriend's place for nearly half a year, and she'd never seen him act this affectionate toward anyone. The three of them and the dog walked along the riverbank for a while. Lu Shui didn't notice that the grass where the golden retriever had been lying was stained black by dirt that had fallen off his fur. The conversation shifted from the dog to everyday life, and then to family. "Do you live alone?" Lu Shui asked. "Yeah, my parents passed away early," Lin said. "My brother Young works in town, and my sister Lily lives in the county seat. Her husband drives long-haul freight. Usually, I'm just by myself at Donggang Studio." Lu Shui didn't respond. She looked down and took a sip of her milk tea. "That sounds pretty tough," she finally said after a few seconds. "It's okay, I'm used to it." Lin didn't elaborate. He already said everything he needed to during their last blind date. Saying more would just make him sound like he was playing the victim. He wasn't one for that. He spent 3 miserable years in his past life, and he knew all too well what it was like to get by on pity. It was useless. People might feel sorry for you for 3 minutes, but the moment they turned away, they'd still look down on you just the same. Defu spotted a butterfly up ahead, lunged for it but missed, nearly pulling Lin off balance. "Defu!" Lu Shui called out. Defu glanced back at her, then went back to chasing the butterfly. Lin yanked the leash tight. Defu came to a sudden stop and looked back at him with a pouty expression. "You're better at handling him than I am," Lu Shui laughed. "With dogs, whoever's got the stronger grip gets their way." Lu Shui was amused. The curve at the corners of her eyes looked quite lovely when she smiled. After walking for about 40 minutes, the two stopped to rest for a while by the stone railing along the riverbank. Defu lay at Lin's feet, tongue hanging out, panting heavily. Lu Shui glanced at her phone. "I've got to go. I have a tutoring session at 11, and I need to take Defu back first." "All right." Lin handed her the leash. Defu reluctantly stood up, glancing back at Lin several times. Lu Shui took the leash and walked a few steps before turning back to say, "Thanks for today. I'll transfer you the money for the bubble tea later." "It's just a cup of bubble tea, no need to transfer anything." "Then I'll treat you next time." "Sure." Lin stood by the railing, watching the figure of the woman and her dog walk out through the east gate. Before leaving, Defu turned back once more and wagged his tail at him twice. He pulled out his phone and checked the time, 10:35. The whole thing had taken less than an hour. It wasn't exactly a warm connection, but it was a big improvement over the polite small talk during their last blind date. At least she said next time as she left. Lin didn't dwell on it. Making money was the priority right now. It was actually the experience of bathing Defu earlier that sparked an idea in his mind. Pet Omni Cleanse. He recalled how it had felt giving a medium-sized dog a deep, full body clean took less than a minute and used up less than half his stamina. How much does a bath cost at a pet shop in a county town? For a large breed like a golden retriever, a bath plus blow dry plus basic grooming costs at least 150 yuan. If you go to one of those high-end pet salons, people are willing to shell out 300 or 400. With his system skill, he could do it in a minute without even using water. The fur would be restored to a clean, fluffy state from root to tip, cleaner than any shampoo could manage. Plus, it wouldn't damage the coat. The system skill removes dirt and excess oil without disrupting the fur's natural cuticle or oil balance, effectively providing the highest grade waterless grooming. The problem was how to package it. He couldn't just give the client a quick rub right in front of them and call it a day. That would look like a magic trick, and he wouldn't be able to explain it. He needed to find a cover for it, just like that time at Wonquan, when he mixed dish soap and toilet cleaner into a bottle of fake blue potion to save face. As for pets, maybe a no-rinse spray? There are indeed products like that on the market. You spray it on, rub it in, then wipe it off. The principle is that surfactants carry away the oils. He could buy a few bottles as props and pretend it's a formula he developed himself. Never mind, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll have to think this through some more to see if this approach is viable. Lin hopped on his scooter and rode slowly back, passing the commercial street he'd come from. When he saw the items displayed in front of the van, he stopped. Chapter 37, I'll take all the black shoes from this van. The stall was still there. The rear door of the white van was wide open. Most of the cardboard boxes in the cargo area had been emptied, and dozens of pairs of shoes were neatly stacked on a blanket, all of them black. It wasn't the natural color of the shoes, it was a soot black. Lin parked his scooter by the roadside, turned off the power, and walked over. Only up close could he see clearly. The blanket was covered with sneakers, different styles, both high top and low top, but they all shared one common feature: each pair was coated with a layer of sooty black film. Some had irregular scorch marks on the uppers, but the soles were clean. The white midsoles had turned gray from the smoke but hadn't warped. The shoe boxes were laid out beside them, equally blackened by smoke, but the labels remained intact. The man in his 30s wearing a baseball cap was crouched by the blanket, taking photos of a pair of shoes, while the man in the black t-shirt stood nearby, calling out to passers-by. "Hey, check this out. Clearance stock from a warehouse fire, all genuine They're smoke-stained, but they work fine. Just don't look great, so we're selling them cheap." The man in the black t-shirt had a loud voice as he called out to passers-by. 7 or 8 people had gathered in front of the blanket, older men and women, plus 2 young people on electric scooters who stopped to watch the commotion. An elderly woman in a floral blouse held up a pair of shoes, turning them over and over. "Can you wash this stuff out?" "Not really," the man in the black t-shirt admitted honestly. "Washing with water might remove some of it, but the smoke stains that have seeped in are tough to get out. A professional dry cleaner might be able to get them out completely, but that'll cost you. I'm already selling you these shoes at a bargain price. If you don't mind the dirt, they're perfectly fine to wear. The soles are super durable and sturdy." The woman pursed her lips, then put the shoes back. Lin crouched down and picked up a pair of low-top running shoes. The upper was a mix of mesh and leather. The mesh was clogged with tiny black soot particles, and the leather had been smoked to a dull sheen. What should have been white had turned a grayish yellow. He flipped the shoe over to inspect the sole. The rubber outsole showed no signs of burning or warping, and the tread pattern was intact. He pulled out the insole and gave it a sniff. It had a burnt smell, but it wasn't overpowering, not the acrid, charred odor of something that had been directly exposed to flames. He picked up a pair of high-top basketball shoes. These were in slightly worse condition. There was a small blister on the leather at the toe caused by high heat where the surface had puffed up slightly. He pressed it with his finger. The foam padding underneath hadn't collapsed. Physical damage. This kind of blistering can't be washed out. Lin put this pair back and kept looking. The shoes on the blanket were roughly divided into 3 price ranges. A cardboard sign written in marker read, "Basketball shoes 200 yuan, running shoes 120 yuan, sneakers casual shoes 80 yuan. The pairs on the very edge, which were particularly badly smoke-stained, were marked down to 50 yuan for clearance. Lin picked out a pair of running shoes priced at 120 yuan. The mesh was heavily discolored, but when he rubbed the leather part of the upper with his finger, the white underneath faintly showed through, indicating that the smoke stains were merely a surface layer and hadn't penetrated deep into the material's fibers. He pulled out his phone, flipped to the label on the inside of the tongue, and scanned the QR code on it. The page redirected to ANTA's official anti-counterfeiting verification system. Authentic. Lin scanned another pair, also authentic. He stood up with the shoes in hand and asked the man in the black t-shirt, "Which warehouse caught fire?" "Over in Duzhou. It was an ANTA regional distribution center. Last month, there was an electrical short circuit. The fire was put out before it got out of hand, but the smoke permeated half the warehouse. The brand wouldn't take the goods back, so they went through the scrap disposal channel. We're taking the leftover stock. Do you have a purchase receipt?" The man in the black t-shirt paused, eyeing Lin. "Are you here to buy or to investigate?" "I want to take a few more pairs. With such a large quantity, I need to verify the source." The guy in the baseball cap overheard this. He stood up from the floor, rummaged through the glove compartment on the passenger side of the van, pulled out a stack of papers, and handed one over. It was a photocopy of a goods disposal agreement. The letterhead bore the name of a logistics company, with the official seal and signature of an ANTA regional distributor below, dated late March of this year. Lin skimmed it, not reading the terms in detail, but focusing mainly on the official seal and the wording authorizing the brand to dispose of the goods. The goods might not be 100% reliable, but at least they weren't unbranded counterfeits. The shoes themselves were genuine, the anti-counterfeiting codes had been verified, and the story about their origin held up. He returned the paper and crouched down again. This time, he wasn't looking at the shoe uppers. With his right hand, he picked up a pair of skate shoes priced at 80 yuan, resting his left hand on the collar as his fingers seemed to feel the texture of the leather. A faint thought flashed through his mind. Mana seeped from his fingertips. Using less than 10% of his power, the area covered was no larger than a fingernail. He stared at the spot his finger touched on the originally dull white leather surface. The cigarette stain peeled away the moment the mana passed over it, revealing a spot the size of a fingertip that showed the true color beneath. White. Spotless, with even the pores and grain clearly visible. It stood in stark contrast to the blackish-gray leather surrounding it. Lin's heart skipped a beat. He quickly pulled his finger away and rubbed the spot twice with the thumb of his other hand, pretending to scrape it with his fingernail. After all, the nicotine stain had been scraped off, so it made perfect sense. A young man crouching nearby noticed. "Young, did you scrape that off?" "Yeah, scraped it off with my fingernail. It was just a layer of dust on the surface, it didn't seep in." Lin's tone was flat. The young man leaned in to take a look at the white spot, then glanced at the black surface around it. "Well, if you had to scrape the whole pair, it'd take you an afternoon. That's why they're cheap." Lin put the shoes back. He stood up, took a couple of steps to the side, turned his back to the stall, and rubbed his hands together. His palms were covered in sweat. It wasn't from the heat. His mind was racing. How much do Antaz sneakers cost at full price? 500 or 600 at the flagship store, and the pricier ones go for 2,000 or 3,000. At this stall, sneakers are 80, running shoes 120, and basketball shoes 200. What if he used a system skill to wash away all the cigarette stains? The surface area of a pair of shoes isn't much larger than a pair of pliers, and the materials aren't complicated: leather, mesh, rubber, and an EVA midsole. Cigarette stains are just surface deposits. They're no different in essence from rust or grease on scrap metal. In fact, they're even easier to clean because there is no chemical corrosion, just a physical layer of carbon particles and tar. He just tested it on a spot the size of a fingernail. The energy consumption was practically negligible. To clean an entire pair of shoes would consume at most 10-20% of his stamina. Buy a pair of sneakers for 80 yuan, use OmniCleanse, and list them online as 90% new secondhand. Wait, these shoes are brand new to begin with, never worn, just smoked. After cleaning, they're as good as new. Brand new Antaz sneakers, which normally go for 500 or 600 yuan. Even if he sold them at a 30% discount for 400, his profit would still double. As for those clearance pairs priced at 50 yuan, if the uppers haven't blistered or been scorched, just heavily smoke-stained, buying them for 50 yuan, cleaning them to look brand new, and selling them for over 100 yields a profit margin even higher than refurbishing old items. The key is the volume. Refurbishing old items relies on luck. You work on one at a time. Shoes are different. There were 30 or 40 pairs right there on the blanket, and more in the van. He glanced at the cargo area. There were still a dozen or so unopened boxes. Assuming 2 pairs per box, that's another 20 or 30 pairs. All told, 60 or 70 pairs of shoes. Take them all. Wash them all with system skill. List them online. Lin licked his lips. Don't rush. He suppressed his racing heart, crouched back down in front of the blanket, and went through every pair in each price range one by one. He focused on checking 3 things: whether the uppers had physical damage like blistering or scorching, whether the soles were warped or delaminate, and whether the internal structure had been warped by high heat. After going through them for about 10 minutes, he had a clear picture. Most of the shoes had no major damage, they were just blackened by smoke. 4 or 5 pairs had minor blistering on the uppers, and 2 pairs had soles where the glue had softened slightly from the heat, causing the edges to peel open a bit. These with physical damage couldn't be fixed by system skill, so they were no good. Chapter 38, a truckload of surplus goods secured. After inspecting the last pair of shoes, Lin had already done the math in his head. The ones without blisters, without peeling, and without heat damage, those were the ones he wanted. He stacked the selected shoes one by one on the right side of the blanket, keeping them separate from the defective ones. The guy in the baseball cap was crouched nearby smoking. After watching him sort through the shoes for about 10 minutes, he asked, a bit puzzled, "Bro, are you buying or not? You've been picking through this for ages." "I'm buying." Lin stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. "I'll take all of these on the right." The man in the baseball cap nearly dropped his cigarette. The man in the black t-shirt also paused for a moment, then walked over from the other end of the blanket. "All of them? You mean this pile on the right?" "Yeah, all of them." The man in the black t-shirt looked down to count them, then glanced back at the unopened cardboard boxes in the van. "Do you want to check the ones in the van? Bring them out so I can take a look." The guy in the black t-shirt was in a hurry. He turned around, yanked open the lids of the cardboard boxes in the truck bed, and started hauling them out one by one. The guy in the baseball cap tucked his cigarette between his lips and went over to help. Between the two of them, they carried out 7 or 8 boxes, unpacked them, and dumped the contents onto the blanket. A few more people had gathered to watch. An elderly man riding a tricycle stopped to watch the commotion. His cart was still half loaded with greens. A young mother with a child nearby also came over to take a peek. Lin inspected each of the newly unpacked shoes one by one. The process was the same as before, flipping the uppers to check for blisters, squeezing the soles to see if the glue had come loose, and pulling out the insoles to check for heat-induced warping. Any with visible damage went straight to the left, those in good condition went to the right. It took another 10 minutes or so. Finally, Lin counted the pile on the right himself, 53 pairs. 12 pairs of basketball shoes, 18 pairs of running shoes, and 23 pairs of skate shoes and casual shoes. He pulled out his phone and tapped the calculator. 12 pairs of basketball shoes at $200 each, totaling $2,418 pairs of running shoes at $120 each, totaling $2,160. 23 pairs of skate shoes, 6 of which were heavily distressed blackout models on clearance for 50 yuan each, and the remaining 17 at 80 each, totaling 1,360 plus 300, for 1,660. Total, 6,220. Wait, that's not right. There were also 2 mid to high-end running shoes mixed in among the others, each priced at $150. Add those, and it comes to 6,520. Let me check again. Lin furrowed his brow and looked up at the guy in the baseball cap. 53 pairs. I calculated each one based on your listed prices, and the total comes to 6,520. Want to double check? The guy in the baseball cap exchanged a glance with the guy in the black t-shirt. The two walked over to the blanket and whispered a few words. The guy in the black t-shirt came back. Bro, you're taking over 50 pairs in one go. You've cleared out more than half the stock we brought out for today's stall. If you're serious about this, I'll give you a fair price, a round number, 6,000. 5,500, Lin bargained without hesitation. No way, I'm taking all 53 pairs. The rest of your defective ones won't fetch much if you sell them individually. Do the math, today's gas, tolls, and our 2 wages I'll cover your main profit margin. You can pack up and go home stress-free. The guy in the baseball cap, listening nearby, chimed in, 5,800. I really can't go any lower, we've got costs to cover too. 5,500. I'll transfer it now at LLB in your account in a minute. Lin's tone was flat. If you don't sell, I'll just pick out a few pairs for myself, and you can keep the rest on display. The guy in the baseball cap and the one in the black t-shirt whispered to each other for a while. Finally, the guy in the black t-shirt held out his hand. 5,600. How about that? It's a middle ground, we can both save face. Lin thought for a moment, then nodded. Deal. 5,600 yuan for 53 pairs of shoes, that works out to just over 105 yuan per pair. The middle-aged woman in the floral shirt standing nearby stared in amazement. Young man, what are you buying so many for? Opening a store? Just stocking up to wear over time. Enough to last 10 years, Lin replied casually. The woman pursed her lips. Who buys 50 pairs of shoes at once? You're just flipping them for a profit, aren't you? A young man crouched nearby, watching the commotion, chimed in. That's impressive, young, over 5,000 yuan in one go. I'm still debating whether to spend 80 on a single pair, and here he is buying the whole lot. An old man on a tricycle, a toothpick in his mouth, offered his opinion. This young man is in business, he is clearly a pro. He picked through them for ages, took all the good ones, and didn't he want a single pair of the worn out ones? Lin didn't he respond. He opened his mobile banking app and checked his balance, 15,817.6 yuan. He withdrew 5,600 yuan, leaving him with 10,217.6 yuan. That was enough. He scanned the payment code displayed under the baseball cap, entered the amount, tapped his payment password, and the transaction confirmation tone rang out. The man in the baseball cap glanced at his phone and nodded at the guy in the black t-shirt. It's done, bro. The guy in the black t-shirt rubbed his hands together. Where are you taking these shoes? Got your own ride? I rode my scooter here. Lin pointed to the scooter by the roadside. Over 50 pairs of shoes, can you help me deliver them? The guy in the black t-shirt exchanged a glance with the guy in the baseball cap. Where to? Is it far? East of the county seat, Donggang village, about a kilometer. That's not too far. The guy in the black t-shirt scratched his head. Alright, I guess. I can't set up my stall anyway, you've cleared out all my stock. Oh, right. Lin crouched down and patted the stacks of soot-blackened shoeboxes piled at the edge of the blanket. Give me these boxes, too. The guy in the baseball cap slapped his thigh. What good are the boxes? They're all blackened, you can't even scrub them clean. I'll figure out a way to clean them myself. You don't want them anyway. Fine. Take them all, take them all. The guy in the baseball cap waved his hand, looking almost relieved to be rid of a nuisance. I'll put the shoes that don't fit in the boxes into plastic bags for you. The guy in the black t-shirt worked quickly, pulling several large woven bags out of the truck bed. Together with the guy in the baseball cap, they stuffed all 53 pairs of shoes boxes and all into the bags. The shoe boxes varied in size, filling 3 woven bags, while a dozen or so boxes were piled loosely on the back seat of the van. Lin stood on the sidelines watching, his mind already racing ahead to what came next. 53 pairs of shoes, he planned to start washing them as soon as he got home today. The system skill OmniCleanse had very low resource consumption. The test he'd just run on an area the size of a fingernail had used almost nothing. Cleaning a single pair would take no more than a dozen seconds, costing him just 10-20% of his stamina. He had Snickers bars, energy bars, and pork knuckles stocked at home enough to keep him going through the assembly line. How to sell them after washing? He could list them on Taobao, but selling them one pair at a time would be too slow. With 53 pairs, he needed a channel that could move volume. WeChat business? Wholesale to a shoe store? Or set up an account on Douyin to sell directly? He'd figure it out after washing them. Bro, I've loaded them up. The guy in the black t-shirt patted the woven bag. Want a ride with us? Yeah, follow me on my bike. Lin hopped on his scooter, twisted the throttle, and slowly turned onto the road. A white van followed behind. The guy in the baseball cap was driving, and the guy in the black t-shirt was in the passenger seat. The two of them were probably talking about a hardcore bargain hunter they'd run into today. After riding for less than 10 minutes, they reached the iron gate of Donggang Studio in Donggang Village. Lin unlocked the gate and pushed it open. The van backed into the yard. The guy in the baseball cap got out and looked around, a tin-roofed shed, piles of junk, and the ground littered with scrap and sorted cardboard. Is this place a scrapyard? Yeah, recycling. I thought so, said the guy in the black t-shirt as he hauled a woven bag out of the van. No wonder you bought so much in one go, turns out you're a fellow secondhand dealer. Pretty much. 3 woven bags plus a pile of loose shoeboxes were all carried into the tin-roofed shed. Lin stacked the bags against the wall and piled the shoeboxes separately. Just before leaving, the man in the baseball cap remembered something. He fished a crumpled business card out of his pocket and handed it over. Bro, let us exchange contact info. If I have any more surplus stock like this in the future, I'll set some aside for you in advance. Lin took it and glanced at it. Shinda Trading, Duozhou City, Chang, followed by a cell phone number. He scanned the WeChat QR code with his phone. Alright, if you've got good stuff, send me a picture first. But there's one condition, I won't take anything with physical damage, no burn holes, blisters, or warped items. Got it. I could tell just watching you pick through the goods earlier, you've got a keen eye. The guy in the baseball cap smiled. Alright, I'll be in touch. The van sputtered out of the yard, turned onto the road, and drove off. Lin closed the iron gate and glanced back at the 3 large bags of shoes inside. 5,600 yuan worth of goods. If he could clean them all up and sell them at 70% of the retail price, a conservative estimate put the batch's resale value at 25 to 30,000 yuan. Subtracting the 5,600 yuan in costs, that's a net profit of around 20,000. One shipment was worth more than half a month's work at Donggang Studio. Lin pulled up a folding stool and sat in front of the burlap sack. He opened the top and pulled out the pair of sneakers on top. The white uppers were coated in a hazy layer of cigarette ash, but he knew that underneath lay pristine, brand new shoes. He pressed his palm against the shoe's surface and activated his power. The moment the mana seeped out, the soot peeled away from the upper, and carbon particles trickled down the grain of the leather, scattering on the ground like a layer of fine coal ash. 8 seconds. A brand new pair of Antas sneakers appeared in his hands. They were dazzlingly white, even the stitching was spotless. He picked them up and examined them. They were indistinguishable from a pair just unboxed at a specialty store. Lin placed the shoes in a clean shoebox, then pulled out the next pair from the bag. Chapter 39, Smoky sneakers instantly transformed into brand new store stock. Lin pulled a pair of white sneakers from the top of the woven bag, flipped them over, and glanced at the tongue tag, and to Zero Boundaries series, official price 499. The upper was dull and gray, the leather coated with an even layer of sooty black film. The red Antal logo on the side was nothing more than a blurry outline, and the laces looked like firewood sticks pulled straight from a stove. He rested the shoes on his knees, pressing the palm of his right hand against the leather toe box. With a thought, mana seeped out slowly. Unlike the large-scale operation of cleaning a projector, this time he deliberately restrained his power, allowing a thin layer of mana to seep along the shoe's surface. Carbon particles were forced out of the leather's pores. He could feel a subtle gritty sensation beneath his palm. A layer of extremely fine black powder rolled between his palm and the shoe's surface, then slid down the curve of the shoe and fell onto his pant leg. He raised his hand. The toe area was blindingly white. The alligator skin texture on the leather's surface was crystal clear, the gaps between the stitches spotless, even the direction of the stitching was perfectly visible. The unwashed section beside it was still coated in a grayish-black film of smoke. When compared side by side, it looked like a Photoshop cut out a clean, sharp divide. She moved her palm to the side of the shoe's upper. As she applied the mana, the smoke stains peeled away inch by inch, revealing the red logo from Anta beneath the grime. The color was vivid and true, and the printing ink remained completely undamaged. The mesh section took a bit more effort. The mesh was tightly woven, with carbon ash particles lodged in every tiny hole. Mana had to work the solution in and then push it out. Lin pressed her palm down a little harder, applying a bit more force. Fine black powder was squeezed out of the mesh, falling in a flurry onto her jeans like a sprinkling of pepper. Flipping to the other side, she repeated the process. On the side panels, heel, and front of the tongue, the carbon film peeled off in large patches wherever mana had wiped. In some places, it came off as a thin layer of gray flakes, the edges curling up like a snake's shed skin. The midsole. This part had the most noticeable impact. The EVA foam material, originally pure white, had been stained a dingy, grayish-white. As soon as he pressed his palm against it, the layer of soot peeled off in one piece, like removing a face mask. The white revealed beneath was that slightly reflective, factory-molded white. With the sole facing up, some soot still lingered in the grooves of the rubber outsole. Mana traced the pattern with his finger. The fine soot in the grooves was pushed out and piled at the edges of the treads, and he flicked it away with a flick of his finger. He clenched the 2 shoelaces in his fist. Mana pulsed, and carbon dust trickled down the nylon weave, like shaking out a rope covered in dust. The white nylon laces lay flat in his palm, as clean as if they'd just been taken out of the packaging. Finally, the inside of the shoe. He turned it upside down, cupped the opening in his palm, and Matta sent a small burst of air inside. A small clump of black ash was pushed out of the shoe cavity. He pulled out the insole to inspect it. The fabric, which had once been saturated with the smell of burning, was spotless, and even that choking smoke odor was gone. The label on the inner wall of the shoe cavity was crisp and clear, with the size, material, and country of origin clearly visible. The entire process took 11 seconds. The stamina gauge had barely moved, dropping by less than 10%. Lynn lifted the shoe and spun it around under the light bulb in the tin-roofed shed. It was pristine. The entire shoe was uniformly white, thoroughly white. The leather sections had the fine texture leather should have, the ventilation holes in the mesh were clearly visible one by one, and the edges of the embossed Antal logo on the side of the midsole were sharp. From the toe to the heel, there wasn't a single trace of smoke residue. The stitching was crisp, and the rubber trim was neat. If you placed this thing on a store counter, the staff wouldn't even recognize it as something pulled from a fire scene. He set the shoe aside and picked up the matching shoebox. The shoebox was also covered in grime. The layer of soot on the cardboard was thicker than the layer on the shoe's upper, and the red and white Antal packaging was completely unrecognizable. Lynn pressed his palm against the lid. In less than 5 seconds, the soot peeled off in one solid sheet, revealing the red brand logo and the product image on the side in crystal clear detail. He flipped open the lid. The white tracing paper, the silica gel desiccant packet, and the paper shoe tree inside. Matta swept them all at once, and they all returned to their original state. He stuffed the clean sneakers back into the tissue paper, placed them neatly inside the box, and closed the lid. He set it down on the table. Brand new. From the shoes to the box to the inner packaging, there wasn't a single clue that these sneakers had been through a fire. The anti-counterfeiting code was there, the hang tag was there, the tongue label was there. If he listed them on Xianyu, the buyer would definitely think they were genuine stock fresh from the warehouse. Lin grinned. He fished 2 Snickers bars out of the bag, tore them open, and munched on one after the other, alternating between them, while casually pulling out the second pair of shoes. Running shoes. The mesh surface was larger, but the soot was just surface level. He pressed his palm against it, and as the Matta flowed through, the blackish fell off in a shower. Done in 10 seconds. The third pair, high-top basketball shoes. The leather was thick, and the surface area was significantly larger than the sneakers, so it took 3 extra seconds. 13 seconds. The fourth pair. The fifth pair. The sixth pair. Lin had found his rhythm. Right hand on the upper, Matta activated, carbon dust fell off, flip it over, activate again, sole, inside, laces done. He washed the shoeboxes too, packed them up, and stacked them against the wall. Next pair. His movements grew faster, his technique more efficient. Eventually, he figured out the trick. Mesh-based running shoes were the easiest to clean. When Matta pushed the carbon dust out through the mesh, there was almost no resistance, 8 or 9 seconds per pair. Leather-based basketball shoes took a bit more effort. The deep grooves in the leather required an extra second or two. Those 6 pairs of heavily soot-stained models, priced at 50 yuan each, had deep-seated smoke stains and a layer of tar twice as thick as the standard models, but even that was just a matter of spending an extra 2 or 3 seconds with system skill. He ate as he washed, rotating through compressed biscuits, meat-stuffed flatbreads, and peanut brittle. A small pile of food wrappers had accumulated next to the burlap sack. 53 pairs of shoes. By the time he reached the 30th pair, he stood up to stretch his back. A thin layer of black soot had settled on the tin-roofed workshop floor, as if it had rained coal dust. 3 rows of clean shoe boxes were already stacked against the wall, their red and white color scheme neat and orderly, making the place look like a shoe store warehouse. His stamina had dropped to just over 40%. He ate a beef snack to replenish it and got back to work. At 5:27, he placed the last pair of basketball shoes into a box. All done. Lin sat on a folding stool, facing 53 neatly stacked shoeboxes. The black soot on the floor had been swept into a pile and shoveled into the trash can. He opened one of the boxes, took out a pair of high-top basketball shoes, and examined them. He denoticed this pair while washing them. There was an embroidered KT logo on the side of the collar, and the label inside the tongue read Anti-KT8, with a retail price of 2,099 yuan. A collaboration between Anta and Klay Thompson. Of the 12 pairs of basketball shoes he de-washed, 4 were from the KT series, all retailing for over 1,500 yuan. Lin picked up the KT8 and examined it. Size 42, exactly his size. An all-white colorway, with finely stitched leather. He pressed his finger into the Nitrotech air cushion in the midsole. The rebound felt firm. He looked down at the pair on his own feet, 2-year-old no-name sneakers with frayed uppers, worn-down soles, and a heel that had collapsed on one side. A pair of shoes costing 2,000 yuan was something he'd never even dared to dream of before. Never mind 2,000, he'd never even worn a pair that cost more than 200. During his years at Donggang Studio in his previous life, he'd always worn cheap knockoffs. Half the reason he'd been looked down upon during blind dates was because of his footwear. He took off his old shoes and slipped his feet into the KT8s. He tied the laces, stood up, and took a few steps around the tin-roofed room. The cushioning was truly excellent. The sole felt just the right balance of soft and springy, the fit was snug, the collar supported his ankles, and he felt like he was gliding through the air. He crouched down, hopped twice, and when he landed, his knees didn't jolt at all. The difference between a pair of shoes costing 2,000 yuan and one costing 200 yuan was more than just a little bit. Lin had lived 2 lifetimes, but this was the first time he'd ever worn shoes costing over 1,000 yuan. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he felt grounded. Every step he took felt more steady than before. He kept this pair for himself. 53 pairs became 52. He sorted the remaining shoeboxes into 3 piles by category: basketball shoes, running shoes, and sneakers and casual shoes. Then he pulled out his phone, turned on all the lights in the tin-roofed shed, used a white foam board as a backdrop, and photographed each pair one by one. After taking the photos, he started setting the prices. For the basketball shoes, there were 3 pairs from the KT series, 1 pair of KT7s priced at 1,399, and 2 pairs of KT6s each priced at 1,299. The original prices ranged from 1,800 to 2,300, so listing them at just over 70% off would be a good deal. Brand new KT series shoes are already in high demand on Xianyu, so at this price, they sell quickly. There were 8 pairs of standard basketball shoes, originally priced between 700 and 900, all listed at 599. 18 pairs of running shoes, 2 mid to high-end pairs originally priced over 800 yuan, listed at 599. The remaining 16 pairs, originally priced at 600 yuan, listed at 429. 17 pairs of street shoes and casual shoes, originally priced between 400 and 600 yuan, listed at 349. 6 pairs of heavily distressed clearance items. Once washed, they look just as good as the others, originally priced at 400 yuan, listed at 289. He tapped his calculator and added up the numbers. 3 pairs of the KT series totaled 3,997. 8 pairs of standard basketball shoes totaled 4,792. 2 pairs of mid to high-end running shoes totaled 1,198. 16 pairs of standard running shoes totaled 6,864. 17 pairs of standard sneakers totaled 5,933, and 6 pairs of clearance sneakers totaled 1,734. The total listed price for 52 pairs of shoes was 24,518. But that was the listed price when actually selling. Buyers haggling was the norm. On Xianyu, haggling could mean a discount of 20 or 30 yuan at the low end, or 100 or 2 at the high end. Calculating the actual sale price at a 10% discount, he'd still end up with 22,000. No, he was being too conservative. Lin took another look at those KT series shoes. The KT7 was a limited edition colorway on Xianyu. Brand new pairs of the same model were listed for at least 1,600 yuan. His price of 1,399 yuan was a steal, and it was highly likely someone would snap it up immediately. He changed the price of the KT7 to 1,599 yuan. He also raised the price of the other 2 KT6 pairs by 100 yuan each, listing them at 1,399 yuan. He recalculated. After the adjustments, the total listed price for the 52 pairs was 26,216. If sold at a 10% discount, the net profit would be around 23,500. Plus, if those KT pairs sold quickly and the buyers didn't haggle much, he could actually make 25,000. His cost was 5,600, and he counted the pair of KT8s on his feet as a 200 yuan cost. The final net profit would be between 20,000 and 25,000. That's a conservative estimate. If I'm lucky enough to find a few buyers who don't haggle, or if the limited edition KTs catch the eye of sneaker resellers willing to pay a premium, pushing the profit toward 30,000 ISNT out of the question. Lin spent 40 minutes editing all the photos and information for the 52 pairs of shoes and listed them one by one on Xianyu. The titles all followed the same format: brand new, authentic, warehouse clearance, anti-counterfeit, code verifiable, open to any inspection. Under each listing, he attached a screenshot of the scanned anti-counterfeit code, a close-up of the shoebox label, and detailed shots of the shoe upper. After a moment's thought, he added, available in store as well. Once sold out, the listing goes down. First come, first served. After posting the last listing, he leaned back in his chair and looked at the rows of brand new shoe photos on his phone screen. He spent 5,600 yuan this afternoon and finished processing everything in under 2 hours. Once this batch sold out, he'd have at least 20,000 yuan more in his account. Combined with the 10,200 plus he'd made earlier, his working capital was heading straight for 30,000 yuan. How much does Donggang Studio make in a month? This was the path he was meant to take. Lin logged out of Xianyu and plugged his phone in to charge. Outside, the sky had grown dark, but the light from the tin-roofed shed illuminated the row of shoeboxes. He looked down at the KT8s on his feet. The white uppers glowed softly under the light. Money in his pocket, shoes on his feet. He suddenly felt a bit hungry and rubbed his stomach. He'd been so busy washing shoes today that he hadn't had a single proper meal. He scrolled through his phone contacts, thought for a moment, and sent a message to Lily. Lily, have you made dinner yet? I'm coming over to scrounge a meal. No sooner had he sent the message than the first private message popped up on Xianyu. Are you there? Are those KT7s still available? Chapter 40, the film crew sends in a flood of orders. Lin put the last few pairs of washed shoes back into their boxes and arranged them by size on the metal rack against the wall of the tin-roofed shed. 53 pairs of shoes were stacked in 3 layers. All the boxes had been washed, and the red and white Antel logo looked just like the shelves in a brand name store. His phone vibrated. A message from Xianyu. Boss, are those KT7s still available? I saw you listed them at 1,399. I'm really interested. Could you knock a little off the price? Lin tapped on the buyer's profile. Their purchase history showed 7 or 8 pairs of basketball shoes, Peak, Li Ning, and Anta, all size 42. A serious player, clearly just for personal use. He typed back, yes, they're here. Brand new, never worn. I got them from a store clearing out discontinued sizes. You can see the condition in the detailed photos. 1,399 is 30% off the original price. These go for 1,800, 1,900 at retail. The buyer replied quickly, the photos do look clean, but that price is still a bit high on Xianyu. How about 1,000? 1,100? That's a pretty steep haggle. The KT7 is the flagship model in the Thompson series. The market price for brand new, boxed pairs on Xianyu ranges from 1,300 to 1,500. His asking price of 1,399 was already right at the lower end of that range. Go search for the price of brand new pairs of the same model on Xianyu. They're basically all 1,400 and up. My price is already very fair. I only got this discount because I'm clearing out discontinued sizes. Yong, I'm a student with a limited budget. If you can give me a break, please do. I'll buy them right away without any fuss. Lin glanced at the buyer's shipping address in a university town in Hebei and scrolled through the chat history. He was indeed a basketball player. The KT7 cost him 200 yuan to buy. Even if he sold it for 1,300, he'd still make a net profit of 1,100. He didn't mind dropping the price by a few dozen yuan, but he didn't want the buyer to think the price was inflated. 1,300 yuan, including SF Express shipping. That's the absolute lowest I can go. These discontinued sizes 1T be restocked once they're sold out. Don't haggle anymore. If I list it at this price, it'll be snapped up in less than 2 days. The message box on the other end showed typing for nearly a minute. Alright, 1,300 it is. You're shipping via SF Express, right? I'll place the order. The order popped up. 1,300 yuan. Lin clicked confirm. With a cost of 200 yuan and SF Express shipping at around 15 yuan, his actual net profit was 1,085 yuan. Over 1,000 yuan profit on a single pair of shoes. He took the shoes off the shelf, opened the box, and gave them one last check. The upper was pure white and flawless, the stitching neat, the Nitro Edge logo on the midsole crystal clear, the air unit window transparent, and even the KT logo on the tongue was so clean it gleamed. These shoes would look perfectly legitimate on the shelves of any ANTA store. He wrapped them in 2 layers of bubble wrap, stuffed them into a shipping box, and sealed the cross seam with tape. He downloaded a SF Express pickup slip on his phone and scheduled a pickup between 3 o'clock and 5 p.m. This was the 8th order from this batch of shoes. Of the first 7 orders, 3 pairs of skate shoes sold for 349 each, 2 pairs of standard running shoes for 429 each, and 2 pairs of standard basketball shoes for 599 each. Adding today's KT7 at 1,300, the total revenue from the 8 orders came to 5,304 yuan. The 5,600 yuan in principal was recouped. The remaining 45 pairs are still stacked on the shelves based on the listed prices. They should bring in at least another 20,000. All profit. A WeChat notification sounded on my phone. Gang, the prop guy. Lin tapped on the voice message. Brother Lin, are you busy? I've got a batch of stuff I want you to clean up. Prop refurbishment work. It's a pretty big job. Let me finish explaining first. Lin replied with a text, Gang, go ahead. Gang typed slowly. Nearly a minute later, a long message arrived, interspersed with 4 photos. Here's the situation. Our warehouse landed a contract for a Republican-era drama. The production team needs 60 oil paper umbrellas for extras to carry during scenes. They can be a bit rough, but they've got to look presentable on camera. I've got a batch of old umbrellas on hand. We used them for a rain scene before. They've been sitting in the warehouse for half a year, and the canopies are all moldy. The bamboo handles have these black stains from sweat that has seeped in. They're incredibly stubborn. The ribs are intact, and they open and close just fine. It's just the mold spots. Take a look at the photos. Lin clicked on the photos. A pile of oil paper umbrellas lay scattered in the corner of the warehouse, red, yellow, green, and brown stacked on top of one another. The canopies were dotted with gray-green mold spots. Some had fused together where the tongue oil-treated paper had become damp, leaving the edges curled and brittle. Of the bamboo handles were completely blackened, stained with a mixture of sweat and mold that had fermented over time. The 4th photo was a close-up of a section of a red umbrella canopy, showing clusters of mold spots, with a large gray-green patch smeared right in the center. Gang sent another voice message. I was blown away when you cleaned that projector last time. That OmniCleanse stuff of yours is amazing. I'm guessing this little bit of mold is no big deal for you? Lin replied, how much per umbrella? Small item price 40 per umbrella. 2,400 for 60. The production crew needs them the day after tomorrow. If I have to buy 60 new umbrellas, the cheapest ones are 40 or 50 each, so just the umbrellas alone would cost 3,000. Plus, buying them last minute, I might not be able to get the right colors and styles. If you can clean them up, it's a win. When I save trouble and you make money. What do you think? Lin leaned back in his chair and tapped the tabletop twice with his finger. 60 oil paper umbrellas. The canopies were made of tongue oil-treated paper, with bamboo frames, covered in mold spots and sweat stains. The structure was intact. Both the ribs and the canopies were complete. They were just dirty. This kind of job was a surefire moneymaker for him. The canopy was a good bit larger than a shoe's surface, but the material was simple. Tongue oil paper is, after all, handmade paper coated with tongue oil, smooth on the surface, so stains actually adhere less well than to leather or mesh. With system skill, cleaning one took less than 10 seconds. Cleaning all 60 would take 10 minutes at most, consuming about 20% of his stamina. 2,400 yuan for 10 minutes of work. That's a higher hourly wage than anything else he does. Alright. You bet. Gang sent 2 voice messages in quick succession, his voice full of energy. Bro, you have no idea there's plenty of work like this refurbishing props for extras. Last time on that spy drama, we used 80 military coats alone. By the end of filming, they were covered in dust and fake blood. Even after 2 rounds in the washing machine, there were still stains. I was so stressed out. Then there are the aged suitcases, leather bags, and stuff like that. They're filthy beyond belief after filming, and we have to refurbish them all for the next use. If you can handle cleaning anything, I could send at least a third of the work from my prop department your way. Lynn thought it over. Clothes are made of soft materials, so it wouldn't be too difficult for his system skill to handle, but clothes are more complicated than umbrellas. There are many different types of fabric. Some of the distressed effects on the costumes were intentionally created by the art department. Those are part of the production's design aesthetic. Washing them off would be counterproductive. Let us not rush the clothes just yet, gang. Wait until the umbrellas are washed and we see the results before we discuss it further. I need to test the OmniCleanse formula ratios on some materials first. You can't just apply the same solution to everything. Right, you're absolutely right. See you tomorrow then. I'll be at your place at 9 a.m. Alright. Lin exited WeChat and switched back to Xianyu. There were 2 new private messages under the link for the binoculars. The first one asked for details. Seller, what year was this Fujinon FMT7 by 50 made? Any dents or bumps? Are there any scratches on the lenses? The second was more to the point. How about 2,600 yuan with free shipping? The condition looks great. I'm looking to get a pair for birdwatching. Lin replied to the first message first, clearly stating the year of manufacture, condition, and lens specifications. He also snapped a few close-up photos from different angles and sent them over. The objective lens coating had a faint purple tint under the light, the focus will had even, smooth resistance, and the eyepiece end was so clean it could serve as a mirror. He added at the end, no dents or scratches. You can see the clarity of the lenses in the photos. In the second-hand market, this qualifies as pristine grade. He replied to the second message, 2,600 with free shipping. The FMT military grade series holds its value well. Search for the same model and condition on Xianyu U1T. Find anything under 2,800. After sending the message, Lin tossed his phone onto the table. Inside the tin-roofed shack, 3 rows of Antash shoeboxes were stacked up. On the desk by the window sat the cleaned binoculars and the pair of Meiji speakers waiting to be repaired. The floor had been swept clean, and the carbon powder and debris shaken off from washing the shoes had been thoroughly cleaned up. He leaned back in his chair and did a mental tally. As for the shoes, 8 orders had come through, totaling 5,304 yuan. He'd already recouped his initial investment. Once the remaining 45 pairs were sold, he'd make a conservative net profit of over 20,000 yuan. Gang's umbrellas would bring in 2,400 yuan once he finished them tomorrow. If he could sell the binoculars for 2,600 yuan, that would be another chunk of cash. Just over a week ago, I had only a few hundred yuan left in my pocket and couldn't even afford an extra bite of meat. Now, the value of the inventory I'm holding alone is over 30,000 yuan, and my account balance has surpassed 10,000. But retail on Xianyu is really slow. Sneakers and running shoes are selling okay, at 2 or 3 pairs a day. Basketball shoes have a high unit price and a narrow audience, so the conversion rate is noticeably lower. Selling 45 pairs one by one on Xianyu would take over half a month. Too slow. I need to find a channel for bulk sales. I'll sell what I have on hand first and figure out the distribution later. My phone beeped. The buyer who asked about the telescope S-year on Xianyu had replied. Sir, the photos do look clean. But I can't trust just a picture. I'm worried about hidden defects. I'm over in Qinghe. Can I inspect the item in person? I'll come over. Qinghe, a local buyer. Lin thought it over. Letting a stranger into his home wasn't a good idea. Not only was his yard piled with scrap, but the 3 rows of brand new Antash shoeboxes in his tin-roofed shed would be hard to explain. A scrap collector with 50 pairs of brand new sneakers stacked in his house. Anyone would find that suspicious. He replied, I'm in Linza County. If it's convenient, let us set up a meeting spot to hand it over in person. Okay, how about tomorrow afternoon? All right, here. Lynn sent the address. They settled on the entrance of a shopping mall in Linza County at 2 p.m. A face-to-face transaction for 2,600 yuan would save on shipping and platform fees, making the payout much smoother. But with Gang delivering the umbrellas tomorrow morning and the telescope deal in the afternoon, he'd have to time it just right. Wash the umbrellas in the morning, make a trip to Qinghai in the afternoon, and come back in the evening to keep listing the shoes. His day was packed to the brim. Lin stood up and walked out to the courtyard, where he heated up yesterday's leftover pork rib soup on the stove, added a handful of noodles, and cooked up a big bowl. He bought the marrow bone at the butcher shop in town the day before yesterday, 12 yuan for a whole bone, enough to stew a big pot that would last 3 days. Just over a week ago, he'd have had to think long and hard before spending even those 12 yuan. After finishing his noodles, he sent another WeChat message to Chang, the shoe seller in the duckbill cap. Chang, when will the next batch of clearance stock be available? Is it still ANTA? Do you have any other brands? A few minutes later, Chang replied with a voice message, Bro, this batch of ANTA came from that warehouse in Duzhou, it's all sold out. But I'm looking into it. There is apparently a B-grade warehouse at an OEM factory in the provincial capital that is clearing out a batch of smoked look stock. The quantity is bigger than this time. I'm negotiating right now, I'll let you know first if it works out. Lin clicked his tongue, didn't he reply, and slipped his phone back into his pocket. A bigger batch than this one. He stood in the courtyard holding his bowl. The evening glow had set half the sky ablaze. Across the street, a tractor chugged by, kicking up dust that swirled in the slanting light. He set the bowl upside down on the stove and turned to go back inside. He'd have his hands full tomorrow. Chapter 41, Village officials come to persuade him. Early the next morning, Lin rode his electric scooter to the MOMS station to pick up the package sent from Taobao. He opened it to find 2 crossover capacitors nestled in an anti-static bag, with specifications identical to those of the original unit. Back at the tin shack, he removed the crossover board from the Meizhisheng S880. He heated up his soldering iron, first unsoldering the bulging old capacitors, then soldering the new ones in place. The solder joints were neat and full. He blew on them to cool them down, then tested them with a multimeter. The circuit was good. He reinstalled the crossover board into the cabinet, tightened the screws, connected it to the amplifier, and powered it on. The bass came through first. The drum beats were deep and solid, pounding against his chest with every beat. The mid-range unfolded next, with rich vocals and crisp, pleasant sibilance. The treble was bright and smooth, with the overtones of the cymbals well controlled and the decay perfectly balanced. Lin turned the volume knob 2 notches to the right. The 8-inch woofer kicked in, causing the air in the entire tin roofed room to vibrate, and the lids of the row of ANTA shoeboxes on the table hummed. This pair of OmniCleanse speakers used to be worth less than 100 yuan. After replacing 2 capacitors at a cost of 19.8 yuan, the current second-hand price for the same model and condition on Xianyu ranges from 1,200 to 1,500 yuan. He turned off the speakers, recorded a video, and uploaded it to the Xianyu listing. He set the price at 1,380 yuan, with a note, like new condition, see video for sound quality. No sooner had he uploaded it than the sound of brakes screeching came from the courtyard entrance. A white Jinbei van pulled up at the gate. A young man in his early 20s got out of the driver's seat wearing black work pants and sporting a close-cropped haircut and peered into the courtyard. You must be Lin Yong? Gang asked me to bring you the umbrella. That's me. Come on in. The young man opened the van's rear door. 6 large woven bags were stuffed to the brim and tied with nylon rope. Lin pitched in to help carry them into the yard. The 6 bags were piled at the entrance to the tin-roofed shed, their shapes distorted under the weight. Gang said there are 60 umbrellas in total. Please count them. He said to call him once they're cleaned, and he'll arrange for a truck to pick them up. Alright, please thank Gang for me when you get back. The young man drove off. Lin untied the first burlap sack and pulled out the oil paper umbrellas one by one. A pungent musty smell hit him worse than it had looked in the photos. The umbrella canopies were covered in patches of gray-green mold, a few red ones had turned black with mildew. The bamboo handles felt sticky to the touch, a mixture of sweat and mold. He counted them, exactly 60. The rice cooker on the stove had finished steaming the rice, and in the cast iron pot beside it, large chunks of braised pork were simmering. He'd put them in early that morning. The pork shoulder had been cut into generous cubes, caramelized with rock sugar, then braised for 40 minutes with star anise, cinnamon, and dark soy sauce. The skin was tender and the sauce thick and rich. In another aluminum bowl, 6 eggs were steaming. Eat your fill before tackling heavy work. That's a rule of thumb. Lin served himself a large bowl of rice, piled on 4 chunks of braised pork and 3 eggs, and squatted by the stove to eat. After finishing, he wiped his mouth. His stamina was at 75%. That's enough. 60 umbrellas. He estimated he'd use a little over 20% of his supply, leaving more than 50% after washing. He opened the first umbrella and propped it up in the courtyard, brought out a bucket of water, and set the bottle of deep blue No. 3 liquid next to it. Towels, brushes, rubber gloves. He laid out the full set of tools. Just as he was wringing out the towel, someone else arrived at the courtyard gate. The visitor had walked over. An old man in his 60s, wearing a gray jacket, his gray hair neatly combed, carrying a plastic bag filled with half a kilo of noodles. It was Shu Lin, the village party branch secretary. Shu Lin from Donggang village had retired from active service and become a village official when he got older. He'd been in the role for nearly 20 years and had known Lin as father's generation. He carried weight in the village, but he had a flaw: he'd speak up for whoever paid him off, so he wasn't exactly impartial. Lin, busy? Shu Lin walked into the yard with a smile, setting the noodles down on the stove. Just passing by to say hello. Haven't been here in ages. Shu Lin, have a seat. Lin brought out a stool, never stopping the towel in his hand as he continued wiping the umbrella's surface. Shu Lin didn't rush to sit down. He first walked around the yard, glancing here and there, his gaze lingering for 2 seconds on the row of burlap sacks by the entrance to the tin-roofed shed. What are you cleaning here? Oil paper umbrellas? Yeah, helping someone restore them with Omni Cleanse. Making a little money on the side. Oh, so you're taking on that kind of work now? Shu Lin sat down on the stool, pulled out a pack of Hontishan cigarettes, and lit one. Your Donggang studio looks a lot neater than it did a while back. The floor's swept pretty clean. I tidied things up after the enforcement team came by last time. I heard about that. Shu Lin exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone taking a turn. Lin, I want to tell you something. Don't take it personally. A couple of days ago, Jiangwo from Jianda Trading had someone reach out to me. He said he'd like to talk to you again about that plot of land. Here it comes. Lin continued working as usual, dipping the towel in a bit of blue liquid and wiping it across the umbrella's surface. With his palm pressed against the underside of the towel, he released mana in the lightest, finest stream. Wherever the towel passed, the mold spots faded away silently, but he controlled the speed, clearing only one patch at a time, about as efficient as normal manual scrubbing. Shu Lin, I've discussed this with Yong. We're not selling. I know you have your reasons. Shu Lin tapped the ash from his cigarette. But think about it, you're a young guy running this Donggang studio. How much can you really make in a year? Jiangwo's offering 200,000 right now. 200,000, Lin. That's enough for a down payment on a house in the county seat. Shu Lin, this plot of land was left to me by my dad. Lin showed him the small section of the umbrella canopy he'd just cleaned. The mold stains had indeed been wiped away, but the process was painfully slow, at least in Shu Lin's eyes. When my dad passed away, he made it clear, this land can't be sold. Back when your dad was alive, this road hadn't been widened yet. Now that it's been fixed up, the location has improved, things are different. If you hold on to it and don't sell, what if policies change later? You might not get nearly as much in compensation if they tear it down. How much compensation we get is a problem for the future. Lin crouched down, wiping the umbrella without looking up. Right now, Donggang Studio is doing okay, it supports me. I'm not in a rush for money. Shulin smoked half a cigarette and changed the subject. That Jiangwo guy has a wide network, he knows a lot of people in the county. If you strain your relationship with him, it might make things a bit awkward for you in the future. I've got all the necessary paperwork in order, licenses and permits are all in place, and I've got a fire extinguisher on hand. Lin's tone was flat as he wiped the umbrella stroke by stroke. I'll cooperate with whoever comes to inspect. There's nothing awkward about that. Shulin was momentarily at a loss for words. He smiled and fell silent, sitting there for a few more minutes while his eyes kept sweeping the yard. Lin let him look. Everything that needed to be seen was out in the open. The scrap was stacked neatly, the fire lane was clear, the fire extinguisher hung on the wall, and the ground was spotless. The door to the tin shed was ajar, the door panel perfectly blocking the row of Antash shoeboxes inside. All right, then think it over. Shulin stood up and stubbed out his cigarette on the sole of his shoe. I was just passing by and thought I'd mention it, no other intention. If you change your mind, give me a call anytime. I'll put you in touch with Jiangwo. Shulin walked out the gate, his figure disappearing at the intersection. Lin tossed the towel he was holding into the bucket and glanced at the umbrella. In the 10 or so minutes Shulin had been there, he managed to clean less than a third of the canopy. It was painfully inefficient. He stood up and listened. All was quiet, the street was deserted. He took off his gloves and pressed his right hand directly against the canopy. Mana surged forth. Mold spots, water stains, and grime peeled off the canopy in 8 seconds, the gray-green filth turning into fine powder that rained down onto the ground. The black sweat stains that had been soaking into the bamboo handle for nearly half a year came off along with it, revealing the pale yellow, smooth texture of the bamboo beneath. 1. He grabbed the second umbrella, opened it, pressed his palm against it 7 seconds. The third 6 seconds. The canopy wasn't large, and the material was simple. The surface of the tung oil-treated paper was smooth, so stains adhered far less tenaciously than they did to leather or fabric. The more he cleaned, the smoother it went. By the end, he was handling them in 5 or 6 seconds each, cleaning both the bamboo handle and the canopy in a single pass. 10, 20, 30. A small pile of dust had gathered on the ground. He swept it into the corner with a broom. 58, 59, 60. He folded up the last red umbrella and stood it upright against the wall. All done. Lin glanced at his phone. The whole process had taken less than 20 minutes, though he'd been held up by Shulin for over 10 minutes in the middle. The actual time spent using the system skill OmniCleanse was just over 10 minutes. 60 oil paper umbrellas were neatly stacked in a row against the wall in the courtyard. Red, yellow, green, brown, the canopy colors were vivid, the tung oil paper had a lustrous, translucent sheen, and the bamboo handles were as clean as if they'd just been carved. 2,400 yuan. In the bag. Just then, a wave of hunger hit him. He hurried to the stove and scooped up another bowl of rice, this time piling on 3 pieces of braised pork and 2 eggs, shoveling it into his mouth in big bites. As he was eating, the chugging sound of a tricycle engine came from outside the courtyard gate, growing louder as it approached, then cutting out right at the entrance. Dajuan's dark, gaunt figure appeared at the courtyard gate. His work clothes were covered in dust, and the tricycle's cargo bed was piled high with scrap so full that the rear wheels were nearly touching the ground. Boss. Are you there? Chapter 42, Finding Real Gold in the Scrap Pile. Dajuan began unloading items from the tricycle's cargo bed, placing them one by one on the ground in the courtyard. Boss, look, this time I picked them out just like you said. I didn't take a single piece of junk. Dajuan's dark, gaunt face was covered in sweat. Limping slightly, he made trip after trip, working harder than anyone else. Lin put down his bowl and chopsticks, walked over, and crouched down to examine each item. The first item was badminton shuttlecocks. 4 buckets of Yonex, 2 buckets of Li Ning A plus 60. The plastic wrap was long gone, the lids had disappeared, and the paper tubes were covered in dust and water stains. 2 of the buckets were smeared with grease over half their surface. Lin pulled a shuttlecock out of one of the tubes and spun it around. The feathers were dull and gray, the quills were caked with grime, and a few quills had been crushed out of shape. It looked like it was only about 60% new. Where did you get these? From that sports store in town that went out of business. The owner took off, the landlord was clearing out the place and tossing stuff out. I got there too late, the good ones had already been picked over. Only these few buckets were left, with the lids missing. They'd been rolling around on the ground and getting trampled, nobody wanted them. Dajuan crouched beside him, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. I paid a yuan per bucket, and the guy still thought I was haggling too much. 1 yuan a bucket. Genuine Yonex shuttlecocks, they go for 70 or 80 in specialty stores. Lin said nothing. He stuffed a shuttlecock back into the bucket, pinched the base of the feathers. The quills were still springy, with no breaks or kinks, and the cork base was intact. To others, this was just a bucket of dirty shuttlecocks, but in his hands, it was a different story. With a system skill treatment, the grime was washed away, the warped feathers straightened out, and they came out looking just like brand new, unopened shuttlecocks. Next were 2 large, high-powered flashlights with aluminum alloy bodies, the Shinua brand. The surfaces were covered in cement specks and rust stains from the construction site, and there were several deep scratches on the bodies. He pressed the switch, nothing happened. Most likely the batteries were dead, not that they were broken. Dajuan pulled a heavy black plastic bag out of the truck bed. Socks. Lin opened it to find the bag stuffed full at least 40 or 50 pairs, all mid to high-end athletic socks, some from Anta, some from Li-Ning, and a few pairs of Nike. Most of the individually wrapped packages had been torn open, allowing mold to creep in through the cracks. A thick layer of white and green fuzz had grown over them, and a musty smell hit his nose as he leaned in. Lin pulled out a pair of Li-Ning socks and shook them. Grayish-white mold spots clung to the fabric, but the material wasn't rotten or brittle, it still had its stretch. Are these from that sports store too? No, these are from another place. Last week I picked up a warehouse clearance from a clothing store. The owner said this batch of socks had been sitting in the warehouse for over 2 years. They got damp and moldy, the packaging broke open, and they couldn't sell them anymore. She told me to take the whole lot for 5 yuan. 5 yuan. Lin weighed the bag in his hands. There were at least 50 pairs. Brand name athletic socks retail for anywhere from 15 to 40 yuan a pair. To others, it was a bag of moldy junk. To him, it was money. He ran his system skill over it, and the mold was wiped clean. The musty smell vanished without a trace. It looked just like it had come straight from the factory. Dajuan hauled down 3 more items: a Panasonic bread maker, a Changde oven, and a Tiniko floor cleaner. The bread maker and oven were greasy all over, that kind of grime that builds up in a kitchen over years of use, and the inner liners were coated with a layer of blackened, burnt residue. But the casings had no cracks, and the control panels were intact. The floor scrubber was a bit older. The roller brush was tangled with hair and grime, the waste tank was overgrown with green algae, and the casing had several chipped corners, but the motor ran smoothly without any strange noises. Finally, there was a whole box of Sudar electric kettles. The cardboard box had been soaked and was limp and falling apart. Upon opening it, he found 6 kettles, their bodies covered in water stains and paper scraps. 2 of the metal bases had developed a green patina, and the lids were stained with glue marks that wouldn't come off no matter how hard he scrubbed, but the kettles themselves weren't cracked, and the heating elements hadn't rusted through. Lin took a quick look at everything, then stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. Dajuan, this shipment's good. Dajuan grinned, the wrinkles on his dark, gaunt face bunching up. Last time you told me not to bring in junk like cardboard and scrap metal anymore, only to take branded items, ones that aren't broken, and things others don't want. I remembered that, so these past few days I've been going door to door looking specifically for this kind of stuff, and whenever I found it, I took it. Lin crouched down and began calculating the prices one by one. 6 buckets of badminton shuttlecocks, though filthy, the feathers were still intact. 8 yuan per bucket. 2 flashlights, the Shinua model ISNT cheap. 15 yuan each. A bag of socks counting by the pair would be too much trouble. 40 yuan for the whole bag. A bread maker for 35, an oven for 30, and a floor scrubber for 50. A box of 6 electric kettles, 12 yuan each, 72 yuan total. He pulled out his phone, tapped the calculator, and held the screen up for Dajuan to see. Badminton shuttlecocks, 48 flashlights, 30 socks, 40 bread maker, 35 oven, 30 floor scrubber, 50 kettles, 72. Total, 305. Dajuan peered at the screen and nodded repeatedly. Alright, that's more than I expected. The price was indeed generous. At any other Donggang studio, these items would be weighed by the pound and fetched no more than 70 or 80 yuan at best. But Lin knew exactly how much this batch was worth after running it through his system skill. 6 buckets of badminton shuttlecocks, dirt and grime removed, feathers straightened, came out looking like new. A single bucket could go for 40 or 50 yuan on Xianyu, and that alone would bring in 300. The 2 Shinhua flashlight scratches repaired, cement stains removed, and fully charged could each sell for 150 yuan or more. The socks were the easiest. A single pass with his system skill eliminated all mold and musty odors. At 10 to 20 yuan per pair, 50 pairs would bring in 1,000. The refurbished bread maker, toaster oven, and floor cleaner would add up to at least 8 or 900 yuan. Kettles, remove the verdigrease and water stains, and they're spotless. List 1 on Xianyu for 60-70 yuan. 6 of them bring in over 400. This whole load cost 305 yuan to buy. Selling it will net at least 2,500. The key to profit isn't about having a good eye, it's about the system skill. To any Donggang studio owner, these items would just be a pile of worthless junk, with cleanup costs exceeding their value. But Lin's system skill is a natural omni-cleanse refurbishment assembly line. No supplies, no labor, just a quick pass through his hands and they're as good as new. Lin opened WeChat, scanned the QR code, and transferred 305 yuan. After a moment's thought, he added another 100 yuan. Dajuan's phone buzzed twice. He looked down and froze. Boss, you sent an extra 100. It's not extra. Lin slipped his phone back into his pocket. From now on, just stick to this standard. Bring me anything with a brand name that is not broken, no matter how dirty, old, or moldy it is. Every time you deliver, I'll add an extra 100 for delivery fees. Consider it gas money. Dajuan opened his mouth, then held his phone in his hand for a long moment without moving. 100 yuan delivery fee. His tricycle ran on diesel. A single trip cost him only 20 or 30 yuan in fuel. That meant he was making an extra 70 or 80 yuan for free. He made 2 or 3 trips a month, so just in delivery fees alone, he'd be making an extra 200 or 300 yuan. Boss Dajuan's lips moved slightly, a complex expression crossing his weathered face. He'd been in this line of work for over a decade, collecting scrap cardboard and scrap metal, saving up a few cents or a few dimes per pound. It was common for unscrupulous collection points to skim off the scales, and no station owner had ever voluntarily given him a single extra cent. Alright, Dajuan, don't be so polite. I can only make money if you help me find good stuff. We'll both make money, and that's how we'll keep this going long term. Lin waved his hand. Oh, and if you come across any antiques, old clocks, vintage furniture, brass or ironware, no matter how worn they are, as long as they're not broken or falling apart, we'll negotiate a separate price. I'll pay you more. Dajuan nodded vigorously, slipped his phone into his pocket, and hopped onto the tricycle, limping slightly. As the engine roared to life, he glanced back at the courtyard, a smile spreading across his dark, gaunt face. The tricycle hummed away from Donggang Studio. Chapter 43, Dajuan treats everyone. Dajuan rode his tricycle back to town, the engine humming away, with 475 yuan in his pocket and a clear, open feeling in his heart. He turned into the tobacco stall at the entrance of the vegetable market and bought a pack of Hongtashan. Usually he smoked 3.5 yuan Hongmei cigarettes, but today he made an exception and splurged on the pre-rolled kind. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through WeChat, finding a group chat called Scrap Collectors Get Rich. He typed, "Who's free for lunch? Let us grab a bowl of noodles at the usual spot. It's on me." A few messages popped up in the group. Dajuan's treating us? The sun's rising in the west? Let us go, hurry up. I'm right in the neighborhood. What's the deal? Did you find some money? Just past noon, 4 of them gathered around a table at the Lanshao noodle shop at the town's crossroads. Dajuan sat in the headseat, that is, the plastic stool by the wall. Across from him sat old Sun, a 62-year-old who still roamed the streets collecting cardboard. His face was as sun-baked as the bottom of a wok. To his left was Chubby Lou, in his early 30s, who drove an electric tricycle even more beat up than Dajuan and collected scrap appliances. To his right was Zhang Laosi, a lanky man in his 50s wearing glasses with a broken arm held together by tape, who collected old books and newspapers. The four of them huddled together, their combined stench so overpowering that the young couple dining at the next table had to move to another spot. Dajuan was feeling generous today. Besides ordering a bowl of beef noodle soup for each of them, he also got a plate of cold tossed peanuts, a dish of sliced cucumber, and a plate of pork jol. Finally, he pulled a bottle of Nulanchen out of his pocket and plopped it down on the table. Holy shit, Dajuan, did you really find some money? Little Fat Lou's eyes widened as he reached for the bottle, turning it over and over to make sure it wasn't Tijingzhou. Nulanchen? You can't even bring yourself to drink beer normally. Stop blabbering. Drink up. Dajuan grabbed the bottle, twisted off the cap, and poured 2 liang into each of their bowls. Old Sun lifted his bowl to sniff it, but didn't rush to drink. He narrowed his eyes at Dajuan. I've known you for over a decade. You're the type to split a penny in two. You're treating us to drinks today, there's definitely something up. Spit it out. Dajuan didn't beat around the bush. He picked up a piece of pork gel, stuffed it in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and only spoke after swallowing. Where do you usually sell the stuff you collect? Zhang Laosi pushed his glasses up his nose. Where else? Old Joe's place in town, or Wang Maizia's spot by the National Highway. How much per pound for cardboard? 35 to 40 cents, depending on the market. Old Sun chimed in. Sometimes they've even paid 32 cents. That's downright shady. Chubby Lou chimed in with his own complaint. Scrap appliances are even more ridiculous. I hauled an old TV over to old Joe's, and he immediately tried to lowball me, saying the screen had dark lines and wasn't worth much. In the end, he gave me 15 yuan. The more I thought about it on the way back, the more pissed off I got. That TV just had a dirty case. The screen was perfectly fine. After they finished talking, Dajuan picked up his bowl, took a sip of wine, and pursed his lips. I made a trip to Donggang village in the county seat today. There's a place called Donggang Studio by the roadside there. The owner's last name is Lin, a young guy, 27 or 28. Donggang village? Zhang Laosi thought for a moment. Is he the son of that old man Lin? I went to that place a few years back. It was a total mess, like a dog's den. Hard to deal with. Old man Lin passed away 2 years ago. Now his youngest son South running the place, Dajuan said. I took a truckload of goods over there today. Guess how much they paid me? What kind of goods? Dajuan listed everything he delivered that day: badminton shuttlecocks, flashlights, moldy socks, a bread maker, an oven, a floor scrubber, and an electric kettle. Old Sun shook his head after listening. That's a jumble of junk. If old Joe had that, he'd sell it by the pound. You'd be lucky to get 120. 305. There was silence at the table for 2 seconds. The peanut in little Fat Lou's hand fell back into the plate. How much? 305. Dajuan repeated, holding up 3 fingers and wiggling them. And that's not all. After I paid, he slapped on another 100 for errands, saying I'd have to pay that every time I make a delivery. 405? Little Fat Lou's voice shot up, causing the young couple at the next table to glance over again. Old Sun put down his chopsticks, downed the wine in his bowl in one gulp, and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. You're just bragging, aren't you? What kind of high-level position are you talking about? Why would I brag? Want to see the transfer records? Dajuan pulled out his phone, opened his WeChat transaction history, and handed it over. The 3 of them leaned in to look. 305.100, 2 transfers, less than a minute apart. Little Fat Lou snatched the phone, flipped through it to confirm there were no refund records, then handed it back to Old Sunday. Old Sun passed it to Zhang Laosi, who, after looking it over, returned the phone to Dajuan and adjusted his glasses, which were held together with tape. The restaurant's exhaust fan hummed in the background, and none of them spoke. Old Sun spoke first. Does he take just about anything? Not everything. Dajuan shook his head. He said he doesn't take cardboard, scrap metal, or broken bottles, just those kinds of junk. He only takes items in good condition, with brand names, and that still work. No matter how dirty or old they are, as long as they aren't smashed or broken, he'll take them. So, as long as the item itself isn't broken? Right. Dirty, moldy, rusty, or caked with grease, he doesn't mind any of that. He just won't take anything that's broken, damaged, or missing parts. Little Fat Lou was quick on his feet. Then that batch of old appliances I have is perfect, isn't it? There are several washing machines that nobody wants just because the casings are too dirty, but they all work perfectly. Why don't you take them over and give it a try? Dajuan poured himself another drink. Let me tell you, this Mr. Lin is a man of his word. He calculates the price right there on the spot, no playing games with the scales. He also told me that if we come across vintage items, old clocks, antique furniture, brassware, and they're in good condition, he'll negotiate a separate price and pay even more. Jean Lausy, who hadn't said much up to that point, suddenly chimed in. What is he going to do with all that stuff? It's filthy and won't sell. Dajuan thought for a moment. I don't know about that. He has got a knack for getting things clean. When I went by today, I saw him washing oil paper umbrellas in the courtyard. He cleaned them up to look just like new. Washing oil paper umbrellas? He was cleaning them for some film crew, 60 of them. I took a look at them when I was there. They were moldy beyond belief, but he got them all spotless, with the colors shining bright, lined up in a row. Silence fell over the table once more. Each man was lost in his own thoughts, calculating what goods he might have to send over there. Old Sun rubbed the calluses on his hands. Where exactly is Donggang village? East of the county seat? Right. It's a kilometer east of the county seat. You'll see it right by the road. It's south, easy to park right in front of the gate. Little Fat Lou raised his bowl. Come on, let us toast Dajuan. This news is worth a round of drinks. The 4 bowls clinked together, and the Nyolan Mountain bottles were drained. Dajuan ordered another bottle. Listen up, guys. Don't go blabbing about this all over the place. He lowered his voice, even though they were the only table in the restaurant besides the young couple who just left at the next table. Mr. Lin runs his business with integrity. When you go there, don't go rummaging through stuff in his yard. Put things exactly where he tells you to. Also, whatever price he offers is final, don't haggle or dither over it. It'll make you look cheap. Old Sun nodded. That's the way it is. Chubby Lou chuckled. Don't worry, Dajuan. Who'd do that when there's money to be made? Zhang Laosi didn't smile. He lifted his bowl and took a slow sip. As the fog cleared from his glasses, he said, Dajuan, this meal you're treating us to today is worth far more than this bottle of liquor. Dajuan didn't respond. He just buried his head in his bowl and slurped up a mouthful of noodles, feeling a warm glow inside. Before they knew it, the second bottle of Nulanshan was empty. Chubby Lou insisted on splitting the bill, but Dajuan shut him down. It's on me today. Next time, when you guys strike it rich, you can treat me. The 4 scrap collectors left the noodle shop and went their separate ways. The sun had baked the pavement until it was scorching hot. Old Sun rode his old-fashioned bicycle, wobbling as he headed north. Chubby Lou started his tricycle and headed east, and Zhang Laosi, clutching a plastic bag, turned slowly into an alley. Dajuan stood by the roadside, lit a Hontishan cigarette, exhaled a puff of smoke, and watched the 3 figures' backs gradually fade into the distance. He knew it wouldn't be long before things started to heat up at the entrance to Donggang Studio in Donggang Village. Chapter 44, System Skill, Cleaning the Oven. Lin sorted the 60 oil paper umbrellas by color, 15 red, 12 yellow, 18 green, and 15 brown. He stacked them 10 at a time vertically into clean woven bags, handles facing up, and tied the openings tightly with nylon rope. The 6 bags were lined up against the inner wall of the tin-roofed shedded dry spot, 2 meters away from the pile of Antash shoeboxes. 2,400 yuan in the bag. Lin turned his gaze to the row of items Dajuan had just delivered, scattered across the courtyard floor: badminton shuttlecocks, flashlights, socks, a bread maker, an oven, a floor scrubber, and a kettle. No rush on the badminton shuttlecocks and socks, those are easy to handle, just wipe down the outer packaging. The kettle is even simpler, brand new. Just scrape off the paper scraps and adhesive residue, and it's ready to list on Xianyu. Start with the big items first. Lin hauled the Changde oven into the tin-roofed shed and placed it on the workbench. Up close, this thing looked even more disgusting than it did from the yard. The entire exterior of the oven was made of silver-gray stainless steel, but its original color was now completely obscured. The top and sides were caked with a mixture of soot and cooking oil vapor that had accumulated over the years. The outermost layer had dried completely, turning a dark brown verging on black. Scraping it with a fingernail left a white streak, revealing more oil beneath. This was old, caked on grease. Anyone who has spent time in a kitchen knows how stubborn this stuff is. Oil spatters from the wok during stir-frying land on the oven's surface if you don't wipe them off right away. Another layer builds up in a couple of days, then another in a couple more. Leave it a month, and the film hardens into a crust. Leave it 6 months, and the crust fuses with the metal. Even a steel wool pad struggles to scrape it off. This oven had been sitting neglected next to the stove for at least 2 or 3 years. Lin opened the oven door, and a stench of burnt and rotten food wafted out, making him tilt his head back. The inside was even worse. The oven's interior walls, which should have been shiny galvanized steel, had turned a deep amber color. It was a layer of carbonized grease formed by repeated baking at high temperatures, a millimeter thick in some places, while in others a thin film of grease clung to the surface, casting an unhealthy, dull glow under the light. The bottom baking tray was even worse. The entire groove was filled with a layer of dark brown carbonized residue, a mixture of dry and wet matter. The dry parts were as hard as coke, making a clicking sound when tapped with a fingernail. The wet parts were recent grease drippings that hadn't had time to bake dry, appearing as translucent amber and sticky to the touch. The rack was encrusted with charred cheese shreds and carbonized food residue of unknown origin, fused solid to the metal mesh. The heating elements were coated in a layer of grease, with a thick crust of tar solidified on the surface. If this oven were to be cleaned by hand, Lin knew the process inside out. First, remove the rack and baking tray and soak them in a baking soda solution for at least 2 hours. The interior walls would be sprayed with heavy-duty grease cleaner, wrapped in plastic wrap, and left to sit overnight. The next day, she de-scrubbed bit by bit with a scouring pad, and the hard-to-reach corners around the heating elements would require an old toothbrush to scrape out. The old grease film on the exterior would need to be treated with either a paste of flour or a grease-cutting compound, requiring 3 or 4 rounds of scrubbing. By the time you're done, half a day has gone by, and it's not even guaranteed to be clean. The grime accumulated beneath the heating elements, in the seams of the interior walls, and in the crevices of the hinges is simply out of reach for manual cleaning. Lin left the oven door open and pressed the palm of her right hand against the top of the oven. The moment the manna seeped out, the transformation began to spread from the point of contact. The top layer of dark brown, caked on grease, loosened first. But it didn't just loosen, it peeled away entirely. The manna had broken down the bond between the grime and the stainless steel surface, causing the entire layer to lift from the edges, like ice cracking on a winter lake. Beneath the lifted layer, a second layer was revealed, slightly lighter in color, last year's grease. The manna kept working. The second layer followed the first, arching upward. The 2 layers curled and crumbled together, turning into brown fragments the size of fingernails that rained down. The fragments landed on the workbench dry and flimsy, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. 2 or 3 years' worth of grease buildup cleared away first from the top of the oven. The exposed stainless steel surface was so clean it gleamed, revealing even the original brushed finish in sharp detail. Manna spread from the top toward the sides. The grease on the sides was thicker than on the top, as the side facing the stove had been constantly exposed to direct smoke and grease. As manna advanced into this area, Lin could feel a slight increase in the drain on her palms, not much, but noticeable. The grease crust on the sides peeled away differently. Beneath the grease layer here lay particles of dust. The alternating layers of grease and dust had formed a structure resembling a millefeuille. Manna began breaking down from the innermost layer, causing the entire layer of grime to peel away from the stainless steel surface in large sheets, curling up and falling like peeling wallpaper. The falling debris was quite heavy, palm-sized, hard, shell-like chunks that clattered onto the countertop with a thud. With the exterior cleaned, it was time for the interior. Lin reached his right hand into the oven cavity, pressing his palm against the inner wall. The amber-colored layer of carbonized oil on the inner wall was tougher to deal with than the exterior. The molecular structure of the grease, having been repeatedly baked at high temperatures, was denser and adhered more firmly. But this density was no match for the system's skill. Mana it only held out for a few extra seconds. The carbonized layer began to crack at the point where Lin's palm touched it, the cracks spreading out in all directions like a spiderweb. The edges of the cracked carbonized material curled slightly, revealing the zinc-plated sheet beneath bright silver, as good as new. The layer of carbonized mixture in the grooves of the baking tray at the bottom proved the most stubborn. Dry coke and wet grease had mixed together, some parts hard, others sticky. Mana applied her power, first separating the sticky grease from the metal surface. Once detached, the grease turned into murky brown droplets that rolled across the tray's surface. Immediately afterward, the layer of dry coke cracked apart in one go, shattering into black particles the size of soybeans. Lin carried the baking sheet out and tipped it over the coke particles, and oil droplets mixed together and clattered onto the newspaper, like emptying an ashtray. Finally, it was time for the heating tubes. As Mana passed over the solidified layer of tar on the tube walls, it liquefied, peeled away, and congealed into clumps that dripped onto the oven floor. The gaps between the tubes, the hard-to-reach corners behind the tube clamps. Mana didn't discriminate, cleaned everything indiscriminately. Lin withdrew his hand. His stamina had dropped by less than 5%. He moved the oven from the workbench to the floor and crouched down to take a look. The outer shell was silver gray, the brushed stainless steel finish spotless, and the Chengdi brand logo glinted under the light. The interior zinc-plated panels gleamed, free of any grease or carbon residue. The heating tubes were silvery white, their walls smooth and pristine. The baking trays and racks were all in their original condition, the metal grids clean and crisp, with no buildup whatsoever. The viewing window on the glass door was crystal clear, and the silicone seal around the edge was plump and elastic, showing no signs of aging or hardening. The knobs and control panel were so clean you could see your reflection in them. Lin stared at the oven for quite a while. When Dajuan brought this oven over, he paid 35 yuan for it and even thought that was too much. If anyone else had dug this greasy mess out from under their kitchen counter, their first instinct would be to throw it away. Even if they wanted to keep it and clean it themselves, they'd have to go to the supermarket first to buy a bottle of heavy-duty grease cleaner, which costs 15 yuan, then a pack of scouring pads 3 yuan. Come home, take it apart, soak the parts, spray them with cleaner, wrap them in plastic wrap, and wait. Wait 3 or 4 hours, then start scrubbing. After an hour of scrubbing, his hands were so sore he couldn't lift them, and half the interior was still untouched. He couldn't even reach the nooks and crannies beneath the heating element. He had to use cotton swabs to pick at them bit by bit. After I finished cleaning and rinsed it off, I took a look. The main surfaces were clean, but there were still yellow stains in the seams and around the hinge pins that wouldn't come off. I'd worked all day, my back was so sore I could barely stand up straight, and in the end, I was left with a half-finished product still covered in grease stains. He looked down at the palm of his right hand, not a single mark. The buyback price was 35 yuan. On Xianyu, a used Chengdi oven in good condition could go for 200 to 250. With a discount, he could list it at 180 and sell it the same day. A 5-fold profit. And he wouldn't even have to buy cleaning supplies. Lin moved the oven to the corner of the room and covered it with a clean old sheet to keep the dust off. He walked back to the workbench, his gaze falling on the Tinico floor cleaner. This thing was worth a lot more than the oven. A new Tinico floor cleaner costs between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan. The label was still on the unit. Dajuan had brought over the model was Fuan 2.0. Lin looked it up on his phone. The official retail price was 2,990 yuan. The machine looked fairly new, with no dents or chipped paint. The main problem was the roller brush, which was tangled with a massive amount of hair, lint, and unidentified fibers so tightly wound around the brush roll that he couldn't pull them out by hand. The dirty water tank still contained the filthy water the previous owner hadn't emptied. It had fermented over time, and the sour stench that hit him the moment he opened the lid nearly knocked the wind out of him. The clean water tank, on the other hand, was empty, and the body of the machine had only the usual dust and fingerprints. Lin removed the dirty water tank, emptied it, rinsed it twice, and set it aside to air dry. He gripped the roller brush assembly in his right hand. his phone alarm went off. It was time for the transaction, so he quickly washed up and headed out the door. Chapter 45: The Freeloaded Telescope. Lin's County, East Gate of RT Mart Supermarket. Lin arrived early, found a step to sit on, and placed the plastic bag containing the binoculars on his lap. Inside the bag were 2 layers of old newspapers. The binoculars were wrapped in a dry towel, securely packed. He pulled out his phone to check the time, 1:48. While waiting, he took out the binoculars and examined them once more. A Fujinon FMT 7x50, with an all-metal body wrapped in olive green rubber. The focus wheel felt silky smooth, with even resistance. The 2 objective lenses were so clear you could see the reflection of the coating inside a deep, purplish-blue hue. That was Fujinon SEBC full multi-layer coating, a hallmark of an authentic product. Dajuan, that guy, had tossed them to him casually when he delivered a package the day before. They'd been gray and grimy, with fogged-up lenses. Anyone else would have treated them like junk. Now, in this condition, they wouldn't look out of place on a store shelf. At 2:03, a young man in a windbreaker walked over from the parking lot, glancing at his phone as he walked and looking around. Lin stood up and waved at him. "Are you the seller from Xianyu?" "Yeah, you must be the buyer with the username Donghai, right?" The man was in his mid-20s, wearing glasses and a lanyard around his neck, clearly an outdoor enthusiast. He jogged over, his eyes fixed on the plastic bag in Lin's hand. "Is this it? Let me take a look." Lin handed him the binoculars. Xiao Chen took them and examined them thoroughly, turning them over and over. First, he inspected the body. No dents, no chipped paint, and the rubber coating was still supple. Then he turned the focus wheel a few times, raised them to his eyes, and looked at the rooftop antenna in the distance for a moment. The clarity's not bad. Chen put the binoculars down, then brought the right eyepiece close to his eye and repeatedly adjusted the focus, muttering to himself with a slightly puzzled expression. "Lin Yong, to be honest, I read a review on the forum that said this FMT model has over 90% edge sharpness, but when I looked at the text on that building corner just now, the edges were still a bit blurry." Lin didn't rush to respond. Chen set the binoculars down and pushed his glasses up his nose. "Plus, the photos you posted really look great. But the actual product, how should I put it? It doesn't have that same feel as the pictures. At your price 2,600 yuan I could find a pair with the original leather case on Xianyu." Lin reached out and took the binoculars back, saying nothing. He raised them himself and glanced at the row of shops across the square. "Chen, are you looking through those with your glasses on?" "Huh? Oh, right. Take your glasses off and look." Chen paused for a moment, removed his glasses, took the binoculars back, raised them to his eyes, and adjusted the focus. This time he didn't say a word, just stared through them for about 20 seconds. "Damn, the difference is huge. This FMT model has an exit pupil of 23 mm. It's designed for use without glasses. When you look through it with your prescription lenses on, you're adding another layer of optics. The aberrations stack up. Of course the edges are going to be blurry." Lin shoved his hands in his pockets, speaking casually. "If you wear glasses regularly, it's definitely not suitable for you, and I won't force the sale. But go check the forums. The edge sharpness of the FMT 7x50 without glasses ranks among the top 3 Japanese models. That's undisputed." Xiao Chen set the binoculars down and hesitated. "Could we negotiate the price a bit? It is second-hand, after all." "Chen, take a look at the condition yourself. Do you really think this is second-hand?" Lin pointed at the body. "Find me an FMT with scratch-free lenses and focus will damping this smooth. Scour the entire Xianyu. Is there one for under 2,500? If there is, send me a screenshot. I'll take it." Chen checked the serial number on the bottom of the binoculars again and pulled out his phone to look it up. "Alright, 2,500. How about that? That's my absolute limit. 2,499. Lin smiled. "Just to make it a lucky number." Chen was amused. "You're a fun guy to do business with. You'll even haggle over a single yuan. If you're straightforward, I'll be straightforward too." No need to drag this out. Xiaochen scanned the QR code, and 2,499 was deposited into his account. He stuffed the binoculars into his backpack and patted it. Alright, if you ever have any good stuff like this in the future, give me a call. Sure, have a good day. Lin looked at the transaction confirmation and didn't linger. 2,499 minus 0 in acquisition costs. That meant the binoculars were practically a free gift from the guy. Pure profit. He rode his scooter to the North Street grocery store, hauled out a 20-jean bag of Northeast rice, and bought 2 bunches of greens, a piece of pork belly, and a bag of eggs from the vegetable stall next door. He'd been burning through energy lately, and his fridge was nearly empty. He needed to stock up on some hearty meals. Leaving the grocery store, he walked south for 2 blocks before turning into the Linza building materials market. He'd been here several times before the layout hadn't changed. As he entered, there was a row of tile shops on the left and plumbing and hardware on the right. What he was looking for was at the stalls toward the back. Hey, do you have those floor mats you see in car washes? The ones with drainage grids, made of PVC? The owner was a portly man named Lily, who was cracking sunflower seeds and scrolling through his phone. Upon hearing Lin's request, he tilted his chin toward the back. We've got them. Go in and pick some out yourself. We have gray and green ones, 12 yuan per square meter. Lin went into the warehouse and browsed through the stock. The gray mesh drainage mats felt firm underfoot, with tightly spaced holes that let water drain through without catching his feet. He measured the dimensions and quickly calculated the total area in his head. The gray ones cut me 60 square meters. 700 yuan. Will you deliver them, boss? Sure, I can deliver them. Lin paid the bill, gave the address, and rode his electric scooter back to the scrapyard. By the time he rode out of the building materials market, it was already evening. Riding past Xingyue Plaza in the county center, the night market stalls were bustling with activity. Some sold cats and dogs, while others offered handmade trinkets. Lin took it all in, lost in thought. The May evening breeze brushed against his cheeks, carrying a hint of coolness. He straightened the handlebars, pushed down on the pedals, and rode at a steady, unhurried pace. As he passed the entrance to Donggang village, a few old men were playing chess under the streetlights to cool off. One of them turned and glanced at him, probably wondering what kind of junk this kid was bringing back again. Lin paid no mind, turned into the Donggang studio courtyard, and unloaded his goods. He carried the rice into the house and put the vegetables in the fridge. He plugged his phone into the charger and opened Xinyu to check his messages. 2 more Antashu deals had gone through, a pair of running shoes for 429, and a pair of skate shoes for 349. Add that to the 2,499 from the telescope today, and he made over 3,000 in a single day. Lin flipped through his notes and ran the numbers in his head. His savings were back up to just over 12,000. Stored in the tin-roofed shed were still over 40 pairs of Antashus, 60 washed oil paper umbrellas, a cleaned-out toaster oven, a floor cleaner that still needed washing, and a pile of miscellaneous small items. If he sold all this stock, he'd make at least another 25,000 yuan. And there was the tin eco floor cleaner. He'd have to wash the roller brush and clean out the waste tank tomorrow. If he listed it, he could probably get 1,000 or so for it. He sat on the edge of the bed, munching on an apple, and checked WeChat again. Lu Shuihan sent a message today. After the photo of Defu last time, they exchanged a couple of messages and then nothing. No idea if she was busy or what. Never mind, no point dwelling on it. He dialed Hao Yong's number. Busy? Want to set up a stall tonight? Chapter 46, Setting Up a Stall. Lin hung up the phone but didn't rush off. First, he went to the tin shed to load the pair of Meiji speakers onto the back of his electric tricycle. The 2 speakers together weighed about 20 to 25 pounds. The deep red wood grain veneer glowed with a warm sheen under the light bulb. He delisted them on Xinyu for 1,380 yuan, but no one had bid on them yet. Since they were just sitting there anyway, he'd use them as speakers for tonight. He already had an audio cable, the 3.5mm to RCA adapter he dug out of the scrap pile earlier. The power cord was ready too. He uncoiled a 10-meter extension cord from the corner and tossed it onto the tricycle. Next up, the shoes. There were still 42 pairs of Anta shoeboxes stacked against the wall in the tin shed. Lin loaded them into the truck bed in stacks of 5 pairs each, making 8 trips. He used his system skill OmniCleanse on all the boxes. The Anta logos on the lids were a vibrant red, and the shoes inside were just as good as new, no different from those freshly sealed after inspection at the store. He tossed an old tarp over the top to cover them, securing it with ropes tied front and back. He rummaged around the yard and found 2 1.2-meter square wooden planks left over from dismantling shipping crates. He also stuffed in a folding table, a folding stool, and a roll of burlap sacks. After a moment's thought, he went back inside and grabbed the handwritten price sign. It was A4 paper taped to a piece of cardboard, with the words scrawled in a thick marker. Authentic brand, warehouse clearance, selling at a loss, starting at $199. He hesitated for 2 seconds over the last price, crossed out $199, and changed it to $249. If it was too cheap, people might think it was a fake. He turned the key in the electric tricycle's ignition, and the vehicle hummed to life. This vehicle could haul 500 tonight's load was no problem. Lin locked the courtyard gate and drove the tricycle onto the road. The May night breeze swept up his collar, carrying the scent of earth and fresh grass. Streetlights flashed by overhead one after another. The old men playing chess at the village entrance were there again. One of them glanced up at him, his lips moving, probably muttering to himself about where this kid was off to. It took just over 20 minutes to ride the electric tricycle from Donggang Village to Xingyue Plaza in the county seat. The square is located slightly south of the county center. By day, it's a place for residents to exercise. Come nightfall, it becomes the domain of street vendors. There's everything here: skewered meat sellers, ring toss games, balloon shooting stalls, and vendors spreading out a cloth to sell socks and underwear. There are no management fees, and the urban management officers don't patrol at night. As long as they don't block the road, everyone is free to make a living as they see fit. It was just past 8 when Lin arrived, and there was still an open spot on the west side of the square near the fountain. He backed the tricycle in, with the front facing out, so he could pull out easily. Just as he was unloading, a green electric scooter rode up from the north, carrying a skinny guy in a plaid shirt, long hair, and short sleeves. He'd been honking his horn from a distance. Shichao. Damn, bro, you're really doing this? Shichao propped his scooter against the curb and strode over, peering into the cargo area. What's this? A whole load of shoe boxes? Help me unload them. Hold on. You need to explain this to me first. Shichao braced his hands on the edge of the cargo area. You just said on the phone you were setting up a stall to sell shoes. What kind of shoes? Where do you get them? They're not fakes, are they? Just open one up and take a look. Shichao picked up a shoebox at random and flipped open the lid. Inside lay a pair of Anta hydrogen run 5s in fluorescent green. The mesh upper was spotless, the midsole gleamed white, and the hang tag was still attached. He flipped the shoe over to inspect the sole, gave the collar a squeeze, and leaned in for a sniff. Are these new? As good as new. Leftovers from a warehouse fire. They got a bit smoky, but I ran them through OmniCleanse. You washed them? Shichao picked up another pair and examined it closely for a while. You washed them? Did you really wash these? Even a brand new pair straight from the store wouldn't look this good. Believe it or not, they're the real deal. You can scan the QR code on the tongue to verify. Shichao pulled out his phone and scanned the QR code on the tongue. It redirected him to the official Anta page. The model, colorway, and size were all correct. His eyes darted around. How much did you get them for? I bought them in bulk. The average price was just over 100. Just over 100. Shichao swallowed hard. The official retail price for these is 490. You're telling me they're just over 100? That's why I asked you to help sell them. I'll give you 20% of whatever we make. Shichao put the shoebox back, straightened up, and rubbed his hands together. Wait here. He jogged back to his scooter and fished a small Bluetooth speaker out of the seat compartment, a sound amplifier used for tutoring classes, which he usually clipped to his waist when teaching. This thing is too quiet. Lin pointed to the pair of Meiji speakers in the cargo bed. Use those. Xichao peered inside and chuckled. You even brought speakers? That's pretty professional. Impressive. The two of them set to work, one moving the speakers, the other preparing the display area. They unfolded a folding table and propped a wooden board on the tricycle's cargo bed to serve as a display stand, arranging the shoeboxes in neat rows. The basketball shoes went on the top shelf, with two pairs of KT6S in the center, their lids open to reveal the uppers. Running shoes and skate shoes were arranged by size, with the right shoe from each pair pulled out and displayed. The speakers were placed on either side of the tricycle and plugged into its battery. Lin connected his phone to the audio cable. The moment the speakers powered on, there was a low hum, with almost no background noise. All set. Record a clip. Xichao cleared his throat, held up his phone, and began recording. Don't miss out. Authentic ANTA products, warehouse clearance at a loss. Prices start at 240 yuan. KT series basketball shoes, hydro running shoes, sneakers, and casual shoes. Scan the QR code to verify authenticity. 10 times the price if fake. Limited stock, first come, first served. Miss tonight, and there won't be another chance. After recording, he listened to it himself. Unsatisfied, he recorded it again, changing his tone to sound a bit more lively than the first time. Alright, put it on loop. He placed the phone in the storage compartment of the tricycle's driver's seat and turned the volume up to 70%. The subwoofer of the Meizhisheng S880 rumbled, and Xichao's recording boomed out of the 12-inch speaker, the sound rich and resonant, audible within a 50-meter radius. Lily, the vendor selling candied hawthorn on a stick at the neighboring stall, turned her head to take a look, and Yong, the guy grilling squid, also glanced over. Xichao stood in front of his stall, hands on his hips, and nodded with satisfaction. This setup's pretty impressive. Lin sat on a folding stool with a faint smile, saying nothing as his gaze swept across the square. It was 8:30 p.m. at Xingyue Square, and the crowd was just starting to pick up. Small groups of young people were converging on the fountain from all directions, couples holding hands, young married couples pushing strollers, and groups of middle school students. The fish have arrived. Now it's time to see if the net is strong enough. The first to stop was a chubby kid in a basketball jersey, about 17 or 18, with headphones around his neck and a swagger in his step. Drawn in by the hawking from the speakers, he looked down at the row of shoes on the display stand. His gaze locked onto the KT6S. These. KT6S? The chubby kid reached out and picked up the right shoe, turning it over and examining it 3 times. Are these real? Xichao jumped in immediately. Good eye, kid. Genuine ANTA KT6, the Clay Thompson signature model. Scan the QR code to verify. If it's not real, we'll pay you 10 times the price. The chubby kid actually pulled out his phone and scanned it. When the page popped up, his eyes widened. How much? KT6, 990. The original price is 1,800, right? Right, that's why I said I'm selling them at a loss. They're leftover stock from a flooded warehouse. The quality is fine, they just won't be sold in stores anymore. Look at the condition. Tell me, does this look like leftover stock? The chubby kid squatted down to test the fit. Size 41 perfect. He stood up, took a couple of steps, then crouched down again to feel the TPU stabilizer plate on the heel. 2 guys came over, one wearing a baseball cap, the other in flip-flops. The guy in the cap leaned in and asked, Young, are these shoes real or fake? The chubby guy didn't even look up. Real. I've scanned them. The guy in the cap immediately started rummaging through the shoes on the stall. Chapter 47, Opening Day. The guy in the cap looked through the selection, picked out a pair of ANTA C37 running shoes, gray and white, size 42. He crouched down, kicked off his old shoes, slipped into the new ones, then stood up and stamped his feet a couple of times. How much? 349. Xichao held up 3 fingers. How about 280? Xichao laughed. Bro, go check Daewoo. What's the lowest price for brand new C37s? 560. I'm offering these for 349 and letting you inspect them. If you haggle me down to 280, what's in it for me? 300 flat, and I'll buy them right now. Shichao glanced at Lin. Lin, still stacking shoeboxes, shook his head slightly. The absolute bottom line is 329. If I sold them for that, people would actually believe I'm losing money. The guy in the baseball cap haggled for a bit, then finally scanned the code and paid 329. Business was open. The chubby kid had also made up his mind. He transferred 990, and as he walked away clutching the KT6 shoebox, he was still bragging to the young guys standing nearby, "I made a killing, saved over 800. As soon as those two walked away, the effect was immediate. There's a rule of thumb with street vending: the first sale is always the hardest. Once someone actually pays, the people behind them get bolder. Especially the chubby kid. He had a loud voice. While trying on the shoes at the stall, half the square could hear him shouting, "Authentic KT6s for 999, which was basically a free round of advertising. For the next half hour, there was a constant stream of people at the stall. Shichao was in his element. Having worked as a tutoring instructor for several years, he was naturally a smooth talker, and even switching to a new field tonight, he was still a force to be reckoned with. Holding a shoe in his right hand and pointing at the price tag with his left, he rattled off his sales pitch. EC 202 marathon running shoes go for 890 at brick and mortar stores, but you can take them off my hands for 399. What do you call selling at a loss? This is selling at a loss. It's not that the style is outdated or the quality is poor, it's just that there was an issue with the warehouse, so they're not going through official channels, a bargain for you consumers. He could even recommend shoes based on what customers were wearing. If he saw someone in a basketball jersey, he'd steer them toward basketball shoes. If he saw a girl in yoga pants, he'd push sneakers or casual shoes. And if he saw someone with a kid, he'd emphasize, "Buy these so you wouldn't feel bad about wearing them while playing ball." Lin sat on a folding stool, handling payments, finding sizes, and packing boxes. He didn't say much. Only when a customer asked him directly would he offer a brief reply. Most of the time, he just watched Shichao put on a show. By a little past 9, a crowd of about 10 people had gathered in front of the stall, and the display rack on the tricycle's cargo bed was almost full. A girl in a floral dress held up a pair of Antas sneakers and asked her friend, "Do you think this colorway is nice?" Her friend took them and examined them. "They're nice, but he said they're clearance stock from a warehouse fire. What if the glue comes apart while you're wearing them?" Shichao, with his keen ears, immediately chimed in, "Don't worry, miss. They're smoke-stained, not fire-damaged. The smoke just dirted the outside, the shoes themselves aren't damaged. Look at this rubber trim, give it a tug, it's rock solid. The owner has a special cleaning technique after washing, they'll look just like new." The girl in the floral dress hesitated for 2 seconds, then looked down at the shoes again. Lin spoke up, his tone casual, "Scan this QR code with your phone. If they're authentic, you buy them. If not, I'll give you double your money back." She scanned it. Authentic. 2 pairs of sneakers, one for her and one for her friend, for 698 yuan. The sound of the payment going through chimed. The Meiji speaker looped a recording of Shichao's deep bass cut through the square's clamor, far louder than the tiny Bluetooth speakers at the neighboring stalls. A few middle-aged passers-by, who hadn't come to buy shoes, were drawn to the speaker instead, crouching nearby to examine it for quite some time. "That's a nice speaker. Where did you get it?" "We're selling them to 1,380 yuan. Lin pointed to the nameplate on the speaker. The middle-aged man took a look, shook his head, and walked away. But it did draw another wave of people to the stall. At 9:30, the busiest time of the day arrived. The square was getting crowded, with waves of people streaming in from the direction of the fountain. A third of the shoeboxes in the tricycle's cargo area had already been sold. Shichao pushed the remaining ones forward and rearranged them neatly. Just then, a group of 4 young men in their early 20s arrived, all wearing basketball jerseys and shorts. They clearly had just finished a game. The leader, a guy with a buzz cut, spotted the lone pair of KT6s left on the display stand and his eyes lit up. "Holy shit, KT6s? Are these real?" Real. Last pair left, size 44. Shichao grabbed the box and handed it over. The guy with the buzz cut took it and examined it closely. while the other three crowded around. One of them, wearing a wrist guard, turned to ask Lynn, "Boss, where do you get this stock?" "Direct from the warehouse, not going through the counter." "Is it legit?" "Just scan the code and you'll know. If the authorities come to check, I'll take the blame. You can wear them with peace of mind." After the four of them inspected the goods, the guy with the buzz cut took the KT6S for $990. The other two each picked out a pair of regular basketball shoes at $499 a pair. The one with the wristbands hesitated for a while before finally grabbing a pair of running shoes for $349. 4 pairs of shoes, 2,237 yuan. A big order. After paying, the guy with the buzz cut didn't rush off. He squatted down nearby to change his shoes, chatting with Yong and the others as he did so. "You can't find prices like this even on Daewoo. We really scored a bargain today." An elderly man passing by stopped to watch the commotion and asked, "Young man, do you have those soft-soled shoes that old people wear for walking?" Xichao smiled. "Sir, we specialize in athletic shoes here. You'll have to check out the next street over for senior shoes. But if your grandson plays basketball, pick up a pair for him. I guarantee he'll be thrilled." The old man waved and walked away, but the young couple following him couldn't tear themselves away. The girl tugged at the boy's arm and pointed to a pair of pink sneakers. "They're so cute." The boy glanced at the price tag, $299. "Why don't you try them on?" She tried them on. Size 37, a perfect fit. Without a word, the guy pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code, and paid. She slipped into her new shoes right there, stuffing her old ones into the box. The two walked off hand in hand, and after taking a dozen or so steps, the girl turned back to glance at the stall one last time. "That kid's got it," Xichao gave Lin a thumbs up. Trading a girl's happiness for 299 yuan, smart move. Lin didn't pick up on the joke. He just looked down and jotted something down in his phone's notes. He'd been making a note every time he sold 5 pairs since 9 o'clock so far. He'd sold 18 pairs, bringing in over 7,600 yuan. Almost there. Chapter 48, 17,000 in 3 hours. At 10 o'clock, the smell of grilled skewers mixed with the smoke of cumin and chili drifted over from the square, and Lin's stomach growled. The 2 bowls of rice he'd eaten at noon had long since been digested, but he had no time to worry about hunger now. There were still about 20 pairs of shoes left on the display stand, and several popular sizes were already sold out. The size 43 running shoes were gone, only 2 pairs of size 40 skate shoes remained, and the basketball shoes were down to just 4 pairs in obscure colorways. But Xichao was a natural at selling. At some point, he grabbed a cup of water from the bubble tea stall next door, and after moistening his throat, he got even more fired up. He turned off the recording, relying on the speaker's loop wasn't enough anymore, and started hawking the goods live. Last batch. Last batch. We're closing up once these are gone. Authentic Antas sneakers, starting at just $249. You read that right, $249. Go check the prices at the brand stores. Even at 30% off, they're still $300 or $400. I'm clearing these out for $249. You can wear them until next spring, and they won't even show a sign of wear. His voice boomed out of the Maizisheng loudspeaker, loud enough for people strolling on the other side of the fountain to hear. A girl with a ponytail came over with her best friend. The two tried on the shoes first, then haggled over the price. "Girl with the ponytail, can you knock 200 off those sneakers for $249? Xichao shook his head, looking troubled. "Sweetheart, to be honest, 200 wouldn't even cover our cost price. This is already rock bottom. Look at these shoes." He flipped the shoe over to show the sole. "This rubber sole, try pinching it with your fingernail. See how springy it is? This is Antas flash foam technology, not some cheap knockoff that costs a few dozen yuan." The ponytail girl's friend flipped through a pair of running shoes nearby. "What about these? 349? 349. The Hydrogen Run Series top-notch cushioning. If you're running, these are a better deal than those sneakers." The two girls discussed it for a minute, then each bought a pair. The deal was closed at $750. At 10:20, a middle-aged man in a polo shirt walked up. He was clearly the type with some spending power, but who was also very cost-conscious. He stood at the stall for 3 minutes without saying a word, picking up and examining every pair of shoes. Finally, he spoke up, "Do you have any running shoes in size 41? Lin flipped through the remaining shoeboxes. "We have 2 pairs left in size 41, one gray and one black." "What models are they?" "C202 and Asphalt Dominator. The gray one is the C202. The middle-aged man tried on both pairs and took a few steps in place. "Can I get a discount if I buy both?" Lin did the math. The gray one is $399, the black one is $349. Both together for $700. $650. $680. That's my lowest. You should take these 2 pairs to Daewoo to get them appraised. Even brand new ones go for more than that. The middle-aged man paid $680 and walked away carrying the 2 shoeboxes. Shichao leaned in and whispered, "You're pretty good, you've even learned how to bundle sales. I'd have sold them even if he'd haggled it down to $600. The combined cost of these 2 pairs is less than $200. Shichao whistled in admiration. At 10:40, the crowd in the square began to thin out. Parents with children left first, and couples gradually made their way toward the parking lot. Most of those remaining were young people with nothing better to do, just hanging around. Lin stood up to stretch his legs and counted the remaining shoeboxes. 4 pairs. 42 pairs of shoes in total, 38 sold. He scrolled through the payment records on his phone, opened the calculator, and added them up one by one. The KD6s were $990 each. 6 pairs of regular basketball shoes ranged from $499 to $399. 15 pairs of running shoes, most of which were $349 or $399, had sold, and the skate shoes and casual shoes were the fastest sellers, ranging from $249 to $349. 17,842. Lin stared at the number for 5 seconds. 17,800 in one night. If he'd earned that money by collecting scrap working from dawn till dusk, killing himself, it would have taken at least half a month. If he'd sold them one by one on Xianyu, factoring in shipping costs, platform fees, and buyers dragging their feet, it would have taken at least 10 to 15 days to clear the inventory. Tonight, 3 hours. He turned off his phone screen and slipped it into his pocket. Shichao came back with 2 cups of lemonade from the bubble tea stand next door and handed one to him. "Did you finish counting?" "How much?" 17,800. Shichao raised the cup to his lips, paused, then slowly set it down. 17,000? 17,842. Shichao glanced back at the nearly empty display stand, then turned to look at Lin. "Lindsay, you've hit the jackpot, haven't you?" Lin took a sip of lemonade but didn't respond. He packed the remaining 4 pairs of shoes into their boxes and stacked them in the back of the tricycle. "Keep these 4. The sizes are too niche. I'll list them on Xianyu later and sell them slowly." He took the wooden boards off the display stand and folded up the table. "Let us go, time to pack up. I'll treat you to some barbecue. I'll transfer the money to you later." "Holy shit, give me 20%, that's over 3,500. Shichao counted on his fingers. "Damn, I only make $200 for a night of tutoring. So don't just stick to tutoring, hang out with your brothers. You little bastard, get the barbecue sorted first." Chapter 49, Celebrating with a Meal. Lingwei Barbecue City. The only barbecue joint in Linzi County that stays open until 2 a.m., tucked away in an alley behind the Old Town vegetable market. The storefront was small, but inside stood a dozen or so metal tables, the smell of smoke lingering year-round. It was nearly 11:30 when Lin and Shichao arrived, and the place was still packed with people eating barbecue. The tricycle was parked at the entrance to the alley, with the speakers and the remaining shoeboxes locked in the cargo area, covered tightly with a tarp. The 2 of them asked for a table in the corner. "Boss, 40 skewers of lamb, 20 of beef tendon, 10 of kidney, 1 whole grilled perch, and a plate each of edamame and peanuts." After shouting the order to the counter, Lin added, "and 8 bottles of U8. "Will 8 bottles be enough?" Shichao sat down and pulled out his phone to charge it. "We'll order more if we run out." The beer arrived first, ice cold. The 2 of them each opened a bottle, clinked them together, and gulped down nearly half a bottle each. There were 5 or 6 other tables of customers in the barbecue joint. The group in the corner was playing rock paper scissors, making quite a racket. Xichao wiped his mouth and leaned back in his plastic chair. Let me ask you something. You said those shoes were salvaged from a fire, so how come they're so clean, just like brand new? I told you, they were blown dry and washed. Cut the crap. Xichao tapped the tabletop with his index finger. I've handled those shoes pair by pair several times tonight. Let me tell you, I may teach physics, not chemistry, but I still have some basic common sense. Smoke and soot particles cling to fabric fibers. They penetrate at least a few tenths of a millimeter deep. What kind of Omni-Cleanse solution could you use to clean inside the fibers without damaging the material? Even soaking them in laundry detergent for a week won't do the trick. Lin peeled a peanut and popped it into his mouth. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Go ahead, tell me. Omni-Cleanse. Xichao stared at him for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. Alright, you're something else. Playing the trade secret card with Yong, are you? Yeah, trade secret. Well, that's a pretty profitable trade secret you've got there. Xichao counted on his fingers, 53 pairs of shoes, cost price 5,600. Counting the one you kept for yourself and the ones you sold online earlier, you made 17,000 just tonight. Add in the ones you sold online before, and your total profit must be over 20,000, right? Lin didn't deny it. Over 20,000 yuan for a single batch of shoes. Xichao shook his head. I might not even save up 20,000 working at the tutoring center for 3 months. The lamb skewers arrived, sizzling with oil and generously coated in cumin and chili powder. Lin handed 10 skewers to Xichao and grabbed a handful for himself to dig into. He was genuinely hungry. The rice he'd eaten at lunch had long since been digested. Washing all those items in the afternoon had drained his energy, and standing in the square for 3 hours that evening had left his stomach growling. How's it going at the tutoring center? Lin asked as he ate. Xichao took a bite of lamb and chewed a couple of times. Same as always, 4 or 5,000 a month, maybe 6,000 during peak season. The 2 kids are in kindergarten. Tuition and meals alone come to over 2,000 a month, and the mortgage is 1,800. You do the math on what's left. What about your wife? She is still working as a cashier at the supermarket, making 2,007 or 8 a month. Between the two of us, we don't even make 10,000. We're just scraping by in Linza. Xichao took a swig of beer. But it's just scraping by. Our oldest starts elementary school next year. We can't even dream of buying a school district home. Lin didn't say anything. He just kept munching on a few skewers of beef tendon. What do you think? Should I find a shoe supplier and start my own business? Xichao asked suddenly. Can you do the Omni-Cleanse thing? Xichao paused for a moment, then laughed. You're right, I don't have your knack for that. If you want to make some extra cash, just work with me. Lin finished the last skewer of beef tendon and tossed the bamboo stick onto the plate. For this kind of street vending in the future, I'll supply the goods and you'll handle the labor. I'll give you 20% of the profits. Just treat it as a part-time job. At 1T interfere with your classes during the day. 20%? 20%. You made 3,500 today. You tell me if that's worth it. Xichao didn't answer right away. He did a quick calculation in his head. If they could set up this stall 3 or 4 times a month, the commission alone would be over 10,000. Over 10,000. That was more than he'd make working a full month at the tutoring center. Can you guarantee a steady supply? I can't guarantee a steady supply for now, but I'm looking into it. Lin thought of the business card Chang had left him. There might be a bigger shipment coming in a while. We'll talk about it then. Alright, count me in. Xichao raised his bottle. Lindsay, I'll be honest with you, if you'd wised up a few years earlier, you'd have at least 2 apartments in the county seat by now. Lin clinked bottles with him but said nothing. He had actually wised up a few years back, only in the wrong direction. He departnered with someone to open an auto repair shop and lost 2 million yuan. That lesson was more effective than any MBA course. The perch was served crisp on the outside, tender on the inside, sprinkled with chili flakes and scallions. The two of them picked at it with their chopsticks, sipping beer and chatting idly. They talked about the bizarre demands from parents at the tutoring center, about the recent friction between Shicho's wife and her mother-in-law, and about the old story from middle school when they climbed over the wall to go to an internet cafe and got caught by the dean, who made them stand in the hallway all afternoon. As they chatted, the 8 bottles of beer were drained. Lin ordered 4 more. Shicho's face was already flushed. Clutching his beer bottle, he asked, "By the way, how did that blind date turn out? Last time you mentioned meeting a teacher? Nothing came of it. Why?" "She looked down on me for being a scrap collector." Shichao snorted. "A scrap collector who makes 17,000 yuan in a single night? I'd bet it's not the other way around." "She doesn't know I make 17,000 a night." "Then tell her." Lin shook his head. "No need. If you tell someone you've only just met for the second time that you make 17,000 a night, they'll think you're bragging. People who really make money don't have to say it themselves once they've made it, others will see it for themselves." Shichao gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive. You really know how to keep your cool." "It's not about keeping my cool, it's just not the right time yet." It was 1 a.m., and the barbecue joint was about to close. The owner's wife began clearing the empty tables nearby, the stainless steel bowls clanging loudly. Lin paid the bill, 192 yuan. The two walked out of the alley. The night breeze hit them, and the alcohol hit them hard. Shichao leaned against the wall for a moment to steady himself. "Can you ride your scooter?" Lin asked. "Yeah, I'm fine. Don't be a hero. If you're too drunk, just push it. It's only a kilometer to your place anyway." I know. Shichao straddled the scooter, wobbled for 2 meters, then turned back and shouted to Lin, "Take it easy on the way home, and call me when you get there." "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you later." "No problem, I'm off then." The scooter's taillight flickered and disappeared at the end of the alley. Lin stood beside the tricycle and looked up at the sky. It was late May, and the night sky held few stars. The moon was half hidden by clouds. He pulled out his phone and transferred 3,568 yuan to Shichao, strictly calculated at a 20% cut. He believed that for a long-term partnership, accounts had to be kept clear. His friendship with Shichao was a separate matter. After making the transfer, he scrolled through WeChat. Lu Shui's chat window remained silent. The last message was the photo of the Defushi D sent the day before yesterday. He typed a few words, then deleted them. What should he send? Tell her he made 17,000 yuan selling at the stall tonight? Never mind. Lin slipped his phone into his pocket, started the tricycle, and slowly drove out of the alley. The streets of the county seat were deserted, and the streetlights cast his shadow long and thin. It was nearly 2 o'clock by the time he returned to Donggang Studio. He drove the tricycle into the courtyard, carried the speakers and the remaining 4 pairs of shoes into the tin-roofed shed, and locked the gate. He splashed some water on his face and lay down on the bed. He placed his phone by his pillow and closed his eyes. His mind wasn't on the 17,000 yuan he made tonight, but on what Chang had said. There was a much larger batch of smoked goods at the contract manufacturer in the provincial capital. Much larger. If he could seal the deal, the volume would increase 3 or 5-fold. Relying solely on Xianyu and street stalls wouldn't be enough. He'd have to find distribution channels, offline ones, for bulk sales. Sports stores? Small shops near schools? Or should he contact those wholesalers who deal in surplus stock directly? As he pondered, the alcohol kicked in, and his eyelids grew heavy. He'd worry about it tomorrow. Lin rolled over and fell asleep within 30 seconds. Chapter 50, Returning the Umbrella. The next morning, Lin was woken by the sound of a loudspeaker outside the courtyard gate. He opened his eyes and glanced at his phone, 9:03 a.m. He'd gotten back close to 2 a.m. last night, his mind still filled with thoughts of suppliers, channels, and distribution, so he hadn't slept very soundly. When he got up, his stomach felt empty and his throat was dry. He went to the stove and drank half a cup of cold water, then dug out the 2 leftover steamed buns from the pot and took a few bites along with a piece of braised pork trotter. His energy levels rose a notch, and he felt more steady on his feet. The horn honked twice more outside the courtyard gate. Coming. Lin wiped his mouth and opened the door to go out. A silver-gray pickup truck was parked at the entrance. The driver was the same young man Gang had sent last time, Xiao Wu, in his early 20s, with a crew cut, wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and a set of keys hanging around his neck. He hopped out of the cab, peering into the yard as he smiled. "Mr. Lin, Gang sent me to pick up the umbrellas. He said it's fine if you have and finish them, yet we can take half of them for now." Lin swung open the courtyard gate. "They're all done. Come on in." Xiao Wu hadn't quite processed it yet. "All done?" "Yeah, I finished them last night." Hearing this, Xiao Wu quickened his pace. Inside the tin-roofed shed, 60 oil paper umbrellas had already been sorted by color into woven bags: 15 red, 12 yellow, 18 green, and 15 brown. The bags weren't tied shut, making it easy to inspect the goods. Lin casually untied one of the bags and pulled out a red umbrella. The moment the canopy opened, Xiao Wu froze in place. The umbrella was a pure, clean red. The old mold spots on the canopy were gone, as were the dull, rain-soaked edges. The bamboo ribs stood straight and smooth. The layer of sweat stains on the handle had vanished completely. It felt neither sticky nor greasy in his hand, and even the grain of the bamboo exuded a fresh vitality. Xiao Wu circled the umbrella twice, unable to resist exclaiming, "Holy shit!" Lin folded the umbrella away. Xiao Wu pulled out a green one of his own and opened it. This one had been the most moldy of all. The corners of the canopy were covered in large patches of grayish-white spots, and the bamboo handle bore black marks left by an actor's sweat. Now, when he opened it, the green canopy was so clean it could go straight on camera. Even the mud stains at the joints of the ribs were gone. "That's amazing." Xiao Wu swallowed hard, crouched down, and flipped through a couple more. "Seriously amazing." He looked up at Lin. "Mr. Lin, your work, your craftsmanship is just insane. Gang told me yesterday that getting it back to 70 or 80% would be fine, just enough to fool the camera on set. If he saw this, he'd probably start worshipping you." Lin smiled. "Don't praise me too much, it might make me raise my prices." Xiao Wu chuckled. "You deserve a raise. At $40 a pop, with this quality, if you told the props department these were brand new umbrellas, they'd believe you." As he spoke, he ran his fingers over the handle and bent down to take a sniff. "Even the musty smell is gone. When we unloaded that batch yesterday, the smell in the truck was so bad I almost thought we'd hauled a whole load of pickle jars." "Then go tell Gang, next time, give us a heads up before the job. Don't send them over when they're already completely moldy." Got it, got it." Xiao Wu helped load the bags of umbrellas onto the truck. 60 umbrellas weren't heavy, but they took up space. The two of them made a few trips back and forth carrying the bags until the pickup's bed was just full. Xiao Wu closed the cargo door and took a couple of photos of Gang with his phone. Less than half a minute later, Gang's call came through. Xiao Wu answered on speakerphone. "Gang, I'm at Boss Lin's place. The umbrellas are all loaded." Gang's voice boomed from the other end of the line. "How's it going?" Xiao Wu glanced at Lin, stifling a laugh. "Yum, just look at the photos yourself. I'll just say one thing, it's unbelievable." "Unbelievable how?" "It's so unbelievable it looks like it just came straight from the factory." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Gang cursed under his breath. "Don't bullshit me. I'm not kidding, Mr. Lin is right here." Gang immediately changed his tone. "Mr. Lin, thanks for your hard work." Lin took the phone. "Gang, the job's done. The canopy, ribs, and handle have all been treated, they're good to go. When you get back, it's best to let them air out for half a day, don't just shove them straight into storage." Got it, got it. Should I transfer the money to you now?" "Whenever works for you. I'll send it via WeChat." "Man, you really saved my ass this time." The props team was freaking out last night, saying they couldn't get replacements in time. "If things go well here, I've got more work for you down the line. I'll take whatever I can handle, but I can't guarantee anything if the damage is too severe." "Got it. Don't worry, I won't dump a mess on you. The call ended, and the WeChat payment arrived shortly after. 2,400 yuan. Lin looked at the transfer notification and tapped receive. Last night's market stall had already boosted his bank balance significantly. With another 2,400 coming in first thing this morning, it wasn't earth-shattering money, but it felt good. Most importantly, this money was coming in under the guise of craftsmanship. No one could see his system skill, they'd just think his Omni cleanse was impressive. He had to keep up this facade. Before leaving, Xiaowu glanced back at the tin shack. Mr. Lin, if you ever really open an Omni cleanse shop, I'll be the first to sign up for a membership. What do you need cleaned? My shoes. I've worn them for 2 years, they stink enough to kill a cat. Lin waved his hand. Then don't come. Cats are living beings, too. Xiaowu laughed uncontrollably and drove off. As the pickup truck turned out of the yard, the place fell silent. Lin slipped his phone into his pocket and stood in the middle of the yard, taking in the scene. Donggang Studio was still the same old Donggang Studio. Scrap metal was piled up on the east side, cardboard boxes stacked on the west, and a few old appliances sat against the wall. At the entrance to the tin shed, the speakers, shoeboxes, and rolled up floor mats he collected last night were piled together, making the place look messy. As business picked up, problems began to surface. Back when he was just collecting junk, a little dirt and clutter didn't matter. Now that he was in the refurbishment business, his inventory was getting more and more varied. Shoes, umbrellas, appliances, small electronics, and vintage items were all coming into the yard. Without a clean workspace, the truth would come out sooner or later. He couldn't keep pretending to wipe things down with a rag inside the tin shed every time and expect them to magically look brand new. He needed a professional workspace. The PVC drainage mats he bought at the building materials market yesterday would come in handy. He sent Shichao a WeChat message. Are you up yet? Come help me lay down the mats. Lunch's on me. Shichao replied instantly. You capitalist, you just exploited me last night, and now you're at it again? Lin replied, 100 yuan for the work, plus braised pork. Shichao, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Make sure to add extra garlic to the braised pork. Lin smiled at the screen. This guy, loyal as he is, he never misses a chance for a free meal. A few minutes later, Shichao rode his electric scooter into the courtyard. He wasn't wearing the short-sleeved shirt from last night. He changed into a gray sports t-shirt. His hair wasn't quite combed yet, and he still looked half asleep. As soon as he got off the scooter, he scanned the yard. Did they take the umbrella? Yeah, they did. Did they pay? Yeah, 2,400. Shichao gave a thumbs up. Nice. You're raking in cash the moment you open your eyes, way better than me waking up to a mortgage payment text. Lin pointed to the rolled-up doormat by the wall. Cut the crap. Let us get to work. The two of them cleared out the southeast corner of the yard. This spot had previously been piled with old plastic buckets, a broken electric fan, a few bundles of scrap copper wire, and a heap of unsorted odds and ends they scavenged. Lin planned to turn this area into an Omni cleanse zone. It wasn't a small space, it took up nearly a quarter of the yard. Shichao looked at the pile of junk inside. This Donggang Studio of yours is a real treasure map. Every time you step on something, you're either stepping on wealth or stepping on tetanus. That's why I told you to wear thick-soled shoes. Chapter 51, The Workshop Takes Shape. They moved the old plastic barrels against the wall, took apart the broken electric fan to sort its parts, and carried the copper wire into the tin-roofed shed. It took the two of them over an hour to clear the floor. The floor was concrete, but it had aged over the years, with a few low spots and mud pooled in the corners. Lin shoveled the area several times with a shovel, then swept up a pile of dust with a broom. Shichao crouched down to take a look. You'll need to install drainage here. Otherwise, when we wash things later, the floor will be covered in muddy water, and taking a few steps could lead to a workplace injury. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin retrieved a shovel and a pickaxe from the tool shed, then grabbed an old PVC pipe. There was already a passageway on the east side of the yard, with a drainage ditch along the wall though it was half clogged. The two dug a shallow trench along the edge of the OmniCleanse area about 10 centimeters wide and not very deep, just enough for the water to flow eastward. The mud they dug up was black and stinky, mixed with plastic scraps, cigarette butts, and nails. Shichao cursed as he dug. The old man used to be a scrap collector, not a tomb restorer, right? There's everything in this dirt. Stop yapping. Watch out for the nails. I feel like I'm not a physics teacher right now, but a member of the Linza County Underground Civilization Archaeological Team. Lin chuckled at his remark, but didn't he stop working? Once the trench was dug, he split an old PVC pipe in half and placed it across the bottom to form a makeshift drainage channel. He then used broken bricks to secure the edges, ensuring the water would flow smoothly into the eastern drainage ditch. Finally, he laid down the floor mats. The PVC drainage mat was grayish-black, perforated, and thick enough to provide a non-slip surface. Spread out over 60 square meters, it covered the OmniCleanse area perfectly, with a bit of excess around the edges. Shichao stood on the mat and stamped his feet a couple of times. You know what? It's starting to feel the part. Hang up a sign, Donggang Village High-End Luxury Care Center. Want me to set up a reception desk for you too? Sure, but the receptionist has to be pretty, preferably the kind with long legs who greets people with a welcome. Does your wife know about this? Shichao cleared his throat. I'm talking about business setup, not mixing in personal feelings. You've got some weird ideas. The two of them moved the folding table to the side of the OmniCleanse area and placed 3 plastic bins next to it. One for items awaiting processing, 1 for items that had been through OmniCleanse, and 1 for waste. Lin also made a point of placing a few bottles of regular OmniCleanse solution in a prominent spot. Shichao spotted them, picked one up, and gave it a shake. Is this all you've got? That's what we use for customers. I see. A family secret recipe, laced with 30 years of your inner strength. Stop reading so many wuxia novels. By midday, the OmniCleanse area was finally set up. Lin heated some rice on the stove, sliced up half a bowl of braised pork, and stir-fried a plate of green peppers and eggs. The two of them squatted in the courtyard to eat, and Shichao polished off 2 bowls of rice in a flash. That pork is pretty good. Everything tastes better when you're hungry. No, I'm really complimenting you. You've changed a lot lately. You can make money, cook, and run a stall. Are you going to ring the bell at the stock exchange soon? Lin picked up a piece of pork. Let us get the courtyard in order first, then we'll talk about ringing the bell. After lunch, Shichao took a call. A parent from the tutoring center had requested a last-minute trial lesson, so he had to head over. Before leaving, he glanced at the newly laid-out OmniCleanse area and snapped a photo. Lindsay, your stall is looking more and more professional. If you ever need a hand setting up, moving supplies, or calling out to customers, just let me know. Got it. Drive safely. After Shichao rode off, the courtyard fell completely silent. Lin stood on the newly laid mat and looked down at it. The gray-black mat was clean, the drainage channels unobstructed, and with the table, baskets, and OmniCleanse solution set up beside it, it actually looked a bit like a proper workshop. He turned and went into the tin shed, bringing out the goods Dajuan had delivered yesterday, one by one. 6 buckets of Yonex and Li-Ning badminton shuttlecocks. 2 Xinhua flashlights. Over 50 pairs of moldy athletic socks. A Sungma bread maker. 6 super electric kettles. And then there was the floor scrubber. He only emptied the waste tank yesterday and hadn't finished cleaning it yet. He start with the lighter stuff today. Lin opened a bucket of shuttlecocks. As soon as he pulled off the lid, the smell hit him. Damp, musty, mixed with the plastic odor of a warehouse that has been sealed up for too long. He wrinkled his nose. Dajuan, that guy really knows how to pick out the most disgusting stuff. But disgusting or not, there's money in it. For a normal person to deal with this stuff, factoring in labor, OmniCleanse solution, and time, the costs would exceed the value of the goods. But for Lin, as long as they weren't broken, the grime meant profit. He went to the kitchen and grabbed 2 more steamed buns, stuffed a few slices of pork belly inside, and wolfed them down in a few bites. His stamina rose to about 70%. Enough for one round. He dumped the first bucket of badminton shuttlecocks into a plastic bin. White goosefeather shuttlecocks, though they could hardly be called white anymore. The edges of the feathers were yellowed and gray, a few still had black spots stuck to them, the cork heads were covered in sweat stains and mud marks, and the glue rings showed faint mold spots. They looked absolutely terrible. Even the sanitation workers would hesitate for half a second before tossing them in the trash. Lynn crouched down, pressing his palm against the edge of the plastic basket. Mana radiated from her palm. The shuttlecocks in the basket trembled slightly. The next second, the black sweat stains on the shuttlecock heads began to loosen, as if an invisible hand were prying them out from the cork S-grain. The dust, mold spots, and oily sweat trapped between the feathers mixed into fine debris, rustling as they fell to the bottom of the basket. The once yellowed feathers gradually returned to a clean, creamy white. The bent but unbroken feathers straightened out again. The mold stains around the rubber band were peeled away, revealing the original color. After about 10 seconds, the first basket of shuttlecocks settled down. A layer of grayish-black debris had accumulated at the bottom of the basket, mixed with fine hairs and dried mold powder. Lynn picked one up and examined it. A Yonex AS-05, a bit worn, but in decent overall condition. The head wasn't cracked, the feathers weren't broken. He could sell a bucket of these to amateur players for training. $40 or $50 a bucket wouldn't be a problem. He put the ones cleaned with Omni Cleanse back in the bucket and opened a second one. The second bucket was even dirtier. Two of the shuttlecocks had heads blackened by sweat. Lynn picked one out to inspect it. No cracks. It could be cleaned. As soon as Mana left, the black sweat stains were forced out of the cork, forming a ring of muddy-colored powder. The shuttlecock head returned to its light brown color, and the mold spots on the feathers flaked off into fine dust. After finishing all 6 buckets, his stamina had dropped by less than 5%. Badminton shuttlecocks are small and simple in structure, though the grime is disgusting. Cleaning them doesn't take much energy. He stacked the 6 buckets neatly and snapped a few photos. Yonex and Li Ning training shuttlecocks, disinfected with Omni Cleanse, in good condition. $45 per bucket, $240 for the whole lot. He saved the post to his Shenyu drafts folder but didn't rush to publish it. Next up were the socks. Lynn looked at the large bag of moldy athletic socks and paused for 2 seconds. There were over 50 pairs: Nike, Adidas, Li Ning, and Anta. Dajuan said he picked them up from a gym warehouse in the county seat. They'd originally been giveaways for a member promotion but had gotten damp and were unwanted. The moment he opened the bag, the smell was far worse than that of the badminton rackets. The musty odor was mixed with the sour fumes from the sealed plastic bag. The cuffs had yellow stains, and some soles were caked with black grime. Lynn couldn't help but take a half step back. This stuff, whether we can sell it, is one thing, but first I've got to get past the mental hurdle. He found a mask and put it on, then sorted the socks into 3 piles. First pile still had tags, unworn, just moldy and damp. Second pile, no tags, but clean, looked like loose stock. Third pile showed obvious wear or had holes. He tossed the third pile straight into the rag bag without touching it. Not everything is worth sorting through. System skill ISNTA charity. The first and second piles totaled 46 pairs. He spread the socks out in a plastic bin, pressed his palm against the edge, and ran Mana over them. This time, the reaction was even more pronounced. The yellow stains at the cuffs peeled away first, and patches of moldy powder emerged from the fibers, falling to the bottom of the bin. The blackish-gray dirt on the soles turned into fine sludge and flaked off along the fibers. A few pairs of white socks were the most dramatic. Originally, they had a yellowish tint with black stains on the soles, but after the system skill swept over them, the white color shone again, and the socks regained much of their elasticity. The loose areas at the cuffs weren't torn, they'd just become limp from moisture, and after Omni Cleanse, they bounced back noticeably. Lynn gave them a squeeze. No problem. The mold stains on the tags were also removed, the plastic hangers were clean and clear, and the paper tags were restored to their original state. But 2 pairs had tiny holes at the toes. Omni Cleanse didn't help. He picked them out and tossed them into the rag bag. 44 pairs remained to sell. Lynn sorted the socks by brand and size, found some clear resealable bags, and packed 2 or 3 pairs into each. Selling them individually wasn't worth it. Pack them up and be done with it. Brand name athletic socks, moisture damaged stock, cleaned. 4 pairs for $29, 10 pairs for $59. He estimated the price in his head. 44 pairs even sold as a bundle, they fetch around 300 yuan. Cost? That whole truckload from Dajuan only came to 305. The socks alone would cover half the cost. That's the value of system skill. Dirty? No problem. What matters is whether they're broken, torn, or missing parts. Lynn dumped the moldy powder and sludge from the scrap bin into a trash bag, tied it shut, and tossed it into the corner of the yard. Then he washed his hands, went back inside, and polished off another half bowl of rice. There were still appliances to deal with this afternoon. Appliances were the real moneymakers. Especially that Panasonic bread maker. It looked so filthy it was enough to turn anyone's stomach, but as long as the inside wasn't broken, it could easily sell for over 100 yuan after a refurbishment. He hauled the bread maker onto the table. The outer shell was made of white plastic, now grayish and yellowed. Flour and grease were caked into the button crevices, and there was a brown, hardened streak of syrup on the side of the machine that felt hard to the touch. The most disgusting part was the inner pan. Lynn lifted the lid, and a musty, fermented odor wafted out. Dry dough residue was caked to the bottom of the inner pot, and a ring of hard, dark brown crust had formed around the mixing paddle like a failed loaf from long ago that someone was too lazy to clean up and had simply stashed away in storage. For most people, the first thought upon seeing this wound be omni-cleanse would be to throw it away. Lynn looked at it and, strangely enough, perked up. Items like this are where the profit margin lies. Chapter 52, OmniCleanse Small Appliances. Lynn didn't rush to get started. Small appliances like bread makers are different from shoes or umbrellas. Dirty shoes only affect their appearance, but a bread maker goes into people's mouths. Buyers care most about hygiene. If it isn't cleaned thoroughly, even the prettiest photos won't help. He started by inspecting the power cord. The insulation wasn't cracked, and the plug showed no burn marks. Next, he removed the inner pan. The drive shaft at the bottom was still intact, and the mixing paddle wasn't broken, it was just caked solid with dry dough. It can be salvaged. Lynn placed the bread maker on the table in the OmniCleanse area, set a plastic basin underneath it, and poured in a little warm water and dish soap for show. To outsiders, this was the OmniCleanse procedure. To him, it was a smokescreen. He pressed his palm against the bread maker's casing. Mana surged in. The yellowish grime on the surface began to flake off. First, the long-standing oil film was peeled away from the plastic texture, coalescing into tiny gray particles. Flour residue, grease, and syrup crumbs wedged in the button crevices were gradually squeezed out, falling onto the tabletop. The white plastic revealed its true color once more. Not the glaring white of new plastic, but the clean white of a well-maintained appliance. Lynn shifted her angle to tackle the inside of the lid. The inside of the lid was the dirtiest. A ring of yellowish-brown limescale surrounded the steam vent, with blackened dough residue along the edges. After a sweep of the system skill, the limescale flaked off in sheets, and the blackened residue crumbled into powder. The greasy film on the transparent viewing window was peeled away, restoring its clarity. Next was the inner pot. Lynn pressed her finger against the edge of the inner pot and channeled mana down to the bottom. This time, the energy consumption was slightly higher. The dried dough residue had hardened and was firmly stuck to the metal inner pot. The system skill didn't chemically dissolve it, instead, it peeled the deposits away from the surface. The hard crust first cracked into several pieces, then separated from the coating. The ring of dark brown burnt crust near the mixing paddle was the most stubborn. Lynn pressed down for another 10 or so seconds. The edges of the crust loosened, and the trapped grease and carbonized flour were dislodged, forming a small pile of black residue. After about 20 seconds, the inner pot was clean. The coating hadn't chipped, and the drive shaft turned freely. Lynn wiped it down with a dry cloth. The bottom of the inner pot gleamed, and the fermented odor was gone. He plugged it in. The screen lit up. The buttons responded. He selected the dough kneading mode. The machine hummed softly as the mixing paddle began to turn. Good. Lynn turned off the power and took a photo. The bread maker was in working order, with no peeling on the inner pot. Cleaned and sanitized. Second-hand price, $159. He didn't T-list it right away. He placed it in the finished goods bin first. Next were 6 super electric kettles. This batch looked even worse. The exteriors had water stains, the spouts were coated with white limescale, and the bases were speckled with kitchen grease. 2 of the kettles had an absurdly thick layer of limescale inside. The bottoms were covered in a white crust, as if coated with lime. Lynn picked one up to inspect it. The base was intact, the plug was in good condition, and the switch wasn't loose. First, he tested the power. 5 of the 6 lit up and heated, but one didn't power on. He took apart the base of the non-functional one and found the thermostat had burned black. This system's skill couldn't be restored. Lynn tossed it into the parts to be disassembled area to be processed as small appliance waste later. The remaining 5 were sellable. He started with the first one. Manna worked her way from the outside of the kettle inward. Water stains and grease film peeled off the kettle's exterior, and the white scale around the spout's edge began to crumble bit by bit. The inner liner showed the most dramatic change. The thick layer of scale didn't dissolve but curled up in sheets, flaking off the stainless steel surface. The kettle's base regained its silvery shine, and even the ring of yellow grime around the heating plate's edge was completely cleaned away. Tea stains and dust trapped in the lid's crevices were also forced out. Lynn poured in some clean water, gave it a shake, then poured it out again. A layer of fine white residue floated on the surface. This is the downside of the OmniCleanse system. The grime doesn't just vanish into thin air. You still have to clean it up. It took less than 10 minutes to process all 5 kettles, and my stamina dropped by about 5%. Lynn tested each one by boiling water. The kettles automatically shut off when the water boiled, no issues. She took photos and set the prices. Super 1.7L electric kettle, cleaned and sanitized, fully functional. $45 each, or $200 for the set of 5. Selling them individually is a hassle. The set is perfect for dorms or rental apartments. With this load of goods from Dajuan, the bread makers and kettles alone already have a profit margin of over $300. Lynn pulled out 2 Shinhua flashlights. These 2 flashlights looked pretty rough. One was covered in mud, with sand wedged in the tail cap seam. The other had oil stains, a dusty lens, and a sticky button. The Shinhua brand is still pretty well known in outdoor and construction circles. New ones range from 100 to several hundred yuan. Lynn first unscrewed the tail cap and removed the battery. Thankfully, there was no corrosion from leaking fluid. He installed his own spare 18,650 battery and pressed the switch. The first one lit up. The second one didn't. He disassembled the head of the second flashlight. Inside, the contacts were covered in a layer of green rust, but the spring wasn't broken and the circuit board wasn't burnt out. This falls within the scope of OmniCleanse. Manna swept over the body of the flashlight, dislodging mud and grease from the metal surface and forcing black grime out of the threads. The dust film on the lens was stripped away, the aluminum alloy casing regained its matte black finish, and the small scuff marks on the edges faded considerably. After the green rust on the contacts of the second flashlight head was removed, he reinserted the battery, pressed the button, and a white beam hit the wall. It was very bright. Lynn squinted. This thing's pretty good. 2 flashlights, one labeled 65, the other 85, packed up for 130. With that, the light goods were taken care of. Lynn sat on a folding stool and ran the numbers on his phone. 6 buckets of badminton shuttlecocks, estimated at 240. 44 pairs of socks, estimated at 300 to 350. Bread maker, 159. 5 electric kettles, 200. 2 flashlights, 130. Total, around 1,029. And that doesn't even include the Tin Eco floor cleaner. Dajuan offered 305 for that load of goods, plus an extra 100 for running errands, bringing the total cost to 405. Even without the floor cleaner, the profit would already more than double. But the floor cleaner is where the real money is. Lin opened Xianyu and listed a few small items first. He took clear photos, wrote honest titles, and didn't hype them as brand new in the description, just secondhand, cleaned, fully functional, don't buy if you mind. He didn't want to haggle over a few dozen yuan. A truly profitable business relies on efficiency and repeat customers, not on ripping off every single buyer. He had just finished listing the socks when someone messaged him. The buyer's username was Little Wang Who Never Stops Running. Are the socks really authentic? Lin replied, the ones with tags are authentic. For loose stock, I can't guarantee they came from official channels. They're all clearance items that got dampened storage and have been treated with OmniCleanse. The buyer, can you knock down the price? 10 pairs for 50 with free shipping? Lin, no free shipping. 10 pairs for 59, shipping not included. The buyer, man, you're being way too strict. Lin, the socks are pretty stiff too, even stiffer before washing. The buyer sent ha 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 ha. In the end, they bought 10 pairs with shipping paid by the buyer. In less than 20 minutes, the little shop had closed a deal. Lin sealed the socks in a bag, labeled the sizes, and placed them in the ready-to-ship bin. Chapter 53, A Big Order is Coming. At 2 p.m., Lin rode his electric scooter to the shipping counter in town. He sold 6 buckets of badminton shuttlecocks in a bundle. The buyer was the manager of a badminton club in the neighboring city. He had his eye on the Yonex AS05 model and snapped up the entire lot without hesitation. 240 yuan plus shipping, paid promptly. He shipped the 10 pairs of socks along with it. The owner of the shipping counter helped him weigh the packages and affix the labels. She glanced at the contents and remarked, Little Lin, you've been shipping a lot lately, several orders a day. Just taking inventory and clearing out some old stock. Your Donggang studio is starting to look less and less like Donggang studio. Lin smiled but didn't respond. After affixing the 6 shipping labels, he replied to a few unanswered messages on Xianyu. Someone asked if he could lower the price on the bread maker, but he didn't budge. The link for the 5 for 200 yuan kettles had been shared in a college dorm group chat, and someone was hesitating about whether to join a group buy. No rush. He had the goods in stock, he wasn't worried about not selling them. On his bike ride back to Donggang studio, his phone buzzed. It was a WeChat message from Chang. Boss Lin, we sealed the deal with the provincial capital. Lin slowed down and pulled over, tapping open the chat window with one hand. Chang had sent a voice message, so he tapped to listen. Bro, remember that contract manufacturer I told you about last time, the one that makes Faranta, Step, and Hongqing Erk? Their warehouse caught fire late last year. It wasn't a big blaze, but the smoke blackened the entire warehouse area. After the insurance payout, that batch was written off. The factory can't sell it through official channels anymore, it's all being treated as surplus stock. I went to check it out last week, the volume is much larger than last time. Lin stood by the roadside, listened to the message, and replied with a text, What brands? How much? Chang replied instantly with a voice message, mainly Anta and Step, with some Hongqing Erk and Peak. The styles are pretty mixed: running shoes, sneakers, and basketball shoes with both high-end and low-end models mixed in. I did a quick check, the physical damage rate isn't high, about 15%. The rest are just smoke-stained, no deformation or delamination. The total is around 600 pairs. 600 pairs. Lin ran the numbers in his head. Last time, 53 pairs cost him 5,600 yuan to buy, and after refurbishing, he sold them for nearly 25,000 yuan. If he got 600 pairs this time, using the same cost ratio, the purchase price would be somewhere between 50,000 and 60,000 yuan. After refurbishing, he didn't calculate any further. The numbers were too big. He inspect the stock first. What about the price? The factory's wholesale price is even lower than what I got last time. After all, it's a large order. The average is about 70 to 80 yuan per pair. The high-end models will be a bit more, over 100. It depends on how many you pick. I'll help you negotiate a better price. Lin thought for a moment, then sent a voice message. Alright, send me a list of photos and model numbers first. I'll decide after I look them over. If the quality is similar to last time, I'm planning to take about 40,000 yuan worth. 40,000? Chang paused for 2 seconds before sending another message. Bro, I'll set aside that amount for you, but you need to be sure you can move it. Last time you cleared over 50 pairs in a week, this time it's a few hundred. Can your distribution channels handle it? You just handle the supply, I'll figure out the sales myself. Alright then, I'll get it together and send it to you in the next couple of days. By the way, this batch is in the provincial capital. If you want it, you'll have to pick it up yourself, or I can find a shipping company for you. Shipping costs are extra. Got it. Lin slipped his phone back into his pocket and hopped back on his scooter. 400,000 yuan worth of goods. He currently had 12,000 yuan in his bank account. Adding the unsold shoes, appliances, floor scrubbers, and flashlights in his warehouse with a total value of over 30,000 yuan, he could barely make ends meet if he sold everything and combined it with his savings. But he couldn't spend every last penny. Donggang Studio was still in its rectification period. With no individual customers bringing in scrap for the next 2 weeks, daily expenses, living costs, and shipping fees would all have to be covered by his savings. If he were to take on this batch of goods, he'd need to keep at least 5,000 yuan in working capital. In other words, for 40,000 yuan worth of goods, he'd have to clear out his current inventory as quickly as possible before taking delivery. Selling them piecemeal on Xianyu is too slow. Setting up a street stall is efficient, but he can't do it every day. Xichao has tutoring classes to teach, and he doesn't have the energy to work non-stop himself. He needs to find a stable channel for bulk sales. Back at Donggang Studio, Lin first dealt with the remaining parts of the Tin Eco floor cleaner. This floor cleaner was the most valuable item in Dajuan's shipment. The Tin Eco Fuan 2.0 retails for 2,900 yuan. When Dajuan bought it, the wastewater tank stank, the roller brush was tangled with hair, the body was covered in water stains and dust, and there was a ring of grime around the charging base. Lin had already cleaned the wastewater tank yesterday. Today, only the main unit and the roller brush remained. He placed the floor scrubber flat on the table in the Omni Cleanse area, pressing his palm against the body. Mana ran over it. The water stains on the casing faded, the dust film peeled away, and the white plastic regained its factory fresh texture. The hair and fiber fragments tangled around the roller brush were forced out from the roots of the bristles by system skill, falling in clumps onto the table. The oxidation layer on the charging contacts was removed, and the metal regained its luster. Lin installed the clean water tank and powered it on for testing. Suction was normal, the roller brush spun at the correct speed, and the dirty water tank drained smoothly after the self-cleaning function was activated. The only issue was the battery. When fully charged, it lasted just over 20 minutes. The new unit's rated runtime was 35 minutes. Battery degradation was due to chemical aging, not dirt, so system skill couldn't fix it. But 20 minutes was enough for most households. He took a few photos, listed it on Xianyu, and priced it at 899. The description clearly states, battery degradation, runtime of about 20 minutes, all functions working normally, and all accessories included. If this machine sells, the profit will be at least 600-700 yuan. Combined with the previous small items and the 305 yuan shipment from Dajuan, the total revenue will reach 2,500 yuan or more. The key to profit isn't foresight, it's system skill. Take a floor scrubber filthy enough to stink, for instance. A normal person would spend time disassembling it, soaking it, scrubbing it, and drying it, and the labor costs plus the Omni Cleanse solution would exceed the resale price. What's the point of that? He's different. With Mana, he's done in 10 minutes, and the cost is just 2 steamed buns and a piece of pork belly. That's irreplaceability. Lin sat on a folding stool and scrolled through his phone. On Xianyu, someone had already paid for the Shinhua flashlight, the 65 model. Someone was also asking about the bread maker. After a few words, the buyer said they'd decide tomorrow. He made a list of the items he'd sold and calculated his turnover for the past 2 days. Oil paper umbrellas, 2,400. And shoes sold at the stall, 17,842, 14,274 after Shicho was cut. Binoculars sold in person, 2,499. Miscellaneous items sold on Shin UKT7, running shoes, socks, badminton gear, flashlights, etc., total approximate 3,800. In 4 days, he made 23,000. Donggang Studio was shut down for renovations, and not a single penny of scrap was confiscated, yet those were actually the most profitable days since he opened the shop. Ironic? Not in the least. Donggang Studio was never his final destination, it was just a cover. His phone vibrated again. This time it was Wonquan. Boss Lin, are you busy? I've got a batch of goods here I'd like to drop off for you. Lin replied, what kind of goods? Miscellaneous stuff. A few items, see if you're interested. Oh, and I'll be there around 4:30. Alright, I'll be here. Chapter 54, Wonquan's Goods. At 4:20, the horn of a van sounded outside the courtyard gate. Lin opened the gate. Wonquan's white wooling van was parked at the entrance, its trunk already open. Wonquan got out of the driver's seat, wearing a gray-blue polo shirt. Mr. Lin, it's been a few days since I've been by. He walked around to the back of the van and tapped the side of the cargo area. I've picked up a few things these past few days. No one's buying them at my shop, so I figured with your skills, maybe you could give them an Omni cleanse and get them sold. Lin leaned in to take a look inside the van. There wasn't much, but it was a mixed bag. A Bosch power drill, its green casing covered in plaster dust and cement specks, the grip blackened with grime, the drill bit still stuck in the chuck, rusted. A JBL Bluetooth speaker, the portable kind, its orange casing discolored from being soaked in muddy water, the dust filter stuffed with grime. A 20-inch Samsonite carry-on suitcase, dark blue, with a retractable handle, but the surface was covered in scratches and stains, and hair and scraps of paper were tangled in the wheel grooves. There were also 2 badminton rackets, Yonex brand. The frames weren't warped, but the grip tape on the handles had turned black and hard, and the strings on the racket faces were still intact, though covered in dust. Finally, there was a Brother label printer, a small model with a gray-white body. Dust had accumulated in the crevices of the buttons, and there was dried adhesive residue around the paper outlet. Lin carried the items down one by one and laid them on the ground by the courtyard gate. Where did you get the drill? A foreman at a demolition site quit, so he sold me his entire toolbox. The drill still spins, it's just dirty. I kept the other screwdrivers at the shop, they're easier to clean up. Lin picked up the drill and pressed the switch. Nothing happened. He glanced at the battery compartment. Inside was a lithium-ion battery pack, and there was a layer of white powder on the contacts. The battery contacts are oxidized, it's not necessarily the motor that's broken. He scraped at the white powder with his fingernail, but it wouldn't budge. Wonquan was drinking water nearby. Bosch power tools are built to last. I'd guess the Omni Cleanse will work fine with just a new battery. A new one costs over 400, a used one in good condition could sell for 200 on Xianyu. Lin set down the drill and picked up the JBL speaker. It was from the Flip series, he recognized it. He weighed it in his hand, it wasn't light, so the battery should still be inside. There was mud in the charging port, so he used a toothpick to clear it out. He plugged in the charging cable, and the indicator light came on. What's the story with the speaker? A college grad was moving out and didn't want it anymore. He sold it to me bundled with a bunch of other junk. It's waterproof, so it probably didn't get wet, it's just really dirty. Lin took another look at the Samsonite carry-on suitcase. The telescoping handle worked fine, the latch closed securely, and the zippers glided smoothly. The shell was made of PC hard plastic, not fabric. There were quite a few scratches, but no cracks or dents. The wheels spun freely, it was just dirty. How much does a new one of these cost? This model goes for around 1,200 on the official website. I paid that student $40 for it, he was practically begging me to haul the mattress away too. Lin flipped the carry-on over to inspect the bottom. The brand label was still there, it was from the Skure series. Alright, I'll take it all. Name your price. Wonquan pushed his glasses up. pulled out his phone, and flipped through his notes. I'll give 60 for the drill, 30 for the speaker, 40 for the suitcase, 50 for the 2 sets of drumsticks together, and 20 for the printer. That comes to 200. As for the Omni Cleanse fee, you decide 50 to 60 for small items, 100 for large ones. Same old deal. Let us flip it, Lynn said. Ha! I'll buy the stuff for 200, and I 1T charge you for the Omni Cleanse fee. Once they're refurbished, I'll list them on Xianyu myself. Quan paused, glancing at the pile of stuff on the floor, then back at Lin. This deal wasn't a loss for him. These items would be hard to sell anyway, dirty and shabby. They look cheap in a second-hand shop, and if left on the shelf too long, no one would want them. Selling them to Lin for 200 yuan meant he'd pocket the difference without having to worry about the hassle. All right, he nodded decisively. So from now on, should I set these aside for you? The ones that look decent and have a brand name but are too dirty to sell? Exactly. Just don't bring me anything with physical damage, cracked or broken items are beyond my ability to handle. Got it. Do you test electronics to see if they power on? Just a quick check. If they don't power on, I'll pay scrap value for them, just don't mix them in with the good ones. Don't worry. You know how I handle things. Quan screwed the cap back on his Nongfu spring bottle and clapped his hands. I'll be off then. I'll drop off more stock another day. Oh, and Mr. Lin, did you lay down a mat in your yard? Set up an Omni Cleanse zone. Quan glanced into the yard and spotted the grayish-black PVC mat and the table and baskets next to it. Not bad, you're getting professional. If you hung up a sign, I'd think this was a laundromat. Want me to get you a membership card? No, no thanks. I'm afraid you'd wash my clothes and then sell them on Xianyu. Lin chuckled. Quan drove off in his van, leaving Lin alone in the yard again. He headed to the kitchen and wolfed down 2 bowls of rice. He started with the dirtiest one. The Bosch drill. Lin removed the battery pack and set it aside. The oxidation on the battery contacts was a combination of chemical corrosion and grime. System skill could remove the surface oxidation, but if the battery cells themselves had degraded, washing wouldn't bring them back. First, he cleaned the body. Pressing his palm against it, he pushed the casing down with his palm. The putty, cement specks, and grease on the green plastic surface peeled away layer by layer. This drill had been used on construction sites for who knows how long. A hardened crust of putty dust mixed with rust powder was embedded in the crevices of the handle. System skill squeezed it out of the gaps, and it crumbled into a grayish-white powder on the table. The rust around the chuck flaked off, revealing the bare metal, and it rotated smoothly. The concrete dust clogging the ventilation holes was cleared out, and the motor's cooling vents were unblocked. Next was the battery pack. System skill stripped away the layer of white oxide powder from the contacts, restoring the copper plates to a bright yellow. Lin put the battery pack back in and pressed the switch. The drill hummed to life. The speed was normal, and the torque was normal. The only issue was that the battery life definitely wouldn't be enough. He'd need to get a new battery pack. But the machine itself was fine. He checked the price of the same battery pack on Xianyu. Third-party compatible ones were around 40 or 50 yuan. The machine was listed at 150 yuan, with a note saying battery not included. Or he could buy a battery himself, install it, and list it for 200 yuan. No rush for now. He'd put it in the finished goods bin. Next up was the JBL speaker. After charging it for 20 minutes, the indicator light showed it was powered up. Lin pressed the power button, and the Bluetooth connection tone sounded. He paired it with his phone and played a song. Sound came out. The bass was a bit muffled, but that was because the dust filter was clogged. Lin placed the speaker on the table and cupped it with his hand. Mana ran her hand over the orange casing, peeling away the mud and discolored layer. The dust trapped in the dust filter was forced out, falling in clumps onto the tabletop. It was grayish-black, mixed with fine sand and fiber particles. The residual mud in the charging port was cleaned out, and the grime in the button crevices was squeezed out as well. After a dozen or so seconds, the orange shell was bright and shiny again. He wiped it down with a dry cloth, and the speaker was as clean as if it had just been unboxed. Time to play some music again. The bass was back. The soundstage was noticeably wider than before. Lin was satisfied. This Flip 5 costs over 500 yuan new. On Xianyu, a used one in good condition can sell for 250 to 300 yuan. He listed it for 269 yuan, attaching before and after photos. Samsonite carry-on suitcases are the most troublesome. It's not the dirt, it's the scratches. There were quite a few shallow scratches on the PC hard shell. Lin knew his system skill could handle superficial wear, but deep scratches that exposed the underlying color couldn't be washed away. He inspected it carefully first. Most were shallow, with 3 or 4 slightly deeper ones that didn't affect usability. He pressed his palm against the surface and spread his mana. Stains, fingerprints, and grease marks peeled away from the PC surface. Hair and paper scraps tangled in the wheel grooves were dislodged, forming a small clump of grime. Dust was forced out of the telescoping handle track, making it slide more smoothly. The repair results for the shallow scratches were better than he expected. After his system skill stripped away the rough edges and oxidized layer from the surface of the scratches, the shallow marks became barely noticeable. The deeper scratches remained, but the overall appearance improved significantly. It went from a filthy, battered suitcase to a used one with signs of use but spotless. Listed at 329, the description noted minor signs of use. The 2 Yonex rackets were the quickest to handle. Dust on the frames and sweat stains on the grips came off, and the strings regained their elasticity. He stripped off the old, discolored grip tape and dug out 2 rolls of new grip tape he bought earlier from the junk bin to wrap around them. One racket is priced at 120, the other at 100. The label printer was even simpler. He wiped off the dust, peeled off the old adhesive residue, and restored the button's responsiveness. He loaded a ribbon and tested it. It prints normally. Priced at 85. After finishing everything, his stamina was down by about 20%. Lin sat on a folding stool, scrolling through his phone, and listed all the newly refurbished items for sale. For this batch of goods from Wenquan, the purchase price was 200 yuan. The total listed prices after refurbishment: electric drill 150, speaker 269, box 329, tennis racket 220, printer 85. Total, 1,053 yuan. Even after applying discounts and deducting shipping costs, the profit was still around 500 or 600. A 200 yuan purchase price, tripled. No ordinary person could pull off this business. A JBL speaker so filthy it had discolored. Taking it home, disassembling it, washing it, and drying it took an hour or 2, and even then, the dust filter might not be completely clean. A power drill caked in cement soaking it in industrial descaling agent for half a day might not even get it fully clean. He got it all done in just over 10 minutes. The cost was 3 Snickers bars. A new message notification popped up on his Xianyu dashboard. Lin tapped it to check. Someone had offered 780 yuan for the Tin Eco floor cleaner, but he hadn't accepted it, replying, minimum 850, shipping not included. The buyer who'd been hesitating for a day finally placed an order for the bread maker 159 yuan. He packed up the bread maker, attached the shipping label, and placed it in the basket by the door, ready for shipment. It was getting dark. Lin stood in the courtyard and took a look around. The floor mat in the Omni Cleanse area was spotless. The finished goods basket was stacked with refurbished items, and the shipping basket held 3 or 4 packages. Donggang Studio wasn't open for scrap collection, but the money kept coming in. The big order of 600 pairs of smoked leather shoes from Chang was on its way. The loose items in his hands were still selling steadily. Daju and S crew of scrap collectors would show up with new stock sooner or later. Where their SA will, their SA way. And if the path didn't exist, he build it himself. Chapter 55, Lily's husband's jacket. Just past 4 p.m., Lin tidied up the clutter in the yard. The finished goods bin was stacked with refurbished JBL speakers, Bosch drills, and Samsonite carry-on suitcases, while the shipping bin still held 2 packages he hadn't had time to send via courier. He scanned the messages on his Xianyu backend, The buyer who de-haggled the tin eco floor cleaner down to 780 NT chimed in again, but a new buyer offering 850 shipping not included was currently in the chat. His phone rang. It was his sister-in-law, Chen Xiaoyan. Fingzi, are you busy? Sis, I just finished tidying up. What's up? I want to ask you something. You and that Lu Shui, how did things go after you met last time? Have you made another date? Lin leaned the broom against the wall and switched hands to answer the call. We did. We met up last weekend at Riverside Park. And then? How did the conversation go? What was her attitude? It went pretty well, but I've been texting her these past couple of days, and she hasn't really replied. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. What do you mean, she hasn't really replied? Did she not reply at all, or is she just slow to reply? I sent 2 messages. She replied with a MHM to one, and the other one she hasn't even looked at yet. Chen Xiaoyan's voice rose a half step. Fingzi, listen to your sister-in-law here. With girls, the less proactive you are at a time like this, the colder things get. If she really hated you, she wouldn't have agreed to meet last time. Not replying doesn't necessarily mean she doesn't want to talk to you. She might just be busy, or waiting for you to say a little more. I know. You don't know a thing, Chen Xiaoyan cut him off. Don't worry about whether she replies or not. Just keep messaging her. Check in every other day, ask her out for a meal or a movie. So what if you have to be a little thick-skinned? It's not like you're proposing marriage. Is it against the law to ask if she has eaten yet? Lin didn't say a word. He knew his sister-in-law had a point. In his past life, he'd been a total loser in this department, too concerned about saving face and afraid of rejection, so he kept putting things off and ended up with nothing to show for it. Now that he'd regressed, he couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. Alright, I'll try asking her out tonight. That's the spirit. Your qualifications might be average, but you're not bad looking. Just spruce yourself up a bit, girls aren't blind. Lin was taken aback by the phrase. Though the conditions are nothing to write home about, he didn't have the heart to argue, so he exchanged a few polite words and hung up. Standing in the courtyard, he thought for a moment, then composed a WeChat message and sent it. Teacher Lu, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. After sending the message, a gray circle appeared on the right. He didn't stare at the screen waiting for a reply. Instead, he slipped his phone into his pocket and continued tidying up. 20 minutes later, his phone vibrated. A message from Lu Shui. Can't make it tonight, I'm supervising evening study hall. Let us do it another time. Lin glanced at it and replied, okay, then. Get some rest. We'll plan it for next time. She instantly sent back an okay emoji. A response was all he needed. Not cold, not warm. This was the right balance. It couldn't be rushed. He locked the gate and rode his electric scooter toward the county seat. Earlier today, Lily had called to say that Lily's husband, Zhou Lei, had just returned from a rare long-haul trip and was taking a couple of days off at home, so she invited him over for dinner. Lily's husband spends most of the year driving freight routes between Inner Mongolia and Gansu, spending over 20 days a month on the road, leaving Lily to take care of Chen on her own. Lin gets along well with Lily's husband, but they rarely see each other. The last time they met was just last month. A little past 5, he arrived at Qinghua Residential Complex. Lily's apartment was on the 4th floor. The hallway lights weren't on, so Lin felt his way up in the dark. The door wasn't closed all the way. As soon as he pushed it open, the aroma of braised spare ribs hit him. Uncle! Chen burst out of the bedroom. His voice reached him before he did. The 7-year-old boy, with his round face and chubby cheeks, was wearing an Ultraman t-shirt. He wrapped his arms around Lin's legs and wouldn't let go. Uncle, what did you bring me? I brought you a big mouth. Lin ruffled his hair. I don't want a big mouth. I want an Ultraman card. Next time I'll bring you one. Lily poked her head out from the kitchen. Stop pestering your uncle, let him come in and sit down. Fingzi, put on your slippers. Lin changed his shoes and stepped inside. The two-bedroom apartment wasn't large, but it was spotless. Lily's obsession with cleanliness was evident throughout the home. The floor was so shiny you could see your reflection, the sofa covers were freshly laundered, and there wasn't a single water stain on the coffee table. In the living room, Lily's husband, Joe Lay, was curled up on the sofa scrolling through his phone. At 37, a long-haul truck driver, his skin was rough and tanned, and the wrinkles on his face made him look far older than his actual age. He wore a faded old tank top, baggy shorts, and a pair of plastic slippers. Seeing Lin come in, Joe Lay stood up with a smile. "Lin's here." "Was there traffic on the way?" "No, there aren't many cars out right now." "Lily's husband, when did you get here?" "Just got here at noon. I made a trip to Bado, hauling steel pipes. It took 5 days to finish." As he spoke, he winced and twisted his waist, his movements a bit stiff. "My back feels like it's about to snap." "Then take a couple of days off and rest up." "Can't rest." Joe Lay sighed. "I have to leave again the day after tomorrow. There's a job in Jago, I can't turn it down." Lily came out of the kitchen carrying a platter of cold dishes and glared at Joe Lay. "You're talking about leaving the moment you get back. You won't even let us eat our meal in peace." Joe Lay shrugged his shoulders and gave Lin a meaningful look as if to say, "Look at Lily." Lin didn't pick up on the hint, but he chuckled. Dinner was indeed a feast. Braised spare ribs, pork with garlic sauce, cold cucumber salad, tomato and egg soup, and a plate of fried hairtail. Usually, Lily and Chen wouldn't splurge on so many dishes, but with Lily's husband back and Lin joining them, 4 dishes and a soup filled the small square table. Chen sat on a children's stool, picking out only the hairtail, his mouth smeared with grease. Joe Lay poured Lin a glass of beer. "Lin, want one?" "Sure, but just a little. I rode my scooter here." The two clinked glasses, and Lin took a sip. Lily didn't drink. She sat beside him, picking bones out of Chen's fish. "How's Donggang Studio going? Your sister-in-law said they're making some changes?" Joe Lay asked. "It's a requirement from the fire department. We have to shut down for 2 weeks. We're working on it." "So how are you going to manage without any income for these 2 weeks?" "I've got some other side gigs." "We'll be okay." "All right, give me a call if you need anything." Joe Lay nodded without asking for details. He wasn't one to pry. He figured as long as his brother-in-law could handle it on his own, that was fine. Lily brought a bowl of rice from the kitchen and handed it to him. "Eat up. You're home alone and you never cook properly." "I did cook. I just had braised pork for lunch." "Don't try to fool me. Last time I visited, there was only 1 pot on the stove, and even the cutting board was crooked." "That was a while ago. My meals are much better now, really." Lily and her brother bickered for a bit, while Chen watched the show from the side, laughing so hard she nearly spat out her pork ribs. Halfway through the meal, Lily suddenly put down her chopsticks, got up, and walked into the bedroom. When she came out, she was holding a thick, dark blue jacket. "Fingsy, take a look at this. You deal with so much junk. Is there any way to get this clean?" Chapter 56, The Omni Cleanse Jacket. She draped the jacket over the back of a chair and unfolded it. Lin spotted the problem at a glance. 2 large patches of dark brown oil stains on the left chest and right sleeve had seeped deep into the fabric. There was also a ring of yellowed sweat stains around the collar, and a dark smudge of unknown origin near the zipper. "Diesel," Joe Lay said from the side. "It splashed on me last month when I was refueling at a rest stop. I didn't notice it at the time, and by the time I got back, it had already dried completely." Lily frowned. "I soaked it in laundry detergent for 2 days, but it didn't work. Then I bought a special grease-removing spray and scrubbed it for over an hour. The color faded a little, but the stains are still there. I took it to the dry cleaner downstairs, but they just glanced at it and said they couldn't handle it. The diesel had seeped into the fibers, and there was nothing they could do." Lin turned the jacket inside out to take a look. The fabric was the kind used for windproof jackets, a Camel brand, and the price tag was still attached, over 500 yuan. For Lily's family, that wasn't a small sum. It hurt my wallet for days when I bought it for him, Lily said, shooting Joe Lay another glare. I've told him so many times to stand back when filling up, but he just won't listen. Joe Lay rubbed his nose. That nozzle was faulty, it was leaking. How was I supposed to know? Chin Chin chimed in from the side, Mom washed it so many times, but she couldn't get the smell out. It even made the washing machine stink. Lily smacked her son on the back of the head. Go eat your food. This is the only decent jacket he has to wear out. If he doesn't wear this, he is left with nothing but those dingy work clothes. Lily sighed. I was planning to buy him a new one in the fall, but if we can get this one clean, we won't have to spend the money. Lynn pinched the oil-stained area on the sleeve. The fabric was undamaged, no holes, no loose threads, it was simply diesel that had seeped into the fibers and dried into a stubborn stain. No matter who tried, and no matter what detergent they used, this kind of stain couldn't be completely removed. Diesel has a high molecular weight and strong penetrating power once it dries deep within the fibers. Ordinary surfactants are powerless against it. Dry cleaners are even wary of taking on jobs like this, as mishandling them could ruin the garment. But he was different. Give it to me, Lynn said, folding the jacket. I'll try it at home. Donggang Studio has industrial-grade degreasers specifically for this kind of thing. You're sure it'll work? Even the dry cleaners said there's nothing they can do. Let us give it a shot. It won't cost you anything. If I can't get it out, I'll give it back. Joe Lay waved his hand. If you can't fix it, never mind. I'll just wear my work uniform. Lily shot him a look but said nothing. The expression on her face seemed to say, you'd actually have the nerve to go out in public wearing a work uniform? After dinner, Lily cleared the table while Lynn helped wash the dishes. Chen Chen was pestering Joe Lay to play Go in the living room. Joe Lay lost 3 games in a row, but he took the losses in stride. While washing the dishes, Lily turned the faucet down a notch and lowered her voice. Is your Donggang Studio still holding up? I heard from my sister-in-law that environmental inspections are strict. They shut you down for rectification. Don't play it cool if you're really in trouble, just tell Lily. It's holding up, really. I just flipped a batch of second-hand goods, so I'm not short on cash. How much? 10 or 20,000. Lily's hand paused mid-wash. 10 or 20,000? Did you sell scrap metal? I refurbished and resold some second-hand goods. I'll tell you the details later. Lily didn't press him further. She didn't really understand these things. If her brother said he made money, she believed him. That's good. Take care of yourself, don't overwork yourself. It was just before 9 o'clock when Lynn left Lily's place. As he walked downstairs through the courtyard, Joe Lay's Jiafeng J6 was parked by the roadside. He took a closer look. The front of the truck was splattered with mud and dead bugs, the windshield was coated with a greasy film, and the fan-shaped streaks left by the wipers had turned yellowish gray. The cab of a long-haul truck, left unwashed for years, had a grimy steering wheel, sweat-stained seats, and moldy floor mats, and even the air vents were growing mold. Given Joe Lay's personality, he wouldn't have time to worry about such things while driving long haul. Having been back for 2 days and busy with his wife and kids, it was even less likely he'd go out of his way to wash the truck. I'll find an opportunity to clean out the cab for him too. But I'll need to come up with a plausible excuse. I'll wash the jacket first. On the back seat of the electric scooter, the plastic bag containing that camel-down jacket sat. As Lynn rode along the road, the evening breeze blew into his collar, sending a chill through him. Back in Donggang Village, the courtyard entrance was pitch black. He parked the scooter, opened the gate, and walked inside. He took the jacket out of the bag and laid it on the table in the Omni Cleanse area. He didn't rush to get started. First, he went into the kitchen to drink a glass of water. That jacket Omni Cleanse was a piece of cake for him. Diesel stains, sweat stains, scuff marks. One run of system skill would take up at most 10% of his stamina, a matter of 10 seconds. But he couldn't return it too quickly. If he took it today and returned it tomorrow, washed as good as new, Lily and Mr. Lily would surely be suspicious. Something even dry cleaners refuse to take in, and you've got it sorted in one night? He needed to wait a day or two, sending a WeChat in the meantime saying, "It's soaking," or "It needs a bit more work," to play the part convincingly. After finishing his water, he walked over to the table. He placed his right palm on it. Mana surged forth, spreading along the fabric fibers. The dark brown diesel stain on the left chest was forced out, thread by thread, from deep within the fibers. The dried diesel was stripped from the fabric S-pores by system skill, condensing into fine droplets on the garment S surface before sliding in clumps onto the table, releasing a pungent diesel odor. The sweat stains on the right sleeve and collar, along with the scuff marks near the zipper, were all treated as well. The whole process took 12 seconds. A spotless, deep blue camel jacket lay spread out on the table. The windproof coating had regained its luster, and the metal parts of the zipper showed no signs of oxidation, just as they were when it left the factory. A piece of gear worth over 500 yuan had been saved. Lin picked it up, shook it out, folded it neatly into a clean bag, and set it on the cabinet. He'd return it in a couple of days. He wrapped the diesel-scented residue on the table in old newspaper and tossed it in the trash. He washed his hands and went back inside. He lay on the bed scrolling through his phone. The buyer offering 850 yuan for the floor scrubber on Xianyu replied, "If you include shipping, I'll buy it right now." Lin thought for a moment and replied, "All right, go ahead." 2 minutes later, the buyer paid. Another 850 yuan in the bank. Chapter 57, All of Yong's Prestige. At 7 in the morning, Lin was crouched at the kitchen doorway eating noodles. He de-kneaded the dough last night on his way back and sliced it this morning to make hand-rolled noodles. The broth was simmered from pork bones, with a layer of fat floating on top. He de-tossed in a handful of baby greens and 2 sunny side-up eggs. Making money is one thing, but meals can't be skimped on. System skills are fueled by food. This body is like an engine at 1T run if it's not full. His phone rang. It was Quan. "Boss Lin, are you busy?" "I'm eating." "What's up, Quan Yong?" "I've got a shipment. See if today works for you?" Lin set his chopsticks on the edge of his bowl. "What kind of goods?" "A genuine leather sofa set, a 3-seater and a chaise longue, all cowhide. Plus a solid wood coffee table and a nightstand, all brand name." The buyers already on board were just waiting for OmniCleanse to finish before delivery. Lin thought for a moment. Last time, Quan had brought him a batch of small items, a Bosch drill and JBL speakers, which he de-bought for 200 yuan in total after refurbishing them. The resale value had exceeded 1,000. This time, it was full-sized furniture, and the buyer had already paid. They were just waiting for OmniCleanse. In short, they were asking him to handle the final step. "How dirty are they?" "The sofa is light brown, with tea stains and pen marks on the surface. The crevices in the cushions are full of sunflower seed shells and dust, and the leather has turned dull. The coffee table is the same. The solid wood surface has water cup burn marks and cigarette burn marks. But the burns aren't deep, it's just a layer of charring on the surface." Lin thought it over. Dulled leather, tea stains, and pen marks, these were all a piece of cake for system skill. For a genuine leather sofa, professional leather care shops typically charge 500 or 600 yuan for an OmniCleanse restoration, and a top-quality job can easily run into the thousands. "How much for the OmniCleanse?" 300. "What do you think?" "It's a bit bulky, so I'll bring it over in my van." 300 yuan, no inventory costs, no shipping fees, just labor. For him, running a system skill on it would take barely 10 seconds and barely drain his stamina. "Deal." "When will you be here?" "In about half an hour. I've already started loading it into the van." "All right, just pull right into the yard when you get here." After hanging up, Lin finished his noodles in a few quick bites. He stood up, thought for a moment, then walked over to the OmniCleanse section. He took the spray gun, sponge, leather cleaner, and microfiber cloth off the shelf and laid them out one by one next to the workbench. He had to make a good impression. Last time Xiaowu came to pick up the oil paper umbrellas, 60 of them, all clean to look brand new. The young guy's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He didn't ask many questions, but that look on his face, no doubt he was wondering what was going on. You've got to leave yourself some wiggle room. With the Omni Cleanse tools laid out and the spray bottle and water gun set there, at least it looked like a proper work setup. Just in case Wonkwon took a closer look or asked a few questions, I do have something to point to. System skill is my lifeline, I can't let anyone see it. Just past 8 o'clock, the sound of a van's engine echoed from outside the courtyard. Wonkwon's white Wuling Hongwon pulled up at the gate. He stepped out of the driver's seat, a 29-year-old, immaculately groomed, looking less like a second-hand furniture dealer and more like a salesperson from an office building. "Mr. Lin, come lend a hand." Lin went out. The back of the van was packed to the brim. The 3-seater leather sofa had been taken apart into 2 sections. The cushions were separated and secured with webbing straps. The chaise lounge lay on its side atop the sofa. Next to it stood a rounded corner solid wood coffee table, its legs wrapped in bubble wrap. At the very back was a mahogany-colored nightstand. The 2 men worked together to carry the sofa into the yard and placed it on the mat in the Omni Cleanse area. The chaise lounge, coffee table, and nightstand followed in turn. Lin walked around the sofa. Light brown top grain cowhide. The leather surface was dull and dark overall, especially on the armrests and the top of the backrest, where sweat and oxidized sebum had formed a greasy patina. There were 2 blue ballpoint pen marks on the left seat cushion, and a small patch of dark brown tea stain on the right backrest. Not to mention the crevices, sunflower seed shells, peanut skins, coins, hairpins, and a piece of plastic straw. "What was the original price of this sofa?" Lin asked. "It's a Gu family piece. It probably cost over 10,000 back in the day. I picked it up for 800. Wonkwon lit a cigarette and leaned against the van. "I've already worked it out with the buyer after an Omni Cleanse, it'll go for 2,200. Not a bad profit margin, Wonkwon. That's how we make a living in this business." Wonkwon blew a smoke ring. "The key is that you've got the skills. You did a really great job cleaning those small items last time. The buyer of the JBL speaker even messaged me specifically to say it looked brand new." Lin didn't respond. He crouched down to examine the coffee table. There were 3 water cup marks on the solid wood top, white, circular water stains to eye. In the upper right corner was a burn mark from a cigarette butt, charring a small patch. He reached out and touched it. The burn wasn't too deep, it hadn't penetrated the finish. The surface had carbonized slightly, but system skill could peel it off. The water marks were even simpler, just traces left by condensation seeping into the wood wax oil. "All right, I can handle all of this." Lin stood up. "Come pick it up at 3 p.m. Will that give you enough time?" "Yeah, take your time." Wonkwon showed no sign of leaving. He leaned against the car, smoking a cigarette while watching him work. This was a bit of a hassle. Lin kept his composure, picked up the pressure washer, hooked it up to the garden hose, and unscrewed the cap on the leather cleaner. The show was about to begin. First, he dipped a sponge into the cleaner and rubbed it back and forth over a small section of the sofa armrest. Foam formed, dissolving a layer of light grime. The armrest was, after all, the dirtiest part. If an ordinary person scrubbed hard enough, they could indeed remove the surface dust and light grease. But the deep-seated oxidation marks from sweat and the grime lodged in the leather pores were something the cleaner simply couldn't handle. But for a show, it was good enough. "What brand is that cleaner?" Wonkwon leaned in for a closer look. "Imported from Germany, specifically for genuine leather," Lin made up on the spot. "Picked it up on Xianyu for a little over 60 yuan. In reality, it was just Blue Moon leather care liquid from the supermarket, costing 18 yuan and 50 cents. Wonkwon nodded and didn't ask any further. He stepped back to continue smoking. Lin wiped the leather slowly, planning to get down to business once Wonkwon left. For a 300 yuan job, running through one cycle of system skill would be more than enough, and it would only drain about 10% of his stamina. At the courtyard entrance, a white Chinese-made SUV pulled up. The door opened, and 2 people got out. The one in front was in his early 30s, wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt with an ID badge pinned to his chest and a black folder tucked under his arm. Behind him followed a young man, around 24 or 25, holding a body camera. The two strode into the courtyard. The man in front glanced at the items in the courtyard: the sofa, coffee table, pressure washer, and cleaning supplies, and his expression darkened. "Who is in charge here?" Lin put down the sponge and stood up. "Me. What is the problem?" The man in the light blue shirt raised his hand, his ID badge flashing briefly. "Ecological Environment Bureau. Haven TU, Donggang Studio, already been issued a notice to suspend operations and make corrections? Who gave you permission to open for business?" The young man behind him chimed in, his voice surprisingly loud. "No business operations are allowed during the rectification period." "You've got sofas and tables here, what is this? Got addicted to collecting scrap, did you?" The courtyard fell silent for a second. Lin said nothing. Won was startled by the two men's loud voices. The hand holding his cigarette trembled, and he turned to look. Once he recognized who they were, the cigarette didn't drop, but he did chuckle. The young man in the back was still ranting. "Do you know the consequences of violating the rectification notice? We can report this directly. A fine is the least of it in serious cases." He stopped mid-sentence as his gaze swept over Won. His words caught in his throat. "Quan Yong?" The young man's voice dropped 8 octaves. Chapter 58, Quan Yong teaches you a lesson in rules. The young man's exclamation of "Quan Yong" made the man in the light blue shirt pause for a moment. Quan held his cigarette between his fingers, showing no hurry to speak. He first looked down at the genuine leather sofa at his feet, then glanced at the young man. "Oh, Zhao Kai," Quan said with a smile. "Have you changed jobs? Weren't you interning with the Urban Management Bureau before?" The young man forced a smile. "On loan. They sent me over to help out." The man in the light blue shirt furrowed his brow. "You two know each other?" Zhao Kai quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Zhang Yong, this is Mr. Li from Wanquan's second-hand furniture." "Mr. Li?" Only then did the man in the light blue shirt take another look at Wanquan. Wanquan stubbed out his cigarette and pointed at the sofa and coffee table in the courtyard. "Do I look like a junk collector?" Zhao Kai, feeling embarrassed, waved his hands hurriedly. No, Quan Yong, you definitely aren't. We just walked in and didn't get a good look. We thought you were taking in another shipment." "You yelled at me without even looking?" Wanquan's tone wasn't harsh, but it made the listener feel uneasy. "Your body cam is on, right? Come on, get a clear shot. This sofa set is my merchandise, and so is the coffee table. I paid Boss Lin to do an Omni-Cleanse maintenance job. What does that have to do with whether Donggang Studio collects scrap?" Zhao Kai quickly lowered his body cam. "Wanquan, it's a misunderstanding, really, a misunderstanding." "Don't lower it," Wanquan said. "Your voice was pretty loud just now. Keep recording." The man in the light blue shirt cleared his throat, looking a bit embarrassed. "Wanquan, we're just following procedure. This venue is currently under rectification. We received a report that he was operating without authorization, so we came to inspect." Lin stood to the side, his hands still covered in cleaning foam. He didn't say a word. He knew that aggressive attitude the moment they walked in all too well. It was the same in his past life. They slap a notice on the wall, pull their caps down, and make it clear between the lines a small-time business owner like you has no right to argue. Arguing is useless. Citing procedures is useless. The moment you open your mouth, they'll say you have a bad attitude. If you stay silent, they'll say you're admitting to the violation. Lin had learned this lesson the hard way in his previous life. It cut him to the bone. So now he just watched, not rushing to speak up. Seeing that Wanquan wasn't backing down, the man in the light blue shirt turned his anger toward Lin. He turned his head, his tone hardening considerably. "Lin, is that right? Let me stress this again, your business is currently under suspension for rectification. You're not allowed to conduct any business operations. You've got cleaning agents and a pressure washer set up here, and you're still processing furniture brought in from outside that constitutes illegal business operations. Lin said, I'm not collecting scrap, and I'm not dismantling anything. I'm just helping people omni-clean their furniture. You say omni-cleanse, so it's omni-cleanse? Zhao Kai regained some of his nerve. Donggang Studio is a pollution source to begin with. How do you handle the wastewater? Is the omni-cleanse solution registered? Have you installed a waterproof barrier on the floor? Where is this water draining to? Just look at the mess in the yard and you still dare to talk back? Lin glanced at the newly laid PVC drainage mat at his feet, then at the drainage ditch dug nearby. The drainage ditch is over there. The mat was just laid, nothing has been discharged yet. You say it hasn't been discharged, so it hasn't? The man in the light blue shirt took 2 steps forward, tucking the folder under his arm. Rectification isn't something you can do however you please. It's only compliant when we say it is. What you should be doing right now is closing the door, waiting quietly for the re-inspection, and not pulling these little stunts. Lin said nothing. Zhao Kai continued, and don't get any ideas about getting away with it. We already gave you the notice last time, right? You signed it, didn't you? If you keep operating after signing, that's a whole different matter. If we report this today, we can arrange for fines, extended suspension of business, and joint inspections when the fire department, market regulators, and city management all show up together. It's anyone's guess whether you'll even be able to keep this place open. The man in the light blue shirt chimed in, listen, Young, don't feel wronged. You run Donggang Studio, so you have to follow the rules. For a small venue like yours, the biggest risk is illegal discharges and dumping. If something goes wrong, who is going to take responsibility? Can you even afford it? Lin raised his hand, I just took on an OmniCleanse job. Don't play word games with me, the man in the light blue shirt interrupted. An OmniCleanse job is still business. Operating during a rectification period is a violation. If you take our advice, we can let it slide with a verbal warning today. If you don't cooperate, we'll follow standard procedure. Zhao Kai added, don't move. Do you hear me? Take all this stuff away. And that pressure washer and cleaning solution, put them away. We'll be back this afternoon for a follow-up inspection. If we catch you working again, don't blame us for being ruthless. After he finished speaking, the courtyard fell silent for a few seconds. Lin put the sponge back in the basin and lowered his head to wash his hands. The water gushed loudly. He managed to swallow his anger. It wasn't that he didn't have a temper. It was just that there was no need to flip the table right now. Jiang Wo had only just made his move. These two were most likely just pawns sent over to test the waters. If he actually got into an argument with them, he'd only be handing the other side a weapon. He looked up, about to speak, when Wen Quan chuckled first. What's your name again? The man in the light blue shirt paused, Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Ziyuan. Wen Quan nodded. I understand what you're saying. So, if I pay someone to condition the leather on my own sofa, does that count as illegal business operations by Boss Lin? Zhang Ziyuan frowned. This is the Donggang Studio rectification site. The site is being rectified specifically regarding scrap collection, storage, sorting, and wastewater discharge, correct? Wen Quan gestured toward the yard. Right now, we're not collecting scrap metal or cardboard, we haven't dismantled any motors, and we aren't burning wires. The floor is covered with mats, the pressure washer hasn't been turned on yet, and the cleaning solution is just household leather care liquid. You just say it affects environmental protection and have us stop work. Which regulation is that based on? Come on, show me so I can learn from it. Zhang Ziyuan was stumped. Zhao Kai quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Quan Yong, Zhang Yang was just doing his job. I didn't say he shouldn't be doing his job, Wen Quan said, turning to Zhao Kai. But doing your job doesn't mean you can come in here and start accusing people right off the bat. What did you just say? That I'm addicted to collecting scrap? Is that standard professional lingo? Zhao Kai's face flushed. I spoke out of turn just now. Does getting worked up give you the right to say things like that? Wen Quan pulled out his phone and waved it in his hand. Ideal in second-hand furniture. I handle the removal of old furniture for plenty of residential complexes in the county. I know the procedures better than you do. If you really want to follow protocol, then follow it properly. Take photos on site, list the inspection items, specify the violations, and cite the applicable regulations. Don't just try to intimidate people with empty threats. Zhang Ziyuan's tone stiffened. Wen Quan, there is no need to make such a big deal out of this. You're the ones who started it, Wen Quan retorted. I have a delivery at 3 p.m. today. The buyer has already paid the deposit. If you tell me to stop now, who is going to cover the loss? You? Or your agency? Zhao Kai quickly interjected. Quan Yong, it hasn't come to that yet. Then don't put on such a show. Wen Quan put away his phone. Also, if you really suspect he hasn't made the necessary corrections, issue a formal corrective notice following procedure. Don't come in shouting about breaking into the door or operating illegally. Small business owners aren't pushovers. You can't just squeeze them whenever you pass by. Lin took those words to heart. He glanced at Wen Quan. This man usually spoke softly and didn't pressure people in business, but he was surprisingly capable of standing his ground when it mattered. What was even more interesting was that Zhao Kai was clearly intimidated by him. The county town wasn't that big. There weren't many people who could make a seconded official backtrack on the spot. Chapter 59, You call this OmniCleanse? Zhang Ziyuan switched the folder to his other hand, looking a bit embarrassed. He glanced at the sofa, then at the floor mat and the drain. If he really had to write up an inspection report, he couldn't find any major violations on the spot. The furniture wasn't trash, the cleaning solution hadn't been used, and no wastewater had been discharged. Plus, Wen Quan was still standing right there. This was a tough job to handle. Zhang Ziyuan cleared his throat. Alright, we'll just issue a warning for today. Lin, during the rectification period, try to avoid conducting related business operations to prevent any misunderstandings. We'll be conducting follow-up inspections. Lin nodded. Alright, I'll cooperate. Zhao Kai quickly offered a sheepish smile to Wen Quan. Quan Yong, it really was a misunderstanding today. I'll stop by your shop for tea sometime. Wen Quan waved his hand. No need for tea. Next time you come in, take a good look first. Don't just jump to conclusions and pin charges on people. These days, it's tough for everyone to make a living. The two didn't linger any longer. As they walked out the gate, the white SUV nearly scraped a scrap metal rack by the roadside while backing up. Zhao Kai poked his head out to take a look, feeling so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. Once the car was gone, the atmosphere in the courtyard finally relaxed. Wen Quan lit another cigarette and muttered with a laugh, those bastards sure know how to pick their moments. I haven't even finished washing my cargo yet, and they've got to pull this corporate tyrant stunt on me. Lin smiled too. We really owe it all to Quan Yong today. Otherwise, this job would been a real pain. It's not thanks to me. Wen Quan exhaled a puff of smoke. You weren't breaking any rules to begin with. If they just talked things out, I wouldn't have said a word. But they came in all intimidating. What the hell were they playing at? Lin pulled out a small stool for him. Wen Quan didn't sit down. Instead, he leaned against the van and asked, what is going on with your Donggang studio? It was fine when I was here last time. Why the sudden overhaul? Lin turned off the pressure washer and screwed the cap back on the cleaning solution bottle. Someone filed a complaint a while back, saying my place was cluttered, had fire hazards, and didn't meet environmental standards. The inspectors came and did find quite a few issues, so I shut down for renovations. Were there really problems? It's the old Donggang studio. How could there not be any problems? Lin didn't want to overstate things. It's off the place my dad left me. The conditions were always like that. Now that we're going to standardize things, it's about time we fixed it up. Floor mats, drainage ditches, zoning, I'm working on all of it. Wen Quan glanced at the yard. The OmniCleanse area in the southeast corner was laid out properly, with old PVC pipes buried neatly. The bins for finished products, items awaiting processing, and scrap were clearly separated. Compared to the filthy, disorganized Donggang Studio CD scene, Lin's place was already considered the gold standard for county-level Donggang studios. This complaint doesn't seem like a random one, Quan said. Lin chuckled, in business, you're bound to run into people who don't play by the rules. He didn't mention Jiangwo. It wasn't that he didn't trust Quan, it just hadn't come to that yet. Relationships in the county town were deeply intertwined. Once words were spoken, they couldn't be taken back. What Lin needed right now wasn't to vent his frustration, but to keep things under control and save up some money first. Quan didn't press the issue. In adult conversations, sometimes a phrase like people who don't play by the rules is enough. He tapped the ash from his cigarette. If you really want to keep this going, don't skimp on the improvements. Get a ledger record incoming shipments, omni-cleanse treatments, and wastewater disposal. That way, when they come back, you'll at least have something to show them. Lin nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. I'll put up a sign for the workspace later separating omni-cleanse maintenance and second-hand refurbishment from the scrap collection. That's the right approach, Quan said. With your skills, don't keep using the Donggang Studio name. Donggang Studio sounds like it's a step below a second-hand refurbishment studio. Sounds much better. Clients will feel more comfortable spending their money that way. Lin took those words to heart. Quan's comments seemed offhand, but it was actually very useful. The core of system skill isn't about spotting bargains, but about refurbishment costs. For the average person, refurbishing a genuine leather sofa factoring in labor, cleaning agents, and time starts at 300 yuan. If there's grease, mold stains, or deep sweat stains, a full day's work might not even yield results. Lin is different. His biggest cost is a meal. That disparity was his true moat. Quan finished his cigarette and stubbed out the butt. I'll be heading out now. Come pick it up at 3 this afternoon. Don't let those two get to you, just do what you need to do. If they come looking for trouble again, give me a call. Lin asked, Quan Yong, are you close with them? Quan smiled. We're all just scraping by in this county town. We run into each other all the time. Whether we're close or not doesn't matter. He made it sound casual. But Lin could tell he didn't want to go into detail. Lin didn't press him, just said, all right, I'll remember this favor. Don't give me any of that nonsense. Quan opened the car door. Just make sure the sofa gets cleaned up nice and clean. That's better than anything else. The buyer's a real pain in the neck. If you can shut him up, I'll pay you extra. Then get your red envelope ready. You're getting pretty bold, Boss Lin. Quan laughed as he got in the car, and the Wuling Hongguang turned around and drove off. Silence returned to the courtyard entrance. Lin stood there for a moment, bolted the main gate from the inside, and then locked the small door in the east passageway tight. He didn't get to work right away. First, he went back to the kitchen, sliced half a pound of braised pork head, tore open 2 steamed buns, and washed them down with hot water. The incident earlier hadn't drained his physical strength, but it had drained his mental energy. Jiangwo's net had already been cast wide. Today it was environmental protection, tomorrow it might be fire safety, the day after, market regulation. He could handle whatever came his way. But he couldn't let himself be led by the nose forever. After finishing, he washed his hands and returned to the Omni-Cleanse station. The light brown leather sofa sat on the floor mat, its surface dulled, the armrests glossy, and the crevices filled with the crumbs of daily life. An ordinary Omni-Cleanse worker would have felt their scalp prickle at the sight. The most frustrating thing about cleaning this kind of thing isn't the dirt itself, but the fact that the grime is layered. A layer of surface dust. A layer of sweat and sebum. Another layer of tea stains and pen marks. And years of grime lodged deep within the leather's pores. Apply too much pressure and you'll damage the leather, apply too little and it's a waste of effort. This is also why second-hand furniture is such a tough business to turn a profit on. The goods aren't expensive, but the labor is. If you don't clean it well, you can't sell it for a good price. If you scrub too hard, you risk ruining it. Lin pressed his hand against the sofa armrest. mana spread out against the leather surface. The greasy patina on the armrest began to loosen, and grayish-black grime emerged from the leather S-grain, coalescing into tiny specks of dirt that rolled down the grain lines. Blue ballpoint pen marks were gradually forced out, the ink first spreading out before contracting into small clusters. Tea stains detached from the fibers of the backrest, falling onto the floor mat and leaving behind a clean, light brown leather surface. The three-seater sofa. The chaise longue. The crevices of the cushions. The corners of the backrest. He worked his way through each spot, taking his time. Genuine leather isn't like the upper of a shoe. It covers a larger area, has a finer grain, and traps more sweat and oils. After about 10 minutes, the color of the entire sofa had brightened by a shade. It wasn't the glaring whiteness of a fake new piece, but the clean, timeless look of a showroom display model. He used the vacuum cleaner to suck out sunflower seed shells, coins, and hairpins from the crevices, filling nearly half a bag. Lin picked up one of the coins and glanced at it. 1 yuan. A small profit. He tossed the coin into a drawer and moved on to the coffee table. The water stains on the solid wood coffee table were the easiest to handle as mana passed over it. The white mist-like watermarks embedded in the lacquer were stripped away. Cigarette burn marks were a bit trickier. The surface was charred, though fortunately it hadn't burned all the way through. The system skill could only remove the charred and oxidized layers. It couldn't magically restore the burned away wood. But this burn mark was shallow. Once the charred layer was cleared away, only a faint indentation remained. One you wouldn't even notice unless you leaned in for a closer look. The nightstand was even easier. The dust in the drawer tracks, the mold spots in the corners, and the oxidation on the handles were all removed. The originally dull rosewood color shone through again, and the hardware gleamed. After finishing the set, Lin sat on a small stool to rest for a few minutes. His stamina had dropped by less than 20%. That was a bit higher than he'd expected. Large furniture has a big surface area, and the grime in the nooks and crannies of genuine leather and wood is layered, so the physical toll is more noticeable than with small appliances. But the numbers still add up. Half a pound of pork, 2 steamed buns in exchange for 300 OmniCleanse credits, plus a perfect buyer experience for 1 yuan. Most people would call this kind of work manual labor. But to him, it's just the money printer warming up. Lin deliberately waited until 2 p.m. before picking up his phone to snap 3 photos for 1 yuan. After sending them, he paused for a moment, then added, "Quan Yong, bring a protective cover when you come to pick it up. It's brand new, don't let it get scuffed on the way." Less than 30 seconds later, 1 yuan replied. Another message followed. "You call this OmniCleanse?" The third message followed immediately. "Mr. Lin, don't tell me this is the sofa set from this morning." Chapter 60, The Major Overhaul at Donggang Studio. In the courtyard of Donggang Studio, Lin stood there looking for quite a while. In the southeast corner, the OmniCleanse area had already been fitted with floor mats, and the drainage ditches had been dug. The furniture, freshly cleaned and arranged there, looked truly dazzling. But looking further west, something didn't feel right. Scrap metal racks, old cardboard boxes, broken plastic crates, discarded motors, air conditioner casings, and a jumble of copper and aluminum parts. Though they were all sorted into piles, to an outsider's eye, this was still Donggang Studio. As long as it was still called Donggang Studio, it would be a step below the rest. Today, the 2 environmental inspectors might come in and make a fuss. Tomorrow, the fire department, market regulators, or village officials could all find a reason to drop by for a look. Once the label of dirty, disorderly, and substandard is pinned on you, it's hard to shake off. Lin used to think that Donggang Studio couldn't be lost. This was the place left behind by his father, Lin Guoliang, and it was also his first source of income after his regression. But now he realizes that holding on to this property doesn't mean he has to cling to a yard full of junk. Scrap collection is just the shell. The real money comes from refurbishing. To put it more bluntly, the source of his profits isn't his sharp eye for deals or his hard work, it's his system skill. Take a moldy telescope, for example. Someone else might take it home, strip it down, and sell the parts for maybe 10 or 20 yuan. After he cleans it up, he can sell it for over 2,000. Take a batch of smoke-stained shoes, for instance. Others can't handle them and have to dump them as surplus stock at rock bottom prices, but after he cleans them up, they become a hit at the night market. That kind of gap is just absurd. Since we're making a transition, we should clear out all that genuine junk. Keeping it doesn't bring much profit, and it's nothing but a liability. Lin went back inside, grabbed the ledger, and flipped to the phone number for the recycling plant his father had left behind. Laoma Recycling Plant, Ma Jianjun. This was the company Lin Guoliang had worked with most during his lifetime. Located in the industrial park north of the county seat, it had all the proper permits and was fully equipped with large trucks, a weighbridge, and sorting staff. His father used to say, when selling goods, don't just look at who offers 2 cents more per pound. A business that sticks to the rules when things go wrong is the one that lasts. Lin dialed the number. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before a gruff voice answered. Who is this? Uncle Ma, it's Lin, the son of Lin Guoliang from Donggang Village. There was a pause on the other end. Lin, huh? We haven't been in touch for a while since your dad passed away. What's up? Got some stock to clear out at the station? Yeah, I want to clear the place out. Scrap metal, cardboard, plastic, old motors, copper and aluminum parts, a few discarded appliance casings, and old batteries. Take whatever you can haul away. As soon as Ma Jianjun heard clear out, his tone turned serious. Is it a big lot? A whole yard's worth. It's been piling up for quite a while. If you have a truck, could you come by today? I'd like to settle this all at once. Today? I've got 2 loads this morning, and my afternoon schedule is full. Lin glanced at the time. It was just past 10. He didn't rush to negotiate a higher price, but simply said, Uncle Ma, I'm not selling this as loose items. There are old motors, wires, copper, and aluminum. I'll hand the old batteries over to a licensed company like yours. I don't want to deal with individual buyers. Just pay the daily rate at your factory, and make sure you don't pull any tricks when weighing it. Ma Jianjun chuckled. Don't say that. Your dad used to do business with me. When have I ever shortchanged him on the scale? My dad told me you're fair, which is why I'm giving you the call first. That worked. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before Ma Jianjun said, Alright, I'll send a 9.6-meter truck with 4 guys over. Sort it into piles first. Keep anything that can be disassembled separate, keep the copper wire, motors, and aluminum parts separate, and compress the cardboard. Make sure the old batteries don't leak. Wait until my truck arrives. I know that. How long? An hour. Deal. After hanging up, Lin stuffed his phone into his pocket, headed to the kitchen to eat 2 donkey meat buns, and then sliced up a plate of braised pork. Cleaning the sofa and coffee table earlier had drained his stamina. Clearing out the place was hard work. He had to refuel. After eating, he grabbed gloves, a pry bar, zip ties, and a marker, then began resorting the items in the yard. He knew this job inside out. Having grown up at Donggang Studio, he could tell with his eyes closed which items were valuable and which were just filler. A pile of scrap metal. Colored steel roofing sheets, broken metal frames, rusted bicycle frames, and old security grills all tossed against the west wall. A pile of cardboard. The cardboard boxes he collected earlier were flattened and tied into bundles with rope. Plastic bottles, plastic crates, and old foam were separated. These were low-value items, but they took up space. Clearing them out immediately made the yard feel more spacious. Motors and copper and aluminum parts were the most valuable. Old water pumps, washing machine motors, air conditioner compressors, and scrapped fan motors were all moved to the entrance of the shed. There was also half a bag of old electrical wire. The outer casing was blackened, and the copper strands inside weren't very thick. If this stuff fell into the hands of a shady recycler, they'd immediately knock down the price by classifying it as mixed scrap. But Lin wasn't in a hurry to sell to individual buyers. Weighing it all at once today made the total price easier to negotiate. He was halfway through moving things when Dajuan rode past the entrance on his tricycle, with 2 old washing machines strapped to the back. Hey, Boss Lin, what's up? Lin looked up, clearing out the place. Selling all the regular scrap today. Dajuan slammed on the brakes, jumped off, and took a look around. Selling it all? Are you shutting down Donggang Studio? I am, but in a different way. What do you mean? From now on, I won't take scrap metal and junk. I'll only take things that can be refurbished. Brand name items, still functional, but dirty on the outside, those are my priority. Cardboard and scrap metal don't take up space anymore. Dajuan understood half of it, but not quite all of it. But he caught the gist. Mr. Lin was still taking in goods. And he was going to take in more valuable ones. So should I pick out cleaner stuff for you from now on? Not cleaner, more valuable. Lin hauled a scrapped motor onto the pile. Brand name goods, small appliances, vintage items, old furniture, don't worry if they look dirty, just make sure they aren't broken or missing parts. Stuff that can be fixed up and sold. Dajuan grinned. Got it. From now on, I'm not scavenging junk, I'm hunting for treasures. Don't get too ahead of yourself, you'll just get side-eyed by the competition. Then I'll just keep a low profile while hunting for treasures. Lin handed him a bottle of water. Dajuan didn't rush off, he helped drag a few bundles of cardboard to the doorway, musing as he worked, Mr. Lin, now that you've cleared out this yard, it actually looks presentable. Before, the moment you walked in, it was all that rusty smell. Aunt Wang from next door poked her head out to join the commotion. Oh my, little Lin, are you having a big cleanup? Yeah, sprucing things up. Gotta look presentable. Aunt Wang looked at the neatly sorted piles in the yard and nodded. It's much tidier this way. When the inspectors come, they won't be able to just pick on you. Dajuan chimed in from the side, who dare to find fault? Brother Lin is in the second-hand refurbishment business now, not some old junkyard. Aunt Wang chuckled, oh, you've even coined a new term. It's called upgrading and transforming. Dajuan laughed at his own remark. I picked that up from Mr. Lin. At 11:30 a.m., a blue 9.6-meter truck pulled up in front of Donggang Studio. The words Lao Ma Recycling were spray-painted on the side. Ma Jianjun got out of the passenger seat. He was in his 50s, with sun-darkened skin and a sizable belly, a cigarette clamped between his fingers. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he didn't look at the goods first, instead, he gave Lin a couple of long looks. You look just like your dad, you've got his height. Lin handed him a bottle of mineral water. Uncle Ma, thanks for making the trip. No trouble at all. Where there's cargo, there's business. Ma Jianjun unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and surveyed the sorted piles in the yard. Sorted pretty well. You're more efficient than some of the new workers at my factory. Lin smiled. I got scolded by my dad plenty of times when I was a kid. Ma Jianjun nodded, not dwelling on the past. In this line of work, saying too much is actually inappropriate. He motioned for the 4 workers in the truck to get out and start loading the cardboard first. Cardboard is light but bulky. Once bundled, it loads quickly. The workers tossed bundle after bundle onto the truck. Ma Jianjun jotted down notes in his notebook. Cardboard is 82 cents a kilo today. We'll weigh it later and deduct the truck's weight. Lin said, charge us the factory price. Don't worry. Once the plastic bottles, crates, and foam were loaded, the yard was suddenly more than half empty. The real struggle was the scrap metal. The broken security grills had sharp edges, and the rusted metal frames were all jumbled together. 2 workers were grimacing as they hauled them. Dajuan saw this and went over to lend a hand. I'll help you lift this end. One of the workers glanced at him. Bro, are you from this station too? Business partner, Dajuan replied without hesitation. The other worker chuckled. What kind of business partner? I'm in charge of helping Boss Lin find value. Speak plainly. I'm a scrap collector. The group burst into laughter, and the tension in the yard eased considerably. Chapter 61, A Fresh Start. Lin didn't just stand there watching. He hauled out the last few valuable items from the shed. An old refrigerator compressor, 2 washing machine motors, 3 bags of mixed copper and aluminum parts, and half a bucket of brass fittings his father had saved up. Ma Jianjun's eyes lit up when he saw the half bucket of brass. Weigh these separately, don't mix them. Lin nodded. I've separated the brass, copper, and aluminum parts. Ma Jianjun crouched down, grabbed a handful of brass fittings, examined the cut edges and color, then scraped one with a file. Your dad taught you well. These days, a lot of young guys selling scrap don't bother separating copper from aluminum or taking apart motors. They just throw everything in a pile and expect to get a high price. They're dreaming. Lin said, I don't make my living off this anymore. I mostly just clear out the stock. I heard someone came to investigate you? Lin's hands paused for a moment. The county town was small. News traveled fast. Ma Jianjun lowered his voice slightly. It's tough running a small business these days. Your dad went through the same thing back in the day, but he had a hot temper and was quick to snap at people. You're more level-headed than he was. Lin didn't take the bait. He just asked, Uncle Ma, can you issue a receipt for the old batteries? Sure. We can't just sell these off randomly. It'll get us in trouble if we get caught. I'll process them through the proper recycling channels for you in a bit. That'll do. That was exactly what he wanted. If Zhang Mo was going to come after him on environmental grounds, he'd deplug every loophole he could. Dispose of the regular scrap. Send the more hazardous old batteries through certified channels. In the yard, switch to the OmniCleanse for the new area. Fill in the ledgers. If they come back, they'll have a lot fewer grounds to pin anything on him. Of course, that doesn't mean they'll back off. But at least it won't be so easy. At 12:40, the first truck was loaded. The cargo was packed tightly, the tarp secured, and Ma Jianjun told the driver to head to the factory to be weighed. Lin rode along. Old Ma's recycling plant was on the north side of the county seat, not far from Donggang village. There was a weighbridge at the plant entrance. The truck drove onto it, and the computer printed the receipt. Gross weight, tare weight, net weight, each line was clearly printed. Lin stood outside the weighbridge booth, watching the numbers on the electronic screen flash by, and the weight of the past finally lifted from his heart. The old scrap left behind by his father had finally come to a close today. The first load consisted mainly of cardboard, plastic, and scrap iron. After the net weight was calculated, Ma Jianjun broke down the figures by category. Over 2,000 jean of cardboard. Over 3 tons of scrap iron. About 1,000 jean of mixed plastic scraps. The prices weren't high, but the volume was substantial. The first load settled for over 8,600 yuan. Lin didn't rush to collect the money. He signed the receipt and followed the truck back to Donggang Studio to load the second truck. The second load was the real prize. Old motors, compressors, copper and aluminum parts, scrap wire, and used batteries. The volume of these items wasn't excessive, but the unit prices were high. While loading the truck, Ma Jianjun's workers were much more focused. One worker picked up a half-full bag of scrap wire and weighed it in his hand. This bag is not bad, there's plenty of copper in here. Another was rummaging through the old motors. If we took this pile apart and sold it piece by piece, we'd make a few more bucks. Ma Jianjun glared at him. They're clearing the site, we're not here to haggle all day. Stop dawdling. Lin listened but said nothing. Normally, Donggang Studio earns its money through hard labor. Dismantling motors, stripping copper wires, sorting aluminum parts, working from dawn till dusk, covered in dust, just to make a small profit on the price difference. He didn't need to waste his time here now. With that time, he could clean a few more pairs of shoes or refurbish another appliance. The returns were in a completely different league. You have to look at the big picture. At 1:50 p.m., the second truck also headed to the recycling plant. This time, Lin kept a closer eye on the process. The old batteries were weighed separately, and a transfer receipt was issued. Mixed copper, brass, and aluminum parts were weighed separately. Old motors were priced based on their copper content. Compressors were priced as complete units. Ma Jianjun calculated as he pushed the slip over to Lin. Brass is 46 per kilo today, red copper 64, aluminum parts 12, mixed wire is 21 based on copper content, and old batteries are 6.7 per kilo. This pile of motors is 3.8. Take a look. Lin ran the numbers on his phone. The figures checked out. The second load came to just over 21,600 yuan. Added to the first load, that made 30,270 yuan. Ma Jianjun asked, "Bank transfer?" "Bank transfer." Moments later, his phone vibrated. "Bank transfer received, 30,270 yuan." Lin looked at the text message, and the weight on his chest lifted slightly. The money hadn't come in with any fanfare. There was none of the crowd cheering at a night market shoe sale, nor the thrill of a face-to-face deal through a telescope. But it felt solid. Those old accounts at Donggang Studio, the ones people were always quick to nitpick, had turned into cold, hard cash in his bank account. Combined with the funds he already had on hand, he could easily cover the 40,000 yuan for Chang's batch of 600 pairs of smoked-effect shoes. He even had some left over for working capital. Ma Jianjun slipped the receipt into a plastic bag and handed it to him. "Keep this safe. If anyone asks where the old batteries went, show them this. If you're really going to switch to refurbishing, you need to get your space in order. Change the sign, to don't leave scrap collection station in such big letters. People judge a book by its cover these days, you know?" Lin glanced at him. "Uncle Ma, do you really think that way?" "It's not a matter of whether I think that way. If you collect scrap, people call you the junk king. But if you're in second-hand recycling or home refurbishment, customers feel like they're being eco-friendly and low-carbon. It's the same work, just change the wording, and the price is different." Lin laughed. "Uncle Ma, that doesn't sound like something a scrap collector would say." Ma Jianjun stubbed out his cigarette. "If I didn't know a few buzzwords, the factory would been run into the ground by the young folks long ago. Who says scrap collector these days? Everyone calls it recycled resources." The words were rough, but the logic wasn't. Lin put the order slip away and returned to Donggang Studio at 2:40. The big truck was already gone. The yard felt so empty it was almost unsettling. Where scrap metal had once been piled against the west wall, the concrete floor was now exposed, and a pile of rusty debris and broken glass had been swept into a corner. The cardboard shed was more than half empty. The wind blew through the opening, and even the musty smell had lessened. The OmniCleanse area in the southeast corner stood apart. The floor mat was clean, a drainage channel ran along the base of the wall, and the tool rack held a pressure washer, brushes, cleaning agents, and rags. "Now, take a look at that leather sofa set. The light brown leather upholstery is clean and timeless. The armrests aren't greasy, the backrest isn't dusty, and there are no sunflower seed shells in the crevices. The solid wood coffee table stands beside it. The water stains are gone, and the cigarette burn marks are reduced to faint traces. The hardware on the nightstands shines, and the drawers slide in and out smoothly." Lin took a broom and swept the yard from top to bottom. He bagged the rust scraps. He set the broken glass aside separately. He hosed down the ground. The water flowed into the drain in the gutter and didn't spill out into the yard. He found an old wooden board and wrote a few words on it with a marker. OmniCleanse Refurbishment Zone. To be processed zone. Finished goods temporary storage. Scrap area. The writing wasn't particularly neat, but once the signs were in place, the atmosphere changed. It used to be a junk pile. Now it looked like a small workshop. No, as one Quan would say, it should be called a studio. Lin looked at the old scrap collection sign, pondered for a long time, but ultimately didn't throw it away. He set it aside. He planned to go to the ad agency to hang up a new sign. OmniCleanse Second-Hand Refurbishment Studio. I'll make changes gradually later. At 2:55, Lin splashed water on his face and changed into a clean t-shirt. His phone rang again. It was a message from Chang. "Boss Lin, we've heard back about that batch of shoes from the provincial capital. The factory's willing to sell, but they want cash fast, preferably a deal within the next couple of days. About 600 pairs total, including Anta, Li Ning, and Step. Mostly smoky colors, with a few having slightly damp packaging." Lin checked his bank balance and replied briefly. "No major defects? I'll take it. Hold them for me, I'll come check them out tomorrow." Chang replied instantly, "Awesome. I'll let them know tonight." Lin put his phone away. 600 pairs. If the quality is close to the last batch, he could buy them for 40,000 yuan. After refurbishing and selling them through different channels, the profit wouldn't be just a few thousand. Night markets, Xianyu, Shichou's network plus potential wholesale deals down the line. This path could lead to big things. But the higher he climbed, the cleaner the operation had to be. You can't let people walk in and smell scrap metal, and you can't let anyone use filthy, messy, and substandard as an excuse. Just as he was thinking this, the sound of a Wuling Hongguang's horn came from outside the courtyard. Wen Quan had arrived. The courtyard gate was open, and the Wuling Hongguang slowly backed in. As soon as the car came to a stop, Wen Quan got out of the driver's seat, still holding a roll of tarpaulin in his hand. He looked up into the yard and stopped in his tracks. The west side was empty. The cardboard shed was gone. The scrap metal rack was gone. A large section of the once chaotic yard had been cleared. In the middle stood that set of freshly cleaned leather sofas, with the coffee table and nightstands arranged neatly, their condition so pristine it was almost blinding. Wen Quan looked at the sofa, then at the yard, then at Lin. After a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a sentence. Holy shit, did I come to the wrong place? Chapter 62, What a Rip-Off. Wen Quan stood at the gate, nearly dropping the roll of drop cloth he held in his hand. He'd been to Lin's place several times before. What had it been like before? A pile of scrap metal, a mountain of cardboard, old appliance casings. When the wind blew, plastic bags would roll from the east wall to the west wall. The yard had a mixed smell too, rust, mold, and old oil, all blended together into Donggang Studio's signature scent. But now, the west side was empty. The shed was empty. The ground had been hosed down, and the watermarks hadn't quite dried yet. A gray mat covers the southeast corner. A drain runs along the wall. A water gun, brushes, and cleaning supplies are neatly arranged on the tool rack. The most striking sight is the set of furniture in the middle of the yard. A light brown leather sofa. The armrests are clean, with no black mud in the stitching. The solid wood coffee table gleams. All the cup marks, water stains, and greasy fingerprints are gone. The bedside table stood nearby, its hardware polished to a shine. Wen Quan walked halfway around the sofa, ran his hand over the leather, then looked down at the coffee table. Holy shit, did I come to the wrong place? Lin was drying his hands with a towel. You didn't Donggang Village Premium Second-Hand Refurbishment Studio soft opening. Wen Quan looked up at him. You're really exaggerating. It was Donggang Studio this morning, and now it's a studio in the afternoon. What did you eat for lunch? Some kind of transformation pill? We cleared out all the junk. All of it? Wen Quan glanced toward the west wall. You really went all out. There was quite a pile of stuff, wasn't he there? Sold it to old Ma's recycling plant. Weighed it properly, and even got an invoice for the old batteries. When Wen Quan heard invoiced for the old batteries, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. He wasn't a complete novice in the second-hand business. Donggang Studio's biggest fear was having people bring up environmental regulations, especially regarding batteries, oil stains, and scrap motors. Once someone got wind of that, explaining it would be a huge hassle. That's good, Wen Quan nodded. You made the right move, and now that the yard is cleared out, even if someone comes looking for trouble, they can't point to a pile of scrap metal and accuse you of being dirty, messy, and substandard. Lin chuckled. I was forced into it. If I hadn't made the change, people would started treating Donggang Studio like an ATM, coming and going as they pleased, yelling whenever they felt like it. If those two show up again, just record a video. Wen Quan said, don't confront them head on. Keeping evidence is more effective than just talking back. Got it. Wen Quan said no more, turning his attention back to the furniture. He lifted the sofa cushion, bent down to inspect the underside, and didn't miss a single corner. The more he looked, the more outrageous it became. Mr. Lin, tell me the truth, did you used to work at some high-end leather care shop? No. Then where did you learn these skills? It runs in the family. But your dad's a scrap collector, isn't he? That's why I call it ancestral scrap aesthetics. Wonquan was momentarily speechless, then finally managed to say, "That tongue of yours could use a makeover too." Lin didn't bother responding. He went over to help lift the sofa. The small truck was parked at the entrance to the courtyard, its bed already lined with a protective cloth. Working in tandem, the two of them hoisted the three-seater sofa onto the truck. The genuine leather sofa was no lightweight, especially with its solid wood frame, and Wonquan grimaced as he lifted it. "Easy, easy. Don't bump it. This is my star attraction for today. It was junk this morning, and now it's the star attraction this afternoon? That's not the same thing." Wonquan caught his breath. "This morning it was furniture in need of rescue. This afternoon it's like new premium piece. I've even got the ad copy ready. Urgent sale due to customer, moving leather in excellent condition, connoisseurs only." Lin looked up at him. "Where is your conscience with that ad copy?" Wonquan replied with a straight face, "In the second-hand business, conscience means not claiming something's brand new." Lin almost laughed out loud. After loading the sofa into the truck, they moved on to the coffee table and nightstands. Lin carefully patted the corners of the coffee table with foam and secured the nightstand drawers with tape to prevent them from shifting and getting damaged during the trip. Wonquan looked on with satisfaction. "You're really thorough. Let me tell you, the worst thing in the second-hand business is being sloppy. Having good merchandise is one thing, but if it gets even a single scratch on the way to the customer's doorstep, all your hard work goes to waste." Lin draped the final protective cover over the furniture. "How much do you sell these for?" "This set?" Wonquan thought for a moment. "The sofa alone would go for 1,200 yuan, no problem. The coffee table is 400, and the two nightstands together are 350. If I sell the whole lot to someone renting in the neighborhood, I'd probably get between 1,800 and 2,000. What is your cost for sourcing this?" "A little over 700. Add 300 for the Omni Cleanse fee, plus gas and labor, and I'll make 700 or 800. Lin nodded. That's the profit margin for an average second-hand dealer. Hunting for goods, hauling them, Omni Cleanse, taking photos, haggling, and delivering. After all that hassle, it's just hard-earned money. But the same goods in his hands are a different story. It wasn't about having a keen eye, it was that his system skill could drive the cost of Omni Cleanse down to a shockingly low level. For others, cleaning a set of sofas wasn't worth it. Just in terms of labor and time, he'd eat half a pound of meat and 2 steamed buns, and have it done in 10 minutes. That was the real key. Wonquan scanned the QR code to transfer the money. His phone beeped. 300 yuan had been received. Wonquan shoved his phone back into his pocket and glanced back at the courtyard one last time before getting into the car. "Mr. Lin, you could really make something out of this place. Don't call it Donggang Studio anymore, it sounds cheap. Change the sign, take some clean photos, post them on your social media, and everyone in the nearby neighborhoods looking to rent, move, or open a bed and breakfast will come to you." "I was just planning to make a sign. Don't pick a name that's too tacky. Omni Cleanse Studio, second-hand refurbishment. How is that?" Wonquan mulled it over for a couple of seconds. "Simple, safe, no nonsense. Works. Just lacks a bit of online flair." "Then what should we call it? The Center for Reviving Old Things?" Lin waved his hand. "Forget it. Sounds like a business dealing with the afterlife." Wonquan chuckled. "All right, stick with simple for now. Once you've made it big, I'll come up with something classier for you." The van started up and slowly drove out of the yard. Lin stood at the gate, watching the vehicle turn onto the village road. The sofa in the back was covered with a tarp, with only a bit of the armrest peeking out. 300 yuan isn't much. But this 300 yuan is clean. No disputes, no haggling, no strings attached. It's way more comfortable than haggling with people over scrap metal. Now that the yard was empty, there was actually more work to do. Lin picked up a broom and swept from the gate to the shed, then from the west wall to the southeast corner. Paper scraps, rust flakes, bits of plastic, cigarette butts, and broken cable ties were all swept into a pile. It looked clean when he first cleared the area, but when he actually bent down to work, he realized that the old Donggang Studio wasn't going to transform with just a few swipes of the broom. The black mud at the base of the walls had been compacted for years, mixing with rust, motor oil, and rainwater to form a hard crust. A ring of blackened stains encircled the base of the shed's posts. Not even a pressure washer could budge them. The concrete patch in the southwest corner was even worse. Scrap motors had once been piled there, and oil stains had seeped in, leaving it a dull, dark color. Lynn crouched down and scraped at it a few times with a putty knife. It wouldn't budge. He tried scrubbing it with a wire brush. Only a bit of loose dust came off. He stared at that patch of floor, feeling a tingle of restlessness in his hands. With the yard cleaned so spotless today, leaving a few black scars behind just looked so out of place. I'll just give it a try. Lynn leaned the broom against the wall, went back inside to grab half a bottle of water, then fished 2 Snickers bars out of a drawer and stuffed them into his pocket. Cleaning the furniture earlier had taken quite a bit of energy, and it had been several hours since lunch. Logically, he shouldn't be wasting system skills. But that's just how people are. After mopping the floors of a new house, even a single shoe print in the corner makes you want to scrape it off. He walked to the west corner, pressing his palm close to the patch of black mud but not quite touching it. Manna extended from his palm in a thin layer, settling first on the concrete surface. The floor fell silent for half a second. The next second, the edges of the black mud began to loosen. That layer of grime, compressed for years, retreated from the concrete grain, crumbling into fine dust that gathered in front of Lynn's palm. The oil stain faded in color, and rust dust emerged from the cracks, mixing with the dust to form a small clump of dark brown grime. Lynn looked down at it, breathing softly. This was different from washing shoes or cleaning appliances. Shoes have boundaries, ovens have casings, and furniture has clear limits. The courtyard did not. The concrete floor connected to the wall to the shed posts, and the shed posts pressed down on the old grease stains. Once the system skill was unleashed, its reach was too vast. Lynn had originally intended to clean just a palm-sized grease stain, but once the manna touched the base of the wall, it seeped through the fine cracks to the side. Dust, iron filings, shards of glass, and years of grime accumulated in the corner were all drawn out. Ha! He quickly called it off. But it was already a little too late. Chapter 63, Physical Exhaustion. Within a 10-meter radius of the west wall, a clean line of grime was peeled away. The original cement gray of the wall's base was exposed, and the black stains on the floor began to fade. The grime had vanished. It had all gathered in front of Lynn's hand, first a pinch, then a clump, and finally piling up into a fist-sized mass. The mixture was a chaotic jumble of colors. Black soot, yellow rust, oily sludge, plastic dust, and fine sand were all mixed together. Up close, there was a pungent smell of old motor oil. Lynn's scalp prickled at the sight. If we sent this stuff for testing, it'd probably give the old-timers at the Environmental Protection Bureau a heart attack. He grumbled, but his hands didn't stop. Since he started, he might as well take care of the most unsightly spots while he was at it. He narrowed his focus and worked his way along the base of the west wall. Manna pushed forward, hugging the ground. The black streaks in the concrete cracks retreated inch by inch. The mold stains in the corners were scraped clean. The rusty powder at the base of the rafters fell away, revealing the original color of the old concrete. It wasn't new concrete, its age was evident, but it was clean, fresh, and pleasing to the eye. If anyone had been standing nearby, they would have thought he was filming a special effects video. No broom was used. No water was hosed down. No cleaning spray was used. The grime retreated from the corners on its own, piling up obediently before him. Lynn looked at the cleared-out section of the wall and felt a flutter of excitement. If I took on the OmniCleanse contract for the neighborhood's underground garage, wouldn't I strike it rich? The thought had barely surfaced when he quashed it. No way. Too flashy. Washing shoes, umbrellas, furniture, even using cleaning solution as a fig leaf. Cleaning an entire yard? Who would believe that? If someone actually filmed him, he could already picture the next day's headline: Man in Leanza County removes grime bare-handed, suspected of possessing a system. By then, forget about making money. He'd be paraded around like a circus act by his relatives and friends. Lynn withdrew some of his manna, intending to call it a day. But there was still a ring of black grime at the drain in the southeast corner. It was an old mud stain left over from when the yard used to flood, mixed with rusty water from scrap metal, a truly unsightly color. Having a spot like that right next to the newly laid floor mats would really bring the whole place down. Just this last bit. He walked over and crouched down. He aimed the palm of his hand at the drain opening. The moment the mana hit the surface, Lynn sensed something was wrong. The area beneath the drain was far dirtier than the surface. Old mud, sand, grease, decaying leaves, and iron filings were all lodged deep within the channel. The system skill burrowed into the drain, pulling out something much heavier than before. A black thread crawled out of the drain, coiling into a ball, and gathered along the edge of the floor mat. Lynn wanted to stop. But his body reacted first. His stomach felt completely empty. His limbs went limp. A buzzing sound filled his ears, and the edges of his vision darkened. Gritting his teeth, he cut off the mana, pushed off the ground with his palms, and tried to stand up. He lost his balance. His knees hit the ground first, then his whole body lunged forward, his elbows slamming into the mat. Damn it! The fall wasn't too hard, but it was embarrassing. Lynn lay on the floor, sweat beading on his forehead, his shirt back quickly soaked through. It was that faintness from low blood sugar, not fatigue, but his body running on empty. It was a struggle just to lift his arms, his stomach cramped, spasmed, an unnerving emptiness gnawing at him. He reached into his pocket. He missed on the first try. On the second, he pulled out a Snickers bar. The wrapper slipped through his sweaty fingers. He tore it open with his teeth, swallowed it in a few bites, and the cloying sweetness flooded his mouth, nearly choking him. He unscrewed the cap on his bottled water and took 2 gulps. He still hadn't recovered. Lynn simply sat down on the mat, leaned his back against the wall, and rested with his eyes closed for quite a while. The courtyard was quiet. In the distance, an electric scooter passed along the village road, its tires crunching over gravel. Next door, Aunt Wang's spatula clattered against the pot she was probably making dinner. The wind blew through the empty shed without the pile of scrap blocking it. It felt a bit chilly against his skin. After a dozen or so minutes, the queasy feeling in his stomach finally subsided. Lynn opened his eyes and looked at the pile of grime in front of him. The filth he pulled out of the drain filled nearly half a basin of black, gooey mass mixed with rust flakes and sand. Glancing around, he saw a clean strip along the base of the west wall, the drain opening exposed in its original state, and the edges of the doormat looking fresh and clean. The result was satisfying. But the cost was brutal. Lynn picked up the second Snickers bar, tore open the wrapper, and took small bites. I've really lost out. He ran the numbers in his head. Cleaning this little patch of yard couldn't be directly converted into cash. Yet the energy drain was even worse than cleaning an oven. If he hadn't stashed the chocolate beforehand, he might have been stuck on the ground until dark. The system's skill wasn't an endless faucet. And it certainly wasn't a free cheat code. It fed on his blood sugar, fat, and stamina. Used wisely, it was a money-making machine. Abused, it was like burning himself as fuel. Lynn finished his bottle of mineral water and pushed himself up against the wall. His legs were still a little wobbly. He went inside to grab a dustpan, shoveled the mess into a trash bag, and swept up the remaining metal shavings in the corner. After finishing that, he didn't touch system skill again. He dutifully grabbed a mop and gave the floor a quick wipe. When manual labor is required, manual labor it is. No matter how powerful a cheat is, you can't use it to wipe your own butt. By the time he was done cleaning up, the yard finally looked presentable. To the left of the entrance, Lynn wrote "to be processed zone" on a wooden board. In the southeast corner, Omni Cleanse Reclaim Zone. By the wall of the shed, Finished Goods Temporary Storage Zone. On the open space to the west, Scrap Zone. Just 4 rickety wooden boards with mediocre handwriting, but the rules were now in place. From now on, whether Dajuan was delivering or Wonquan was picking up, they could place items in their designated zones as soon as they walked in, which would cut down on the chaos significantly. Lynn snapped a few photos and sent them to Wonquan. Just tidied up a bit more. See if it looks like a proper studio. One Quan replied 2 minutes later. Not bad. Your execution is kind of scary. Another message followed immediately. Just make sure to change the sign over there ASAP. Don't keep it saying Scrap Collection Center. Otherwise, when clients see the sign, their first thought will be, if I send my furniture in there, will it ever come back out? Lin chuckled after reading it. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Just as he finished replying, a message from Chang popped up. Boss Lin, the provincial capital said we can inspect the goods tomorrow morning. The factory is pushing hard, and others are asking about it too. Lin stared at the screen, his finger hovering for 2 seconds. 600 pairs of shoes. 40,000 in cash. This wasn't a small-scale operation. The yard had been cleared, and the funds were in place. But if he actually took on this shipment, the work that followed OmniCleanse, photography, shipping, and setting up the stall would be a massive undertaking. He replied. We'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Send me the address. Chang sent a location and added. This shipment includes a few boxes of Li Ning's high-end models. They look good to me, but we'll have to pick them out in person tomorrow. Don't let the factory slip in any junk. Lin saved the location and turned to go inside. There was braised pork left over from lunch in the pot, and rice too. He desperately needed a hearty meal right now, otherwise, his brain wouldn't function tonight. He turned on the heat, and the aroma of the meat soon filled the air. Lin sat on a small stool, rubbing his aching knees, and couldn't help but glance out at the courtyard again. Empty. Clean. Neat. This place finally didn't look like the old stall his father had left behind. But the old sign was still leaning against the wall, the words Guoliang Scrap Collection Station peeling with chipped paint. Lin stared at it for a long time. Signs change, and so do roads. But this piece of land, he had to hold on to it. Chapter 64, Buying Shoes in the Provincial Capital. Dinner was the leftover braised pork from lunch, served with rice. It was still decent after being reheated. The pork skin was tender and full of flavor. As Lin ate, he scrolled through his phone. Chang's location was already saved. The provincial capital logistics park, on the eastern outskirts of the city, a 2.5-hour drive on the highway. Over 600 pairs of shoes. Goods worth 40 or 50,000. This wasn't some small-time operation with 50 pairs in a van by the roadside. If he could land this deal, it would be like holding a small gold mine in his hands. But he couldn't handle it alone. He needed help selecting the goods, someone to work with him on haggling, and most crucially, he didn't have a car. If he rode his electric scooter onto the highway, the traffic police would chase him for 3 service areas. Lin put down his chopsticks and dialed a number. The background noise on Shichou's end was chaotic, a child crying, mixed with the sound of a cartoon. Hello? Boss phone, what's up? Director Lee, are you free tomorrow? Thursday? Sure, I'm free. I don't have classes today. What's going on? We're going to the provincial capital to check out some goods. There was a moment of silence on the other end as someone soothed the crying child. The provincial capital? What kind of goods? That batch of smoked leather shoes I told you about last time. There are over 600 pairs in the contract manufacturer's warehouse in the provincial capital. The warehouse owner is desperate to move them, so I need to go take a look. If the price is right, I'll bring them all back. Shichou's voice suddenly rose. Over 600 pairs? Last time at Xingyue Plaza, we sold 38 pairs in one night. That's enough to stock the store for nearly 2 weeks. That is why I'm asking you to come along. You can help me haggle. You've got a sharper tongue than I do. Haggling is a family tradition. His voice rose a notch, then dropped immediately, probably so as not to wake the kids. What time are we leaving? 6 in the morning. I'll pick you up downstairs at your place. All right. What are you driving? That little 3-wheeler of yours? I'll borrow Young's. Young's car? All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, Lin took a sip of water and dialed another number. Big Young always answered quickly, the line picked up after just 2 rings. What's up, Fingsy? Have you eaten yet? Just finished. Young, I need to borrow your car for a day tomorrow. There was a brief pause on the other end. Young's voice took on his usual interrogative tone. What for? I'm heading to the provincial capital to close a deal. What kind of deal? Lin had expected him to press for details. Young had spent over a decade working in a township office. He had to get to the bottom of everything, just like keeping meticulous ledgers. I'm buying up a batch of surplus stock brand name sneakers. A contract manufacturer in the provincial capital is clearing out their inventory. I'm going to check out the goods, and if the price is right, I'll bring them back to sell. How many pairs? About 600. There was silence on the other end for several seconds. Where do you get that much money? I saved it up. I made a decent profit flipping second-hand goods recently, and I sold off that pile of junk in the yard for 30,000. It all adds up. Lin paused. It's just a normal second-hand deal, nothing shady. Don't worry, Young. Young was silent for a moment longer. Who's going with you? Do you need me to come along? No, Shichou's coming with me. Shichou? His tone eased slightly. Shichou and Lin had grown up together. Young knew him. Although he found the kid a bit of a chatterbox, he was a decent guy. All right, come pick it up yourself first thing tomorrow morning. I'll be there at 6. If the fuel light comes on, fill it up yourself. Drive carefully on the highway, don't go over 120. Got it, Young. And don't scratch it. Your wife Lily borrowed the car last time and left a scratch on the bumper that still hasn't been fixed. No way, no way. I'll make sure it's exactly the same when I get back. Young gave a couple more reminders before hanging up. Lin placed his phone face down on the table and opened his banking app to check his balance. Balance, 63,870 yuan. This amount came from the over 30,000 yuan he'd earned selling scrap to Old Ma, plus what he'd saved from selling items on Xianyu, running a street stall, and OmniCleanse fees over the past few weeks. It looked like a decent sum, but once he transferred it all tomorrow, only a fraction would remain in his account. He opened the calculator and did a rough estimate. Over 600 pairs of shoes, at 30% of the factory price, would cost about 47,000 to 48,000 yuan. Add in middleman commissions, shipping, and miscellaneous expenses, and the total outlay would be closer to 55,000 yuan. And after refurbishing them? Last time, with 53 pairs, he made roughly 25,000 yuan from Xianyu in the street stall, averaging just under 500 yuan per pair. This time, using a conservative average of 300 yuan per pair, 600 pairs would bring in 180,000 yuan. After deducting costs, that's a net profit of over 120,000. If we're optimistic, it could even hit 200,000. Lin stared at the numbers on the calculator for a few seconds, then turned off the screen. The catch is that the quality has to be good. If there's too much junk when we get there, it'll be a wasted trip. He opened the photos Chang had sent earlier and flipped through them. Taken with a phone, the lighting was dim. He could see cardboard boxes stacked on metal racks. The cardboard was blackened, heavily stained with smoke, and the brand labels were smudged. He couldn't tell the exact condition. He'd have to handle them to know for sure. Lin set his alarm for 5:30 a.m., checked his wallet, ID, and power bank, then stuffed 3 Snickers bars, a Weiji Yuan fish fillet, and a bottle of water into his backpack. It had become a recent habit of his to always carry some food when he went out. While others worried about their phones running out of battery, he worried about himself running out of energy. At 5:30, when the alarm went off, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Lin splashed cold water on his face, wolfed down a bowl of instant noodles to tide him over, locked the gate, and rode his electric scooter toward town. It was about a 10-minute ride to De Yong's place. He arrived just after 6, and his sister-in-law, Chen Xiaoyan, was already busy in the kitchen. Is Fengzi here? The keys are on top of the cabinet. Yong made sure to clear out the back seat for you last night, his sister-in-law called out from the kitchen. Got it, sis. Lin grabbed the keys and went downstairs to start up de Jong's Grey La Vida. It had been driven for 6 years, and the odometer was nearing 80,000 kilometers. Sure enough, the low fuel light was on, so he first pulled over to the gas station at the intersection and filled up with 200 yuan worth of gas. At 6:20, he arrived at the building where Xichao lived. Xichao was already waiting at the building entrance, holding a bulging white plastic bag in one hand. He slid into the passenger seat, set the bag at his feet, and pulled out a hard-boiled egg to start peeling it. My sister-in-law packed this for us. 4 eggs and 2 steamed buns. She said things are expensive in the provincial capital, so we should eat this on the way. Your sister-in-law is really thoughtful. You bet. Xichao buckled his seatbelt and glanced around the dashboard. Wow, you've kept this car in great shape, Yong. It's 6 years old but looks like it's only been around for 3. People in the system take good care of their cars. No wonder the handlebars on my electric bike are almost worn down. Lin shifted into gear and pulled onto the provincial highway toward the entrance. There wasn't much traffic on the road at dawn. On either side were wheat fields just beginning to head, a vast expanse of green, with the horizon tinged grayish-white. Xichao chewed on his egg, his mouth never stopping. How many times have you met that Chang? 3 times. The first time was buying shoes by the roadside, the second was when he delivered goods to Donggang Studio, and after that we kept in touch via WeChat. Is he reliable? No issues so far. Last time, over 50 pairs were genuine, and the paperwork was in order. This time, he hooked us up with a contract manufacturer in the provincial capital. How does he make money? Commission? He is probably taking a cut from both sides. That's the middleman's game, 1 cut from the buyer, 1 from the seller. We'll have to negotiate the percentage down later, you keep an eye on that for me. Xichao stuffed a piece of egg yolk into his mouth and mumbled, don't worry, leave the haggling to me. Last semester, a parent wanted a discount when renewing their tuition. They haggled with me for 40 minutes, but in the end, I held my ground and didn't give an inch. But that was them haggling with you. It's the same thing, it's all a psychological game. Once the car merged onto the highway, Xichao dug out another steamed bun and started munching on it. Lin went over the details of this shipment. A fire broke out in the warehouse next to the contract manufacturer, and thick smoke seeped in. Over 600 pairs of brand-name shoes were suffocated for about 2 days. The exteriors turned completely black, but they weren't scorched or waterlogged, so the shoe structure should be fine. Is it similar to the batch you bought last time? Pretty much. But the volume is 10 times larger, and the brands are more mixed. There's Santa, Li-Ning, and Step. We'll see the specifics when we get there. Your Omni-Cleanse technology, can it handle 600 pairs? Lin didn't respond, changing the subject instead. Once we arrive, don't mention a single word about Omni-Cleanse, just say we're in the surplus distribution business, inspecting goods, negotiating prices, loading the truck. Don't discuss anything else. Got it, trade secrets. Xichao swallowed the last bite of his steamed bun, leaned back in his seat, and closed his eyes to rest. Don't worry, I'm good at keeping my mouth shut. You're good at it? Last time we were drinking, you even spilled the beans on where your wife hides her secret stash. That was different, I was drunk. I haven't touched a drop today. The La Vida accelerated to 130 miles per hour, the engine purring smoothly. The scenery outside the window shifted from wheat fields to rolling hills, then to factory buildings in an industrial zone. 2.5 hours later, they reached the exit for the eastern suburbs of the provincial capital. Lin followed the GPS off the highway, turned down 2 service roads, and the view suddenly opened up. A massive logistics park stretched out along a 6-lane, 2-way main road. Both sides were lined with gray-white steel warehouses, numbered from Zone A to Zone D. Semi-trailers and box trucks came and went, while forklifts shuttled back and forth across the loading docks. The air was thick with a mix of diesel fumes and the smell of cardboard. Several warehouse doors stood wide open, their interiors brightly lit. Shelving units stretched from floor to ceiling, crammed with standard shipping containers in endless rows. Xichao leaned against the car window, peering out, his eyes widening. Wow, now that's what I call a warehouse. Compared to this, those storage units back in our county town are nothing more than garages. Lin drove into the Zone C parking lot and found an empty spot to park. A message from Chang popped up on WeChat. Are you there yet? Waiting for you at the entrance to warehouse C03. We're here. Lin pulled the key out of the ignition and opened the door. 600 pairs of shoes. Everything hinged on today. Chapter 65, 54,000. A dozen or so warehouses in Zone C stood in a row, each over 10 meters high, with roll-up doors wide enough for a forklift to drive straight in. The floor was polished industrial concrete, far neater than the bumpy ground at Donggang Studio. At the entrance to warehouse C03, Chang was crouched on the steps, smoking. He was dressed the same as always, a black t-shirt, jeans, and a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. When he saw Lin and Xichao approaching, he stubbed out his cigarette and stood up. Mr. Lin, you're here pretty early. It's not that early. It took me 2.5 hours to get here. Lin shook his hand and turned to introduce him. This is my brother, Xichao. Xichao extended his hand with confidence. Nice to meet you, Chang. Chang sized him up and smiled. An extra pair of hands is good, will sort through the goods faster. Come on, let us go inside. The three of them walked past an iron gate and entered the warehouse. Lin slowed his pace. It was huge, truly massive. C03 and the adjacent C04 had been knocked through. Half the dividing wall had been torn down, merging the two warehouses into one. At a glance, it covered over 2,000 square meters. Rows of fluorescent tubes hung from the beams, their white light blinding. 5 or 6 aisles of shelving stretched from the entrance to the farthest corner, with 4-tier metal racks crammed full of cardboard boxes. Some boxes were pristine, others had charred, blackened edges, still others were wrapped in plastic sheeting. Is all of this surplus stock? Xichao asked in a low voice. Chang replied as they walked, not entirely. C03 and C04 are the disposal zones for this complex. Fire-damaged goods, returns, and items recovered after being damaged in transit. All the defective products from various sources end up here. The batch of shoes you want to see is at the east end. It's been cordoned off separately. The three of them walked through 2 aisles and reached the area along the east wall. A 1-meter-high metal barrier cordoned off a space of 30 or 40 square meters, where 70 or 80 cardboard boxes were stacked neatly. The larger ones weighed 5 or 6 kilograms, the smaller ones 2 or 3. The box surfaces were uniformly a soot-black color from smoke. Chang tapped the top box. This is the batch, 632 pairs. I've got the factory shipping list. The brands are mostly Anta and Li Ning, with some Steppe and Hongqing mixed in. The fire started in the chemical warehouse next door. This room didn't have any open flames, it just filled with thick smoke that seeped in and smothered everything for nearly 2 days. No water damage? Lin asked, getting straight to the most critical point. None. The firefighters put out the fire in the next room. The water didn't reach this side. Lin crouched down and reached out to open the top cardboard box. Inside were 6 pairs, each in its own individual shoebox. The box surfaces were coated with a layer of soot, and the printed designs were barely visible. He pulled out a box and flipped open the lid. Li Ning running shoes. The white mesh upper, which should have been a light gray color, was now coated in a layer of grayish-black soot. He flipped the shoe over to inspect the sole. The rubber was intact, the stitching neat, with no cracks or peeling. The tongue, laces, and lining were all there, though the color had completely faded. He opened another 4 or 5 boxes in quick succession. Anta basketball shoes, Li Ning Arc Series, step racing shoes. There was quite a variety, ranging from high-end to mid-range. The degree of soot damage varied widely. Some had just a thin layer of dust, while others were as black as if they'd been fished out of a coal mine. Lin rubbed the upper of a pair of mesh running shoes with his fingers. The soot powder sat on the surface of the fibers without seeping in. The upper retained its normal elasticity. It wasn't stiff or brittle. At this level, system skill could handle it. Xichao leaned in to take a look, pulled out a pair, and whispered to Lin, a few of the mesh pairs have a yellowish tint. Not sure if it's from the smoke or heat. Lin nodded. Yellowing from heat is a material degradation. It's not the same as dirt. System skill can't restore that. Those need to be sorted out. He inspected another 10 or so boxes and got a better sense of the situation. Most of the merchandise was in decent condition. The proportion of major defects, yellowing, delamination, and oxidation wasn't too high, roughly 5 to 8%. That was acceptable. Let me see the inventory list. Chang pulled 2 folded A4 sheets from his pocket and handed them over. It was the factory packing list, with brand, model, colorway, and size clearly listed column by column. Lin scanned it over. Li Ning made up the bulk of the shipment, nearly 300 pairs, including over a dozen from the Yushui and Feidian series, high-end models retailing for 700 to 800 to 1200 yuan. There were about 200 pairs of Anta, with a significant number from the KT series. Steppe and Hongqingyurk combined totaled over 100 pairs, mostly mid to low-end models. How do we negotiate the price? Lin looked up at Chang. Chang leaned against the barrier, folding his arms. The factory's bottom line is 30% off the ex-factory price. The total ex-factory value of this batch is just over 160,000 yuan, so 30% off is 48,000 yuan. I'll take a 20% commission. 20%? Before Lin could respond, Xichao spoke up. His tone was calm and measured, and he was still holding the plastic bag he brought from the car. Chang, that commission is a bit steep. 20%? For a middleman dealing in surplus stock, the industry standard is usually 10 to 15%. You're starting with 20%. Do you think we're new to the provincial capital and don't know the market? Chang chuckled. Don't get worked up, brotherly. It hasn't been easy for me either. I've made 3 trips to the provincial capital, and I spent a lot on food, lodging, and gas. Besides, if I hadn't set this up, you wouldn't even know which way the warehouse door opens. I'll cover the setup fee. Xichao calmly pulled an egg out of the bag. He actually had one left and began peeling it as he spoke, but 20% is unreasonable. Think about it, Chang. These 600 plus pairs have varying degrees of smoke damage. Once we haul them back, we'll have to omni-clean them, inspect them, take photos, and stock them, and there's bound to be some that end up as scrap. My brother's taking on all the labor and risk, and you're pocketing 20%? That's even steeper than property management fees. Chang's smile faded slightly as he turned to look at Lin. Lin said nothing, crouching by the box and continuing to sort through the goods, checking the rubber stitching on the soles pair by pair. They agreed on this in the car before they arrived. Lin was playing dumb, while Xichao was in charge of haggling. One wouldn't respond, the other would push relentlessly. 15%. Xichao slipped the eggshell into his pocket and held up 3 fingers. 15% commission, that's the absolute limit. Also, the base price of 48,000 is too high. A 70% discount is still too steep. We need to knock it down to account for wastage. Chang pondered for a dozen seconds. Any lower, and I won't be able to explain it to my superiors. Your issues with your superiors are your problem. They've got nothing to do with us. Xichao spoke slowly. You know as well as I do, if you don't sell this batch to us, where else are you going to find a buyer who can take the whole lot in one go? If you try to sell them piecemeal, 10 or 20 pairs at a time, you won't be able to clear the stock until next year. That was a tough line. Chang's expression shifted, but he didn't argue. After a moment of silence, he turned to Lin. Mr. Lin, you name your price. Lin finally stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. The bottom line is 47,000. 15% commission. Total, 54,000. We'll transfer the funds today, count and load the goods on the spot, and haul the whole lot away in one go. 15% of 47,000 is 7,050. That comes to 54,050. It's 3,500 less than the 57,600 Chang had originally quoted. Chang furrowed his brow and didn't agree right away. I'll need to call the warehouse to confirm the 47,000 base price. Then go confirm it, Lin said flatly. We're not in a rush. We'll keep sorting through the items here for now. But let me make one thing clear, the final price will be based on the actual quantity we can take away. I'll set aside any items that aren't in good condition. Chang clenched his back teeth. All right, give me a minute. He turned and walked to the other end of the aisle to make the call. Shichao leaned in and whispered, 47,000 plus 7,000, that's 54,000. That's way over the 40,000 budget you mentioned earlier. Can you handle it? I can handle it. So how much do you have left on your card? Less than 10,000. Shichao Adam apple bobbed, but he said nothing more. The two continued sorting through the stock. With Chang out of the way, Lin picked up the pace, going through every unchecked box. He focused on 3 major defects: yellowed mesh, cracked soles, and peeling adhesive. In the end, he identified 41 pairs with obvious issues: 12 with yellowed, brittle mesh, 9 with peeling adhesive, and the rest with oxidized soles or mismatched pairs. The remaining 591 pairs all passed inspection. 5 minutes later, Chang returned. All right, we'll settle for 47,000. The base price is calculated based on 591 pairs, that's 41 pairs short. The base price is for the entire lot, Lin cut him off. The factory's quoted price is for the whole batch, not per pair. I'll keep the 41 defective pairs in the warehouse, you can deal with them yourself. Chang opened his mouth, glanced at the pile of rejected items set aside behind the partition, and ultimately didn't argue. All right. 47,000 plus 7,005, that's 54,050 in total. Lin pulled out his phone. First, he scanned the warehouse's corporate payment QR code. 47,000 yuan. Confirmed. Received. Then he transferred to Chang's personal account. 7,050 yuan. Confirmed. Received. The phone beeped twice. His bank balance flickered. 9,820 yuan. From 63,000 yuan, down to less than 10,000 after a morning's work. Lin slipped his phone back into his pocket. Shichao stood beside him, watching the entire process, his eyelid twitching twice. 60,000 yuan. He transferred it out without so much as a stutter. Shichao knew he couldn't muster that kind of resolve. The money was gone, now it was time to get the goods home. Chapter 66, Everyone has their own agenda. With the transaction settled, Chang helped coordinate the warehouse forklifts and hand trucks to move the 591 pairs of shoes from the cordoned-off area to the C03 shipping platform. The cardboard boxes were stacked along the edge of the loading dock, forming a wall nearly half as high as the structure. Lin counted them once the numbers matched up. He exchanged a quick word with Shichao and went to arrange for transport. Chang leaned against an iron pillar on the loading dock and lit a cigarette. Watching Lin's receding figure, he held the cigarette between his fingers and rubbed his thumb against his index finger. How much had he made on this deal today? Lin had paid him 7,050. That was the official amount. There was an under-the-table payment as well. He arranged a referral fee with the warehouse owner beforehand, 8% of the final price. 8% of 47,000 was 3,760. Add it all up, 10,801. Chang flicked his cigarette ash onto the ground, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Just over 10,000. 3 trips to the provincial capital, with gas and lodging costing less than 1,000. A net profit of over 9,000, for less than 2 weeks' work. That's easy money. No heavy lifting, no physical labor, just a few phone calls, a couple of trips, and setting up a connection. The buyer and seller each chip in, and he collects from both sides. That's how being a middleman works. Information asymmetry is where the biggest profits lie. But Chang knew full well that opportunities like this didn't come around every day. Factory fires were rare occurrences. Once the shipment was cleared, there wouldn't be another large order of this type in the provincial capital anytime soon. He had to find his next opportunity. Chang pulled out his phone and scrolled through a few industry groups he'd recently joined. In the surplus goods business, being well connected was more important than anything else. Which warehouse is being cleared out, which brand is facing returns, which production line has been scrapped. This kind of information circulates quickly in the groups, but the core sources of goods are rarely made public. You have to rely on private connections to find out. He swiped to a chat window labeled Old Zhou Wuhan. This guy runs a warehousing and logistics business in Wuhan. A couple of days ago, he posted a moment with a photo of a warehouse area submerged in water, caption simply, "Here we go again." Chang Han-ti paid much attention to it at the time. But today, it popped into his mind, so he tapped to take a look. Lao Zhou had posted several updates. The latest one was from last night, 3 photos showing water outside the warehouse up to the calves, the bottom shelves inside completely submerged, and a pile of collapsed cardboard boxes. The caption read, "Over 2,000 boxes of water-damaged goods from a regional warehouse of a certain sports brand. Insurance damage assessment in progress. Message me if interested." Over 2,000 boxes. Chang licked his lips, swiped back to the chat window, and typed a message, "Zhou Yong, which brand is the water-damaged stock? What category? Is the damage assessment done yet?" After sending it, he slipped his phone back into his pocket and went back to smoking. Fire-damaged goods can be cleaned, and if water-damaged goods haven't been soaked for too long, they're still salvageable. Water-damaged shoes develop mold on the leather and loose rubber soles, but if the shoe structure hasn't warped or the glue hasn't come apart, someone with the right connections can take them in, fix them up, and still sell them. The key is the price. The insurance valuation for water-damaged goods is even lower than for fire-damaged goods, because water stains are harder to remove than smoke stains, and most second-hand dealers are afraid to take them on. That's where his opportunity lies. He has seen firsthand just how effective that Lin Gai's Omni Cleanse is. Over 50 pairs of shoes that were blackened by smoke were listed on Xianyu within days of being sent back, their uppers as clean as brand new store stock. He also took on a massive order of 600 pairs in one go. You don't come across buyers like this more than a few times a year. He needs to maintain this relationship. If he could close the deal in Wuhan, he, Chang, could refer it to Lin another commission in the bag. Just as he finished his cigarette, old Joe texted back, "Mixed batch from Anta and 361 degrees. It's been sitting for about 30 hours, and the insurance company is still dragging their feet. Interested?" Chang replied, "Sounds interesting, but didn't rush to make an offer." He stubbed out the cigarette and let his gaze fall on the pile of black cardboard boxes on the platform. In this line of work, to put it bluntly, you chase disasters. Wherever there's a fire, you go. Wherever there's a flood, you go. Others see losses, he sees nothing but merchandise. Lin had no idea what Chang was thinking. He and Shichao left the warehouse and walked along the Zone C platform toward the Park S Logistics Service Center. They needed to find a way to transport the 600 pairs of shoes back. The trunk of the La Vida could hold 20 boxes at most. There was simply no room for the remaining 60-plus boxes. The Logistics Service Center was part of the Industrial Park S facilities, a row of counters dedicated to handling less than truckload LTL and full truckload FTL shipments. Lin walked up to the counter and asked around. For a full truckload from the provincial capital to Linzhi County, a 4.2-meter flatbed truck was quoted at 1,200 yuan. Too expensive. Sharing a dedicated route would get them there the next day at the earliest, but the shoes would have to be unloaded at a logistics hub in the county seat, and they'd still have to go pick them up themselves, a real hassle. Just as he was pondering his options, Shichao pointed to a small silver flatbed truck parked at the edge of the lot. The truck had a cargo bed just over 3 meters long and a cab that seated 2. A middle-aged driver in a gray vest was leaning against the front of the truck, scrolling through his phone. That kind of small flatbed should be cheaper. Lin walked over to strike up a conversation. "Sir, is the truck empty?" The man in the gray vest glanced up at him. "Depends on where you're going." "Linzhi County. It's under Qinghe City." "How far is that?" 2.5 hours on the highway, about 200 kilometers. The man in the gray vest thought for a moment. "What kind of cargo?" "Shoes, packed in cardboard boxes, 70 or 80 boxes." The man in the gray vest stood up and walked around his truck bed, sizing it up. "It'll fit. 600 yuan. 400. Lin bargained straight away. 400? That won't even cover gas. It's over 200 kilometers one way. I'll have to drive back empty after this." "You'd be driving empty anyway." Lin pointed at the empty truck bed. "I'll make a little something on this run. It's better than just sitting here scrolling on my phone." gray vest was momentarily stumped and gave Lin a once-over. Xichao chimed in at just the right moment. "Driver, our cargo isn't heavy. We'll handle the loading and unloading ourselves, you just drive." 400 yuan for 2.5 hours works out to 160 yuan an hour. That's way better than driving for Didi. The man in the gray vest hesitated for a few seconds, then waved his hand. 450. I want to do it for less. 420. 450. 430. Fine, fine. The man in the gray vest pulled the keys out of his pocket. "Let us load up." They finally settled on 430. Lin got the driver's phone number. He led the driver to platform C03, and the three of them loaded the boxes onto the truck together. The cardboard boxes weren't heavy, 4 or 5 kilograms each, but there were so many of them. They passed over 70 boxes in an assembly line fashion, stacking them 2.5 layers high and securing them with crisscrossed ropes. Once the truck was loaded, the man in the gray vest drove it to the entrance of the industrial park to wait. Lin wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to the platform to hand things over to Chang. Once the warehouse checkout procedures were complete, Chang handed him a handover form to sign. "Mr. Lin, take good care of this shipment. If I hear anything else, you'll be the first I contact." "Got it. Let me know anytime if you have any good stock." The two shook hands. Chang watched them walk out of the warehouse, then looked down at his phone again. Old Joe had sent another message, attached with 2 photos of the interior of the flooded warehouse. He licked his lips and began typing. By the time they left the logistics park, it was almost noon. Lin and Xichao drove the La Vida to a street in a town on the eastern outskirts of the provincial capital and found a noodle shop with a small storefront but a bustling crowd. The beef flat noodles in the provincial capital were different from those in Linza. The noodles were wider, the broth was loaded with chili oil, and the beef was large chunks braised fresh, 15 yuan a bowl. The two of them each ordered a large bowl and asked for 2 rujiamo as well. Xichao took a bite of his bun and mumbled, 54,000. You're really willing to put that much on the line? My entire savings on my paycheck is only 20,000. We have to bet on it. Stock like this doesn't come around often. If we miss this batch, who knows when the next one will be. How do you plan to sell 600 pairs of shoes? Set up a street stall? Street stalls, Xianyu, and negotiating wholesale deals with discount sports stores in the county seat will push it on 3 fronts. We'll make a profit on retail sales of the high-end models and sell the mid to low-end ones in bulk. Xichao thought for a moment. I know the owner of one of those discount stores in the county seat. His surname is Wei. I used to buy sneakers for my son there, and we got along pretty well. I'll ask him for you. If he is willing to take loose stock, selling 30 or 50 pairs at a time shouldn't be a problem. All right. You handle this. If the deal goes through, you'll still get 20%. 20% is enough, I'm satisfied. Xichao slurped a mouthful of noodles, his eyes sparkling. Fengzi, to be honest, you're on the right track. Last time, setting up for one night netted me 3,500. I taught at a tutoring center for 3 years, and even during the busiest month of summer break, I only made 6,000. Once we clear this batch of 600 pairs, how much will you give me? Lin tapped him with his chopsticks. Don't get ahead of yourself counting money. The shoes haven't even been cleaned yet. I'm not worried about your omni-cleanse skills. I saw how clean that last batch of shoes came out. Honestly, they were cleaner than the ones on display at the brand's flagship store. It's just that you still haven't told me exactly how you do it. Trade secret. That's all you've got to shut me up? As long as it works, that's all that matters. I'll teach you later. Xichao didn't press the issue and ordered another bowl of noodle soup to fill himself up. After finishing their meal, Lin checked the time. It was just past 1 o'clock. The gray-vested driver's small truck had left before them. He was taking the national highway instead of the expressway, so they estimated he'd reach Linza around 5 or 6. The two got into the La Vida and merged onto the expressway. Traffic wasn't too heavy that afternoon, and the La Vida cruised at 120 kilometers h. Xichao, sitting in the passenger seat, let out a belch, reclined his seat slightly, and began chattering away as he ran the numbers. 600 pairs isn't right, it's 591 pairs. Based on last time's experience, the average price at the stall is over 300. The high-end ones can go for 800 or 900, or even 1,000, if you sold them all. What's the conservative estimate? Lin stared at the road ahead. Costs, 54,000 plus shipping, meals, and miscellaneous expenses. Let us round that up to 55,000. After refurbishing them all, if we sell them at an average of 300 each, that's 177,000. If we're optimistic and go with 400, it's over 230,000. So that means a minimum profit of 120,000? Minimum. Xichao whistled, rolled the car window down a crack, and let the wind rush in, drowning out the rest of his exclamation. A profit of 120,000 to 180,000. Funzi, do you know what that means? It means I won't be able to rest for the next 2 months. No. It means your Donggang studio, no, your second-hand refurbishment workshop might make more money than I did in my entire previous life. Lin didn't pick up on that. He wasn't thinking about how much he'd make just yet. The immediate problem was all too real. With 591 pairs of shoes to haul back, where was he going to stack them? The system skill Omni Cleanse consumed 10-20% of his stamina per pair. How many pounds of meat would he have to eat after cleaning 600 pairs? What shipping schedule should he follow? Would his Xianyu store get enough traffic? Should he change his street stall location? Every question was followed by a specific task. Money is never calculated, it's earned through hard work. Outside the window, the rolling hills gave way to plains, wheat fields stretched out in endless swaths, and in the distance, the white blades of wind turbines spun. Xichao leaned back in his seat and gradually fell silent. Lin glanced at the rearview mirror, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Almost home. 591 pairs of shoes were on the small cart behind him, bouncing along the bumpy road toward Donggang village. There was just over 9,000 yuan left in his bank account. He had to buy food, fill up on gas, set up his stall, and cover the shipping costs for his Xianyu listings. It felt like he'd been thrown back to square one overnight. But he wasn't panicking. The last time he started out with 10,000 yuan in his pocket, he hadn't even dared to treat himself to an extra bite of meat at meals. Now he held 591 pairs of shoes that could turn into 200,000 yuan, along with a skill that no one else could ever master. The La Vida exited the highway and turned onto the county road. Just as he spotted the sign for Donggang village in the distance, Lin's phone rang. It was the gray-vested driver. "Boss, how do I get to that village? My GPS took me to Linza County, I don't know the road from here." "Once you're in the county, don't turn, just go straight past 2 traffic lights, head east, turn right at the gas station, and drive 800 meters along the village road. There's a big iron gate on the north side of the road with a sign that says Scrap Collection Station." After saying that, Lin paused for a moment. The sign would have to be replaced tomorrow. Chapter 67, she just doesn't have that kind of luck. By the time the La Vida turned into Donggang village, a layer of gray had settled over the horizon. The wheat fields on either side of the county road rippled in the evening breeze. A few stray dogs lay by the roadside at the village entrance. They looked up at the sound of the car but were too lazy to move. Lin slowed down, his phone still pressed to his ear. "Driver, did you turn right at the gas station?" I turned right. "Is there a farm machinery parts shop up ahead?" "Right. Pass the farm machinery parts shop and go another 800 meters. It's on the north side of the road, a big iron gate. There used to be a scrap collection station sign hanging there. Drive slowly, don't drive right past it." "Got it. I see a bunch of poplar trees. It's right behind the poplars." After hanging up, Xichao sat up straight in the passenger seat and stretched. "Man, every day it's the same, eating eggs in the county town in the morning, spending 50,000 in the provincial capital by noon, then back to the village in the afternoon waiting for a shipment. Mr. Phone, your schedule is more intense than teaching my graduating class." Lin glanced at him. "Your graduating class might wear out your voice, but this is wearing out my life." Shichao chuckled. That's true. This isn't just business, you're selling your blood sugar by the pound. The car pulled up in front of Donggang Studio. Lin got out and opened the heavy iron gate first. He'd already cleared out the yard. It looked completely different from the cluttered mess it had been just a short while ago. On the left, a wooden sign read "To be processed area." In the southeast corner, mats had been laid out for the OmniCleanse refurbishment zone. Under the shed was the finished goods storage area, and the empty space on the west side was piled with scrap parts. Just 4 rickety wooden signs. The writing wasn't exactly neat, but the boundaries were clearly marked. Shichao stood at the entrance for 2 seconds, then clicked his tongue. I'm telling you the truth, this place looks more put together than our cram school's storage room. Your cram school has a storage room? Yeah, for piling up test papers. By the end, nobody dares touch them. That stuff is even more eerie than scrap metal. Open a box and it's full of students' resentment. Lin pushed the gate wide open, then turned to grab a pair of gloves from the car. Cut the crap. The truck's on its way. Over 70 boxes, enough to give your back a workout. My back is fine, Shichao said, patting his belly. It's just this Rujiamo still sitting heavy in my stomach. Don't let it spill out later. Within minutes, the sound of a small truck's diesel engine echoed from the intersection. A small silver flatbed truck rolled slowly up, its bed lashed with ropes, holding a pile of grayish-black cardboard boxes. From a distance, it looked like a truckload of stuff scavenged from a coal yard. The driver in the gray vest leaned out and asked, "Boss, is this the place?" "Right, unload it here." Lin stood by the door to direct him. The pickup backed into the yard, its tires crunching over the gravel at the entrance, causing the vehicle to sway slightly. The driver maneuvered it smoothly, coming to a stop right in front of the shed. Shichao walked around the truck, giving the ropes a pat. Nice work, driver. Not a single box fell off along the way, right? The driver got out and wiped his brow. Nothing could fall off. Your cargo's light, but the boxes are dirty. That girl at the toll booth gave me a few looks. She probably thought I was hauling coal briquettes. Coal briquettes aren't this expensive, Shichao interjected. This truckload is Mr. Lin's future. The driver chuckled. Well, your future looks pretty bleak. Lin didn't laugh along. He started inspecting the boxes first. After untying the ropes, he pulled a few boxes from the edge of the truck bed to take a look. The corners were slightly dented, but the boxes were intact, and nothing was missing. For the trip from the provincial capital to Linza, the 430 yuan was well worth it. Unload them. Put them all under the shed first, stack them in 2 rows, and don't pile them too high. Lin put on his gloves and picked up the first box. The boxes weren't heavy, each held 5 or 6 pairs of shoes, but the sheer volume was the challenge. 3 of them made trip after trip into the shed, and the driver in the gray vest pitched in too. People were coming and going on the roads of Donggang village at dusk. Dajuan rode his electric tricycle past the gate and, seeing the pile of gray-black cardboard boxes in the yard, slowed down. Fengzi, another shipment from the provincial capital? Lin looked up. Yeah, leftover stock. That's quite a load. It's okay, just getting back into the swing of things. Dajuan glanced at the boxes, then at Lin, and didn't ask any further. These days, he couldn't quite make sense of Lin's yard anymore. Back in the day, it was filled with scrap cardboard, rusty tin, and old appliances. Anyone could give it a quick appraisal. Now, though, with the OmniCleanse zone to the east and the scrapyard to the west, branded goods kept popping up from under the shed. Dajuan didn't say it out loud, but in his mind he slapped a new label on Lin. This kid isn't collecting junk anymore, he's collecting junk that nobody else can figure out. Once Dajuan was out of earshot, Shichao grinned as he hoisted a box. Fengzi, you're starting to get a bit of a mysterious reputation around the village. The look Dajuan gave you just now, it was like he thought you were brewing alchemy in your yard. Huh, cut the crap. Let us get moving. I'm serious. Before, this was called Donggang Studio, now it should be called the Donggang Village Mysterious Goods Distribution Center. One more word, and I'm docking 100 from your cut. Mr. Lin, I didn't say a thing just now. By the time they unloaded over 70 boxes, the sky had grown dark. 2 rows of cardboard boxes were stacked under the shed. The soot-black surfaces still carried a whiff of smoke. Most people would find the smell repulsive, but to Lin, it felt reassuring. Dirt means profit. The heavier the smoke, the less likely ordinary people are to take the job. The combined costs of OmniCleanse, labor, and after-sales risks could wipe out the entire value of the goods. But to Lin, as long as the shoes weren't burned through, the glue hadn't come apart, and the soles weren't broken, that sooty black carbon residue was just the outer layer. Peel that layer off, and underneath lies money. Xichao stood in front of the shed, hands on his hips, catching his breath. I hereby announce that 591 pairs of shoes have officially arrived in Donggang Village. Please, Director Lin, deliver your important speech. Lin unscrewed the cap of a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. No speech. I'll treat you to some meat tonight. That's a speech with substance. The masses will love it. The driver in the gray vest chuckled. Boss, the fare. Lin pulled out his phone and scanned the driver's payment code. 430 as agreed. Got it. The driver glanced at his phone and added, if you have another job like this next time, give me a call. My name is Old Ma Guoliang. I know this route well, the provincial capital, Qinghe, and Linza. Alright, I'll save your number. Lin added him on WeChat, labeling him Master Ma of the small flatbed. After the driver drove off, the courtyard fell silent. Lin closed the large iron gate halfway, then returned to the shed and pulled out a box to open it. The shoe box was covered in soot. He took out a pair of Anta basketball shoes. The uppers were a dull, grayish-black, but the soles were intact. He pressed his fingers against the rubber edges. They didn't feel loose. Xichao leaned in to take a look. How much can we sell these for? We'll have to clean them up to see the model. High-end ones can go for 600 or 700. Standard ones are around 300. So this whole box is worth 2,000 or 3,000? About that. Xichao looked at the 2 rows of boxes in the shed and swallowed hard. What I was just carrying weren't cardboard boxes, they were preformed blocks of RMB. Lin put the shoes back and closed the lid. We won't touch them tonight. Let us return the car first. He turned and locked the small door next to the shed, then turned on the yard lights. The light fell on the gray-black cardboard boxes piled there quietly. Lin stood there for a few seconds. He had just over 9,000 left in his account, yet 591 pairs of shoes awaiting refurbishment were piled up in the yard. To an outsider, this business venture would seem outrageously risky. But he possessed something others didn't. His true capital wasn't in his bank account, it was in the mana flowing through his palms. Xichao urged him, let us go, Mr. Lin. If you don't return the car soon, Yang will start interrogating you with that bureaucratic stuff. Lin turned off the lights and locked the door. It's fine if he interrogates me. I'm just worried my sister-in-law will ask if I've eaten. That's even scarier. The classic Chinese sister-in-law triple question, have you eaten? Do you have enough money? How's your love life? Lin paused in his steps. Don't even bring up that last one. Xichao blinked. What's up? No progress with the female teacher yet? Sigh, I don't think she's into me. Well, she's just not lucky enough. Lin didn't argue. He drove the La Vida out of Donggang Studio. Chapter 68, Assessing Minister Li's Appetite. Big Yong's place was in an old neighborhood in town. The building wasn't tall, and the stairwell lights were spotty at night, flickering on and off, giving it a distinctly vintage feel. Lin parked the La Vida downstairs and deliberately walked around the car to inspect it. The bumper wasn't scraped, the rims weren't scratched, and the body was clean. Xichao stood beside him, yawning. You're inspecting this more thoroughly than a rental car company. It's Yong's car. If it gets a single scratch, he'll harp on it for half a year. A government employee's car isn't just a car, it's a family asset. Lin took the keys upstairs. His sister-in-law, Chen Xiaoyan, opened the door. She was wearing loungewear and holding a dishcloth. The smell of stir-frying wafted from the kitchen. "You're back? Did you have a smooth trip?" "It went smoothly." Lin set the keys on the shoe rack. "I put 200 yuan worth of gas in the tank. No scratches or dents." Chen Xiaoyan smiled. Yang is inside. He was going on and on this afternoon, saying it's your first time driving his car to the provincial capital, so don't get distracted on the highway. Yang walked out of the living room, holding a teacup. "Did you secure the shipment?" "I did. I brought it back." "How much?" Lin didn't intend to hide much. "Over 50,000. Yang paused for a moment with the teacup in his hand. "Over 50,000 for a batch of smoke-damaged shoes?" Chen Xiaoyan also froze for a moment. "Smoke-damaged shoes? Like from a fire?" "No fire, just smoke from the warehouse. The shoes aren't ruined, they can be salvaged." Lin spoke casually. "I sold a batch a while back, it went pretty well. This time it's a bigger order." Yang frowned. "Fengzi, business is business, but don't gamble. 50,000 ISNT chump change. You don't have a steady paycheck right now, you can't tie up all your cash in one go." It wasn't a pleasant thing to hear, but it was the truth. Lin nodded. "I know what I'm doing. I've picked through the stock, I didn't take any damaged ones. We'll sell them in batches once we get back, and break even first." Shichao poked his head in from the doorway. "Yang, I'll vouch for him. I watched the whole thing today. Fengzi was pickier about the goods than my wife is about choosing greens. No yellowed ones, no peeling ones, no mismatched sizes. The warehouse staff were all fed up with him." Yang glanced at him. "You're coming along just to haggle?" "Mainly to keep my mouth busy." Shichao wasn't the least bit shy. "The other side originally wanted a 20% commission, but I haggled it down to 15%, saving Fengzi over 3,000. Yang, I'd say I did Donggang village proud today." Chen Xiaoyan was amused. Yang's stern expression softened slightly, but he still gave his instructions. "Keep all the contracts and receipts. Save the purchase orders, payment records, and shipping records. Don't let anyone come looking for your source of goods later and find you with nothing to show. I've got them both digital and hard copies. Also, hurry up and change the sign at Donggang Studio. Since you're doing second-hand refurbishment now, stop using the scrap collection station name. If the name doesn't match, people will have an easy time picking a fight. I'll get the sign changed tomorrow." Yan nodded. "All right. Have you eaten yet?" Shichao's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to speak, Lin beat into it. "We've already eaten, we had lunch in the provincial capital. I'll take Shichao out for a quick bite tonight." Chen Xiaoyan said, "We've got food here. Why don't you sit down and eat with us?" Shichao's expression suddenly became complicated. He wanted to eat, but he was afraid of intruding. Lin waved his hand. "No need, sis. We reek of cigarette smoke. We'll head out now. I'll bring some groceries over another time." Chen Xiaoyan walked them to the door and handed Lin a bag of apples. "Take these. Eat them on the way. You've been busy lately, but don't skip meals. You look much thinner than you did over the new year." Lin took the bag. "All right." Once they were downstairs, Shichao sighed. "Sister-in-law is really kind. That plate of green peppers and shredded pork just now, the smell alone was enough to make me want to stay." "Then why didn't you stay?" "I was afraid Yon would give me a lecture. Just having a meal, and then listening to half an hour of young people need to be more responsible. The meat wouldn't even taste good anymore." Lin chuckled and opened the car door. "Let us go find a little restaurant." They didn't drive far, settling on an old eatery at the town's main intersection. The sign read Lao Luas Homestyle Cuisine. The neon sign was faded, and a few plastic tables were set up outside. It was pretty busy for this time of day. A few truck drivers were sitting outside drinking beer, the evening news played softly on the TV inside, and the owner's wife bustled about, serving dishes with a brisk stride. Lin chose a table by the wall and sat down. Xichao picked up the menu and ordered without hesitation. Ma'am, 1 portion of braised pork belly, spicy stir-fried chicken giblets, sliced cucumber with sesame dressing, peanuts, and some spicy and sour shredded potatoes. Bring 2 bottles of beer first. Lin added, and add some twice-cooked pork, plus a bowl of rice. Xichao looked at him. You're still eating rice? I'm hungry. Beef noodle soup and a rujiamo for lunch, then moving cargo this afternoon. I can understand why you're burning through calories. The food arrived quickly. When the braised pork was served, it glistened with oil. The skin was stewed until tender, resting on a bed of potatoes. Lin picked up 2 pieces, mixed them with rice, and ate heartily. Xichao poured some wine and raised his glass. Here's to General Manager Feng's 591 pairs of shoes hitting the warehouse. May they sell like hotcakes soon, and may we all get rich together. Don't drink too much. We've got work tomorrow. I can only handle 2 bottles. It won't slow me down a bit. The 2 clinked glasses. After downing a mouthful of beer, Lin felt a little better. He'd driven over 500 kilometers today, picking out goods, haggling, paying, and unloading, and hadn't had much rest. More importantly, his mind had been on edge the whole time. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous the moment he transferred 54,000 yuan. But once the goods were in the yard, he actually felt at ease. Money turns into goods, and goods can turn back into even more money. As long as you're willing to work, there's always a way. Xichao picked up a piece of chicken offal with his chopsticks and said as he chewed, Fengzi, I've really seen something today. I used to hear people say you could make money off information asymmetries, but I never believed it. That kid Chang just acted as a middleman and walked away with 7,000. It wasn't just 7,000. Ha! The seller probably gave him a referral fee too. Xichao's chopsticks froze in mid-air. Holy shit, so he made 10,000 today? Pretty much. Xichao slapped the table, causing the sports car driver next to him to glance over. He quickly lowered his voice, that's way too easy money, isn't it? We're working our asses off hauling boxes, and he's just smoking and making calls. 10,000 gone. Lin picked up some food with his chopsticks, that's the fee for the source information. Then we can't let him keep us by the throat from now on. Let us use him for now. We don't have any channels right now, but he has the inside scoop. Once the shipment is out, we'll have to start reaching out to manufacturers, warehouses, and logistics parks ourselves. We can't just keep eating what others hand us on a silver platter. Xichao nodded, right. Chang can play both sides, but we'll find our own sources eventually. When that happens, I'll handle the talking, and you'll handle the magic. Lin looked up. Xichao quickly corrected himself, the technology core technology. We're a legitimate second-hand refurbishment studio. We don't deal in superstition. Lin couldn't help but laugh. The landlady walked by and overheard them, chiming in casually, what kind of studio is that? Xichao answered without missing a beat, a comprehensive footwear service center. The landlady paused, surprised. Shoe repair? Lin nearly choked on his drink. Xichao looked dead serious. It's a step above shoe repair. We specialize in giving old things a new lease on life. The landlady nodded. That's great. Not many young people these days are willing to work hard. After she left, Lin looked at Xichao. Comprehensive Footwear Service Center? Why not call it Donggang Shu King Headquarters? That works too. Sounds bold. Let us put up a sign at the entrance that says, we're not afraid of dirty shoes, we're just afraid of a busy Mr. Lin. Don't come in tomorrow. Please don't say that. I'm counting on my bonus to buy formula for my kid. That day, Lin ate more than usual. He polished off most of the braised pork, made good progress on the twice-cooked pork, and polished off 2 bowls of rice. Xichao started out teasing him, but the more he watched, the more something seemed off. With an appetite like that, today isn't about eating, it's about restocking. Lin set down his bowl. My brain was working overtime this morning, and I was hauling goods this afternoon. I hauled stuff too. Why can't I eat as much as you? You had 2 Rugiamo for lunch. That's no match for what you just did. Shichao counted on his fingers: braised pork, twice cooked pork, 2 bowls of rice, half a bottle of beer. Fengzi, have you been working out behind my back? Lin wiped his mouth with a napkin. I'm training to make money. I'd like to train like that too. But with that kind of workout intensity, most people couldn't handle it. After they finished eating, Shichao rushed to pay the bill. Lin stopped him. It's on me today. You're broke, and you're still trying to act rich? Treating you to a meal of pork 1 tea bankrupt me. Then I 1 tea hold back. Ma'am, wrap up another portion of braised pork for me to take home and let my wife try. Lin looked at him. Shichao chuckled. I haven't gotten my bonus yet, but I've got to maintain family harmony first. Lin paid the bill and, on a whim, settled the tab for the takeout braised pork as well. As they stepped out of the small restaurant, the streetlights in town had come on. The night breeze carried the scent of cumin from the barbecue stalls, and electric scooters whizzed by one after another on the roadside. Shichao, holding the takeout box, patted Lin on the shoulder. What time tomorrow? I'll start making the sign in the morning, then we'll begin sorting and photographing the goods in the afternoon. Come by if you're free. Sure. I have 2 classes in the morning, but I'll be there in the afternoon. I'm heading back then. Mr. Feng, get a good night's sleep. Starting tomorrow, the Donggang Village Shu King Championship officially begins. Get lost. Shichao laughed as he hopped on his scooter and rode off. Lin stood by the roadside, waiting until his taillights turned the corner before heading toward Donggang Studio. He felt a bit tired. But this kind of exhaustion was far more bearable than the endless frustration of his past life. At least every step he took today was stepping on money. Chapter 69, Her Mom Says It's Not Right. By the time Lin returned to Donggang Studio, it was nearly 9 o'clock. The courtyard was quiet, with only the shadows cast by the 2 rows of cardboard boxes under the shed. He checked the door locks first, then went inside to boil water and wash his face. Dust from the cardboard boxes still clung to his arms. After wiping them with a towel, the water in the basin turned black. It wouldn't wash off completely, so he used his system skill to omni-cleanse them, and only then were they clean. After all the hustle and bustle today, he was thoroughly exhausted. But Lin wasn't in a hurry to sleep. He pulled up a chair and sat by the shed, unpacked a box of shoes, and took out a pair of Li-Ning running shoes. The uppers were caked in thick soot, and the box was filthy. For a typical second-hand dealer, this kind of merchandise would first require hiring someone to pre-clean it, scrubbing the shoes, drying them, deodorizing, inspecting, and photographing them, and the labor costs per pair would be impossible to keep down. Scrub too hard and the mesh would pill, scrub too lightly and black stains would remain, and the resulting returns would drive anyone crazy. It wasn't that many people didn't want to make money, it was that after crunching the numbers, they didn't dare touch it. Lin put the shoes back in the box. His approach was different. While others relied on their eye for quality, connections, and labor, he used system skills to eliminate the toughest costs outright. That's where the biggest profits lie. It wasn't that he had some kind of magical eye, it was that the dirty, unwanted goods others couldn't handle could be turned around in his hands. His phone rang. Lin picked it up and saw it was his sister-in-law, Chen Xiaoyan. He answered, "Sis, aren't you asleep yet?" "Not yet. Just finished cleaning up." "You're home, right?" "I'm home." "Good." Chen Xiaoyan paused. "Did you go to the provincial capital today just for that shipment of shoes?" "Yeah, I brought the goods back." "You spent over 50,000 on it?" "Pretty much." There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Chen Xiaoyan wasn't one to meddle in financial matters, but with Lin's parents gone, she and Young were used to worrying about such things. Over 50,000 yuan was no small sum for an ordinary family, especially since Lin had previously been scraping by at Donggang Studio. "Fengzi, I don't know much about business, but don't push yourself too hard. Make money gradually, don't ruin your health." Young just mentioned that young people tend to act impulsively when they have a little money, but I told him Fengzi isn't that kind of person. Lin chuckled. "Sis, I'm not being impulsive. I've checked the goods they sell. As long as they sell, that is fine. Chen Xiaoyan closed a door on her end, probably heading into the bedroom, and her voice dropped a notch. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Fingzi. Don't take it personally. Lin's finger paused on the edge of the shoebox. He had actually guessed as much. About Lu Shui? Yeah. Chen Xiaoyan sighed. Teacher Gong got back to me today. She said Lu Shui herself didn't say anything bad. In fact, she said you're a down-to-earth guy who speaks with confidence. But her mom, she's not really on board. Lin didn't say a word. Chen Xiaoyan continued, her mother's point is that your parents aren't around, so there's no one to help out at home, plus, you're in the scrap recycling business now, and the work isn't stable. She is their only daughter, and she is a teacher, so they want her to marry someone in the civil service or a formal organization. The words were tactful, but the meaning was anything but. No parents. No stable job. Donggang Studio. On the marriage market, these 3 points were enough to weed a man out before he even made it to the final page. Lin looked at the cardboard boxes in the shed, his fingers rubbing the cigarette ash off the corner of a shoebox. He wasn't angry. He wasn't particularly upset, either. He just felt a bit of emptiness in his chest. After being tricked into returning to his hometown in his past life, he'd heard this kind of talk too many times. What girl would marry a man who can't keep his auto repair shop afloat and is up to his ears in debt? Who would want to spend their life with a man who has no parents, no house, no car, and no steady job? He'd had a second chance. His wallet was a little fuller, his yard a little tidier, but in the eyes of outsiders, the labels hadn't been torn off yet. Lin smiled and said, "It's okay, sis. It's only natural for them to think twice." "It's normal, sure, but it still makes me feel uneasy," Chen Xiaoyan said softly. "Your parents passed away early, that wasn't your fault. Besides, you're working hard now. What's so unstable about that?" Lin closed the shoebox. Blind dates are all about weighing each other's qualifications. If her family doesn't like me, it's no big deal. If I had a daughter, I'd probably want her to find someone more stable, too. "Don't say that," Chen Xiaoyan said, a touch of urgency in her voice. "What's wrong with you? You just got a late start. Didn't Yong work his way up from being a temporary worker in a township back in the day? I really haven't taken it to heart." Those words were meant to comfort his sister-in-law, but they were also meant to comfort himself. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. "So are you still in touch with Xiaolu?" "I'm not reaching out for now. Her family has already made their stance clear. There's no point in me pushing myself on them. Teacher Gong said Xiaolu is actually a really nice person, it's just that her mom is overbearing. Being nice doesn't mean she is the right fit." Chen Xiaoyan let out a soft sigh. What she feared most was that Lin would act like he didn't care on the surface, but be hurting deep down. After his parents passed away, this younger brother-in-law had shouldered many responsibilities on his own. He did it when he had no money, and now that he has started earning, he is still used to handling things alone. "Fengzi, don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for you. We want to look for someone with their head in the clouds. We'll find someone who knows how to manage a household." "Okay, I'll listen to you. You shouldn't be holed up at Donggang Studio all the time. You need to spruce yourself up, buy a couple of new outfits and get a haircut. You're actually not bad looking, it's just that you always dress like you just stepped off a construction site." Lin looked down at the dust on his pant legs. "Today I really do look like I just crawled out of a coal pile." Chen Xiaoyan chuckled. "You're still being sarcastic. Alright, I'm done. Get some sleep." "Yeah, good night, sis." After hanging up, the courtyard fell silent again. Lin sat in his chair as his phone screen slowly dimmed. He didn't get up right away. Lu Shui's WeChat was still in his contacts list, with the nickname Snow and a snowy landscape as her profile picture. Lin tapped on it and took a look. The chat history was short. The last time he asked her out to dinner, she said she had evening study. He replied, "Another time," and she sent an emoji. polite, courteous, and that was the end of it. He didn't delete her, nor did he send a message. When adults go on blind dates, things often don't need to be spelled out. The other person's silence, the family's attitude, and the matchmaker's response, all of that adds up to the answer. Lin slipped his phone back into his pocket and looked up at the shed. 591 pairs of shoes. Stacked there in box after box, dusty and reeking of smoke. They aren't presentable. Their origins aren't good either. Fire-damaged warehouses, clearance sales, soot contamination rejected by mainstream channels, too much trouble for discount stores, and second-hand dealers afraid of losing money. But Lin saw a path right here. People are the same. Some labels can't be torn off with explanations. It takes results. If you tell people you can make money, they just think you're bragging, but if you actually make the money, you won't have to say a word. Lin stood up, walked to the shed, and opened another box. He pulled out a pair of black and gray academies. The uppers were dulled by soot, but the tread on the soles was intact. He pressed his palm against them. Mana surged forth. The soot on the upper began to loosen, tiny particles peeled away from the mesh and leather seams, trickling down the shoe's sides to the ground, where they gathered into a pile of dust. The white trim, once blackened by smoke, gradually emerged. The upper's texture became clean, and the laces regained their original color. A dozen seconds later, a pair of basketball shoes, nearly as good as new, lay in his hands. Chapter 70, Ordering a New Sign. In the morning, Lin was woken by the chirping of sparrows in the courtyard. He de-washed a pair of KTs last night to test the waters. It hadn't taken much effort, but with 591 pairs of shoes constantly on his mind, he hadn't slept deeply. He got up and first boiled 2 packets of noodles, scrambled 3 eggs, and sliced half a plate of braised beef. He used to be too frugal to eat like this, but now he had no choice. This system skill thing shows no mercy. You make it work, and it takes its toll on you. After finishing his meal, Lin took the pair of KTs he de-washed last night out to the shed to inspect them. The uppers were clean, the tread patterns intact, the edges had a fresh white sheen, and the laces looked good. Aside from the box, which was still a bit dusty, if you looked at the shoes alone, no one would doubt they were 90% new if he listed them on Xianyu. He took a couple of photos with his phone and sent them to Xichao. Lin, tried on a pair last night. Xichao replied instantly. Xichao, holy shit? You were cheating behind my back last night? Xichao, are these the same cold ball shoes from yesterday? Xichao, Mr. Lin, your skills are insane, so insane I want to nominate you for intangible cultural heritage. Lin, come by this afternoon. We're heading to the business services hall. Xichao, changing the business scope? Lin, yeah, and we need to replace the sign too. Xichao, have you thought of a new name? Lin glanced at the old sign hanging at the entrance of the yard. Guoliang Scrap Collection Station. The characters his father had left behind were worn, the edges peeling, the white text on the blue background faded to a grayish hue from the sun. Lin had spent a long time last night wondering whether to take it down. It wasn't that he disliked it. It was just that if he kept that sign up, it would be all too easy for others to use scrap dealing or environmental compliance as an excuse to cause trouble. If he wanted to hold on to this place, he had to change the name first. Lin replied, Donggang Studio. Xichao, tacky. Xichao, but it's safely tacky. Xichao, if you called it Donggang Shu King Headquarters, even the Environmental Protection Bureau would come for a tour. Lin, get lost. He put away his phone, locked the courtyard gate, and rode his electric tricycle into town. The advertising agency was on a street in the old town. The storefront was small, with a sign on the glass door reading, digital printing, storefront signs, illuminated letters, seal carving banners. Inside, the owner, a man in his 30s, was laying out a design for a client without looking up. What do you need? A storefront sign. How big? About the same size as the one I had outside before, roughly 1.8 meters by 60 centimeters. Just a blue background with white text, and make it sturdy. The owner looked up at him. What should it say? Lin handed him a piece of paper. Donggang Studio. In smaller print below, secondhand Omni Cleanse, refurbished goods, appliance exterior cleaning, shoe and bag care, furniture Omni Cleanse. After reading it, the owner pointed to the word refurbished and asked, "Do you deal in secondhand goods?" "Yeah, cleaning and processing used items." "Do you have that listed in your business scope?" You don't want to hang up the sign and then have someone come inspect and say you're operating outside your scope. Lin thought to himself, this owner knows his stuff. I'll go get the business license amended today. Let us get the sign made first. The owner nodded. All right. Standard aluminum composite panel with digital printing 180 yuan. If you want corrugated panels, it'll be over 300. If it gets windy, I'd recommend the aluminum composite panels, they're cheaper and more durable. How long will it take? It'll be ready this afternoon. Installation is extra 50 yuan. Alright, install it this afternoon. The owner typed the text into the computer and casually asked, "What did you do before?" Donggang Studio. The owner paused for a moment and laughed, "So you've upgraded, huh? From a recycling station to a studio." A young guy in a work uniform chimed in from the side, "It's all about branding these days. Shoe cleaning is called shoe care, sofa cleaning is home maintenance, and junk collection is circular economy." The owner glared at him, "You think you know it all, don't you? Go cut up that banner from yesterday." The young man muttered, "That's called industry insight." Lin chuckled to himself. That's how it is in a county town. Every industry has its own tricks of the trade. After paying the deposit, he made another trip to the stationery store, buying file folders, label paper, packing tape, markers, and a thick ledger. Yang was right last night. Supply sources, transactions, Omni Cleanse records, shipping logs, he had to keep track of everything. The slapdash approach he used at Donggang Studio wouldn't work anymore. If anyone came looking for trouble again, arguing with empty words wouldn't help. Only by laying out the ledgers and invoices would he be able to talk sense. At 9:30 a.m., Lin arrived at Lily's house on his tricycle. Several electric scooters were parked at the bottom of the Tsinghua residential complex, and a parcel rack stood by the building entrance. Lin parked his tricycle and pulled a black bag out of the cargo area. Inside was the camel-colored jacket belonging to Lily's husband, Zhou Lei. It had been stained with diesel and sweat, the cuff shiny, and there was a stubborn black stain on the chest that wouldn't wash out. Now the jacket was strikingly clean, the fabric had regained its color, and the zippers and buttons were free of grease. Lin didn't want to make it look too obvious, so after washing it yesterday, he deliberately hung it inside to air dry overnight and even sprayed it with a hint of basic restoration fabric refresher. Otherwise, Lily would surely be suspicious. After knocking, Lily opened the door quickly. She was wearing an old apron, her hair pinned up, her face bare of makeup, and a hint of weariness in the corners of her eyes. When she saw Lin, her gaze went straight to his hands. "Did you get the jacket cleaned?" "Yeah, I tried that Omni Cleanse stuff from our station. It worked out okay." "Did it really come out?" "Take a look." Lin handed her the bag. Lily unfolded the shirt and ran her hand over the chest area a couple of times. She didn't say a word. Zhou Lei poked his head out of the kitchen. "What's up?" "It's fine if it didn't come out. I'll just wear that old one when I'm out on the road tomorrow." Lily turned around and held up the shirt. "See for yourself." Zhou Lei walked over, wiping his hands, and stopped in his tracks the moment he saw the shirt. "Is that my shirt?" Lin chuckled. "What, should I buy you a new one?" Zhou Lei took it, checked the cuffs, then looked at the collar. "Huh, that's weird. The dry cleaner said it was impossible to get clean." "How do you do it?" "I got a batch of industrial Omni Cleanse from my supplier. It's great at cutting through grease. It just smells strong, so I hung it out to air out overnight." Lily leaned in to sniff. "I don't smell anything." Lin made up an excuse on the spot. "I rinsed it a few times with clean water afterward." Zhou Lei held the shirt, his expression sincere. "Fengzi, this really works. I paid over 500 for this shirt. I've only worn it for less than 2 years. I'd be ashamed to throw it away." Lily was just complaining the other day that I look like a mechanic. Lily glared at him. You're the one who got it dirty in the first place. Joe laughed. I drive a sports car, of course it's going to get dirty. In the living room, Shinshin was sitting by the coffee table doing his homework. Hearing the commotion, he looked up. The kid didn't seem quite himself today. Usually, when he saw Lin, he'd ask his uncle if he wanted to check out his game skins, but today he just said, "Uncle," and went back to writing. Lin walked over and ruffled his hair. What's wrong? Are you swamped with homework? Shinshin shook his head, nope. Lily came out with a dish and chimed in, he got an 86 on his math test yesterday and is feeling down about it. Joe chimed in, an 86 isn't bad. Back in my day, I'd get a 60 in math, and my dad would wanted to throw a party. Lin sat down next to Shinshin. Which one did you get wrong? Let Uncle take a look. Shinshin pulled out the test paper. Lin glanced at it. It wasn't that he didn't know the answer, he simply overlooked a condition due to carelessness. You didn't get this question wrong because you didn't know it, you were in too much of a hurry. Look, you didn't convert the units, and everything after that went wrong. Shinshin pursed her lips. Someone in my class got a 98. Then get a 99 next time and drive him crazy. Shinshin finally smiled. Lily was setting out chopsticks at the table. All right, let us eat first. I bet your uncle didn't eat properly this morning either. Lin was about to say he'd already eaten, but swallowed the words before they left his mouth. Lily had made stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a dish of braised tofu. The spread wasn't lavish, but it was hot. Joe picked up a piece of pork and passed it to Lin. How's Donggang Studio been lately? Are they still letting you work there? The suspension for rectification is almost over. I'm planning to switch to a second-hand Omni-Cleanse studio. I want to be following the old Donggang Studio model. Lily didn't quite follow. Will you still make money that way? Yes. I'll help people Omni-Cleanse their furniture, shoes, and small appliances for a service fee. I'll also take in some second-hand items that can be processed, clean them up, and resell them. Joe nodded. That's better than collecting scrap metal. Scrap metal depends on market prices, ties up your money, and takes up space. If you have a skill like that, service fees are a steady income. Lin gave a non-committal reply, making no mention of the 591 pairs of shoes in the provincial capital. Lily's family was struggling financially, and he didn't want to worry them. Joe was leaving on a job tomorrow. Over dinner, he mentioned a few details about the route heading south to pick up equipment and estimated it would take another 20 days or so. Lily grumbled that he never packed properly before leaving, but her hands never stopped as she packed his medicine, socks, and back brace. Lin watched, saying nothing. Back in his previous life, after he'd fallen on hard times, Lily's family wasn't well off either, but whenever he stopped by, Lily always managed to slip him some food. Joe wasn't a talkative man, but he'd never given him the cold shoulder. He remembered these kindnesses better than anyone. After dinner, Lin offered to help wash the dishes. Lily refused. You should get back to your work. Don't hang around here. Whatever I'm doing, it won't be affected by these 10 minutes. Joe put on the freshly laundered jacket and checked himself in the mirror. You know what? It really does look brand new. Lily took a look and nodded in approval. Now you won't be an embarrassment when you go out. Joe sighed dramatically. So I used to be an embarrassment? Lily, don't you know that yourself? Shinshin chimed in from the side. Dad, the last time you came back, there was still mud on the soles of your shoes. Joe pointed at his son. You little rascal, whose side are you on? Lin smiled and headed out the door. Before he left, Lily slipped him a bag of steamed buns and a few salted eggs. Don't always buy food out there, it's expensive. Take these with you, they'll tide you over if you get hungry. Lin carried the bag downstairs, feeling a little more at ease. So the blind date fell through. He still had these people behind him. That was enough to keep him moving forward. By the time he returned to Donggang Studio, it was nearly noon. As soon as he opened the courtyard gate, the 2 rows of gray boxes under the shed caught his eye again. Lin put the steamed buns and eggs inside, washed his hands, pulled up a small stool, and sat down in the OmniCleanse refurbishment area. Starting today, Donggang Studio's first major shipment was officially underway. Chapter 71, Bureaucratic Hurdles. Lin didn't rush to wash the shoes 1 pair at a time. 591 pairs of shoes. The last thing he wanted was chaos. If the sizes, models, and conditions got mixed up, it would drive him crazy when it came time to sell them. He took out the label paper and marker he bought that morning and sorted the cardboard boxes under the awning by brand. A pile for Anta, a pile for Li-Ning, and separate piles for Step 361, and peaked out. He sorted them further into basketball shoes, running shoes, and skate shoes. He wrote the sizes on the sides of the shoe boxes. For those without boxes, he attached labels to the shoe bags. This job didn't require any special skills, just a strong back. Half an hour later, Lin was crouched on the ground, feeling less like a boss and more like a warehouse worker. But this step was essential. The key to making money in the second-hand market isn't just refurbishing, it's also about standardization. The same pair of shoes if photographed haphazardly, it's street-stall junk if the size is clear, flaws are noted, and the photos are crisp, it's second-hand curated. A simple name change can make a world of difference in price. He opened the first box of Anta basketball shoes and picked out 10 pairs with intact construction, heavy soot but no major damage. The smoky odor from this batch was the biggest headache. Ordinary scrubbing won't get it clean enough after washing, you still have to deodorize them. The mesh upper, the crevices of the tongue, and the grooves in the sole, they're all covered in fine ash. Even if a regular worker spent half an hour scrubbing a single pair, they might not meet the standard. Lin is different. He picked up a pair of shoes, pressed his palm against the upper, and pushed inward with his thumb. The ash began to flake off. It wasn't washed away by the water, instead, it peeled away from the surface of the material. The texture of the upper was revealed, the black dust in the grooves of the sole gathered together, the shoelaces regained their color, and most of the musty odor from the insoles was removed. About 10 seconds per shoe. Less than half a minute for a pair. Lin placed the clean shoes on the mat and swept the fallen dust into the trash can. The first pair. The second pair. The third pair. While working, he didn't think about anything else, he just focused on the shoes. How much they could sell for, which platform to list them on, which ones were suitable for street vending, and which ones were best for wholesale to discount stores. These thoughts ran through his mind as he worked. By the 12th pair, he paused to eat 2 salted eggs. By the 20th pair, he munched on a steamed bun. His stamina wasn't dropping quickly, but this sustained effort was grueling. His body wasn't exhausted yet, but his stomach was already growling. Lin looked at the 20 pairs of shoes lined up on the mat and took a photo with his phone. In the photo, on the left were the dirty, sooty shoes before washing, on the right were the finished products after washing. The contrast was stark.